In 1991, Bohemia Villa Park in Royal Berkshire, London. The sunlight shone through the window on a handsome face, shining slightly. The black hair and dark green pupils reflected the boy extremely handsome, and the smile at the corner of his mouth slightly raised made him look sunny and handsome. However, what is awkward is a 30-foot-long, 9-meter, python under the teenager, and the teenager touches the python's head, which is extremely intimate. Cole, relax, I won't eat you again. The corner of the young man's mouth smiled, and he made a snake-like hissing sound, as if a demon whispered, which made the python even more nervous. Cole will be careful, the hosts are the best. The big python's scales trembled, and it was more careful. He couldn't allow him to relax. The last stupid snake who accidentally injured its owner was long gone. 30 feet, 9 meters long big python, a little force will hurt the teenager in front of him. At this time the big python feels pitiful. Samael, it's time to eat. Okay mother, right away, the boy teased the giant python, and a call came from downstairs, and he quickly turned around to respond, and quickly ran downstairs, followed by the big python. Baby, it's time to eat. It's a Celestial Empire dish that you have in mind, and it took your dad a long time to find the recipe. Yes, try your mother's craft. The blonde woman saw her son touch his head happily, and the man next to her also smiled, but his smile was full of weirdness. Mapo tofu. It's great. Samael looked surprised, took a bite full of excitement, and then frowned. He has survived in Britain for more than 10 years, most of the food is normal, except for the monotonous ingredients. He has not eaten any strange food, such as stargazing pie that is not eaten even in Britain. Looking at his mother's expectant eyes, Samael swallowed the strawberry with tears in his eyes and glared vaguely at his snickering father. He didn't believe that his mother hadn't let him taste the meal, and he even felt his stomach wailing. He made up his mind to secretly pour the dish into Cole's mouth, and the deer he ate last week was probably digested almost as well, just right. Just as Samael got up to open the door to meet his savior, he suddenly frowned, his steps were slow, and he solemnly said, Mom and Dad, you go upstairs first, I'll find you later. Samael looked solemn, and he was keenly aware that the creatures standing outside were extremely powerful, extremely dangerous, and without kindness. Seeing this, the parents retracted the smile on their faces, and looked at their handsome son worriedly as they walked. They naturally knew that this adopted child had unusual abilities, as evidenced by the 9-meter-long Burmese python. One of them is a famous British surgeon and the other is a well-known local lawyer, and the two can be called high-class people throughout the UK. After adopting my son 5 years ago, I discovered that my son had the ability to communicate with snakes. But they don't mind. Every time they see that handsome and wise eyes, there is only pity left in their hearts, and the reason why they moved away from the city is also to help their son raise that group of cuties in the mountains and forests behind the villa. The son is mature, and he has never let them worry about it in the past 5 years, and sometimes he even uses a special ability to help them solve a lot of trouble, but they never believe that this special ability only happens to Samael. Now the son's expression is solemn, he must have encountered a strong enemy, and as ordinary people, they can only choose to believe. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Samael's hands moved slightly, forming a few simple handprints, and the entire right arm turned into a dark green poisonous python, extending infinitely, smashing the expensive wooden door to pieces with an unstoppable momentum. The other party has malicious intentions and strength, so he can only strike first. What happened? Snape fell into the distance with the broken spell, his face now clouded. This year's admission of the son of the enemy had already upset him, and Dumbledore even sent him to pick up new students in this place where birds don't. He had a bad temper. It wasn't his job to pick up new students in the Muggle world, but he couldn't keep Professor McGonagall busy, and the word gaunt in the freshman's name was destined to come to his Slytherin, which made him run. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the comber, Samael struggled to get up and attack again, the snake's head wide open, and its sharp fangs flashed with the light of Sinyan. Armor protection. Snape is not a vegetarian. As a professor at Hogwarts, a former Death Eater, the strength naturally goes without saying, and reacted immediately. The python hit the invisible shield and released a sonorous sound, but did not break through the shield. All petrified, Snape saw the right moment and fixed the extended python in the air, and Samael felt stiff. Samael gaunt? Snape's eyes were surprised. He thought he had encountered some dark wizard's trap, but he didn't expect it to be a child, and asked tentatively. Looking at the man who exuded a cold aura like a bat not far away, Samael was blinded. Harry Potter? This is actually the Harry Potter world? Reborn for so many years, Gaunt's surname plus Parseltongue he should have doubted, but the existence of the system made his perception of this world biased. Inexplicably, the United Kingdom in 1980 was unlucky enough, and he turned out to be a baby. He thought he was born again, but his intuition was that this was a crossing. He was not in the original world. As a traverser, there is naturally a system companion. The system is called Achievement System, but you need to achieve a certain achievement to get a reward. However, because I have been familiar with the skills over the years, I rarely take the initiative to complete achievements, and it has been 2 years since the last reward. Now the system is finally responsive. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Rebel, rewarding Snape's gaze, function, mental deterrence increased by 70%, panel updated. Host, Samael Gaunt class, Wizard achievements, King of the Orphanage, Street Hero, Rebel talent, Parseltongue * 3 skills, Orochimaru Ninjutsu collection, Remnant, 3, Free Fight 4, Snape's gaze 1 magic item, Blood Orchid * 12 pets, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Senchi, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. Samael secretly cursed the street in his heart. The garbage system, you said earlier that this is the Harry Potter world. I also prepared early, even if I updated the system panel in advance, I saw the word magic. Now, fortunately, I beat the professor before school started, and I was still the most difficult one among the professors. Is there something wrong with this gentleman? Although afraid, as the head of the family, Daniel still stood bravely in front of his wife and children, but his slightly trembling tone made his words less hard. Mr. Morgan, as Mr. Gaunt's adoptive father, you should know some of his special skills. Mr. Gaunt has been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Although Snape was impatient with the muggle in front of him, he patiently explained. It's father. Daniel argued, reluctant to be looked down upon despite having Samael keep his last name. School of Magic, Hogwarts? I didn't hear that the teacher would come with malice. Claire on the side picked up the conversation and said with the same dissatisfaction. And whoever is a good man has this virtue of you, the big oilhead does not know how long it has not been washed. In fact, she had believed most of it. His son's affairs were difficult to explain scientifically, and she knew that his son's perception of malice was very strong, and she just looked at the broken door to express her dissatisfaction with Snape. Are you blind? Did I break this door? Shouted Snape in his heart, adding another layer of frost to his face, and the whole person revealed the breath of not approaching people. Mom and Dad, I'm willing to go. Samael hurriedly answered. He was really afraid that his parents would go further and further on the road to death. Snape was a tragic character. He loved the character in his past life, but there is no denying that he agreed with some of Voldemort's ideas, otherwise he would not have been able to join the Death Eaters. As for the Death Eaters' attitude towards Muggles, it goes without saying, he didn't want to test Snape's character with his parents' lives. Go to this place and buy what you need. Snape left 2 notes, one with the address and one with the things he needed to start school, turned and left. Tell your snakes, don't eat owls. I don't know what else he thought, he added, and then turned and disappeared. He was not blind, and the big python at the entrance of the stairs looked at him, not at all like he wanted to keep him as a guest, but seemed to be ready to give him a look at all times. The Morgans breathed a sigh of relief. It was really too oppressive for the people in front of them. They didn't want their son to enter this school of unknown origin, but they also knew that the world might be more suitable for him, and since his son's temper decided, he would definitely not change it easily. Samael also breathed a sigh of relief, and then his heart was angry. No wonder there was no owl to send the letter. It turned out to be eaten by a snake, and the mouth made a hissing sound like a demon whisper. The sound spread far away, and the snakes were warned and bowed their heads to show submission. Now that he has determined that his surname is Gaunt, and he has a Parseltongue accent, he should be the descendant of the Gaunt family and the divine 28 clans that have become extinct in the wizarding world. This family is a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and the last descendant should be Voldemort. But it is rumored that this family also has descendants who inherit Parseltongue in North America. Parseltongue is not only a language for communicating with snakes, but also a kind of inheritance magic, which can perfectly control the behavior of snakes and even let them die, which he has long seen. In the entire forest behind the villa, there are not 1,000 or 500 poisonous snakes combined, all of which Samael controlled in a Parseltongue cavity. Some see blood sealing the throat, some are huge, there are many types, but he still likes giant pythons. In addition to Cole, there are 3 giant pythons in the forest, Rebecca, Sen Python, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python, and 3 giant pythons are on standby. Claire is more afraid of pythons, if not. Cole is a rare albino Burmese python. The gold and white color is relatively pleasant. It is estimated that it will not let it enter the door. The 9-meter-long Burmese python, who is not afraid, transcends racial limits. 2 years ago, when he played Heroes on the streets of London, he won the title of Street Hero and won 20 blood orchids. Blood orchids not only have the effect of prolonging life for giant pythons, but also accelerate their transformation. In 2 years, 4 giant pythons have broken through the restrictions of race, all reaching about 10 meters, of which Rebecca, as the largest Amazon senpai, has now grown to 15 meters, which is extremely terrifying. And after the giant python swallowed the blood orchid, both the bones and the muscles had a great breakthrough, no longer the small and thick and bulky appearance before, but became well proportioned and slender, full of powerful beauty. Even Rebecca, who has the slowest speed on land, can move like the wind, and the overall level has been greatly improved. Like a mad python in the scourge of mad pythons, Samael is full of expectations for her. Dad, I'm going to the forest and I'll be back soon. Looking at Samael's distant back, the Morgans sighed helplessly. Their son is good at everything, but he is too mature, making them less fun to be parents. With Samael's neighing, the calm forest became more strange, and thin shadows appeared from the shadows. Looking around, Samael was surrounded by snakes, as if worshipping their king. Rebecca, Ilya, Finn, the three of you continue to stay here, and soon follow me to see another world. Samael touched the three giant pythons in front of him, and his heart was extremely satisfied. This was raised by himself since childhood. Look at this pattern, this scale, this head, all of them are handsome and beautiful. Everything is at the command of the master. The three giant pythons bowed their heads, their upright postures were full of oppression, and Rebecca among them was still coquettishly arched in his arms, like a child who had not grown up. Samael touched her cold snake head affectionately. Her heart was extremely calm. Ilya and Finn's eyes were full of envy, and they also wanted to ask the master for a hug, but they didn't have the guts. Little spicy strips, come out. After appeasing the big three, an inconspicuous little snake in the group of snakes crawled out. The little snake is verdant, only 50 or 60 centimeters, and its body is covered with sharp scales, like a rumored dragon. The race of the little spicy strip is called the Kivu tree viper, which is Samael's only snake that has eaten the blood orchid except for the big four, and it is not large, but the venom becomes extremely terrifying under the action of the blood orchid, and it is not excessive to say that the blood seals the throat. At this time, the little spicy strip trembled and climbed onto Samael's arm, and the eyes of the three giants envious. The hard scales did not make him feel uncomfortable, but surprisingly comfortable. Now that he was about to leave for the wizarding world, he wouldn't think that having a broken version of the great snake pill pack would allow him to save himself and his family. The garbage system pits him without mercy, as one of the three ninjas, the Big Snake Pill, a legendary ninja. As a result, the incomplete Big Snake Pill ninjutsu collection is tightly only a few ninjutsu such as the Latent Shadow Snake Hand, the Latent Shadow Multi-Snake Hand, the Big Snake Flow Stand-In Technique, the Array of 10,000 Snakes, and the Psychic Technique, and there is not even a basic three-body technique. This trip to Diagon Alley, the shape of the four giants is too exaggerated, don't consider it for the time being. The small spicy strip is hidden, and the second is also toxin and quick effect. In addition to being stronger than ordinary people, the wizard is not much worse than ordinary people in terms of physical body, especially in terms of anti-poison, and he has not heard of the setting. 5 years is not a long time, but the Morgan's love for him is sincere, and he will always remember it. Where is the address mentioned above? It can't be that Professor Bat wrote it wrong. Dad, you take my hand and look again. I don't want it, you're all that grown. Learn to pull the hands of the opposite sex, unless you like the same sex. Daniel proudly took his beloved wife's hand, while looking at his son with disdain. Samael also turned dark, and reluctantly took the fool's father's hand. Smash, I saw it, it's amazing, go fast. The leaky cauldron appeared in front of Samael's eyes the moment he touched him, and Daniel hurried in to take a look, and even Claire was very curious. When everyone in the bar saw what they were wearing, and then looked at Samael, it was easy to guess their identities. Approaching the start of Hogwarts, such combinations are not uncommon. Mr. Tom, I'm a freshman at Hogwarts, can I ask you for a favor? Samael behaved decently, at least more decently than the unreliable father. Tom, as the owner of the leaky cauldron, has an obligation to deal with these things. Helping them open the passage to Diagon Alley, Daniel wondered if someone would not remember how to open the passage if someone stole the trash can, but Mrs. Morgan on the side clearly saw his intention and did not give him a chance to do so. Let's go exchange for galleon first, Daddy has enough gold. Don't worry, son, everything is ready. Daniel patted his suitcase and said he was reliable. Samael didn't know if there was a limit to Muggle families redeeming gallons, but most likely there would be. The pound sterling did not serve wizards, and a copy spell was much faster than printing counterfeit money. But gold is different, leprechauns are greedy, and gold should be able to pry open the leprechaun's mouth. Samael Gaunt, exchange galleon. Gringotts is the territory of the goblins, but Samael doesn't want to waste time. He really didn't understand why wizards would hand over economic power to other races. Goblins have been disrupted more than once in history. Is it just because wizards are not good at arithmetic? Samael shook his head and looked at the unfriendly goblin in front of him and directly took out the silver pound on his body. Pure-blood wizards can't trade pounds for galleon. Is gold okay? Samael guessed before he came, and was not discouraged, and Daniel opened the box containing the gold without saying a word. 5,000 galleons, 6,000 galleons. Samael smiled and shook his head. 6,700 galleons. Deal, but I need a box with a traceless stretching charm of at least 400 cubic meters. The goblin gritted his teeth, but finally agreed to his conditions. Without the approval of the Ministry of Magic, any container with the traceless stretch charm is illegal, and a legal container is essential. Samael asked Mr. Tom about the market at the leaky cauldron. Asking Snape about this kind of thing might not be willing to deal with him. The gold they carried could be exchanged for almost 7,000 galleons, and a spatial appliance with a traceless stretching spell was about 200 galleons. The purchasing power of Garen in the wizarding world is not low, and this transaction has made the goblin in front of him earn at least 30 gold gallons. Soon the things he asked for were ready. As long as the goblins made money, the efficiency was still very high. After refusing to deposit the gold coins into Gringotts, the three turned around and left, leaving behind a regretful goblin. Son, are you a pure-blood wizard? Yes, it's just that the Gaunt family is extinct. Seeing that their son was not sad, the couple did not ask, but they wanted to ask their son why he knew so much about the wizarding world, and they were afraid that he would remember something sad, so they did not ask. Then it's time to buy a wand. Who in the wizarding world could refuse to have a wand that you can take advantage of? Welcome to the Ollivander Wand Shop, where you are destined to find a wand that suits you. Please stand here first. As soon as they entered, the three were warmly welcomed by Ollivander. Samael Gaunt, a freshman at Hogwarts. Looks like you need some sensitive wands. Ollivander first measured his body ratio, the length of his big arms and forearms, and even touched his calves, so that he could put the little spicy strips on his father's body in advance. Otherwise, you have to bite him. Over time, Ollivander recorded a series of data that seemed completely unnecessary to him. The devil knows why you need to measure the nasal spacing when you buy a magic wand. It's the wand that is choosing the wizard, so ask Mr. Gaunt to be patient. As if sensing his impatience, Ollivander reminded. Forgot to ask, Mr. Gaunt is used to left-handed or right-handed? Left hand. Soon Ollivander handed him a wand. Snake wood, dragon's nerve, 14 inches. Suitable for powerful, sensitive wizards. Samael waved hard, and the otherwise quiet wand shop seemed to have been ransacked by a storm. No, he just gave in to you, not to you. Before Samael could say anything, she snatched it back from him and pulled out a brand new wand from her arms. Willow, the feathers of the phoenix, 14 inches. Willow is for people who always have great potential and lofty ideals. Samael waved the same, clearly feeling the emotion of resistance. Ollivander frowned, and found a wand box full of dust under the counter. Black walnut, the nerves of a snake, 15 inches, was the work of my grandfather's early years. The moment the wand was revealed, he clearly sensed as if something was calling him. The wand was pitch black, with a long snake coiled on it, and the most peculiar thing was that the wand was very sharp, like a long thorn, and with the hard nature of black walnut, he believed that he could even stab people to death without casting magic. Samael waved lightly, and a breeze came in his face, making him feel very comfortable, and the wand seemed to be an extension of his arm. With this wonderful combination, the wand usually selects wizards who are sensitive and have a strong grasp of magic, and it is believed that Mr. Gaunt will excel in transfiguration and potions. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Samael bowed to express his gratitude. The Ollivander family was also one of the Holy 28 and a wholesaler of weapons in the wizarding world, and he didn't mind making friends with them. 10 gold gallons. Ollivander has a good impression of this little guy from the Gaunt family, but he still has to have the money to collect. Samael quickly paid for the rest of the food with his family, and Daniel stared curiously at the wand in his hand along the way, eager to take it from his son to play with. Dad, some people in the wizarding world have extreme views on people without magic. Go back and play for you. Seeing his son say this, Daniel only extinguished the thoughts in his heart. Claire rolled her eyes at her husband, and naturally took her son's hand, too lazy to deal with him. See, Mom and Dad, stop arguing, just call Kate and Lisa. After leaving the owl shop, my parents kept arguing over the names of the two owls. That's right, two, an eagle owl and a snowy owl. There is no doubt that the eagle owl was chosen by his father Daniel, and in his words, choosing a pet is king. The 90-centimeter long figure with wings spread and 2 meters down can be called charming, which Samael agrees. There are no big four in the family that are less than 9 meters, and Rebecca, who has reached 15 meters, is his favorite. Of course, the snowy owl was chosen by Claire's mother, with snow-white feathers and noble temperament, and she was fascinated at first sight. So the two decided to buy two together, one to take to Hogwarts, and one to stay at home, which also facilitated communication. In order to avoid becoming the focus of others on the road, Samael decisively decided on the name of the owl. The family of three continued to stroll. He did not spend too much time in the library except for the necessary textbooks, and only bought an extra copy of Standard Spells Intermediate, and came to Japan to have time to learn about the wizarding world in the future. There were not many waves in the purchase of materials such as tongs, pots and potion materials, but Daniel's father fell in love with the gold-plated self-stirring one at a glance, and he had to let him buy it, but in his opinion, flashy things were really unnecessary. If he dared to bring that thing to the potions classroom, I'm sure the great Professor Snape wouldn't mind pressing his head into the pantsers. Mom, I still haven't bought any clothes left, let's go and see. Along the way, although Claire was curious about everything, it did not arouse her interest, but when it came to buying clothes, she was not sleepy, and quickly dragged him to Mrs. Morkan's robe shop. Not very familiar with the address, shopping back and forth to the Madame Morkan's robe shop 3 times, the woman's enthusiasm for buying clothes is natural. She has long wanted to go in and see. As soon as they entered the store, the environment was very satisfying. This day's shopping trip, the wand shop was too messy, the pet store was too noisy, the potion material store was too dirty, and the bookstore was too crowded, so that their first impression of the entire Diagon Alley was dirty and messy. Clean and tidy storefront, let them feel comfortable. Oh dear, what do you need? 3 black plain robes at Hogwarts. Oh, of course. Mrs. Morkan welcomed them warmly, and then took out a ruler to carefully measure Samael's figure. Samael again felt that Ollivander had done the work that belonged to Mrs. Morkan. The plain robe was extremely simple, and after measuring the size, Mrs. Morkan just waved her wand, and the workbench began to work, and I believe it was made quickly. Claire touched this and that curiously, and liked it very much. Samael ignored her father's eager eyes and chose a sapphire blue dress for Claire. Although the style is vintage, it perfectly shows off her figure, and there is a timeless cleanup spell attached to it, so you don't have to worry about getting dirty. I need to make 3 Hogwarts robes. Just as the family was waiting for the new clothes to be baked, a timid voice sounded from behind. A boy covered in dirt and wearing clothes that did not fit well. The boy had emerald green eyes, was skinny, looked like he was malnourished, and had a scar like a lack of electricity on his forehead. Harry Potter? You know me? Samael unconsciously said the child's name, which was just heard. Hello, my name is Samael Gaunter, a freshman at Hogwarts, nice to meet you. Samael introduced himself generously and extended his right hand to him. My name is Harry Potter and I am a freshman at Hogwarts. Compared to Samael's generosity, Harry was somewhat at a loss. You are famous in the wizarding world. The two talked quietly while waiting for their clothes, but most of the time Samael was guiding the topic, and the two looked like they were talking happily. He doesn't have a good impression or disgust for Harry. His biggest goldfinger is the achievement system, and if you want to achieve it, you have to do something. Harry Potter is this natural troublemaker, and it may be a windfall to make friends in advance. He never trusted anyone easily, and if he got along comfortably, he might not be able to become friends in the future. If he is uncomfortable, then blow up his surplus value and then kick him. He is not willing to wrong himself and agree with others. Harry feels that the person in front of him is like a light, sunny and handsome. Obviously the two are the same age, but there is an indescribable maturity. The most important thing is that the person in front of him is half a head taller than him. If he also has such a figure, Dudley probably does not dare to bully him. In fact, what is even more shocking is the Morgan couple. They know this son best. It seems that the Sunshine actually has an indifferent heart. They have never seen Samael's friends for so many years, and 3 years of sincere treatment have allowed them to really enter their son's heart. You must be Harry Potter, is the big guy outside your servant, was talking to a blonde boy with blonde hair clinging to his head and not knowing how much hairspray he used. Dracula Malfoy, you should know what kind of friends to choose is the most advantageous. Malfoy said proudly as he looked at the Samael clad in muggle-clad clothes with disdain. Maybe it's time for the Malfoy's upbringing, at the very least, to know what politeness is, you say, Mrs. Malfoy. Samael doesn't care what this spoiled child says, but looks straight at Narcissa Malfoy walking behind him, and subconsciously activates his newly acquired divine skills, Snape's gaze. A chill hung over Narcissa's body, and the strong oppressive force made her can't help but take a step back. At this time, Samael was full of coldness, and there was a disregard for life in his dark green eyes. I guess I should know what kind of friend Mr. Malfoy I make. Although Samael made him a little scared at this time, Harry still chose him decisively. Samael Gaunt, please say hello to the Malfoy master on my behalf. By the way, Harry, if you don't want to go home, you can find me at the Royal Berkshire Bohemia Villa area, hoping to go to Hogwarts with you. Seeing that Mrs. Morkan took out the finished clothes, Samael didn't want to talk more nonsense with them, and just took the clothes and left. The Holy 28 family was very influential in Britain, and he wanted to use the Malfoys to announce the return of the Gaunt family. Although the Gaunt family has declined, the rights are still not small, not to mention other things. Just when he becomes an adult, he will inevitably occupy a place in the Wisengamot, regardless of ability and achievement. Seeing that Samael did not suffer a loss, the corners of the Morgan couple's mouths rose, and they left Mrs. Morgan's robe shop holding hands. Royal Berkshire Bohemia House area. As a traditional rich area, the scenery is naturally undoubted, and the sun, jungle, and lake constitute a natural landscape painting. Dad, give my wand back. At this time, Samael was in an extremely bad mood. It had been 2 days since he returned, and he was eager to practice more magic and improve his strength. But Daniel seems to be specifically against him, and every night after he sleeps, he steals his wand, obviously not talented in magic but overly enthusiastic. Wearing only a pair of underwear, Samael rushed straight into the Morgan's bedroom and began rummaging. The slender figure, messy broken hair, snow-white skin, and slightly bulging abs made the awakened Harry look a little envious, and at the same time a little shy. Samael had no habit of wearing pajamas in his previous life, not in this life, and if it weren't for the unscrupulous old father who often raided his room, he wouldn't even wear underwear. Claire went to work very early. He did not have the slightest scruples. He rummaged directly in bed, but he has a level 4 free fight, and he is not weaker than ordinary adults in terms of strength. Even though Daniel was still sleeping, he was still tossed by him. Baby, you have to believe Dad, it's really not me this time. Daniel rubbed his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up. Too many falsehoods are less credible, and you have lost my trust in you. Samael looked serious, unable to believe even a word of what his old father said. Glancing at the obviously weak father, a hoarse hiss came out of his mouth, and a golden python slowly climbed to the bedroom of the two. Cole, get my wand. The python's sense of smell is much better than that of humans, and it quickly took its wand out of a vase. Samael glanced at the embarrassed Daniel, turned and left. "Dear Mr. Morgan, I have mailed you your favorite magical snack, so please stop hitting my wand." "Really?" Daniel looked pleased, seeing Samael nodding and hurriedly changing his clothes. "Good morning, Harry." Back in the room, Harry Potter turned his head with a blush and quickly began to get dressed. He had thought that Harry would not accept his invitation, but he saw him carrying a large bag that night, and it was clear that he underestimated Harry's dislike for the Dursleys. The Morgans did not show excessive enthusiasm for Harry Potter, but they also took care of him very thoughtfully, making him feel very relaxed. "Harry, it's all big men who have something to blush." Samael, as a northerner in his previous life, was deeply influenced by bathing culture. Even naked is relatively not embarrassing. Harry has been here for 2 weeks, and he doesn't know what to blush. Since Harry's arrival, the snakes in the forest have another friend who can understand snake language, except for the big three, of course. He had experimented that Harry, as Voldemort's Horcrux, Parseltongue, was actually limited to communication, and at most could control some newborn snakes. Samael deliberately hid some hole cards, and none of the big four were exposed except for Cole. After all, he raised it by himself, he still has feelings, and he will definitely improve their strength when he enters the wizarding world, and now although the size seems huge, it is only half a magical creature at most. Seeing that Harry did not speak, after Samael washed up, the two simply ate breakfast, and after a fight, they began to practice magic. Thunderclap. Thunderbolt blast. Samael practiced the repeated spell intently, without stopping. Harry did not understand why the spell that had already been learned should be repeated, and Samael's attention is already focused on the panel. Host: Samael Gaunt. Class: Wizard Achievements, Orphanage King, Street Hero, Rebel Talent, Parseltongue *3 System Skills, Orochimaru Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant 3, Free Kick 4, Snape's Gaze *2 Normal Skills, Transfiguration *2, Araho Cave Kai *1, All Petrification *2, Faint Ground *2, Shock Absorption *2, Cleanup 2, Speed Reduction 2, Clear Water Like Spring *3, Armor Protection *3, Fluorescent Flashing *4, Yugatum Leviosa *4, Thunderbolt Explosion *4 Magic Items, Blood Orchid *8 Pets, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Senchi, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. Samael has made a study plan since his return. He is not a genius, he can only study selectively. He didn't even turn the books in astronomy class, flying class, and divination class, and he was not interested in the potions class and herb class of the 4 main classes, and he just scribbled it again. Practicing spells in the morning and transfiguration in the afternoon, the whole life can be said to be quite fulfilling. The system has an interesting operation. As long as a magic is successfully used, it will be recorded, and there is no such thing as forgetting. And as long as the spell is cast 100 times, the system will instill an understanding of the spell once, and the first level spell will become a second level spell, and so on 1000 times to upgrade to the level 3 spell. Of course, there is also a trick. As long as he can understand the magic theory of a spell, then the number of times he practices the spell will be relatively reduced. Like Dumbledore's level master, with people's understanding of spells, even if he casts a spell for the first time, he can cast a power that is not weaker than the 3rd level. Level 1 spells are also the level of magic apprentices, which is also the power of 1st and 2nd year students. The level 2 spell is not much stronger, almost corresponding to the 4th and 5th grade level. Level 3 spells can be cast silently without affecting the power of the spell. Level 4 spells are equivalent to the aura level, and some spells can be cast without a wand. Level 5 spells are equivalent to Hogwarts Professor's level. Charms comprehension is on the next level, and the spells that you are good at can be transformed, such as Snape's Shadowless, Harry Potter's Dog Life. Level 6 magic is the level of a great wizard, and Voldemort and Dumbledore are mostly at this level. The body of a level 7 magical wizard will transform into an alternative magical creature, only one step away from the gods. Samael did not practice many spells, except for a few spells that did not require too much mastery. Most of them were practiced to the level 2 level. In order to experience the power of the spell variant, he increased the flotation charm and the lighting charm to level 4, and the flotation charm increased kinetic energy in addition to floating, as if combined with the flying charm. The lighting spell can shoot balls of light, change color, and he can even cast an 857 on his finger. The spell practice took a long time, and when it came to practicing the spell, it would consume mental power, and he would be exhausted every time. Of course, the gains are very rich, which increases not only self-confidence but also a full sense of achievement. But he wouldn't let up, and Sirius said that although Snape was born into a Muggle family, he had cast more spells when he entered school than most students with 7 years of training would consume. People are real geniuses, not to mention the achievements of comprehension in potions. Thinking of this, the relaxed nerves tensed again, and Harry on the side saw this, and also worked harder. September 1, 1991, Royal Berkshire Villa Park. Harry, hurry up, don't rub it. Samael and Morgan had already packed their bags, and I had to say that there were a lot of things to bring: brass balances, clamp pots, binoculars and the like. If he hadn't had the box of the traceless stretching charm, he might not have been able to put it down. Wait a minute, Hedwig hasn't come back yet. Harry Potter shouted while anxiously searching the edge of the woods. His owl was Hagrid's gift for his school, and he naturally cherished it. Samael glanced back, embarrassed to find that he had forgotten his own Kate, and the owl cage was empty. Don't worry, Harry, there are no beasts in the forest that can hurt owls. Samael comforted Harry, and not long after, 2 owls, one large and one small, flew out of the forest and landed on their arms. I don't know what they ate in the woods, but they obviously hid a lot during this time. Harry muttered as he walked. Samael thought what he could eat: snakes, and I don't know which lack of heart spread that owls eat nuts. People are birds of prey, carnivores, and the best thing to catch in the forest is snakes. He doesn't value the snakes in the woods, he always values his family's big four. Oh yes, maybe add a little spicy strip. He slept mostly naked, so the little spicy strip was unexpectedly exposed. Host: Samael Gaunt. Class: Wizard Achievements: Orphanage King, Street Hero, Rebel Talent, Parseltongue 4 System Skills, Orochimaru Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant 3, Free Kick 4, Snape's Gaze 2 Normal Skills, Transfiguration *2, Araco Cave Open *1, All Petrification *2, Fainting *2, Shock Stop *2, Cleanup *2, Bird Flock *2, Speed Reduction *3, Live Rope Bondage *3, Clear Water Spring *3, Armor Protection *3, Fluorescent Flash *4, Yugatum Leviosa *4, Thunderbolt Explosion *4 Magic Items, Blood Orchid *8 Pets. Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Senpai, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. In the past half-month, he has been extremely relaxed, only adding 2 new spells, a living rope bondage and a flock of birds. Parseltongue has been upgraded to level 4, thanks to the credit of his and Harry's communication in Parseltongue. Harry's Parseltongue is relatively incomplete, and he can't say it when he looks at people, so he can only hang small spicy strips around his neck. Fortunately, the Kung Fu paid off, and finally upgraded to level 4, God knows how uncomfortable he was. The Kivu Tree Viper scale armor was sharp, making him have more bloody scratches on his neck. Moreover, his shrinking spell managed to upgrade to level 3 in the process of painstakingly reading the magic spell theory, and even then it was comparable to shrinking Cole to about 1 meter and 5 meters. That's right, he's going to take Cole, not only Cole, but Rebecca, Ilya, and Finn, and there is no snake in Parseltongue. The level 4 Parseltongue makes him completely bind his own big four, which is an invisible contract. Even if there are other Parseltongue cavity, he cannot control the big four. Fortunately, the box was large enough for those 3 to survive, and in this month, the 4 giants each devoured a blood orchid, and it has faded, and I believe that a new round of growth will soon usher in. Son, is there really a 91/4th station? Looking at the crowds coming and going at the train station, the old father asked Samael in confusion, and even the old mother looked at him. Don't worry, that's what it says on the ticket, and so is Harry's. Samael pulled out his own ticket and motioned for Harry to take it out as well. After watching it, the 2 of them relaxed their hearts. Mom and Dad, you don't have to send it, I'll write to you. Without waiting for the 2 to react, Samael pulled Harry and ran away, leaving only the 2 who wanted to talk. The wizarding world is too dangerous for ordinary people, and if his parents insist on sending it to the train, he will have no place to cry if he meets the Auror on duty at the station. The level of the Auror's half-hanged Oblivion Curse. The person who fell under the curse will have a more or less decreased memory, and the 2 of them are a doctor and a lawyer, and it is not worth the future. Samael and Harry ran between stations 9 and 10 in one go, and Harry panted Samael like he had nothing. Nonsense, he runs more than that every morning. Samael, where is the station? Asked Harry suspiciously. When you see the wall between 9 and 10, close your eyes and rush over, believe me. In fact, Samael is not convinced, this is how it is played in the movie, who knows if it is true. Harry looked serious and decisively rushed over, looking at the obvious spatial ripples on the wall, and Samael decisively followed. Looking at what seemed to be a gap of 2 centuries, Samael had to lament the backwardness of the wizarding world. I don't know if magic made wizards or wizards dragged down magical civilization. Put away the sigh, the 2 of them casually found a place to sit. They came early and did not have to squeeze with others. With a wave of Samael's right hand, a textbook of Magic Potion and Potion Elementary flew out of the suitcase, and Cole couldn't bear the loneliness, and climbed out while the box was open. With the blessing of the shrinking spell, the place is also wide, otherwise you really can't put it down. Harry, it's still early, you can read the potions textbook, I have a hunch that you can use it. Samael had already guessed the house he was going into: Parseltongue, fame-seeking, power-hungry, if it weren't for the Slytherin sorting hat. Although he was his own headmaster, seeing him and Harry so close, he didn't believe that Snape would not embarrass him. It's not fast to hold Buddha's feet temporarily. Harry heard that he also obediently took out the textbook from his suitcase. At this time, he had not yet activated Gryffindor's reckless attribute, and he still trusted Samael. However, he did not have Samael's ability to perform magic without a trace, nor did he have a suitcase stretched without a trace, and it took a long time to find it. Kate and Hedwig stared at Cole boredly, perhaps because their shrinking bodies stimulated the courage of the two birds, and they had a different idea in their hearts, constantly teasing him. Cole's upright body scared them away. Although the body is small, the momentum of the giant beast is still there. Samael glared at them, and both the snake and the owl stopped, silently saying can't see me, one by one, including Hedwig. Cole feared that he was a long-established nature. In the second half of the month after returning from Diagon Alley, he began to study whether these two owls were cursed or really had the bloodline of magical creatures. In addition to being intelligent, the owl's ability to send messages has some traces of tracking spells. Samael plucked his hair, drew blood, and experimented many times without finding the specific cause, and finally it was gone. After all, Hedwig was Harry's pet and was not tortured, but she also played a role in killing chickens and monkeys. Maybe it's because the two of them are reading, the coercion of the top student is too dignified, and the Hogwarts Express corridor is full of people, but no one is sitting with them. The Hogwarts Express had already started, and the whistle was roaring outside, but it was surprisingly quiet inside, except for the occasional sound of pages turning. There were many students walking around in the corridor, but the two top students reading books were so coercive that no one bothered. "Hello, is there anyone else here? Can I sit here?" A dark-haired girl walked slowly in with her heavy luggage, sweat soaking her hair on her forehead. "Nobody, just sit down." Samael looked up at the girl, waved his right hand, and the heavy suitcase flew into the top. The girl's eyes lit up. Beverly Crouch, was that a levitation curse just now? Samael Gaunt, this is Harry Potter. Beverly naturally sat next to Harry, looking at Samael, but Harry on the side blushed. I don't know if it was because of the first close contact with a girl or fancy someone. He had never heard that the savior was a shy person. Gaunt? Porter? Laura has a complicated heart. One is the savior who shocked the wizarding world, and the other is a member of the Gaunt family, who has recently become a sensation, and he never imagined that they met together. Who are you, Barty Crouch? The pureblood family is just that, and the reputation of the Crouch family in the wizarding world is only an old Barty who is active in the Ministry of Magic, Samael asked suspiciously. That's my father's uncle. Beverly said confidently, as a member of a pureblood family, Luo Dafang is the posture that a noble woman should have. Wow, what a beautiful snake. What kind of snake? Just as she was about to ask something more, she saw a gorgeous and noble python lying on Samael's lap, as if telling something. Beverly couldn't help but touch Cole's head and stroked it gently. You're not afraid? Samael was surprised that Harry Potter would not show much affection for such slippery creatures. I'm not afraid. My father graduated from Slytherin, and the representative of Slytherin is the snake. This is an ordinary python in the Muggle world. After listening to Beverly's explanation, Samael also answered the previous question. Cole did not like strangers touching him, gradually climbed to the edge of the window. Samael did not force it. He also didn't want Cole to wrong himself, only Beverly looked unfinished. Is there anyone here? There are really no seats outside. At this time, a red-haired boy walked in, and Samael recognized it as Ron from the Weasley family. He did not expect that fate was so wonderful that this could be met again. There's no one here, you sit. Compared to Beverly, Harry was much more enthusiastic about Ron. Ron was helpless. If it weren't for the fact that there was really no place, he really wouldn't want to come in. The three people have their own characteristics. One is cold, one is noble and elegant, and there is an obvious lightning scar on the forehead, and you can tell at a glance that they are all big guys. After introducing himself, Ron became more nervous. He wanted to sit with Harry Potter more than Samael. The Gaunt family, a family specializing in the production of madmen, and the python as big as the thick spicy next to it, it is not easy to mess with at a glance. Hogwarts is not just allowed to bring cats, owls and toads. How do you carry snakes? The Hogwarts motto does not prohibit snakes, just as the motto does not prohibit rats. Samael didn't get angry at Ron's words, and asked rhetorically, without raising his head, which was also an excuse for him to prepare for Snape or Dumbledore. Ron didn't speak, tightened the speckled in his arms, and the atmosphere in the carriage became even more embarrassing. Kids, would you like to buy some snacks? Just when the atmosphere was about to reach freezing, the voice of the little cart ant broke the strange atmosphere. No, I brought it. Ron's voice was slightly urgent. 2 for all snacks. Can I exchange the snacks for your sandwich if you want? Samael believes that the appeal of snacks to children is not that he is unsociable, but that he really does not like to be disturbed when reading. Snape's gaze will unconsciously cast when he is in a bad mood, giving people a sense of oppression. And to be honest, he was really hungry. He didn't get up late in the morning to catch breakfast. Hogwarts was coming soon in the evening, and he wasn't sure he could make it. Everyone was fond of snacks, even Beverly began to eat happily, not to mention Ron's eating appearance. Samael ate the sandwich in his hand, and had to sigh at Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship, although it did not look good, but the taste was not said. If it was replaced by an old mother, he could not imagine. Before leaving, he asked his father's friend to find a Chinese food recipe, the serious kind. There is no such strange thing as putting strawberries in mapo tofu, and after arriving at school, even if the house elves can restore 60% of the taste, he is also satisfied. After eating, Samael also lost the desire to read and join the chat of the three, but Ron was still cautious when he looked at him, and his words were full of prejudice against Slytherin. The four houses are good and bad. Gryffindor prides itself on justice, but there are also many dark wizards, and the literal translation of Ravenclaw, known for being intelligent and studious, is Ravenclaw's claw, implicitly a greedy predator, and is more than Gryffindor in the production of dark wizards, so look at it rationally. When Harry Potter is still useful, if you don't explain it, you will definitely be deflected by this kid Ron and affect your plans. Samael didn't bother to pay attention to Ron's feelings, and when he saw Harry's thoughts, he put his heart in his stomach. Beverly on the side was also displeased with Ron. Her goal was also Slytherin House, and she also wanted to follow the path her parents had taken. Ron and Harry chatted hotly. Samael bored Cole on the table. In Parseltime also chatted with Cole hot. Cole was excited. Snaketail subconsciously patted Samael's arm. He didn't feel anything, just heard the screams of the little spicy strips, and Samael had the intention to block but didn't say anything in the end. The little spicy strip was aggrieved. He was not long. How could he withstand Cole's strength? Wanted to complain but was afraid to scare the owner's friend, and finally took on everything alone. Cole looked proud, looking at the little spicy strip and constantly swallowing his tongue, as if to say again, "What grade are you? You dare to stand in a row with me?" Seeing that the two snakes, had a tendency to fight, Samael quickly separated them. Taking out the book again, he continued to look at the focus of the potions class, and Beverly on the side looked lively, not feeling cold at all, and when he looked down, he had the emerald tail in Samael's sleeve, and it was self-evident what was inside. The child's control of the atmosphere is undoubtedly the best, and Ron has gradually become familiar with Samael's existence, and the voice of chatting with Harry is gradually amplified. Beverly was curious about Samael, consciously or unintentionally chatting about his past. He did not hide it, he said everything he could, and the two talked happily, so that he learned a lot about the rights of the sacred 28 races. "Hello, did you see Neville's toad?" A group of hotly chatting people were startled by the suddenly opened door. "We didn't see the so-called toad, and you were." Samael had no expression on her face, looking at the little girl who looked like a beaver. "Hermione Granger, I think Mr. Granger must have taught you what politeness is." Samael's tone was calm, and there was no wave in her heart when she looked at Hermione, who was slightly flustered. He is not an old color critic, he will have a good impression of a little girl, and now Hermione's front teeth are slightly larger, and her hair is messy. "I'm so sorry." Hermione blushed, but apologized decisively. Turning his head to look at Harry clearly recognized him, joining Ron's conversation. The little fat man behind him, Neville Longbottom, was obviously a little confused and looked a little at a loss. Hermione was obviously aware of Neville's embarrassment and got up to go looking for the toad with him again. "Which of you is Samael Gaunt?" Everyone was chatting happily. An arrogant voice came into his ears. Samael frowned. "What is this today? Can it be stopped? Are you?" Samael held the unhappiness in his heart, and looked coldly at this little blonde child. This product is quite handsome, but the look of no one in his eyes makes people want to beat him. "I'm Blaise Zabinai. Are you the same Gaunt who was raised by Muggles?" Being raised by the dirty bloodline really lost the face of the pure-blood family. Behind Zabinai was a group of richly dressed children, some calm, some mocking, obviously not all the way, all to see the excitement. Samael's face was calm, and with a wave of his right hand, Zabinai seemed to have been pushed, and with an exclamation, he rushed forward and slammed into the table. Samael took advantage of his lack of reaction to press his hand on the table and slammed his right hand holding the wand down, and the sharp wand passed through Zabinai's palm as well as the table. Zabinai shouted to the sky, like a child who had not eaten. Sweat and tears flowed in unison, and blood began to flow down the corner of the table. Everyone was shocked. The little wizard needs to be so ferocious. "You're really noisy." With a sharp wave of Samael's hand, Mr. Zabinai's forehead made an intimate contact with the table, and the crying stopped abruptly. "Now it's finally clean." Samael pulled the broken hair on his forehead slightly, and his expression was always calm. Not to mention the melon-eating masses outside. Even Harry Potter was stunned. In his opinion, Samael is always gentle, never angry with people, even if sometimes emitting a cold chill. It is just expressing emotions. Ron looked at Samael, who looked calm, and the fear that had been hard to suppress was rekindled. "What happened? Who was fighting?" A gorilla-like student squeezed out of the crowd and pretended to ask the people around him. Everyone explained one side, but the words were clearly biased towards Zabinai. "Come with me to the prefect," feigned. Everyone exclaimed, not expecting that the senior students would have a new hand. Samael turned sideways and escaped the spell. His free fighting is not practiced in vain. His body is light, how can he be easily hit? And he has long discovered that this goods has been there from beginning to end, obviously with Zabinai. Seeing this, Harry on the side also took out his wand. He has also studied magic hard this month, and has made rapid progress in the field of spells, at least, except for your weapons, is very good. Beverly also took out her wand, even faster than Harry. She didn't know the reason, and subconsciously chose to help the person in front of her. Samael gave them a reassuring look, and with a wave of his right hand, a bright light hit the gorilla's spell. Thunderbolt explosion. Thunderbolt explosion. The wand was still stuck in Zabanai's body, but that didn't prevent him from fighting back. Spells that reach level 4 can be cast without a wand, and now those who have reached level 4 spells have a thunderbolt explosion in addition to the lighting spell and the levitation charm. The place is narrow, and Samael tries to control the power of the spell as much as possible, for fear of accidentally blowing up the train. No wand, how is it possible? The gorilla was shocked, and under the guidance of someone with a heart, he decided to make a move against Samael, which was nothing more than asking Mrs. Zabanai for personal favors, and this planted. Samael took advantage of his unstable mind, and the explosion spell flung directly onto his wrist, and the wand fell to the ground with a sound. Samael kicked his wand into the wall with a quick step, and he struck the gorilla in the neck in the form of a whirlwind kick that knocked him unconscious. Malfoy, go call the Slytherin prefect to collect the people. Seeing the sneaky Malfoy behind him, Samael twisted his foot and said loudly, I don't know if this gorilla has some magical creature bloodline, and its defense is amazing. Samael sat comfortably on the backrest, thinking that a wand without a magic spell is handsome, which is the grace of a wizard. Congratulations to the host, obtained the achievement of the Riot Eliminator, and obtained the Xiao Organization Fire Cloud Robe *12. PS, the Fire Cloud Robe has been transformed by the System Alchemy platform, obtaining the primary water and fire inviolability characteristics, and has the ability to regenerate. Samael listened to the system sound and felt that the system sound was so beautiful for the first time, and this wave made a lot of money. Coming back to his senses, a hissing sound came from Samael's mouth, and with the violent and bloody behavior just now, it was like a demon's whisper. Samael pulled out his bloody wand, wiped it on Zabanai, and with a flick of his hand, Cole's originally slender figure suddenly became larger, turning into a 6-meter-long giant python, tying up the gorilla not far away. Parseltongue. The crowd shouted lowly, looking at the senior who was tightly entangled by Cole, for fear that he would be eaten by a big python. At this time, exposing the Parseltongue cavity is equivalent to showing their pure bloodline among many noble heirs, and some people in the province always have other illusions. He didn't believe that there was no one behind Blaze Zabanai's actions, which was a warning to some people. The prefect is here. One in the crowd began to squeeze out a tall student, who revealed meticulousness from the strands of hair to the dress. I'm the Slytherin prefect, Ian Blogg. You haven't officially enrolled yet. I have no right to punish you, but I will tell the professor about it. After that, a levitation spell floated the unconscious Zabanai and the unknown gorilla and walked straight into the crowd, a fierce person. Samael asked Cole to let go of the gorilla, slowly crawled to his side, and casually waved it and turned into about 1 meter and 5 meters, which was really too much for him. Gentlemen, do you have anything else? Samael looked at the crowd around him and said. Seeing this, the crowd faded, and the noble young masters looked different, and the other students knew that from now on Hogwarts had an extra ruthless character that could not be messed with. Hogwarts is fast, and it's getting dark. Samael decisively decided to let Beverly go out, and the three changed clothes inside, a simple English vest-shirt combination, and a black wizard robe, making the three look much more formal. Samael's thinking from past lives to the present has never had any so-called lady priority, unless it is a close person. Samael, your wizarding robe has a pattern. Harry stared at the dark red cloud pattern above and said with a curious look, I made it custom. Samael didn't explain much, and the system thoughtfully changed the robes of the Xiao organization to the style of wizard's robes, which looked different but not too abrupt. Okay, let's go out and change Belef back. Looking at Liv with a resentful face, the three of them didn't feel anything. Ron was a big straight man, Harry hadn't opened his mind yet, Samael knew but didn't want to, which made Belef suddenly have the illusion of being angry to the ghost. The three of them stood outside, like door gods, and the people around them would subconsciously avoid Samael when they saw it, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Samael ignored them, and half an hour later, the train arrived. Looking at the magnificent castle not far away, even with his heart, he was inexplicably excited. Hogwarts, I'm coming. At night, the 1,000-year-old castle is full of mystery. Samael's heart is excited, and his face remains calm. On board, Samael clearly sensed a vast magical force communicating with them, allowing them to forge a strong contract with the castle. He didn't know what the contract was, and he thought it was nothing more than protecting students or something. When they reached the other side, Professor McGonagall had already waited for them, and the black wizarding hat gave her a little more majesty. Mr. Samael, when the sorting is over, you will deduct 20 points for this hospital, and there will be a week of confinement, the content of which will be informed by Mr. Filch. Everyone looked back at Samael, and after eye contact, they quickly withdrew and did not dare to look at him. Professor McGonagall looked majestic, and Samael just nodded and smiled, not seeing any other emotion. Hogwarts has 4 houses, each of which will have different qualities, namely. The new students listened to Professor McGonagall's explanation as they walked, full of yearning for the sorting. Ron, do you know what the sorting house is based on? On the way, Samael heard Harry ask Ron about the entrance test. I don't know, Fred told me it was a duel with a troll, but Bill told me that they asked to submit a dragon that time, but I guess they lied to me. Even so, Samael could hear the trembling as he spoke. The surrounding eavesdropping students began to tremble as well, fear spread rapidly, and he heard Hermione reciting incantations. This kind of lie that is agreed upon in the wizarding world is quite interesting to him, at least it is a good pastime to see others shivering. Professor McGonagall enters the Great Hall to prepare for the sorting ceremony. Potter, getting along with pure-blood scum like Weasley will only lower your own grade, and I thought that befriending the heir of the Gaunt family would improve your taste. As soon as Professor McGonagall was gone, Malfoy began to be restless, constantly provoking Harry, worthy of being a good friend who fell in love and killed his entire academic life. I think I know what kind of friends to make. Harry looked calm and grabbed Ron, who wanted to go up and make a move. Samael could hear Malfoy's pull, but he didn't mix in with the quarrel of the little brats, and it wasn't the right time to see his eyes dodge until now. As they continued to argue, the doors of Hogwarts opened. The 1,000-year-old castle officially opened its doors to them, and the walls, corridors, and domes all showed a strong magical atmosphere. A group of little wizards trembled, and the seniors were happy to see this scene. After all, they had also experienced the coaxing of unscrupulous elders. In anticipation, Professor McGonagall came up with the admission list. Hannah Abbott, the little girl, nervously walked to her chair, and the Sorting Hat shouted Hufflepuff. Samael specially looked at this little girl, worthy of the blacksmith Hannah, long but quite cute. The little girl walked to her seat to the cheers of Hufflepuff, probably because the first was the Hufflepuff students, and the Hufflepuff students were particularly enthusiastic. Samael looked at Dumbledore in front of him, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Can Dumbledore, known as the greatest wizard of our time, really accommodate him? An ambitious Slytherin, the other families were fine, but he knew that the Gaunt family was Voldemort's mother family, and Dumbledore's gaze on him must be indispensable. Samael Gaunt. Samael Gaunt. While Samael was thinking about it, Professor McGonagall's voice pulled him back to reality. Dumbledore winked at him, looking a little playful. Samael straightened his clothes and walked to the chair in full view. The attention of the audience was focused on this handsome freshman. The girls were precocious and mostly paid attention to Samael's appearance, and the professors expressed their concern for this student who was fighting before school started, among which Professor Quirrell looked inexplicable. A rude brat, but I don't mind if you use it on me. The Sorting Hat began chattering from the moment it was put on his head. Do you take your mind? Samael asked suspiciously. No, I don't have such deep magic, I can only sense your shallow emotions. Without further ado, you want to go to that academy. Can I choose? Nope. Ambitious, Parseltongue, chasing glory, hungry for great strength, you are a pure Slytherin. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat had a mocking expression. Wipe, can't choose you still ask me? Samael was not used to it, casually threw it on the ground, kicked it several times, and gracefully cast a spell on him. Clean up. There was silence in the audience, and even Professor McGonagall on the side was stunned. Samael has always had a vengeance, but most of the time this goods is in the principal's office, and there may not be a chance in the future. It is better to grasp the present. Samael walked gracefully to the long Slytherin table, no applause, no cheers, and everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Professor McGonagall stopped the Sorting Hat who wanted to scold the street and continued the sorting house. At the end of the sorting house, Dumbledore said some cliched topics, which were nothing more than not to cast magic in the corridors, forbidden to go to the Forbidden Forest, etc., and Samael was generally clear and did not listen carefully. In the end, I only listened to Dumbledore's additional words not to go to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, there was a danger to life and the like. Samael's eyes are about to roll into the sky, just Gryffindor's reckless goods. If you don't say it's okay, the 4th floor will inevitably become an adventure mecca after speaking. Slytherin is a gathering place for pure-blood wizards, or at worst, half-blood wizards. The most important thing is cultivation, the whole dining table is orderly, rarely makes a sound, in contrast to other colleges. Since Samael wanted to integrate into the academy as a nobleman, he would naturally not be unprepared, and the etiquette of pure-blood nobles made him learn it completely, and his contact with the upper class in Muggle society was also very fast. Beverly also entered Slytherin as she wished, sitting on the side and peeking at Samael from time to time. Neither of them had the habit of chatting during meals and concentrated on cooking. He is a martial arts practitioner, and he already eats a lot, and today he ate a sandwich all day, and he was hungry for a long time. He eats extremely fast but always with grace. Even Draco's 2 pig-headed henchmen ate well. Mr. Zabanai, please don't look at me like that, it will affect my meal. Samael could feel Zabanai's hot eyes even without looking up, with fear and hatred. You wait for me, I won't let you go. Zabanai looked resentful, and the sharp knife slashed at the plate. Mr. Zabanai prides himself on his noble blood, and if he has an opinion about me, it is better to propose a black glove duel, and I will definitely accompany him to the end. The rest of Slytherin was shocked. The black glove was an ancient duel for pure-blood nobles that ended with the death of one party, and this duel had not been seen in modern times for 50 years. Zabanai is just arrogant, he is not stupid, he still has a clear understanding of himself, just snorts coldly and continues to cook. You have to pay more attention to the 5th grade Marcus Flint, who is the captain of the Quidditch team. Malfoy on the side whispered. Who? It's the one you knocked out. Samael didn't react for a moment, and Malfoy whispered a reminder. It turned out to be the gorilla, but the Marcus family has a troll bloodline, how can it be so ugly? Malfoy was stunned when he heard this, and he laughed unconsciously, and Samael touched him with his elbow, which only then converged. Samael doesn't mind making friends with Malfoy. Marcus helps Zabinai for money, he can also work with Malfoy for money, after all, who would refuse something profitable? Do you want to make a deal? What deal? Malfoy was stunned. I don't know how much the Shadow Prefect is worth in the eyes of the Malfoy family. Samael kept teasing Malfoy's nerves. The Shadow Prefect is a Slytherin tradition in which each grade elects a Shadow Prefect, and although there is no real right, all students in this grade must obey him. For the power-revering Slytherin, the selection method is, of course, a duel. 2,000 gold gallons. Deal, but I want the Shadow Room. Samael has too many pets and doesn't want to squeeze a room with others. The two happily reached a deal, and for the Malfoy family, 2,000 gold gallons bought not only glory, but also power and connections, which would last even after graduation. Although Samael lacks money, he doesn't like the 2,000 galleons very much, he prefers to control the people with power over controlling the power, and Malfoy is an excellent candidate. Malfoy looked forward to the stars and the moon and finally waited until the meal was over, and Ian Blogg, the fifth-year prefect, led a group of young wizards back to the Slytherin common room. Looking at the gloomy bunker in front of him, Samael wondered if he really didn't get rheumatism if he lived in such a place. Ian Blogg waved his wand, emptied the couch in the common room, and shouted loudly, looking a little more crazy. Slytherin little wizards, I believe you don't need too much introduction from me, and those who choose to withdraw from the Shadow Prefect competition now can leave. None of the 24 little wizards chose to leave, most of the Slytherin students were pure-blood wizards, and a very few half-bloods also knew the convenience of prefect status and the elder description, so no one would choose to give up. Snape was now on the side, looking at the group of little wizards with an indifferent expression. Begin, except for your weapons. Feint. Awesome front teeth race. Except for a few who had not yet reacted, most of the spells were shot at Samael. His strength is obvious to everyone, and everyone wants to eliminate him first. Most wizarding families choose to train in magic after the awakening of magic, so the four houses, even if they have the smallest number of Slytherins, have the strongest fighting power. Samael dodged left and right, all of them were small wizards, and their magical power was still unstable, not to mention accuracy. His level 4 kickboxing gave him strong neural reflexes, and most of the spells missed. Armor protection. Some spells that were not good were easily stopped by him. A few unlucky ones were bounced off by the shield and lay on the ground crying. Flock of birds. A flock of crows flew out of Samael's wand, a large area of black pressure. The little wizard could not even fight him, let alone the more sensitive birds. A group of people were in a hurry. The flock of birds is a very special magic, each person summons different birds, which can effectively draw the attention of enemies. Raven claims to be the largest crow, and has done a lot of trouble for this group of little wizards in a limited space. Live rope bondage. A ball of hemp rope shot out of Samael's wand, quickly entangled the little wizard like a snake. With the wave of Snape's wand, the fallen students withdrew from the battlefield. In addition to Malfoy, there are Beverly Crouch, Bryce Zabinai, Daphne Greengrass, and Theodore Nott, all of whom are members of the Holy 28 race, all of whom have their own areas of expertise. Theodore, in particular, wounded the ravens with an excellent thorn spell. Everyone looked around warily, most of their eyes still focused on Samael. Just as several people made eye contact and were about to take Samael together, two female voices were the first to break the silence. Feint. All petrified. The two spells shot at each other, and the only two girls were out together. Whether it was the people on the field or the spectators outside the field, they were stunned, and neither of them had any intention of hiding. Presumably they both felt that they would not be harmed. Sure enough, beautiful women always hate each other. Samael shook his head and continued to wave his wand. The spellless spellcast was played by him. Special 6, Malfoy and Zabinai were both dodging in embarrassment, and only Theodore Nott could occasionally fight back. Avadaso. A miserable green light flew towards Zabinai and knocked him away. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Samael, even the calm Snape panicked, fear and tension broke out instantly, and the little witch watching the battle even cried. Samael took advantage of Theodore Notter's stunned moment, waved his hand casually, and the carpet turned into a giant python and wrapped him tightly. Mr. Gaunt, do you know what you did? Snape looked cold, and the cloak behind him was like the wings of a bat. Don't worry, Professor, Mr. Zabinai is not dead. I used the coma charm, and by the way, I put a green light with 2 hearts. Samael looked calm, and Snape sighed silently in relief after checking it. Mr. Gaunt, you have successfully secured a month of confinement for yourself. Snape said through gritted teeth. Samael pretended not to see, and secretly communicated with Malfoy with his eyes, and Malfoy reacted. Except for your weapons. Samael's wand flew into Malfoy's hand. Well, I lost. It seems that the Shadow Prefect of the first grade belongs to you. Samael announced the prefect's belongings in a tone that could not be more fake, and turned to take his wand to find a single room that belonged to him, leaving Snape, who was alone and messy, and Malfoy, who was laughing like a fool. Snape walked quickly on the corridor of the 7th floor, the cloak behind him moved without wind, and with the anger on his face, he seemed to be a demon who chose people and loved people. Honey and moisture. Looking at the stone pier beast in front of him, he said a password that made him feel sick. Severus, it seems that the Shadow Prefect of Slytherin has been chosen. I guess it should be Mr. Gaunt. I can't imagine that our great Mr. Principal also has a wrong guess. Snape, who was originally secretly unhappy, did not hesitate to make sarcastic remarks when Dumbledore guessed wrong. Please forgive an old man's ignorance, no one is infallible, and ask Professor Snape to help me relay it. Dumbledore didn't care about his taunts, and in terms of heart, this white wizard who had fought the Dark Lord twice was much calmer than Snape. Snape obviously had little patience, grabbed the meditation basin casually, and decisively withdrew his memory. Dumbledore was also nowhere to be seen, watching Samael's performance in front of him. Mr. Gaunt has a unique perspective in the field of charms. To be honest, even I was taken aback, and Mr. Gaunt's talent in transfiguration is excellent. It looks like you back then. Dumbledore had a smile on his lips, unable to see his true intentions. I don't have Mr. Gaunt's talent. He didn't get a wand to have good combat power. Giving up the position of Shadow Prefect is obviously buying Malfoy. Dumbledore, you are old. Can you fight the 3rd generation of the Dark Lord again? Snape's tone was calm, but the words he said were very deterrent, and the previous headmasters who pretended to sleep on the wall no longer pretended to sleep and talked to each other. Severus, this is a very serious allegation. Mr. Gaunt is just a child, and any Slytherin will chase fame and fortune. We cannot unilaterally decide the future of a child. Dumbledore retracted his smile and looked a lot more serious. He had already missed it once, and he couldn't ruin another person out of suspicion. He is your student, and I hope it is up to you to lead him on the right path. The wizards of the Gaunt family are all madmen, and even the mysterious people have the blood of this family. Snape and Dumbledore looked at each other, turned around and left after speaking, and Dumbledore also knew what he meant. Yes, I'm really old. Looking at the distant Snape, Dumbledore breathed a long sigh of relief. Congratulations to the host, won the title of Junior Slytherin Uncrowned King, and received a reward, Banshee's Howling Enchantment Rune *3. P.S. This item is a one-time enchantment rune with strong spiritual attacks and sound curses, and can be attached to creatures or magic items. Samael returned to the room to hear the good news and quickly clicked on the panel. Host, Samael Gaunt Class, Wizard Achievements, Orphanage King, Street Hero, Rebel, Rioter, Junior Slytherin Uncrowned King Talent, Parseltongue Leave 4 System Skills, Orochimaru Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant, Leave 3, Free Fighting LV.4, Snape's Gaze LV.2 Common Skills, Transfiguration Leave 2, Araho Cave Kai Leave 1, All Petrification Leave 2, Faint Ground Leave 2, Shock Stop Leave 2, Cleanup Leave 2, Bird Flock Leave 2, Speed Shrinking Leave 3, Live Rope Bondage Leave 3, Clear Water Springs Leave 3, Armor Protector Leave 3, Fluorescent Flash Leave 4, Hagatum Leviosa Leave 4, Thunderbolt Explosion Leave 4 Magic Item, Blood Orchid 8, The Hull of the Banshee 3 Pets, Kate, Eagle Owl, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Forest Python, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. Just the Junior Slytherin Uncrowned King has such a rich reward. What if he challenges the entire Slytherin, or integrates the entire Hogwarts? I went to this system to let him do things, but it is really difficult to achieve. Slytherin advocates the strong strength can make him do more with less. Other houses are not necessarily available. Gryffindor had always been at odds with Slytherins, and force couldn't bring them all to their knees. It seems that Harry's line can't be broken. Samael sighed silently. System, the Howl of the Banshee can be attached to the surface of my memory. Samael thought that if the enemy peeked into his memory, he could also seriously injure him by surprise, saving him the effort to learn brain occlusion. The stronger the sense of peeping, the greater the power of the rebound, and he was happy to think about it. Will the Howl of the Banshee affect me? Samael feared that the Howl of the Banshee would keep hovering in his head. Hearing a satisfactory answer, Samael breathed a sigh of relief. The Banshee of the Annunciation is a type of Banshee. Her voice has a strong penetrating power, can cause powerful mental shockwaves. Some say he can predict death, others say that he is applying death curses to others. System, enchanting the surface of my memory. Completed. That's all? Why didn't anything happen? Samael had thought that there would be some auditory hallucinations, or some other vision, but there was not even a ding sound, and the system apparently did not pay attention to him. The system enchanted Kate with the second rune. His enchantment is passive, and he can only wait for Snape or Dumbledore to see the effect. After all, these two are the only ones who are proficient in the entire Hogwarts, and these two have more or less voyeuristic proclivities. Kate is an owl. Samael carefully watched his changes, and only saw a ripple flash. Nothing changed. Kate moved her feet uneasily. Samael didn't bother much. There were many owls at Hogwarts, and no one would notice it. Maybe there would be a surprise effect at some point. Samael's mind unconsciously sprang up a lot of scenes of Katsuyan, and after telling it not to make any sound, he silently opened his suitcase. Rebecca, Finn, and Ilya, 3 giant pythons, crawled out of his box one by one, and coal in the corner was also turned to its original size under the command of Samael's wand. 4 giant pythons entangled back and forth, the largest 15 meters, the smallest also 10 meters, the scene is very spectacular. Samael touched the 4 pythons one by one, and under his signal, the pythons hovered into a snake bed, squeezing the original 4-pillar drapery bed into a corner. Samael stripped naked and slept peacefully, and after the Parseltang rose to level 4, he liked the cold touch of the python more and more. Even when he was in the same room with Harry, he slept with Cole. In September, Hogwarts has seen its first coolness, and Samael holds the quilt and feels the massage effect formed when the little cutie under him squirms, and his heart is very calm. The benefits of sleeping naked are well known, but who let him spread out a pair of unmeasured parents? Now that he has a separate room, he can naturally do whatever he wants. Samael didn't want to go on a night tour on the first day of school, speaking of which he still had 2 confinements unfinished. Maybe the professors were still staring at him. He was not a stupid lion in Gryffindor, rushing to be caught. The first experience of the snake bed, whether it is tactile or passive massage effect, makes Samael's sleep incomparably sweet. He vaguely dreamed that Rebecca had grown into a towering python and wantonly destroyed the Empire State Building. Dreaming that he had become a great wizard, punching Voldemort, stepping on Dumbledore, the entire wizarding world crawled at his feet. I don't know what else I dreamed about, and my saliva flowed all over Ilya. Samael, are you up? Ugh. A crisp sound sounded from the doorway, followed by a scream. Samael had just opened his sleepy eyes and saw Malfoy screaming. With a wave of his hand, the open door immediately closed, and Malfoy's scream stopped, his eyes full of unease. Mr. Malfoy doesn't even know the politeness of knocking before entering. Samael rubbed his eyes and began to get dressed as he spoke. The 4 giant pythons also began to move, standing tall, quite like Samael's order would swallow Malfoy alive. I saw that you weren't awake yet, so I came to call you. Malfoy stumbled. On the first day of school, even pure-blood wizards who had been enlightened by magic slept restlessly. Now who doesn't know that the uncrowned king of the first year of Slytherin is Samael, but Samael's fierce posture has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. No one dares to bother. Draco concedes that the two have a relationship, so he volunteered. This behavior also showed everyone from the side that he had a close relationship with the king of Slytherin. Samael whispered, and the 4 giants returned to calm, and except for Cole, the other 3 slowly climbed back into the trunk. Samael chatted with Draco while getting dressed, looking at the lean body with indescribable envy. Samael held the owl in his left arm and the box containing the big 3 in his right hand, followed by Cole, who had grown smaller again. Pythons are ectothermic animals that need to rely on their surroundings to regulate their body temperature, and Slytherin's common room is underground, without sunlight all year round, which is not suitable for them to survive. It is better to put it in the Forbidden Forest, although it is dangerous, but after all, it is a behemoth more than 10 meters long, and teamwork is still easy to survive. And Kate also needs to go to the Owl House or survive in the wild, and other colleges can be raised in the lounge, just open the window. The geographical advantage of Slytherin is not good. Samael, where are we going? Draco asked suspiciously. Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest? Students were forbidden to enter the Forbidden Forest, and I heard that there were werewolves there. Draco looked stunned, his face full of resistance. I only go to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to put my friends in the sun. Samael and Draco walked out of the lounge, and the junior consciously got out of the way, looking at the two in awe. Draco saw this even more proudly, and got closer to Samael. The two came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, feeling the breeze mixed with a trace of chill, and unconsciously tightened the wizard's robe. The two little wizards in front, the Forbidden Forest is not for you to come, hurry back. A high-pitched sound mixed with the barking of a dog suddenly sounded, startling Samael, who was slightly out of his mind. A giant more than 3 meters tall walked towards him, followed by a dog jumping alive. You're Hagrid, I'm Samael Gaunt, and I'm Harry's friend. Samael stretched out his hand and looked at the half-blood giant who was a little at a loss. Oh, hello, I've heard Harry talk about you, but even then I won't let you into the woods. Hagrid gently shook Samael's hand and said firmly, Don't worry, Hagrid, I didn't want to go in, I want to release my friends into the Forbidden Forest. Samael spoke calmly, warning Draco, who wanted to open his mouth, with his eyes, and opened the box without thinking. Rebecca, Ilya, and Finn slowly crawled out when they heard the call, and the hounds on the side shrunk their necks in fear and left the distance, as did Malfoy. Oh, what a cute child, did you raise this? They're beautiful. Samael saw Hagrid's eyes light up when he saw the big 3. I raised it with my own hands, but unfortunately they are too big to be raised in the lounge. If you can, I hope you can help me pay more attention. Speaking of this, Samael was also full of pride, and asked who could breed such a perfect python in 2 years. No problem, I like them too, they're so cute. Hagrid has no resistance to large creatures, and the 4 giants get rid of their bloated bodies under the influence of Blood Orchid, and blood orchid breaks their genetic confinement, all evolving in the direction of the one in the anaconda calamity. Although they do not have any magical abilities, their speed, strength, and defense have changed qualitatively. Samael hissed hoarsely, admonishing them not to go too far and instructing them not to harm the wizard. Draco and Hagrid snorted unnaturally. No wonder people said that Parseltongue was a symbol of the dark wizard, it was really oozing. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, Samael casually waved off Kate and walked with Draco towards the castle. Samael, why did you let that big man know about such an important matter? I heard that he was Dumbledore's man. Draco took 2 steps forward and whispered. I'm not going to hide it after you see it, and it's not a secret when a second person knows it. This kind of thing is definitely not hidden from Dumbledore, and it is better to be honest than to be discovered in the end. Even if Voldemort was wandering around the Forbidden Forest this semester, he was not worried. His Parseltongue had already made a contract with the Big Four. Just like Voldemort and the Basilisk, Harry can also be Parseltongue but can't command it. Draco pouted, dissatisfied with Samael's words. He was not the kind of person who would snitch. If you want to be in the limelight, I suggest you be friends with him. As a qualified Slytherin, you should learn to run your own connections. Samael pretended not to see his expression and said again, why? He's Potter's friend. Draco resisted Hagrid's bloodline but could accept it, and the only thing he minded was Harry Potter. Hagrid knows fantastic animals very well. See the dog next to him. It is just an ordinary hunting dog. It can actually be raised to that age. He and most of the animals in the Forbidden Forest are friends, and being friends with him is only good and not harmful. Samael warned with a serious face. In fact, he revealed to Hagrid that he also had selfish intentions. Firstly, he could let Hagrid help take care of it, and secondly, he wanted to see if Hagrid could raise a giant python, and Hagrid had the ability to raise any creature. He didn't have much blood orchid in his hand, and he was ready to give it to Professor Sprout to see if it could be cultivated in batches. If it could, then it was good to say. If not, Hagrid would be the last guarantee. The two walked and chatted all the way, and when they returned to the hall, they were just in time for breakfast. Hogwarts education doesn't say how, but the food is really good, rich in variety and nutritionally balanced. Looking at Crabbe and Goyle, who staggered forward, Draco looked displeased. These two idiots actually slept until now. Samael shook his head. There was a transfiguration class this morning. He didn't have to get up too early. If it weren't for Draco's interruption, he would probably be able to sleep until now. Early, Samael. Beverly and Daphne approached each other, and they held arms closely. Is the relationship between girls so strange? Didn't these two shoot spells at each other last night? I don't know if I thought they were a feud. Or am I blinded? Samael looked at these two strange combinations, smiled and said hello, and saw that Draco also looked puzzled, and suddenly felt a little more comfort in his heart. It turns out that I am not the only one strange girl. What a magical creature. After a while, the belated Theodore not also joined their small group, and several people were not acquainted with each other, and they all got along quite harmoniously. Daphne is a proud person, and she talks coldly to people, which is somewhat preachy. Several people are in a good situation, and they are not willing to deal with her too much. Because of Beverly's face, they can barely talk. Theodore doesn't talk much, but he catches the point every time he speaks, and he doesn't look like a child. Samael remembered that yesterday his excellent thorn spell made him feel a little troublesome, and his sense of battle was also good. If it weren't for his excellent death spell, I am afraid that he would not be able to easily take him. After eating, a group of people walked together. Everywhere they passed, the younger students of Slytherin would bow sideways and look in awe. By the time I arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, there were already some students in the classroom. Slytherin's Transfiguration class was taken with Ravenclaw, but Ravenclaw students were usually reluctant to deal with them. Among the four houses, except for Gryffindor and Slytherin, there was no obvious conflict, but the people of Slytherin House were too proud to interact with people from other houses, and people would not rush to communicate with them. Wow, what a cute cat. While Samael was still looking for a seat, Belif had already walked to the podium. Don't! Samael and Theodore couldn't help but shout. Before the words fell, Belif began to rua according to the cat's head. Samael just had the intention to stop it, and it was too late. The innocent tabby cat was even picked up in the stunned eyes. What? Belef was so focused on touching the cat that she didn't hear what the two of them said. Samael and Theodore said in unison, nothing, just be happy. Samael wanted to laugh and couldn't laugh out loud, so he could only hold it vigorously, and their shoulders trembled unnaturally. Draco and Daphne on the side watched them shake like a sieve, looking at them like fools. Millicent Broad has a little black cat, and I haven't been allowed to touch it. I didn't think there was such a beautiful cat in the castle. This should be Professor McGonagall. Samael and Theodore lowered their heads and nodded perfunctorily. Malfoy on the side also wanted to touch it, but he dragged them back. Little cute, eat cat strips quickly. Millicent's cat is out of mouth. If you like it, I will give it to you. Belif didn't know where to pull out a bunch of cat strips and shook them in front of the tabby cat, constantly tempting her. The tabby cat couldn't help it, jumped up, and turned into a serious-looking Professor McGonagall. Miss Crouch, I think you should find a place to sit now. instead of affecting the next lessons. The cat turned into a cat lady, or an old cat lady. Bolif's eyes went from shock to sluggishness, like The Walking Dead, and stumbled to sit next to Theodore. Everyone wanted to laugh but couldn't laugh. They could only complain about their constant trembling. Malfoy silently sighed in relief at this point, his face full of happiness, and thought, almost, it was me who was almost laughed at. Damn Theodore, why don't you stop me? Beverly's face turned red and she pinched Theodore on the side. It's clear that your hands are too fast, how can you blame me? And who knows that the eldest lady of your Grand Crouch family actually doesn't know Professor McGonagall's animagus form? Theodore was not convinced and retorted in a low voice. You're reckless like a stupid Gryffindor lion. Daphne on the side mercilessly mended the knife. When the bell rang, Professor McGonagall ignored Beverly's rudeness, but looked at Samael and Theodore inexplicably. When she faintly heard it, if you are happy. Transfiguration is an extremely rigorous subject, and I don't want anyone to mess around in my class, Professor McGonagall said with a serious face, and with a wave of her wand, the huge podium turned into a male lion, and the male lion roared and wanted to fly over. Samael sat forward, and he could even feel the wild breath of the lion. Everyone exclaimed, and the male lion jumped up, turned into an eagle with wings spread, hovered in the classroom, and then turned into a python, honey badger, all vivid. Looking at the students' amazement, Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction. She is a senior teacher, and she knows that interest is the best teacher for this group of children. As an outstanding contemporary master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall is not in a hurry to let students try, but will deepen the theory of deformation. Even Samael's early knowledge of basic material conversion was equally rewarding. His strongest talent should be transfiguration, and after reaching level 2 transfiguration, there is no progress, and what is lacking is an understanding of theory. Okay, the next task is to turn a match into a needle, and everyone practice seriously. Samael looked at the match in front of him, and with a wave of his hand, the match turned into a sharp needle, and a shiny little snake was coiled around the big head, and the small snake scales were clearly visible. Wonderful metamorphosis, it's hard to believe that there are little wizards who do this. Slytherin plus 10 points. Professor McGonagall looked at Samael's results and said excitedly, Professor, I practiced before school started. Samael said modestly, even so, it's excellent. After the little wizard's wand is in hand, who can resist not practicing a few magics? Transfiguration is a test of talent, and after graduating from Lupin's class, there is no decent transfiguration genius. Malfoy on the side asked anxiously, how did you do it? He has his own arrogance, there can be a gap, but not a gap so big that you can't see the head. He waved the matches vigorously, and several of them were scrapped. Don't panic, magic is the power of belief, and transfiguration is even more so. Samael's experience of spellcasting is derived from the system, and his dictation naturally becomes easy to understand. Theodore, do you understand? Draco listened with a confused look and asked Theodore on the side. Theodore thoughtfully, he was defeated by Samael with transfiguration. He was very knowledgeable and knew a little about Samael's meaning. Everyone on the side turned their heads and quietly watched him perform. Samael was also verbose, helping everyone to analyze Professor McGonagall's focus. Professor McGonagall is a senior professor, and she is also a top existence in the entire field of transfiguration, and the course content is also from shallow to deep, breaking up a non-complicated content and crumbling it, and speaking very seriously, eager to stuff all the knowledge points into the students' brains. But in Samael's view, Professor McGonagall's explanation is a bit formatted. He did not deny Professor McGonagall's level, but the teaching method was difficult for young wizards who were new to magic to fully absorb. Do you know why spells are used to cast spells? Speaking of this, Samael began to look at the students near him. They are all pureblood family educated, and naturally they will not say stupid things about how to cast spells without spells. Is it firm faith? Theodore said tentatively. That's right. To a certain extent, magic can be said to be the embodiment of emotions, and young wizards are immature, so most of them cannot reasonably control this power, and often need to use spells, wands and other tools. Samael glanced at Theodore unexpectedly, more interested in him. In fact, elementary transfiguration magic is not difficult, there are not too many theories involved. As long as you feel that he should be what it should be, you firm this belief, then it must be something. Samael's words were easy to understand, and the people on the side couldn't wait to try it. Theodore is the fastest progress, and the complete prototype of the needle can already be seen, and Belef has also made obvious progress. At least the match is no longer made of wood. Why hasn't anything changed from me? Draco looked frustrated. He understood Samael's theory, but it didn't work effectively. You, Draco Malfoy, the only heir of the Malfoy family in the Holy 28 family, your identity are all your proud capital. Now, take your pride that belongs to the Malfoy family and order it to become a needle. Samael and Malfoy looked at each other, subconsciously switching the skill of Snape's gaze, and said to Draco in an elegant, arrogant tone. Draco listened to Samael's words, his mood stirred, his face flushed, and his expression gradually became open. Quick transformation. With a shout, Draco's match did not change, but the table instantly turned into a long needle. I succeeded, I succeeded. The two academy students were instantly startled by Malfoy's movement, and Samael was also stunned. So what about the big table? I thought I was pushing too hard. Slytherin plus 2 points. Professor McGonagall waved her wand and the table changed back to its original form. She was actually paying attention to Samael when he explained the main points to the people around him. She also wanted to see what this unusual student had to say. Samael's point of view was novel and clear, and even she appreciated it, until she heard Samael's explanation of Malfoy, which did not feel right. Mr. Gaunt, the school does not agree with the promotion of pure blood. Come to my office after class. Professor McGonagall's expression was solemn, noble in blood, and powerful, coupled with the extremely inflammatory words, he had to be wary. Don't worry, Professor, I just want him to clarify the key points of casting, and there is no other meaning. Samael looked normal, bowed apologetically, and said gently. Professor McGonagall didn't say anything and turned to tutor the other students. Malfoy and the others on the side showed worried looks. Samael, what did Professor McGonagall say to you? You should not be expelled. Coming out of Professor McGonagall's office, he saw Malfoy following him and asked with concern, his tone unconsciously more defensive. Don't worry, Malfoy, my dad is one of the school trustees, and if the school is going to expel Samael, I'll talk to my dad. Theodore on the side interjected, but his expression was also a little more concerned. Yes, my father is also a school trustee, and we can jointly put pressure on Dumbledore. Malfoy reacted. Rest assured, I wasn't expelled or punished in any way, and Professor McGonagall waived my gender assignment. How can this be? When everyone heard this, they immediately turned their concern into grievances. Seeing these complaining classmates in front of him, Samael had a glimmer of understanding of the word friend for the first time. When I think back to the office, I have a smile on my face. Mr. Gunter, I think you should know why you are here. Samael thought to himself, didn't you let me come? Wanted to roll his eyes but held back, looked at Professor McGonagall calmly, and said calmly, Professor, I only did this to make Malfoy clear his belief in magic, and did not mean to promote the supremacy of pure blood. I know the professors have concerns about my last name, but I can be sure that I will not be the one who cannot mention names, nor will I endanger the wizarding world. My surname is Gaunt, a down-and-out nobleman, and all I have done is survive. Samael saw what Professor McGonagall wanted to say, and decisively stated what was in his heart. It would take a long time before he fully grew up, and he had to dispel the professor's concerns, and it was inevitable that these words would reach Dumbledore's ears. Professor McGonagall was stunned, and her eyes softened from serious. Having survived in the wizarding world for a long time, she naturally knows how far the wizarding aristocracy controls the wizarding world. The rise of a fallen nobleman will inevitably divide the interests belonging to other nobles, which is not easy. As long as he has always been surnamed Gaunt, he will never escape the attack of other nobles. She now understands this child's pursuit of power. Mr. Gunter, I have no intention of doubting your actions, but I know that you possess the noble qualities of a Slytherin. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. May I ask you about transfiguration? Samael struck while the iron was hot and showed Professor McGonagall the results of his transformation, from material conversion to size conversion, from living things to dead things, a set of processes that made Professor McGonagall stunned. Mr. Gungutter, I have to say that your talent really shocked me. In terms of deformation level, you are no weaker than the excellent students of the 3rd grade. Professor McGonagall looked shocked. Even though she already looked up to the student, she still underestimated his level. Professor, in the process of transforming dead things into life, the creatures I conjure lack a spirituality and need to be controlled at all times. Samael said casually, and the quill instantly turned into an owl, and the owl simply shook its head when it didn't move. He adds the setting of shaking his head to the will to cast spells, so the owl doesn't do the rest. Mr. Gunter, it's remarkable to do that. However, I suggest that you shift the focus of your studies to deformation theory. Saying that, he wrote down the names of the 3 transfiguration books and handed them to him. Samael bowed in thanks and prepared to leave. Mr. Gaunt, I can dispense with your transfiguration homework, but I hope to see your progress in the next class. Thank you, Professor. Samael looked surprised, and he couldn't imagine such a surprise. Hogwarts doesn't make an exception for students to skip grades, but that doesn't mean they don't train talented little wizards. After the transfiguration class, Samael's small group decisively returned to the Slytherin common room. Seniors have a lot of schoolwork, and most of them don't show up in the common room, and they mostly spend time in study halls, even Slytherins. There were only a few of them lingering in the huge lounge, and even if the rest wanted to participate, no one would take care of them, and Draco and the others had already confirmed their small circle in their hearts. Samael's words in transfiguration class were most excited besides Draco and Theodore Kidd, who often looked at him with fiery eyes, making him feel a little uncomfortable. It's all men looking at him like this, and he will be somewhat awkward. Theodore, what are you doing looking at me like that? Samael teased Cole and asked Theodore nonchalantly, and Cole was honored to be by his side because of his slightly higher appearance, and did not enter the Forbidden Forest. I think you can be the king of Slytherin. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the lounge who was still talking quietly instantly froze on the spot, and Malfoy, who was bullying Crabbe, also stopped playing in an instant. Reason. Samael was also taken aback. He valued Theodore very much, and wanted to know what he really thought. You have strength, you have blood, and most importantly, your ideas are persuasive. Theodore tugged at the hood on his head, burying his pale face in the shadows. I already made it clear in the Transfiguration class. The reason why I did this is to make Draco firm his belief in spellcasting, and there is no other meaning. Samael said with a calm face, secretly complaining in his heart about what kind of joke, just promised Professor McGonagall that he would not become a person like Voldemort, and then form a group based on blood theory. That is not a slap in the face. I am willing to follow you and help you achieve great things. Theodore's eyes were firm, and the people around him, you look at me, I look at you, and their expressions are uncertain. Most of them are the heirs of the major families, and they dare not make such a promise. Theodore is different from them. He also has an older brother above him, who has been determined to be the heir, and his best result is to become a wizarding nobleman who does not have to worry about food and clothing. He is unwilling. He also wants to achieve something great and make the family proud of him, but he has self-awareness. No matter how hard he tries, he may not be able to win over his brother, who is also a genius. Now he finally saw a glimmer of hope. If he could follow a great wizard, he would not be able to push the family to a new height, and this candidate was naturally Samael Gaunt. I don't know exactly what you've been through, but I reject your offer. Samael didn't bother to explain, only to see Theodore take a step back with an unwilling expression. I don't want to be the person you think, but I want a best friend who can be trusted with your back. I don't know if you want to? Samael wanted a trusted friend more than his subordinates. I do. Theodore's unwilling expression quickly turned red, and he shouted excitedly. Samael looked around, just in time to see a senior coming back from outside, hurriedly conjuring a towel and stuffing it into his mouth, and those who didn't know thought they were together. Calm returned to the lounge. Beverly discussed the contents of Transfiguration class, and Draco and Goyle Crabbe spit on Harry Potter. Samael suspected that the two were either sick or in true love, but he preferred the latter. After all, this was a corrupt country, and at least half of Malfoy's entire youth at Hogwarts was spent in love with Harry. Samael also participated in their conversation, quietly flipping through the Transfiguration books that Gower had brought up, which gave Samael a new understanding of Transfiguration. Drawing a burning stick of wood from the fireplace, it turned into an eagle hovering over the lounge under the wave of its wand, and a flutter turned into a python, swimming on the ground, causing Draco to exclaim. Like Professor McGonagall had practiced in class, it was just very stiff. The secondary deformation is not the material itself, but the subdelicate change on the basis of the magical properties, Samael muttered. In this way, it is not urgent to upgrade the Transfiguration, it is better to integrate the Transfiguration into the battle process. Is local change possible? Samael flipped through the pages of the book while waving his wand. Turn the stick into a long thorn, one of which abruptly turns bright silver, shining with a metallic sheen. The larger the volume, the more difficult it is to deform, and in addition to the need to concentrate, the casting time will be longer. Deforming an entire tree and deforming a single leaf can be said to be very different. In his opinion, Transfiguration belongs to the discipline of golden oil, and he thinks how terrifying it would be if the land was turned into a swamp, the clouds into rain and dew, and the earth and rock grew spikes. Judging from the fact that the Ministry of Magic does not even allow Transfiguration torture, Transfiguration has a lot of room for development. And he is not one of those naive little wizards. He thinks that powerful spells are the most powerful. If that were the case, modern magic would not eliminate ancient magic. Samael's desire to experiment became furious. Samael looked at Draco, who was chasing Goyle, and with a flick of his wand, the button on Draco's chest instantly turned into a slender poisonous tongue. The green snake's body was only half cut off, as if it was growing on its clothes, and its blood basin was wide open, and sharp fangs were faintly visible. Draco, be careful. Beverly, who was watching the play on the side, hurriedly reminded, and Goyle turned back in horror and pointed at Draco's with his mouth open. Draco looked confused, and when he looked down, he saw a gray-brown vertical pupil looking at him, and Senhan's breath came to his face. Ugh! An earth-shattering shout resounded throughout the lounge, slapping and backing away, knocking down several unfortunate little wizards. Samael did not give the Transfiguration an attack command. Naturally he would not attack Draco, and under his panic tugging, he was stunned and pulled off, turning it back into a button. Sorry, Draco, this was just an experiment. I thought the Slytherin Shadow Prefect wouldn't be afraid of snakes. Samael also knew that it was a bit too much, and sincerely apologized. Who is afraid? Who is afraid? I am the heir of the Malfoy family. How can I be afraid of a small snake? I forgive your behavior, but you must give me the magic just now. Malfoy pretended to be calm, as if it wasn't him who Ulla was screaming just now, but the pretended Sundra made them slightly funny. Samael took out his notebook and recorded the casting process for Malfoy to watch. The core of this spell is Transfiguration, but the local transformation involves some special magic circuits that are slightly more complicated. Theodore also took it to see, in his opinion, if the viper just now had the venom that sealed the throat with blood, Malfoy would most likely have died in place. Samael did not stop them, and the success of this spell opened his eyes. Spells require a lot of practice to increase their power, and in his opinion, they are too slow, and using transfiguration to break power is not a means. The afternoon herbology class was unremarkable, and this one was with Gryffindor. It may be that after hearing about the festival of the two houses, Harry just nodded at Samael, wanted to say something, and was dragged back by Ron, and could only helplessly give him an apologetic look. Samael smiled, not overly enthusiastic. He was not very interested in this herb class, but he listened extremely seriously. Sprout was a stocky witch with an amiable smile and occasional dirt on her body, who looked more like a peasant woman than Mrs. Weasley, full of nature. However, Samael felt in him a magical fluctuation that was no weaker than Professor McGonagall. The professor rarely appears in the original book, but Samael has no doubt about her strength, especially in herbology. The wizarding world is full of wonders. Some strange plants, just the fragrance of flowers, can lead to death. He does not want to die in vain, so the positioning of this course has become cannot be interested, but cannot not understand. Professor Sprout apparently knew that little wizards were intrigued, so the first lesson was about the common white moss, a plant that was extremely effective in treating trauma and was harmless to young wizards. As long as the juice of the white moss is squeezed out, even if the basic operation of this lesson is completed, there is no difficulty. During class, Professor Sprout frequently looked at Samael, probably hearing about his excellent performance in Transfiguration, and wondering if he was the same in herbal medicine class. It can't be said that it was a big disappointment, and it was decent, and there was no operational error. The first herb lesson was easy and natural, without waves, and if anything, Seamus Finnegan of Gryffindor accidentally blew up the white moss, and accidentally blew the juice into the eyes of the Gryffindor Sword Saint, making everyone a little busy. Professor Sprout, I found some special flowers in the Muggle world that may contain magical powers. Can you help me see them? After class, Samael volunteered to stay in the classroom to help Sprout clean the first greenhouse, and it was just right to ask the question. Mr. Gaunt, I don't know what kind of plant it is. Sprout raised his head and looked at Samael curiously. Samael took out the 4 blood orchids that had been prepared long ago and looked at Professor Sprout quietly. I've never seen this, Mr. Gaunt, and I need to do some magic testing, but it may consume 1 or 2. Professor Sprout looked surprised. He had been immersed in the field of herbalism for a long time. He had never seen this plant. The rich potion smell made her very surprised, saw the hunter said happily, and then looked at Samael expectantly. Of course you can. There is nothing wrong with this, and besides, he has 4 other primers, and if he can research the method of planting, he will make a lot of money. When Professor Sprout heard this, he clasped his hands together, his eyes slightly closed, and chanted an unknown incantation. It was like a chant, and the body was covered with a faint green light. The green light was crystal clear, and Yoer escaped from the stars and stars, sacred and solemn. Elixir? No, there seems to be some limit. Sprout wondered, only felt that this red flower was not so simple, and began to chant again. At this time, the blood orchid completely changed, and the petals began to fall off from the flower, turning into blood-colored silk threads and merging into the seeds, as did the calyx, flower holder, including the flower column. In a moment, Professor Sprout had 4 or 5 more seeds in his hands, full of life and full of life. This flower should be exactly the evergreen grass of snakes, which can keep snakes growing and can transform snakes. Professor Sprout touched the beads of sweat on his forehead and said happily, "This is a brand new magic plant, or a type of lifespan, although there are restrictions, but if you can let some potions masters study it, you can't invent elixirs and the like." Metamorphosis? What kind of metamorphosis? The 4 giants of the Samael family have all undergone metamorphosis, but he wants to know what level they can transform to and what limits they have. Speed, strength, defense, all-round transformation, and most importantly, ordinary snakes can transform into magical creatures. Sprout said happily, "Is that possible?" Samael looked sluggish. The magic that should be contained in the bloodline of the magical creature level was right, but the 4 light members of his family had grown bigger. There are many examples in the wizarding world where when an ordinary cuckoo reaches the end of its life, it will cough up its own blood on the white rose, and when the blood dyes the white rose red, and then swallows it, it will transform itself. Of course, the process is not so simple. Most cuckoos do not have such vigorous blood chi in old age, and in the end it seems that they need to go through natural prayers and the like. In short, it is very complicated, but it is real. Professor Sprout spoke eloquently, telling the cases he knew. Then Professor, is this plant easy to cultivate? Samael hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question he was most concerned about. Depending on the situation, if it may take 7 years to fully grow in the Muggle world, but with magical blessings, it can grow a stubble in up to 57 days. Professor, what conditions? Samael asked impatiently. It's easy to raise, and the humid environment is fine. I have dragon droppings and growth potions on my side, and they are complete, but there is an essential material is the snake chi of snakes, the stronger the better. You can prepare it yourself, or you can ask Professor Ketleben in the Fantastic Beasts Protection class, he also has some fire ash snakes there. Professor Sprout was very conscientious and explained the cultivation conditions of the blood orchid clearly. Samael actually knew that there were snakes in the Forbidden Forest, he could be Parseltongue, there was no need to go to Professor Ketleben, but he had no experience in and out of the Forbidden Forest, and a professor looked at him at ease. You raise the flowers here first, only the flowering stage needs snake chi, just give it to me when the time comes. Sprout said as he turned the remaining 3 flowers into seeds and transplanted the seeds into pots at his own discretion. Then trouble the professor. He was also not afraid of Professor Sprout's greed, and he did not dare to guarantee the other professors of Hogwarts, but the deans of the 4 houses were trustworthy in terms of character. Samael bowed and turned to leave, and after 2 months, he would be able to harvest at least 16 blood orchids, still the kind with roots, which can be said to be inexhaustible in the future. In addition to feeding the big 4, he is also ready to recultivate a batch of venomous snakes. There is also a 10,000 snake luo array in the Big Snake Pill Ninjutsu collection, remnant, that is, the Big Snake Pill spits out the move of the group of snakes from the mouth. He can cooperate with the summoning spellcast, although it is a little disgusting, but it is definitely a good means in the group attack, and the scene is still huge, maybe it can trigger what rewards. I depend, where the hell is this? With Samael's angry scolding, the stairs of Hogwarts changed again. I don't know which initial dean lost his mind and went crazy and transformed the stairs into this ghostly appearance, and he has been walking on this group of chaotic stairs for half an hour. He was originally a bit of a road nerd, but now he was completely lost, and for the first time he was glad that he was in Slytherin and did not have to climb so many stairs. Slytherin imps? What are you doing here? A handsome man approached him, his face full of doubts. Hello, my name is Samael Gaunter, please help me inform Percy Weasley, someone is waiting for him in the potions classroom on the 2nd floor, and when the matter is done, someone will provide you with a silver coin. Samael finished speaking, and immediately fled the staircase that made him sad, leaving only a confused Wood. He had never seen a Slytherin who was so polite to Gryffindor, and if he heard it correctly, he would also receive a good income. Theodore's allegiance gave him a new idea, he didn't need servants, but friends were different, and he thought of forming a small group that would help each other and grow together. In order to dispel Dumbledore's concerns, the membership of this group could not be limited to Slytherin. In Samael's opinion, Percy Weasley is a good candidate, he has the ability and ambition, and he can get 12 O's on the N.E.W.T exam is enough to be called excellent from ancient times. The Weasley family was destined to not go far in his political path, and Samael took a fancy to him and was willing to take him to the next level in the name of the Gaunt family. Samael knocked on his desk boredly, quietly waiting for Percy Weasley's arrival. Are you looking for me? Percy looked at Samael with a serious expression, not expecting that the person looking for him would be a Slytherin. He had heard something about Samael, the uncrowned king of the first year of Slytherin, but he was the prefect of Gryffindor after all, and he couldn't manage so much. Hello, Mr. Weasley, I'm Samael Gaunter, I think you've heard of me. Samael smiled gently and formally introduced himself. I've heard about it, don't you know what you're looking for me for? There are a lot of things about the prefect, and he doesn't want to waste time with a little wizard, let alone a Slytherin. I want to start a student organization and I want to invite Mr. Weasley to join. Samael saw Percy's impatience and spoke his mind bluntly. I'm in 5th year and don't want to be part of some kid fighting, and I'm still a Gryffindor. Percy looked calm, he was right to say that, it is difficult for different grades of the same house to play together, let alone different houses. The 1st and 2nd grades are okay, the 3rd grade has added elective courses, there is a lot of homework, the 4th grade is a big turn, the difficulty of magic has increased a lot, not to mention the 5th grade O.W.L is like a mountain on the students, the 6th grade is career guidance pressure, and the 7th grade N.E.W.T directly determines the future development. So he really wasn't interested in messing with a Slytherin. Mr. Weasley is not in a hurry to refuse, I have no other intention in establishing this society, and I will not restrict everyone's freedom, so that everyone can help each other and grow together. Samael spoke, his eyes full of confidence, and Percy was attracted by his words and unconsciously looked into his deep eyes. We're too far apart, and you may not be able to help me. Percy was a little impressed, but he still had his own concerns, he craved power, but some people in Gryffindor still didn't buy him, and if he mixed with Slytherin, he could imagine himself isolated. Mr. Weasley might as well take a long-term view, and if nothing else, Hogwarts will have 24 prefects at the same time, and next year's student council president will most likely be elected from 24 people. As Gryffindor's biggest rival, I'm confident that I'll help you convince Slytherin that with the help of the other members, it's not difficult to become the president of the student council. If you take a longer view, my natural inheritance of the position of the Gaunt family's Wizengamot as an adult will also be a great help to you who want to develop in the Ministry of Magic. Samael's tone was full of seduction, and he believed that these had a fatal attraction for this man who longed for fame and money. Percy Weasley on the side changed from nonchalant to extremely serious, and his breathing became heavy. He knew that the person in front of him was more than capable of doing what he said. His father, Arthur Weasley, served as the head of the Office of the Prohibition of Abuse of Magic under the Department of Enforcement of Magical Laws, and his future help can be said to be minimal, and it may even hold him back. The pureblood family of the Ministry of Magic will definitely not let him, a descendant of the pureblood shame, enter the upper echelons of the wizarding world. So what do you want to get? Percy, though eager for what he said, was not stupid, knowing that there was no pie in the sky, and asked cautiously, "You should be clear about my situation. I want you to pull me when you achieve something, that's all, it's my investment in you." Samael was candid. Of course, he wouldn't say that the more free something is, the harder it is to pay it back. "I join." Percy said categorically, in his opinion, this transaction is not a loss, and what can he lose? "Our club is called Dream Fulfillment, which aims to realize everyone's dreams." Seeing him agree, Samael looked overjoyed, and immediately came up with a slightly tall name. Simple and clear, the sun was much stronger and more reassuring to him than the Death Eaters and the like. "In addition to you, there is another member of the organization who is Theodore not of Slytherin." In order to increase the persuasion of the organization, Samael also reported Theodore. After all, the influence of the Not family is also not small. In his opinion, Theodore would not refuse anyway, just took it out to fill his face. "This is 50 galleons. I know that your old textbooks are in the hands of your younger siblings, and I hope to exchange your study notes for grades 1 to 4 with you." Samael directly opened the first mutual help and took out 50 gold gallons directly from the cloth bag. Percy's eyes were red, he had never seen so much money in his life. "No need to do this, those are not worth anything, I can give them to you," Percy said, stumbling. "I traded my right for your future help, and likewise I traded gold gallons for your knowledge, and it seems to me that you did not take advantage of me." Samael looked at Percy's crampedness and spoke up to relieve him. Percy's face turned red, and with his red hair, the whole person was very happy. "I see that your wizard robe does not fit. This is a special wizard robe that I customized, which can be regarded as an alchemy product, which can resist a certain degree of evil spells and send it to you." Samael put down his fiery robe and turned away without waiting for Percy to say anything, a meaningful smile on his face. Percy looked at the wizard robe of the same style as Samael, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "By the way, remember to send you a silver coin to the classmate who sent you the news. That is my promise to his reward, I will not give you extra." The voice came from a distance, and Percy had a smile on his face, and now he didn't care about the gains and losses of that silver coin. It was getting dark, and there weren't many students in the hallways of Hogwarts. "Hello, are you Lady Loris?" Just as Samael was thinking, a thin cat slowly walked up to him and examined his every move. "I don't know if Filch loves cats or abuses cats. Lady Loris is a Maine. Male Maine cats can reach 1 meter too. Female Maine are slightly smaller, should also have about 1 meter, like a little lion, which is as skinny as now. It can't be that Filch really abused you. Eat some cat strips." Samael touched Lady Loris, whose cat hair was knotted, and took out all the Beverly's cat strips in the morning and placed them in front of her. Filch was one of the most unpopular people at Hogwarts, second only to Professor Snape, and Lady Loris was his cat and naturally unwelcomed. Moreover, Lady Loris often used her sensitive sense of smell to help Filch catch some students who were on night tours, so that she was even more unwelcome. So every time a little wizard took the initiative to feed her, he would be very vigilant, but this time was different. She could clearly sense the kindness of the person in front of her to her. Licking the cat strips with his pink tongue, he rubbed Samael with his head to show closeness. "Clean up." Samael waved her wand, and the oil stains on Lady Loris's body that were visible to the naked eye disappeared, and her hair looked extremely dry. Samael pulled off a button and turned it into a typical cat-haired comb, gently combing Lady Loris's hair. Lady Loris whistled comfortably, and turned over to reveal her more knotted belly hair. "I don't know if you're a cat or a dog." Samael lamented that he had only seen dogs show their belly when they were close, and he never thought that cats would do the same. Lady Loris's hair became very smooth with the help of the spell, and Samael gently stroked her head. Her heart was very calm. He is much more patient with animals than with people, especially this domineering animal that reveals cuteness. Animals have a purer mind and are more loyal to him, and he likes to spend time with animals more than humans. There is not so much deception, there is no so-called intrigue. "Let go of my Lady Loris, what have you done to her?" In the distance, Filch rushed at great speed, howling as he ran. You're Lady Loris?" Lady Loris, in Samael's arms, turned over and ran to Filch not far away. The breeze brought by the running looked very fluffy, like a little lion. If it were not for the beautiful and familiar cat face, Filch really did not believe that this was his Lady Loris. Looking at Filch, Samael, who was hugging Lady Loris, he couldn't help but whisper, "Mr. Filch, I didn't hurt Lady Loris, but if you don't let go, Lady Loris will be strangled by you." Filch quickly loosened his arm when he heard this, which allowed Lady Loris to start gasping again. "What did you do to her?" Filch hurriedly asked. Lady Loris was not only a pet to him, but also a spiritual bond, and he was afraid that the little wizard would hurt her. "It's nothing, I just found that Lady Loris was a little malnourished, fed her some food, and helped her take care of it, by the way. In the face of Filch's fierce, questioning tone, Samael's tone was calm. To him, Filch's roar was not the slightest deterrent, just a poor person eager for magic. Malnutrition? How could that be the best cat food I've ever bought from a Fantastic Beast store? Filch was angry and growled. Cats not only need to eat cat food, but also need to supplement other trace elements. You can try to buy some cat strips or dried fish, which is good for Lady Loris. Samael didn't know him in general, but only slightly popularized the common sense of cats for him. If nothing else, he still has a good impression of Lady Loris. Haha, the little wizard and Filch quarreled, and the little wizard quarreled with Filch. A transparent ghost emerged from behind the wall, wearing a funny hat, laughing and splashing the ink in his hand. Armor protection. Samael reacted quickly. A transparent barrier protected him and Filch behind him, and the pitch-black ink spilled on the ground without falling on the two at all. Ghosts that can touch entities? Damn Peeves, I'll tell the professors. Samael was only surprised, and Filch behind him cursed at the ghost. It turns out that this is Peeves. He has heard of Peeves in his previous life, and he has not seen it in the past 2 days, and this is the first time he has seen it. Peeves was also not angry, and took out 2 small black and gray balls and threw them at the two. Samael's not stupid iron armor spell lit up again, popping the orb far away. After falling to the ground, only a loud noise was heard, and a huge yellow smoke came out of the ball, and the stench of rushing into the sky spread throughout the corridor. Even though it was far away, it made Samael feel a pang of discomfort. Whirlwind sweep away. A crisp girl sounded from behind them, already attracting the attention of some people when Peeves was yelling, including Ravenclaw Prefect Pinlo Kryvat, Percy's future girlfriend. Nasty little ghost. Peeves grumbled again and again as he flew off into the distance. The students of Hogwarts couldn't help him, so they had to let him go. Samael was never a good-natured man, and with a wave of one hand, the broomsticks in the corridor, the dirt and stone left over from the dustpan, and the ink flew towards Peeves. It is not his habit to have revenge without revenge. Peeves has the ability to transform into fiction and reality, but he spends most of his time holding prank props, maintaining his physical form, and only transforms into a virtual shadow when he passes through a wall. At this time, Peeves was undefended, and everything fell on his body. The onlookers were stunned. They had not seen Peeves suffer losses since they started school. Who is it? Who is sneaking up on the great Peeves? Peeves transformed into a phantom and emerged from the trash heap to look around at the wizards around him. The little wizards were not afraid of him, and watched his funny movements with laughter. After all, they had been persecuted by Peeves to some extent. It's me, Slytherin first-year student Samael Gaunter Bloody Barrow greets Lord Peeves. Samael bowed gracefully and said slowly. In fact, he hadn't seen the Slytherin Bloody Barrow so far. But I can't stand people's tinky-pippy ghost, and it is just right to bring it up at this time. Peeves is wrong, please don't tell Master Barrow. Peeves showed a hint of fear on his face, and disappeared after speaking. Only a group of young wizards watched Samael's departing back. Samael leisurely returned to the lounge, and the smile on his face did not stop. The reason is simple. Halfway there, Filch asks the student to pass Samael a note that allows him to use magic for his daily confinement tasks, provided that he has to put together the methods of caring for Lady Loris and send it to him. This couldn't be simpler for Samael. Most of the confinement tasks are not allowed to use magic to clean the trophy showroom and the like, but it is just a shuttle cleanup. It is very simple. Samael, you're back. Seeing Samael return, Draco walked towards Samael with a look of excitement. Now that the glorious event of him using magic to repair Peeves has returned, Draco, as Samael's friend, naturally wants to greet him personally. Don't you know, today we also met Peeves on our way back. Except for the Bloody Barrow shock in our house, the little wizards of other academies were all deceived by Peeves, including 2 Hufflepuff third-year students. Believe on the side tugged on his sleeve excitedly and told him what happened. Theodore did not say a word, following Samael closely behind him the moment he returned. Well done, you managed to defend the glory of Slytherin when all the other houses were at a loss. Ian Bach, the 5th grade prefect on the side, also spoke. Samael was a little speechless. He felt that it was okay to pursue glory as a Slytherin. Wouldn't it be too much? He didn't feel that he had done anything glorious. He was silent, smiling, and happily sharing his experience with everyone, without being overly humble or exaggerating the facts. However, this was not a kind of confidence in the eyes of other Slytherins. Hiss hiss hiss, someone in the crowd heard 1 or 2 snake calls, and did not take it seriously. In Slytherin, Samael as a Parseltongue is already known to everyone. Master, save me quickly. A serpentine voice called out to Samael urgently, and his voice was full of weakness. Samael's face changed drastically in an instant, and an extremely strong low-pressure enveloped the surroundings. Everyone except Theodore unconsciously took a step back. The indifference and dead silence in Samael's eyes made these people shudder, and the wand quickly popped out of his sleeve. What's wrong, Samael? What happened? Beliv on the side stepped forward and asked, uneasy mixed with a hint of concern. Even the last time she had a hand with Sabanai was a smile. She had never seen Samael like this. They had known each other for a short time, but she knew that Samael was a stable person. Samael ignored her, and the same snake sound came out of his mouth, and then quickly walked to the fireplace and found the dying Cole from a pile of dry firewood. Cole was scarred and limp, missing several bones in addition to the smoking wound, and even the snake teeth were pulled out. The black smoking wound was obviously formed by black magic, and the means were extremely cruel. Samael was furious, and if he had returned a little later, it was estimated that Cole would have been burned to ashes like the dry firewood. Who did it? Who did it? Samael's tone was calm, and Snape's gaze unconsciously activated, making the temperature in the entire lounge even colder. Cole was cast a shrinking spell by him and could not exert the strength of the giant beast, but the origin of life still belonged to the giant beast, and the current appearance was enough to show that he had suffered miserably before. Samael, I have some spirit recovery potions and white moss, let's drink them for Cole first. Seeing this, Belef took out 2 tubes of potions from her small bag, and Samael couldn't help but pour them into Cole's mouth, obviously feeling that he had recovered a little spirit. Samael's expression slowed, and her eyes softened as she looked at Belef. Samael took out his wand, cut his palm, smeared blood on his left arm, and drank loudly with both hands. Psychic slapped one hand on the ground, and a complex magic pattern spread under his feet. 3 behemoths appeared in the lounge with a puff of smoke, making the originally spacious place instantly a little crowded. The 15-meter majestic posture, standing upright, was full of oppression, and everyone seemed to stop breathing. Rebecca, who was completely black and covered with purple patterns, Finn, who was full of yellow and black intertwined, and Ilya, who had an orange body with dark green patterns, and 3 giant pythons stared at them with cold snake eyes. Samael naturally will not spare the murderer easily. His family's big, for his favorite is Rebecca, but the closest is undoubtedly Cole, and the relationship between them has become closer and closer with the formation of the contract. Even Samael's mother, Claire, was very fond of Cole. Everyone present either really didn't know who the murderer was, or they weren't ready to tell him at all. He couldn't force him one by one, so he had to find his own way. The snake's sense of smell is much stronger than that of wizards, and he summons Rebecca and the 3 of them to help, one to find the murderer, the other to deter, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Samael let out a neighing like a demon whisper, and even though he had heard it many times, Draco and the others trembled unconsciously. The 3 giant pythons took a position, followed Samael, and walked forward. Mr. Gaunt, that's it. Ian Bach, as the only prefect present, naturally couldn't let him mess around. Senior, are you sure you want to stop me? As soon as the words fell, the muscles of the 3 giant pythons tightened, showing the momentum of attack. Ian is actually embarrassed. As a half-blood wizard, he can get the position of prefect in Slytherin. In addition to his own popularity, he also has his extraordinary strength. But now, to be honest, he is not confident that he can fight off any giant python. I still think it's safest to leave this matter to Professor Snape to handle. Don't get yourself into trouble. Ian was clearly organized, but at this time, Samael was still angry, and did not want to listen to his advice, and it was estimated that Snape was also a big thing in a small matter. Ian shook his head at the little wizard behind him, as if Samael was blind, but Samael didn't mind. He was crazy but not to the point of losing his mind. But he must make a good gesture so that others do not dare to provoke him easily, otherwise it will not be only Cole who will be injured next time. Ian decisively gave up resistance under the gaze of the big 3, and could only watch Samael swagger with the big 3 to the senior lounge. He was followed by Theodore Nott, Draco Malfoy, Beverly Crouch, and a Daphne Ringgrass who was determined to watch the excitement. The identities of this group of people are more extraordinary than the other, and Ian is afraid that something will really happen, and he is also close behind. More and more people followed behind, including many senior students. In the Slytherin common room, 1 person and 3 giant beasts walked quickly in the dark corridor, and the huge size of more than 10 meters was very intimidating for the little wizard, and everyone gave way everywhere they passed. Samael watched the growing crowd behind him and ignored it. The bigger the fuss, the better it was for him. Although Dumbledore has been cultivating himself in the past few years, the pureblood family will not forget his glorious history of fighting against 2 Dark Lords in a row, and they are quite jealous of him. Pureblood wizards' hands would not reach inside Hogwarts, unless the interests were so great that all the trustees chose to remove Dumbledore, which of course was not possible. Samael's philosophy is that everything is the most unbearable, and it may be calm to endure one step, but the more you think about it, the more angry you are. With Dumbledore as an umbrella, he decided to let it go, and whoever dares to stretch out his paws will chop him up. This is the 4th grade lounge where David Gandy, Sean Opry, John Traverse, Nelson Rozier live. When he arrived here, Theodore on the side hurriedly reminded, and there was more vigilance in his tone. Samael doesn't believe he's going to be on a spot for no reason. John Traverse is not a simple character. Not only is he a member of the Divine 28 clan, but also a shadow prefect of the 4th grade. He is very strong. He has challenged the prefect of the 6th grade, and he has won. Theodore said in a solemn tone, paused and continued. Although Sean Opry is a half-blood wizard, he is covered by the 2 major families of Traverse and Rozier, and his methods are ruthless, and he is the first hitman under John Traverse, and 80% of Cole's injuries are caused by him. A downtrodden family like the Gaunt family now dares to be so showy. The door of the lounge opened, and 4 young men walked out one after another, looking arrogant, but their eyes shrank slightly when they looked at Rebecca and other giant pythons. I don't want to listen to your nonsense, and I'm too lazy to listen to the reason why you provoked me. Now I challenge you in the name of the Gaunt family, do you dare to take it? Samael looked calm, put away his momentum, and a sweet smile reappeared on his face. The surrounding crowd was shocked. It was not uncommon to challenge the shadow prefect. After all, the best in each grade would not be content with mediocrity, but it was the first time that a first-year freshman challenged the 4th grade, and the challenge object was the notorious John Traverse. I agree, but I'm going to make a stake. If you lose, the Gaunt family must be attached to my Traverse family. The 4 of them were overjoyed when they heard this, and torturing a stinky snake was just an idle move, just to provoke Samael, and they never thought that the other party would fall into the trap so simply. In their opinion, the snake of this Gaunt family is no less stupid than the stupid lion of Gryffindor. Malfoy and the others on the side wanted to stop it, but they were all stopped by Samael with his eyes. I agree, but if you lose, I'll want a magical manor, a Hogsmeade shop, plus 4 young house elves. Samael said his conditions calmly, but the content of the conditions made the 4 people on the opposite side angry. The only ones who were able to come up with these were Traverse and Rozier, and the other 2 were half-blood wizards. And the total value of these things is comparable to the income of the 2 families, and they dare not easily agree. Are the Gaunt family crazy? Such conditions also dare to be mentioned. Nelson Rozier said mockingly, it seems to me that Traverse is more like a madman than I am, and the Gaunt family is still a Slytherin descendant after all, and still has a lot of influence in the wizarding world. If I really attached myself to the Traverse family, then his family would have gained much more than me, so I would have lost money. Deal. But you can't command your snake during the battle. John Traverse is still very jealous of these 3 behemoths. Idiot, you let a Parseltongue not use snakes, can I get you not to use a magic wand? Samael glanced at him like he was looking at an idiot. Okay, I know you're timid, but I won't look down on you. You can let those 3 idiots behind you join you in the duel. Remember, I'm the only one besieging your group. Samael spoke contemptuously. He didn't want to spare anyone who heard Cole, and he believed that none of the 4 people were innocent. But even if he was innocent, he would rather kill the wrong and not let go. He remembered that there were people in the families of these 2 who had followed Voldemort, and it was not a good thing. Good. Traverse on the side's face turned red and white, gritted his teeth and then took out a magic contract and signed his name on it. Samael carefully read the content of the contract, and once it was violated, it could be said that it was miserable. Samael will not disobey, he is still very confident in his own strength, and John will not disobey, because he is the only heir of the Traverse family, and 4 to 1 will be ridiculed, but it is nothing compared to the gains. Both signed their pacts and headed towards the Slytherin common room. Only the common room can accommodate these 3 behemoths. Several people met Snape with a black face. The famous Mr. Gaunt, not only is he bent on fame and fortune, but he is also stupid enough to dominate Slytherin? It seems that Mr. Gaunt must have unfortunately encountered trolls when he was a child, and was trolled. Snape watched as several people sprayed their venom freely, his expression worried, but his mouth was merciless. Professor, as a pure Slytherin, I don't think it's wrong to chase fame and fortune, and it's not me who took the initiative to provoke. Since the professor is here, you might as well be a witness for us. Samael quickly interrupted his speech, who always spoke in an aria tone, and he had no interest in continuing to listen. Snape choked on his tone, and no student had ever interrupted him as he spoke. However, he looked at the contract floating beside Rozier, already knew that it was too late, and then waved his wand to walk the fireplace sofa and the like, and also used the traceless stretching charm to expand the common room several times. He believes that with him looking at both sides will not go too far. Even if something goes wrong, he is confident that he can control the situation. The 2 sides looked at each other, and in the dimly lit lounge, the air pressure gradually became heavy. A few people bowed slightly. If it weren't for the careful observation of outsiders, those who didn't know would have thought that the 2 sides would shake a little. Samael looked solemn. He would defy the enemy tactically and absolutely value the enemy strategically. No matter how it is said that people are also pure-blood family heirs, they can also defeat the shadow prefect of the 6th grade, and their strength is by no means simple. The afternoon herbology class was unremarkable, and this one was with Gryffindor. It may be that after hearing about the festival of the 2 houses, Harry just nodded at Samael, wanted to say something, and was dragged back by Ron, and could only helplessly give him an apologetic look. Samael smiled, not overly enthusiastic. He was not very interested in this herb class, but he listened extremely seriously. Sprout was a stocky witch with an amiable smile and occasional dirt on her body, who looked more like a peasant woman than Mrs. Weasley, full of nature. However, Samael felt in him a magical fluctuation that was no weaker than Professor McGonagall. The professor rarely appears in the original book, but Samael has no doubt about her strength, especially in herbology. The wizarding world is full of wonders. Some strange plants, just the fragrance of flowers, can lead to death. He does not want to die in vain, so the positioning of this course has become cannot be interested, but cannot not understand. Professor Sprout apparently knew that little wizards were intrigued, so the first lesson was about the common white moss, a plant that was extremely effective in treating trauma and was harmless to young wizards. As long as the juice of the white moss is squeezed out, even if the basic operation of this lesson is completed, there is no difficulty. During class, Professor Sprout frequently looked at Samael, probably hearing about his excellent performance in Transfiguration, and wondering if he was the same in herbal medicine class. It can't be said that it was a big disappointment, and it was decent, and there was no operational error. The first herb lesson was easy and natural, without waves, and if anything, Seamus Finnegan of Gryffindor accidentally blew up the white moss, and accidentally blew the juice into the eyes of the Gryffindor Sword Saint, making everyone a little busy. Professor Sprout, I found some special flowers in the Muggle world that may contain magical powers, can you help me see them? After class, Samael volunteered to stay in the classroom to help Sprout clean the first greenhouse, and it was just right to ask the question. Mr. Gaunt, I don't know what kind of plant it is. Sprout raised his head and looked at Samael curiously. Samael took out the 4 blood orchids that had been prepared long ago and looked at Professor Sprout quietly. I've never seen this, Mr. Gaunt, and I need to do some magic testing, but it may consume 1 or 2. Professor Sprout looked surprised. He had been immersed in the field of herbalism for a long time. He had never seen this plant. The rich potion smell made her very surprised, saw the hunter said happily, and then looked at Samael expectantly. Of course you can. There is nothing wrong with this, and besides, he has 4 other primers, and if he can research the method of planting, he will make a lot of money. When Professor Sprout heard this, he clasped his hands together, his eyes slightly closed, and chanted an unknown incantation. It was like a chant, and the body was covered with a faint green light. The green light was crystal clear, and Yoer escaped from the stars and stars, sacred and solemn. Elixir? No, there seems to be some limit. Sprout wondered, only felt that this red flower was not so simple, and began to chant again. At this time, the blood orchid completely changed, and the petals began to fall off from the flower, turning into blood-colored silk threads and merging into the seeds, as did the calyx, flower holder, including the flower column. In a moment, Professor Sprout had 4 or 5 more seeds in his hands, full of life and full of life. This flower should be exactly the evergreen grass of snakes, which can keep snakes growing and can transform snakes. Professor Sprout touched the beads of sweat on his forehead and said happily, "This is a brand new magic plant, or a type of lifespan, although there are restrictions, but if you can let some potions masters study it, you can't invent elixirs and the like." Metamorphosis? What kind of metamorphosis? The 4 giants of the Samael family have all undergone metamorphosis, but he wants to know what level they can transform to and what limits they have. Speed, strength, defense, all-round transformation, and most importantly, ordinary snakes can transform into magical creatures. Sprout said happily, "Is that possible?" Samael looked sluggish. The magic that should be contained in the bloodline of the magical creature level was right, but the 4 light members of his family had grown bigger. There are many examples in the wizarding world where when an ordinary cuckoo reaches the end of its life, it will cough up its own blood on the white rose, and when the blood dyes the white rose red, and then swallows it, it will transform itself. Of course, the process is not so simple. Most cuckoos do not have such vigorous blood chi in old age, and in the end it seems that they need to go through natural prayers and the like. In short, it is very complicated, but it is real. Professor Sprout spoke eloquently, telling the cases he knew. Then Professor, is this plant easy to cultivate? Samael hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question he was most concerned about. Depending on the situation, if it may take 7 years to fully grow in the Muggle world, but with magical blessings, it can grow a stubble in up to 57 days. Professor, what conditions? Samael asked impatiently. It's easy to raise, and the humid environment is fine. I have dragon droppings and growth potions on my side, and they are complete, but there is an essential material is the snake chi of snakes, the stronger the better. You can prepare it yourself, or you can ask Professor Ketleben in the Fantastic Beasts Protection class. He also has some fire ash snakes there. Professor Sprout was very conscientious and explained the cultivation conditions of the blood orchid clearly. Samael actually knew that there were snakes in the Forbidden Forest. He could be Parseltongue. There was no need to go to Professor Ketleben, but he had no experience in and out of the Forbidden Forest, and a professor looked at him at ease. You raise the flowers here first, only the flowering stage needs snake chi, just give it to me when the time comes. Sprout said as he turned the remaining 3 flowers into seeds and transplanted the seeds into pots at his own discretion. Then trouble the professor. He was also not afraid of Professor Sprout's greed, and he did not dare to guarantee the other professors of Hogwarts, but the deans of the 4 houses were trustworthy in terms of character. Samael bowed and turned to leave, and after 2 months, he would be able to harvest at least 16 blood orchids, still the kind with roots, which can be said to be inexhaustible in the future. In addition to feeding the big 4, he is also ready to recultivate a batch of venomous snakes. There is also a 10,000 snake luore in the Big Snake Pill Ninjutsu collection, remnant, that is, the Big Snake Pill spits out the move of the group of snakes from the mouth. He can cooperate with the summoning spell cast, although it is a little disgusting, but it is definitely a good means in the group attack, and the scene is still huge. Maybe it can trigger what rewards. I depend, where the hell is this? With Samael's angry scolding, the stairs of Hogwarts changed again. I don't know which initial dean lost his mind and went crazy and transformed the stairs into this ghostly appearance, and he has been walking on this group of chaotic stairs for half an hour. He was originally a bit of a road nerd, but now he was completely lost, and for the first time he was glad that he was in Slytherin and did not have to climb so many stairs. Slytherin imps? What are you doing here? A handsome man approached him, his face full of doubts. Hello, my name is Samael Gaunter, please help me inform Percy Weasley, someone is waiting for him in the potions classroom on the second floor, and when the matter is done, someone will provide you with a silver coin. Samael finished speaking, and immediately fled the staircase that made him sad, leaving only a confused Wood. He had never seen a Slytherin who was so polite to Gryffindor, and if he heard it correctly, he would also receive a good income. Theodore's allegiance gave him a new idea, he didn't need servants, but friends were different, and he thought of forming a small group that would help each other and grow together. In order to dispel Dumbledore's concerns, the membership of this group could not be limited to Slytherin. In Samael's opinion, Percy Weasley is a good candidate, he has the ability and ambition, and he can get 12 O's on the N.E.W.T exam is enough to be called excellent from ancient times. The Weasley family was destined to not go far in his political path, and Samael took a fancy to him and was willing to take him to the next level in the name of the Gaunt family. Samael knocked on his desk boredly, quietly waiting for Percy Weasley's arrival. Are you looking for me? Percy looked at Samael with a serious expression, not expecting that the person looking for him would be a Slytherin. He had heard something about Samael, the uncrowned king of the first year of Slytherin, but he was the prefect of Gryffindor after all, and he couldn't manage so much. Hello, Mr. Weasley, I'm Samael Gaunter, I think you've heard of me. Samael smiled gently and formally introduced himself. I've heard about it, don't you know what you're looking for me for? There are a lot of things about the prefect, and he doesn't want to waste time with a little wizard, let alone a Slytherin. I want to start a student organization and I want to invite Mr. Weasley to join. Samael saw Percy's impatience and spoke his mind bluntly. I'm in 5th year and don't want to be part of some kid fighting, and I'm still a Gryffindor. Percy looked calm, he was right to say that, it is difficult for different grades of the same house to play together, let alone different houses. The 1st and 2nd grades are okay, the 3rd grade has added elective courses, there is a lot of homework, the 4th grade is a big turn, the difficulty of magic has increased a lot, not to mention the 5th grade O.W.L is like a mountain on the students, the 6th grade is career guidance pressure, and the 7th grade N.E.W.T directly determines the future development. So he really wasn't interested in messing with a Slytherin. Mr. Weasley is not in a hurry to refuse, I have no other intention in establishing this society, and I will not restrict everyone's freedom, so that everyone can help each other and grow together. Samael spoke, his eyes full of confidence, and Percy was attracted by his words and unconsciously looked into his deep eyes. We're too far apart, and you may not be able to help me. Percy was a little impressed, but he still had his own concerns, he craved power, but some people in Gryffindor still didn't buy him, and if he mixed with Slytherin, he could imagine himself isolated. Mr. Weasley might as well take a long-term view, and if nothing else, Hogwarts will have 24 prefects at the same time, and next year's student council president will most likely be elected from 24 people. As Gryffindor's biggest rival, I'm confident that I'll help you convince Slytherin that with the help of the other members, it's not difficult to become the president of the student council. If you take a longer view, my natural inheritance of the position of the Gaunt family's Wizengamot as an adult will also be a great help to you who want to develop in the Ministry of Magic. Samael's tone was full of seduction, and he believed that these had a fatal attraction for this man who longed for fame and money. Percy Weasley on the side changed from nonchalant to extremely serious, and his breathing became heavy. He knew that the person in front of him was more than capable of doing what he said. His father, Arthur Weasley, served as the head of the Office of the Prohibition of Abuse of Magic under the Department of Enforcement of Magical Laws, and his future help can be said to be minimal, and it may even hold him back. The pureblood family of the Ministry of Magic will definitely not let him, a descendant of the pureblood shame, enter the upper echelons of the wizarding world. So what do you want to get? Percy, though eager for what he said, was not stupid, knowing that there was no pie in the sky, and asked cautiously, you should be clear about my situation, I want you to pull me when you achieve something, that's all, it's my investment in you. Samael was candid. Of course, he wouldn't say that the more free something is, the harder it is to pay it back. I join. Percy said categorically, in his opinion, this transaction is not a loss, and what can he lose? Our club is called Dream Fulfillment, which aims to realize everyone's dreams. Seeing him agree, Samael looked overjoyed, and immediately came up with a slightly tall name. Simple and clear, the Sun was much stronger and more reassuring to him than the Death Eaters and the like. In addition to you, there is another member of the organization who is Theodore not of Slytherin. In order to increase the persuasion of the organization, Samael also reported Theodore, after all, the influence of the Knot family is also not small. In his opinion, Theodore would not refuse anyway, just took it out to fill his face. This is 50 galleons. I know that your old textbooks are in the hands of your younger siblings, and I hope to exchange your study notes for grades 1 to 4 with you. Samael directly opened the first mutual help and took out 50 gold gallons directly from the cloth bag. Percy's eyes were red. He had never seen so much money in his life. No need to do this, those are not worth anything. I can give them to you, Percy said, stumbling. I traded my right for your future help, and likewise I traded gold gallons for your knowledge, and it seems to me that you did not take advantage of me. Samael looked at Percy's crampedness and spoke up to relieve him. Percy's face turned red, and with his red hair, the whole person was very happy. I see that your wizard robe does not fit. This is a special wizard robe that I customized, which can be regarded as an alchemy product, which can resist a certain degree of evil spells and send it to you. Samael put down his fiery robe and turned away without waiting for Percy to say anything, a meaningful smile on his face. Percy looked at the wizard robe of the same style as Samael, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. By the way, remember to send you a silver coin to the classmate who sent you the news. That is my promise to his reward. I will not give you extra. The voice came from a distance, and Percy had a smile on his face, and now he didn't care about the gains and losses of that silver coin. It was getting dark, and there weren't many students in the hallways of Hogwarts. Hello, are you Lady Loris? Just as Samael was thinking, a thin cat slowly walked up to him and examined his every move. I don't know if Filch loves cats or abuses cats. Lady Loris is a mane. Male mane cats can reach 1 meter too. Female mane are slightly smaller, should also have about 1 meter, like a little lion, which is as skinny as now. It can't be that Filch really abused you. Eat some cat strips. Samael touched Lady Loris, whose cat hair was knotted, and took out all the Beverly's cat strips in the morning and placed them in front of her. Filch was one of the most unpopular people at Hogwarts, second only to Professor Snape, and Lady Loris was his cat and naturally unwelcomed. Moreover, Lady Loris often used her sensitive sense of smell to help Filch catch some students who were on night tours, so that she was even more unwelcome. So every time a little wizard took the initiative to feed her, he would be very vigilant, but this time was different. She could clearly sense the kindness of the person in front of her to her. Licking the cat strips with his pink tongue, he rubbed Samael with his head to show closeness. Clean up. Samael waved her wand, and the oil stains on Lady Loris's body that were visible to the naked eye disappeared, and her hair looked extremely dry. Samael pulled off a button and turned it into a typical cat-haired comb, gently combing Lady Loris's hair. Lady Loris whistled comfortably, and turned over to reveal her more knotted belly hair. I don't know if you're a cat or a dog. Samael lamented that he had only seen dogs show their belly when they were close, and he never thought that cats would do the same. Lady Loris's hair became very smooth with the help of the spell, and Samael gently stroked her head. Her heart was very calm. He is much more patient with animals than with people, especially this domineering animal that reveals cuteness. Animals have a purer mind and are more loyal to him, and he likes to spend time with animals more than humans. There is not so much deception, there is no so-called intrigue. Let go of my Lady Loris, what have you done to her? In the distance, Filch rushed at great speed, howling as he ran. You're Lady Loris? Lady Loris, in Samael's arms, turned over and ran to Filch not far away. The breeze brought by the running looked very fluffy, like a little lion. If it were not for the beautiful and familiar cat face, Filch really did not believe that this was his Lady Loris. Looking at Filch, Samael, who was hugging Lady Loris, he couldn't help but whisper, Mr. Filch, I didn't hurt Lady Loris, but if you don't let go, Lady Loris will be strangled by you. Filch quickly loosened his arm when he heard this, which allowed Lady Loris to start gasping again. What did you do to her? Filch hurriedly asked. Lady Loris was not only a pet to him, but also a spiritual bond, and he was afraid that the little wizard would hurt her. It's nothing, I just found that Lady Loris was a little malnourished, fed her some food, and helped her take care of it, by the way. In the face of Filch's fierce, questioning tone, Samael's tone was calm. To him, Filch's roar was not the slightest deterrent, just a poor person eager for magic. Malnutrition? How could that be the best cat food I've ever bought from a Fantastic Beast store? Filch was angry and growled. Cats not only need to eat cat food, but also need to supplement other trace elements. You can try to buy some cat strips or dried fish, which is good for Lady Loris. Samael didn't know him in general, but only slightly popularized the common sense of cats for him. If nothing else, he still has a good impression of Lady Loris. Haha, the little wizard and Filch quarreled, and the little wizard quarreled with Filch. A transparent ghost emerged from behind the wall, wearing a funny hat, laughing and splashing the ink in his hand. Armor protection. Samael reacted quickly. A transparent barrier protected him and Filch behind him, and the pitch-black ink spilled on the ground without falling on the two at all. Ghosts that can touch entities? Damn Peeves, I'll tell the professors. Samael was only surprised, and Filch behind him cursed at the ghost. It turns out that this is Peeves. He has heard of Peeves in his previous life, and he has not seen it in the past 2 days, and this is the first time he has seen it. Peeves was also not angry, and took out 2 small black and gray balls and threw them at the two. Samael's not stupid iron armor spell lit up again, popping the orb far away. After falling to the ground, only a loud noise was heard, and a huge yellow smoke came out of the ball, and the stench of rushing into the sky spread throughout the corridor. Even though it was far away, it made Samael feel a pang of discomfort. Whirlwind sweep away. A crisp girl sounded from behind them, already attracting the attention of some people when Peeves was yelling, including Ravenclaw prefect Penlo Kryvat, Percy's future girlfriend. Nasty little ghost. Peeves grumbled again and again as he flew off into the distance. The students of Hogwarts couldn't help him, so they had to let him go. Samael was never a good-natured man, and with a wave of one hand, the broomsticks in the corridor, the dirt and stone left over from the dustpan, and the ink flew towards Peeves. It is not his habit to have revenge without revenge. Peeves has the ability to transform into fiction and reality, but he spends most of his time holding prank props, maintaining his physical form, and only transforms into a virtual shadow when he passes through a wall. At this time, Peeves was undefended, and everything fell on his body. The onlookers were stunned. They had not seen Peeves suffer losses since they started school. Who is it? Who is sneaking up on the great Peeves? Peeves transformed into a phantom and emerged from the trash heap to look around at the wizards around him. The little wizards were not afraid of him, and watched his funny movements with laughter. After all, they had been persecuted by Peeves to some extent. "It's me, Slytherin first-year student Samael Gaunter Bloody Barrow greets Lord Peeves." Samael bowed gracefully and said slowly. In fact, he hadn't seen the Slytherin Bloody Barrow so far. "But I can't stand people's tinky pippy ghost, and it is just right to bring it up at this time. Peeves is wrong, please don't tell Master Barrow." Peeves showed a hint of fear on his face, and disappeared after speaking. Only a group of young wizards watched Samael's departing back. Samael leisurely returned to the lounge, and the smile on his face did not stop. The reason is simple. Halfway there, Filch asks the student to pass Samael a note that allows him to use magic for his daily confinement tasks, provided that he has to put together the methods of caring for Lady Loris and send it to him. This couldn't be simpler for Samael. Most of the confinement tasks are not allowed to use magic to clean the trophy showroom and the like, but it is just a shuttle cleanup. It is very simple. "Samael, you're back." Seeing Samael return, Draco walked towards Samael with a look of excitement. Now that the glorious event of him using magic to repair Peeves has returned, Draco, as Samael's friend, naturally wants to greet him personally. "Don't you know, today we also met Peeves on our way back. Except for the Bloody Barrow shock in our house, the little wizards of other academies were all deceived by Peeves, including 2 Hufflepuff third-year students." Believe on the side tugged on his sleeve excitedly and told him what happened. Theodore did not say a word, following Samael closely behind him the moment he returned. "Well done, you managed to defend the glory of Slytherin when all the other houses were at a loss." Ian Bach, the 5th grade prefect on the side, also spoke. Samael was a little speechless. He felt that it was okay to pursue glory as a Slytherin. Wouldn't it be too much? He didn't feel that he had done anything glorious. He was silent, smiling, and happily sharing his experience with everyone, without being overly humble or exaggerating the facts. However, this was not a kind of confidence in the eyes of other Slytherins. Hiss hiss hiss. Someone in the crowd heard 1 or 2 snake calls, and did not take it seriously. In Slytherin, Samael as a Parseltongue is already known to everyone. "Master, save me quickly." A serpentine voice called out to Samael urgently, and his voice was full of weakness. Samael's face changed drastically in an instant, and an extremely strong low-pressure enveloped the surroundings. Everyone except Theodore unconsciously took a step back. The indifference and dead silence in Samael's eyes made these people shudder, and the wand quickly popped out of his sleeve. "What's wrong, Samael? What happened?" Beliv on the side stepped forward and asked, uneasy mixed with a hint of concern. Even the last time she had a hand with Zabanai was a smile. She had never seen Samael like this. They had known each other for a short time, but she knew that Samael was a stable person. Samael ignored her, and the same snake sound came out of his mouth, and then quickly walked to the fireplace and found the dying Cole from a pile of dry firewood. Cole was scarred and limp, missing several bones in addition to the smoking wound, and even the snake teeth were pulled out. The black smoking wound was obviously formed by black magic, and the means were extremely cruel. Samael was furious, and if he had returned a little later, it was estimated that Cole would have been burned to ashes like the dry firewood. "Who did it? Who did it?" Samael's tone was calm, and Snape's gaze unconsciously activated, making the temperature in the entire lounge even colder. Cole was cast a shrinking spell by him and could not exert the strength of the giant beast, but the origin of life still belonged to the giant beast, and the current appearance was enough to show that he had suffered miserably before. "Samael, I have some spirit recovery potions and white moss, let's drink them for Cole first." Seeing this, Belef took out 2 tubes of potions from her small bag, and Samael couldn't help but pour them into Cole's mouth, obviously feeling that he had recovered a little spirit. Samael's expression slowed, and her eyes softened as she looked at Belef. Samael took out his wand, cut his palm, smeared blood on his left arm, and drank loudly with both hands. Psychic slapped one hand on the ground, and a complex magic pattern spread under his feet. 3 behemoths appeared in the lounge with a puff of smoke, making the originally spacious place instantly a little crowded. The 15-meter majestic posture, standing upright, was full of oppression, and everyone seemed to stop breathing. Rebecca, who was completely black and covered with purple patterns, Finn, who was full of yellow and black intertwined, and Ilya, who had an orange body with dark green patterns, and 3 giant pythons stared at them with cold snake eyes. Samael naturally will not spare the murderer easily. His family's big, for his favorite is Rebecca, but the closest is undoubtedly Cole, and the relationship between them has become closer and closer with the formation of the contract. Even Samael's mother, Claire, was very fond of Cole. Everyone present either really didn't know who the murderer was, or they weren't ready to tell him at all. He couldn't force him one by one, so he had to find his own way. The snake's sense of smell is much stronger than that of wizards, and he summons Rebecca and the 3 of them to help, one to find the murderer, the other to deter, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Samael let out a neighing like a demon whisper, and even though he had heard it many times, Draco and the others trembled unconsciously. The 3 giant pythons took a position, followed Samael, and walked forward. Mr. Gaunt, that's it. Ian Bach, as the only prefect present, naturally couldn't let him mess around. Senior, are you sure you want to stop me? As soon as the words fell, the muscles of the 3 giant pythons tightened, showing the momentum of attack. Ian is actually embarrassed. As a half-blood wizard, he can get the position of prefect in Slytherin. In addition to his own popularity, he also has his extraordinary strength. But now, to be honest, he is not confident that he can fight off any giant python. I still think it's safest to leave this matter to Professor Snape to handle. Don't get yourself into trouble. Ian was clearly organized, but at this time, Samael was still angry, and did not want to listen to his advice, and it was estimated that Snape was also a big thing in a small matter. Ian shook his head at the little wizard behind him, as if Samael was blind, but Samael didn't mind. He was crazy but not to the point of losing his mind. But he must make a good gesture so that others do not dare to provoke him easily, otherwise it will not be only Cole who will be injured next time. Ian decisively gave up resistance under the gaze of the big 3, and could only watch Samael swagger with the big 3 to the senior lounge. He was followed by Theodore Nott, Draco Malfoy, Beverly Crouch, and a Daphne Ringgrass who was determined to watch the excitement. The identities of this group of people are more extraordinary than the other, and Ian is afraid that something will really happen, and he is also close behind. More and more people followed behind, including many senior students. In the Slytherin common room, 1 person and 3 giant beasts walked quickly in the dark corridor, and the huge size of more than 10 meters was very intimidating for the little wizard, and everyone gave way everywhere they passed. Samael watched the growing crowd behind him and ignored it. The bigger the fuss, the better it was for him. Although Dumbledore has been cultivating himself in the past few years, the pureblood family will not forget his glorious history of fighting against 2 Dark Lords in a row, and they are quite jealous of him. Pureblood wizards' hands would not reach inside Hogwarts, unless the interests were so great that all the trustees chose to remove Dumbledore, which of course was not possible. Samael's philosophy is that everything is the most unbearable, and it may be calm to endure one step, but the more you think about it, the more angry you are. With Dumbledore as an umbrella, he decided to let it go, and whoever dares to stretch out his paws will chop him up. This is the 4th grade lounge where David Gandy, Sean Opry, John Traverse, Nelson Rozier live. When he arrived here, Theodore on the side hurriedly reminded, and there was more vigilance in his tone. Samael doesn't believe he's going to be on a spot for no reason. John Traverse is not a simple character. Not only is he a member of the Divine 28 clan, but also a shadow prefect of the 4th grade. He is very strong. He has challenged the prefect of the 6th grade, and he has won. Theodore said in a solemn tone, paused and continued. Although Sean Opry is a half-blood wizard, he is covered by the 2 major families of Traverse and Rozier, and his methods are ruthless, and he is the first hitman under John Traverse, and 80% of Cole's injuries are caused by him. A downtrodden family like the Gaunt family now dares to be so showy. The door of the lounge opened, and 4 young men walked out one after another, looking arrogant, but their eyes shrank slightly when they looked at Rebecca and other giant pythons. I don't want to listen to your nonsense, and I'm too lazy to listen to the reason why you provoked me. Now I challenge you in the name of the Gaunt family. Do you dare to take it? Samael looked calm, put away his momentum, and a sweet smile reappeared on his face. The surrounding crowd was shocked. It was not uncommon to challenge the shadow prefect. After all, the best in each grade would not be content with mediocrity, but it was the first time that a first-year freshman challenged the 4th grade, and the challenge object was the notorious John Traverse. I agree, but I'm going to make a stake. If you lose, the Gaunt family must be attached to my Traverse family. The 4 of them were overjoyed when they heard this, and torturing a stinky snake was just an idle move, just to provoke Samael, and they never thought that the other party would fall into the trap so simply. In their opinion, the snake of this Gaunt family is no less stupid than the stupid lion of Gryffindor. Malfoy and the others on the side wanted to stop it, but they were all stopped by Samael with his eyes. I agree, but if you lose, I'll want a magical manor, a Hogsmeade shop, plus 4 young house elves. Samael said his conditions calmly, but the content of the conditions made the 4 people on the opposite side angry. The only ones who were able to come up with these were Traverse and Rozier, and the other 2 were half-blood wizards. and the total value of these things is comparable to the income of the two families, and they dare not easily agree. Are the Gaunt family crazy? Such conditions also dare to be mentioned. Nelson Rozier said mockingly, "It seems to me that Traverse is more like a madman than I am, and the Gaunt family is still a Slytherin descendant after all, and still has a lot of influence in the wizarding world. If I really attached myself to the Traverse family, then his family would have gained much more than me, so I would have lost money." Deal. But you can't command your snake during the battle. John Traverse is still very jealous of these three behemoths. Idiot, you let a Parseltongue not use snakes, can I get you not to use a magic wand? Samael glanced at him like he was looking at an idiot. Okay, I know you're timid, but I won't look down on you. You can let those three idiots behind you join you in the duel. Remember, I'm the only one besieging your group. Samael spoke contemptuously. He didn't want to spare anyone who heard Cole, and he believed that none of the four people were innocent. But even if he was innocent, he would rather kill the wrong and not let go. He remembered that there were people in the families of these two who had followed Voldemort, and it was not a good thing. Good. Traverse on the side's face turned red and white, gritted his teeth and then took out a magic contract and signed his name on it. Samael carefully read the content of the contract, and once it was violated, it could be said that it was miserable. Samael will not disobey, he is still very confident in his own strength, and John will not disobey, because he is the only heir of the Traverse family, and 4-1 will be ridiculed, but it is nothing compared to the gains. Both signed their pacts and headed towards the Slytherin common room. Only the common room can accommodate these three behemoths. Several people met Snape with a black face. The famous Mr. Gaunt, not only is he bent on fame and fortune, but he is also stupid enough to dominate Slytherin? It seems that Mr. Gaunt must have unfortunately encountered trolls when he was a child, and was trolled. Snape watched as several people sprayed their venom freely, his expression worried, but his mouth was merciless. Professor, as a pure Slytherin, I don't think it's wrong to chase fame and fortune, and it's not me who took the initiative to provoke. Since the professor is here, you might as well be a witness for us. Samael quickly interrupted his speech, who always spoke in an aria tone, and he had no interest in continuing to listen. Snape choked on his tone, and no student had ever interrupted him as he spoke. However, he looked at the contract floating beside Rozier, already knew that it was too late, and then waved his wand to walk the fireplace sofa and the like, and also used the traceless stretching charm to expand the common room several times. He believes that with him looking at both sides will not go too far, even if something goes wrong, he is confident that he can control the situation. The two sides looked at each other, and in the dimly lit lounge, the air pressure gradually became heavy. A few people bowed slightly. If it weren't for the careful observation of outsiders, those who didn't know would have thought that the two sides would shake a little. Samael looked solemn. He would defy the enemy tactically and absolutely value the enemy strategically. No matter how it is said that people are also pure-blood family heirs, they can also defeat the shadow prefect of the 6th grade, and their strength is by no means simple. In the corridors of Hogwarts, two groups of small wizards walked quickly, looking at each other, and a heavy atmosphere shrouded the sky. Ian Bach, you better pray that Scamander is okay, otherwise we Hufflepuffs won't give up. Are you threatening me, Cedric Diggory? Ian Bach has a livid face, he is a prefect. That's right, I'm just threatening you. Cedric also did not pretend, and directly stiffly replied, "Humph, disobey and fight." Ian Bach's expression was solemn. He didn't think that the good gentleman on weekdays was so strong. The most important thing was that even if he was 2 years older than Cedric but really fought, he was not confident that he could win. During the end of class, the two are both campus figures, and more students are gathered behind them. What happened? How did Senior Cedric just get up with the Slytherin people? I haven't heard that Samael Gaunt of Slytherin let the snake eat the Hufflepuff group. What group pet? You don't even know this? Derek Scamander, of course. Scamander? That Newt Scamander's grandson? There's a good show. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Some people believed it and some didn't believe it. At least the Ravenclaw students didn't believe it, and the professors had already made a move. Draco and Theodore wanted to report in advance, but were stared at by Hufflepuff students. Why is Samael so uncalm, allowing snakes to kill people, and can't suppress it if you want to? Draco's face was gloomy. He knew Samael was ruthless. He didn't think he was so breathless. You calm down, Samael is not such an impulsive person. There was no trace of anxiety on Theodore's cold face, and he believed that Samael would not do such a stupid thing. Even if he did, he would not let others see it. The two groups walked towards the Quidditch field, and just out of the castle, they saw 4 giant pythons surrounding Derek, snakes standing high, as if they were about to swallow alive. On the side stood Samael Gun chanting, as if commanding 4 giant pythons. Don't, a flying broom flies. Cedric, the leader, cast a spell to summon his flying broomstick and flew towards Derek quickly. Ian Bach behind him secretly scolded Samael for being stupid. Originally Samael had a tendency to Slytherin pride, but now the snake-killing process has all been seen, even Dumbledore may not be able to suppress it. There are many obstacles. Armor protection. Except for your weapons. Just as Samael and the Big Four and Dirkwan were happy, a series of 3 wands flew towards them. The accuracy of the spell is extremely high. The iron armor charm protects Derek, the barrier spell is separated between the big four and Derek, and a thick weapon is right in Samael. The bones were broken, and Samael felt that he had flown at least 10 meters. Who the are you? Play well, anyone who is beaten for no reason will be angry, and Samael has never been a good-tempered person. Samael's smile converged, and the cold chill spread all over his body, looking coldly at the boy in the sky. With his left hand constantly waving his wand, the explosions in the sky were endless, and the thunderbolt explosion was played by him to the extreme. Level 4 spells are not that easy to block, even if he is a Hufflepuff genius. Cedric was shocked by the power of Samael's spell, but he did not forget his identity as a Quidditch seeker, constantly dodging flexibly. Hide? I'll let you hide. Samael waved his wand in his left hand, and with a simple blow with his right, all the grass on the lawn turned silver, shining with a metallic color. The metal blades of grass were all dragged by the wand, and they flew into the sky with a brush, and his levitation spell was also level 4, and it was not difficult to achieve this level. Cedric, as a Quidditch leader, dodged sideways, and with the iron armor spell, this powerful spell did not hurt him. Fack, are the little wizards so ferocious now? Several senior students on the edge of the battlefield were extremely shocked. Whether it was the control of the fighter or the application of the spell, they were ashamed of themselves. Don't fight. You guys don't fight anymore. It's all a misunderstanding. The stunned Derek knew the cause of the matter under the narration of others and quickly stopped it. But Samael was angry, but he wouldn't listen to what he said. Cedric was the same, he was pressed and beaten by first-year students, he really didn't have arrogance. Cedric's transfiguration is equally masterful, and everything around him could become his weapon, causing Samael a lot of trouble. An inconspicuous grass instantly turned into thorns, entangled his legs fiercely, and the spikes plunged into the flesh and blood, cutting blood marks one after another. Samael forced himself to break free, but still left a deep mark on his leg, and blood rushed down. Transfiguration plus growth spell? Kind of interesting. This was Samael's first injury at Hogwarts, and his eyes unconsciously had a hint of blood mist. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. Samael's sleeve quickly burst out of 4 vipers. The vipers seemed to be able to extend infinitely, and the spell was more flexible, blocking Cedric's dodging route, and the sharp fangs made Cedric and the sky dare not touch its edge. Cedric couldn't dodge, so he could only fly towards the Black Lake, firing some powerful spells as he flew. Humph! Samael followed, chakra all over the soles of his feet, so fast that everyone thought he had some magical animal blood, and the wound on his leg did not affect him in the slightest. On the edge of the Black Lake, when everyone thought that the two would stop fighting, Samael ran on the surface of the Black Lake in the stunned eyes of everyone, and was shocked. Shua Dun Shekau. The water of the Black Lake in all directions forms a spiral water column, setting off huge waves in the sky, and in the water waves, dragons and snakes are entangled, huge water dragons, and dense water snakes tightly surround Cedric. Ancient magic? Elemental magic? Everyone on the shore was shocked and talked about it. Cedric could not dodge and was slapped under the water by the huge water dragon, completely knocking him unconscious. Samael then relaxed, and the other party had no chance of winning in the water. His family's big four is still watching on the shore. As long as he gives an order, the other party will be buried in Shekau. Samael has not lost his mind, and he does not really have the idea of killing. He pulled it back from the bottom and threw it towards the shore. The Hufflepuff side hurried to first aid and carried it like an infirmary. Rebecca on the shore swam into the Black Lake and lifted Samael up with her huge head, which she could still bear the weight of an 11-year-old wizard. After Samael landed, he casually dissolved the psychic, and the 4 giants went back to their respective homes, and walked towards the castle under the eyes of everyone. The back seems to be powerful, but in fact, he is about to collapse, his chakra amount is not much, and the 2-style ninjutsu is consumed. Theodore saw the clue and silently walked behind him to give him a support point. Draco, Belef, and others followed. Everyone watched them go away, their expressions complicated. It was as if seeing the birth of a new Snake King in the Slytherin pile of vipers. On the tower of Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore and Snape watched the wonderful showdown between Samael and Cedric. Dumbledore, do you believe so much that he won't hurt Cedric? It's not that I trust him, it's that the smart Mr. Gaunter will make the right choice. The great Dumbledore has never minded testing a person's good and evil with the lives of his students. Snape on the side said mockingly, Severus, he's your student, and you should have a little more trust in your own student. Dumbledore was as gentle as ever, but it sounded extremely harsh to Snape's ears. He's building his own power, just like the Dark Lord. Even the Dark Lord is only recruiting Slytherin students, and he now intends to rule all of Hogwarts. Snape's eyes were firm, and his tone was full of admonition. I think we all know what he did for that. To put yourself in his shoes, if you were in his position, what would you do? The century-old man's expression remained unchanged, like an old stubborn man who could not enter the oil and salt. Humph! Snape snorted coldly and turned away, leaving Dumbledore alone in the wind. In fact, how could he really let go of his heart? That esoteric magic couldn't even Tom back then, and he was old, and as Snape said, he no longer had time to deal with the third Dark Lord. Samael, I hope you're on the right path. Samael, you are amazing. Samael, what's the name of the magic you just had? Samael, can you teach me that kind of magic? Draco chattered along the way, like a talker, and danced from time to time, and Goyle and Crabbe behind him were also fully cooperating with his performance. Samael didn't bother him. Stop for a moment, Draco. Belif on the side clenched her fists and gave Draco a warning punch. By the way, who did you fight me just now? Samael said suspiciously, the other party was much stronger than Traverse in terms of strength. So you don't know, it's Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff, and he was a proud protege of Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall before you came. Draco interjected and explained the cause and effect of the matter. Samael was also surprised. It turned out to be him. Cedric was originally a member of his Dream Realization organization. He should be the best student in the school after Percy graduated, and the recognition of the Goblet of Fire in the Triwizard Tournament shows that even the 7th graders are not as good as him, which shows his excellence. It's just that he didn't think that this thick-eyed Cedric was so ruthless, and even he admired the control of the fighter. What is the relationship between Derek and Cedric? Samael asked suspiciously. Cedric, his father is the head of the Department of Magical Beasts Protection of the Ministry of Magic, and he has many connections to the Scamander family, and Derek can be said to have grown up under the eyes of Cedric. Theodore answered his question. Apparently the Knot family knew more about the Ministry of Magic. Samael's expression changed slightly, and there was a hint of other thoughts in his heart. However, when passing by the hall, looking at the Slytherin house crystal, Samael said helplessly, it seems that I am going to deduct points for the house again. You were beaten for no reason, and you are not allowed to fight back? Besides, your potions work. Professor Snape has added 5 points to you, and strictly calculated, you have already made up the deducted points. Draco seriously analyzed that Samael did not think that he still had the potential to be Luo Xiang's teacher. Anyway, if you don't owe it, with Harry here, Dumbledore will definitely send the House Cup to Gryffindor. Forging prestige for the Savior is as if others can't understand it. I'm so tired, I'm going back to sleep, remember to bring me a lunch, Samael said to Theodore behind him, and returned to the lounge tiredly. Lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Congratulations to the host, won the title Hogwarts Mad Serpent Elementary, rewarded with powers, mirror shuttle technique. P.S. Mirrors are just mediums, each marked mirror is equivalent to a portal, and special attention needs to be paid to the fact that the mirror is at least the same width as a person. Samael is actually quite satisfied with this reward. After all, it is a space teleportation, which is still very pressing. He doesn't mind the junior title of Mad Snake. It is estimated that when he really does it in Slytherin, he can reach the intermediate level, and if he can deter the teachers and students of the whole school, then this title is estimated to be complete. Looking at his panel, Samael fell into deep thought. Host, Samael Gaunt Class, Wizard Achievements, Orphanage King, Street Hero, Rebel, Riot Slayer, Intermediate Slytherin Uncrowned King, Hogwarts Mad Serpent Talent, Parseltongue 4 System Skills, Orochimaru Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant, 3, Water Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant, *1, Free Kickbox *4, Snape's Gaze *2, Mirror Shuttle 1 Normal Skills, Transfiguration 3, Araho Cave Open *1, All Petrification *2, Fainting *2, Shock Stopping *2, Cleanup *2, Flock of Birds *3, Speed Reduction *3, Live Rope Bondage *3, Clear Water Spring *3, Armor Protection *3, Fluorescent Flash *4, Yugatum Leviosa *4, Thunderbolt Explosion *4 Magic Items Blood Orchid *2, Banshee's Howl *1, Fire Cloud Robe *9 Pets, Kate, Eagle Owl, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Forest Python, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. To be honest, he has just entered school and has this strength enough to be proud of. This time is too insolent, and it's time to settle a little. Looking back, before enrollment, he beat Zabanai the night of admission, he beat all the first-year freshmen. On the first day of admission, he beat the fourth-year shadow prefect, and the next day he beat Cedric. He estimated that if he continued to be so arrogant, Dumbledore would not be able to bear him. The priority at the moment is how to silently accumulate strength. He will know too much, but master too little. Samael picked up the quill and jot down all the tasks for the semester. 1. Upgrade all system skills to level 4. Although the ninjutsu rewarded by the system is incomplete, it is surprisingly powerful, and with the chakra extraction technique, I believe that it can be improved quickly. Second, in addition to basic skills, add effective skills. He can have too few spells, and there are few useful spells, such as what illusion spells and the like, powerful group attack skills, etc. are all things he lacks. Third, make every effort to improve the strength of the Big Four. The third point is pure selfishness, who called them to be raised by him, the feelings are there. 4. Entrepreneurship and income. This point is not so imminent, but it must also be taken to heart. He himself has more than 6,000 galleons, plus the 2,000 galleons that Draco gave him last night, which is also a small fortune in the wizarding world. But his background in the wizarding world is still too weak, and he must let money make money. He started to have a headache thinking about this. He had no business acumen and did not know what to do. In this way, the more Samael thought about it, the more tired and sleepy, the eyelids unconsciously began to everyone, and the low breathing gradually became even. In September, the wet weather in Great Britain makes people feel bad. In the Slytherin common room, the dim environment and the cold underground made Samael uncomfortable, and he unconsciously lost his coat in his sleep. Cole, who usually feels very good, does not make him feel comfortable. The sheets are wet with sweat, and there is a painful expression on his forehead. Samael, wake up. Vaguely, Samael heard someone calling for him to lift him up, and he smelled the aroma of food. Theodore, don't shake, I'm already awake. Theodore shook him, his expression full of worry, which was different from the Samael he usually saw, and his whole person at this time had a different kind of sickness. Samael looked at the meat on the table, obviously smelling good, but had no appetite. What's wrong with you, did you catch a cold? Samael braced himself and sneered. He was probably the first young wizard to fall ill within a few days of enrollment. The battle with Cedric consumed too much, and he was drenched in a lot of water, plus this environment in Slytherin, which was probably the reason why he had a cold. Or, go to Madame Pomfrey and get some cold medicine. Theodore supported him and said softly. Samael shook his head, bracing himself up and sweeping away all the food. From his previous life to this life, he always believed that it was a 3-point poison, but he basically relied on carrying all minor illnesses and disasters. Madame Pomfrey's cold potion was said to be hot from his ears, and he was famous enough to not want to be noticeable. This is a contract given by the Traverse family. Theodore watched Samael feel better and took a wooden box from his pocket. Godric Hollow? What a big hand. Samael didn't know what Traverse meant by the Loopers. Godric's Hollow was the only village in England made up of wizards, and Gryffindor Godric's birthplace was here, which can be regarded as the internet celebrity check-in place of this era. The ancestral land of the Potter family is also here, and even Dumbledore's legendary wizard's romance began here. Not only the property, but even the shops in Hogsmeade are next to 3 brooms, and the location can be said to be very superior. The tumultuous operation of the Traverse family really did not make him understand, either it was selling well or there was definitely a problem. House elves are coming this weekend. Theodore saw Samael thinking he was thinking about the house elf. I'm not worried about this, but I'm afraid there will be problems with these 2 land deeds. Do you have any suggestions? The best thing to do is to hire a group of aurors. Their perception of danger is unmatched by us. Aurors still take personal work? Of course, in fact, this kind of dangerous work is their favorite. The danger level is far lower than hunting down dark wizards, and they earn more. The 2 chatted as they walked, and the textbook followed behind the 2, receiving all the way. Sitting in the charms classroom, Samael was once again faced with a surge of sleep, and he felt that his head had to weigh hundreds of pounds. Forced to give Draco a hammer spark at the front table, he listened to Professor Flitwick's explanation. Professor Flitwick is probably the best-tempered professor in the whole of Hogwarts. With goblin blood, he does not have a bit of leprechaun irritability, and the atmosphere of the entire class is very lively, and he can tell the focus of the whole lesson in a lively and vivid way, even if it is a simple lighting spell. None of the Ravenclaw students were stupid, and after several attempts, everyone succeeded. Samael didn't bother to take his wand, and condensed a dazzling ball of light directly at his fingertips. Listening to the praise of the students around him, he felt that his head hurt more and more, and he couldn't wait to throw the ball of light and shout dong dong wave by the way. Wow, 5 points for Slytherin, Mr. Gaunt, what a subtle illumination spell, a subtle wandless casting. I mean you can do more? Professor Flitwick said with dancing hands. No problem, Professor. Samael perked up, and the tips of each of the 5 fingers lit up with 5 colored balls of light, and with a flick of his hand, the 5 colored balls of light rotated around the classroom and returned to his fingertips. Professor Flitwick is another round of praise, and he never skimp on these things for excellent students. Samael bowed modestly and returned to his seat. The library at Hogwarts, this was Samael's first time in, and he was much worse than a true scholar like Hermione. The bookshelves listed show the depth of Hogwarts. The deep forbidden book area was full of temptation for him. Samael, didn't you finish your homework? What is it written now? Malfoy on the side poked his head into Samael's stuff, full of curiosity. This is addressed to Mr. Filch. Samael's face was calm, his pale face was a little more red, and his ears were always steaming, which became a beautiful landscape in the library. Yes, he did not hold on after all, and fell into a deep sleep in class, and Professor Flitwick saw his situation and did not punish, allowing Bellevy to pour a tube of fever-reducing potion into his mouth. Samael wondered, not knowing how many strange things were in her small bag, and the potion she had taken out of the bag last time to treat Cole. Filch? He's one of the most unpopular people at Hogwarts, you know him? Draco cried out in surprise, and saw Mrs. Pants raise the feather duster in her hand and sit down ruefully, her voice lowered, her eyes full of curiosity, and even Theodore and Bellev pricked up their ears. It's just a little bit of communication, not familiar. Samael thought to himself, you are not much worse than him. He didn't explain much, everyone stopped inquiring, only Draco was still whispering broken thoughts. Samael was annoyed. If you don't shut up, don't copy my potions homework, and hand over my herbology homework by the way. He wrote his homework so fast, he didn't know what the professors were serious about. The homework was actually measured by feet. Snape's homework alone was 3 feet, almost 3 A4 sheets long. Even if he enlarged his handwriting and line spacing, it took a lot of time. Fortunately, he was educated by the Flower Cultivator University in his previous life, and wrote countless papers, and he described the origin of the scabies potion, its development, the characteristics of medicinal herbs, the improvement of celebrities, and the feasibility of subsequent prescription improvement. The copy that should be copied, the correction that should be changed, the whole article is 1/3 of what is copied alone, but it does not prevent this from being an excellent student assignment, clear, and the final guess is the finishing touch. Everyone was shocked, regarded as a treasure, and circulated it one after another. Thankfully, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were exempt from his assignments, otherwise he would have to write bitterly now. How can this be called copying? I am borrowing. Yes, it is borrowing. I am the great Malfoy family heir. How can I copy other people's homework? Draco paused, then retorted hard, just writing Samael's homework and not letting go. How can this not be counted? Belaf on the side mocked strangely. Samael was too lazy to deal with these two, and after writing to Filch, he began to write letters to his family again, and it had been 2 or 3 days since he had time to report safety. There were too many things that had happened in the past few days, and he picked and chose to write everything he could in the letter. The library was quiet again, leaving only the sound of writing. In September, Hogwarts was already cool, and Samael felt the breeze and couldn't help but tighten his neckline. Samael, are you really well? Theodore on the side asked worriedly. Don't underestimate the faculty at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are no worse than those of the doctors at St. Mungo's Hospital. After only one night, the bad state was gone, and Samael couldn't help but marvel at the magic of magic. Draco, why are you so excited? The two walked on the edge of the Black Lake, and Draco could be faintly seen walking towards them with a stunned face, and even Goyle and Crabbe behind him looked full of spirit. Don't you know? This morning both lessons were flying lessons, and Draco had a high level of flying. Theodore looked at Samael in amazement. No little wizard could resist the joy of flying, and since the day of school, students had been looking forward to this day, even him. Flying lessons? That's really exciting, Samael said, but Theodore didn't show the slightest look of expectation. Samael was interested in flying, but really insensitive to flying on a broomstick. Even though he knew that the flying broom had an invisible cushion, he could still feel the sadness of the egg. Moreover, riding a broomstick, there is a great heavenly dynasty imperial sword flying handsome. Samael, long time no see. Draco looked at the two and quickly stepped forward to say hello. The smile at the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. Samael was stunned, and Theodore on the side rolled his eyes, only to see him for one night. Where did it come for a long time? Samael, I'm pretty good at flying, if I behave well. Can you give me a set of clothes like yours? Draco looked at him grimly, and even turned his back on Crabbe and Goyle. He was not stupid. He saw Theodore wearing the same clothes as Samael every day, and when he passed the hall in the morning, he even saw Percy Weasley of Gryffindor wearing the same clothes, even Derek Scamander. He didn't know that Samael had created a secret society. Samael and Theodore looked at each other and smiled, silently passing Draco. I'll definitely get your approval. Draco was stunned, looking at the back of the two and silently swearing, and at the same time a little aggrieved. Obviously I met first. Samael didn't have any prejudice against Draco, but it wasn't enough to get into the Dream Fulfillment Organization without the talent he could take. The status of the heir to the Malfoy family can only be regarded as a plus, and if there is no outstanding talent, it can only hold the other members back. Samael, how are you? In the distance, Harry asked with concern as he ran over to the surprised gazes of Gryffindor and Slytherin. He hadn't spoken to Samael in days since entering Hogwarts, and he had heard about yesterday's events, but he believed Samael wasn't what Gryffindor said he was. He always had a good impression of the man who took him in. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Harry. Samael looked mild. Harry was relieved to hear this. He was sorry that he didn't go to see this friend for the first time yesterday. Harry, it's almost time for class, let's go together. In the distance, Ron also walked over, with a hint of nervousness in his expression. If Harry hadn't been here, he would never have approached this Slytherin viper. He had reminded many times that the Gaunt family were crazy, but Harry just didn't believe it, and in order to prevent his friend from being sidetracked, he had to bite the bullet. When Samael's eyes swept over him, he only felt that his scalp was numb, and Theodore's eyes behind him were also not friendly. Okay, Harry, it's really time for class, let's go together. Ron had no intention of saying hello to him. He naturally wouldn't rush to find it, and what he cared about was always Harry Potter. After several people arrived at the Quidditch field, they consciously separated, and they all knew the grudge between the two houses. Good morning everyone, what are you waiting for? Stand on the left side of the broom. Madame Hooch was a fierce person, not only a professor of flying lessons, but also a Quidditch referee. She had short silver hair and golden pupils like eagle eyes. Put your right hand above the broom and speak. The little wizards tried the way she said. Get up. Draco on the side succeeded in his first attempt, looking at Samael proudly. Samael remembered Theodore's words, this cargo has a good flying talent. Looking around, only Harry succeeded for the first time. Theodore and the others tried many times and succeeded, only Ron on the Gryffindor side and Hermione's broom kept rolling. Samael saw Crabbe secretly kick a broom, and the broom obediently flew into his hand. Mr. Gaunt, why don't you give it a try? Madam Hooch, visibly dissatisfied with Samael's inaction, questioned. Sorry Professor, get up. Samael tried it for the first time, and the broom did not move. Get up. Get up. Samael didn't respond after several attempts, the broom couldn't even roll, and Samael didn't respond when he learned to kick Crabbe several times. At this time, he had not yet succeeded in the entire class, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Kid, this broom may be broken, try this. Mrs. Hooch handed over a new broom just in time. Get up. Get up. Several attempts in a row were unsuccessful, and it was still the same after changing several brooms in a row. Kid, you may be Britain's first flying broom squib. Mrs. Hooch looked at Samael with a strange expression. She had only heard of this situation in the world, but it was the first time she had seen it. At this time, both Gryffindor and Slytherin were talking about it, looking at him with pity. No one could have imagined that the famous Samael Gaunt was actually a flying broom squib. It's not a big deal if you don't experience the fun of flying. Draco on the side converged a little proudly and whispered. Samael looked ugly, would not comfort people can shut up, who said that Lao Tzu would not fly without riding a broom. Water escape, water sky-like. Samael's hands froze, and with a loud drink, the water vapor on the ground surged up, forming a huge bubble, enveloping him. The bubble left the ground, quickly flew to the sky, and left quickly. Samael stands elegantly in the center of the bubble, controlling the direction of flight. This was the first time he had flown in this direction, and he did not dare to fly too high, although he did not have the thrill of a breeze, but he was also satisfied. However, he secretly swore that he would definitely learn Snape's flying spell when he had the opportunity. Samael went back and forth, ignoring the envious gazes of everyone, and after greeting Mrs. Hooch, he lay down alone under the tree to sleep. Since there is no talent in this area, there is no need to waste time. Saying that he is sleeping is actually refining chakra. He has not forgotten the plan he has set, and of course he has not forgotten to channel Rebecca out. Who can refuse a soft snake bed? Whoever has been wronged, he cannot wrong himself. After one night, Samael felt that Rebecca was much bigger, the purple patterns on her body became brighter, and fine scales were faintly visible under the smooth skin of the original cockroach. Master, I can see far now. Rebecca happily shared her joy with Samael. It's already transformed to this extent. Samael touched her head and muttered. He knew that both pythons and cockroaches were severe myopic patients, and he did not expect that the metamorphosis function of Blood Orchid could actually eliminate biological inferior genes. Surprised, Samael continued to lie on Rebecca, silently refining chakra. It's just that the ghost-crying wolf howling in the sky is really disturbing. Looking up, I saw Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor flying crookedly in the sky, extremely fast. Madam Hooch had the intention to stop it, but the spell released failed to hit him accurately. Seeing that Neville was about to fall, Samael waved his wand casually, and the grass on the grass grew rapidly, gradually turning into a soft bed under his control. In the exclamation of everyone, Neville successfully fell onto the soft bed, and although there was a cushion, Neville still fractured as in the original book. But what about bones that don't break? Raising his hand to gain a wave of goodwill in his opinion only earns no loss. Excellent transfiguration, Mr. Gaunt, Slytherin plus 10 points. I think Professor McGonagall will be proud of you. If it weren't for you, Mr. Longbottom would have been hurt even more. Seeing that Neville was fine, Mrs. Hooch quickly added points for Samael, and took Neville to the infirmary while talking, and did not forget to warn the little wizards of the two academies when leaving. The little wizards of these two academies are not safe. Samael bowed slightly to Madam Hooch and left with Rebecca, and he was not in the mood to refine chakra anymore. In fact, not surprisingly, soon Slytherin and Gryffindor clashed, led by Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Samael didn't bother to pay attention to the dispute between the two academies, and he didn't want to watch them show off their skills in front of him. Hagrid, long time no see. Samael looked at Hagrid not far away and quickly waved his hand. It's you, Samael. I saw your fight with Cedric yesterday. It was really wonderful, but he is a good man, not intentionally. Hagrid was also pleasantly surprised to see him. He obviously knew something inside, and did not forget to explain Cedric's behavior. Don't worry, Hagrid, I didn't take it to heart, Samael said indifferently. Aren't you in class? How could this time come over? Hagrid was relieved and wondered why Samael was with him. Samael explained his situation helplessly, and at the same time ushered in a new wave of sympathetic eyes. Under Samael's repeated explanations, he was no longer seen in that light. He didn't even know why the British had a soft spot for brooms, and in his opinion, in terms of functionality, it was not as good as the Indian flying carpet, and he could bring a few more people. The two ended the unhappy topic, and Hagrid's gaze focused on Rebecca. This is Rebecca, it's so beautiful, she looks like she's grown up again. God knows how he remembered Rebecca's name, he taught Theodore a few times and he couldn't tell who was who. Hagrid enthusiastically placed Rebecca on top of him, and the sheer weight didn't put the slightest pressure on him. Rebecca looked at Samael's face and did not resist. Samael, can you teach me snake language? I want to communicate with this little cutie. Seeing that Rebecca did not resist, Hagrid asked happily. He didn't care about the reputation of Parseltongue, as long as he could communicate with fantastic beasts. Okay, no problem. Samael also doesn't mind, even if it is taught, it is only a simple communication, and it does not affect anything. Hiss 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 hiss. Samael taught seriously. Hagrid had a good example. Rebecca and Samael were stunned at the same time. Master, how can he curse? Don't mind, I'll teach him again. Samael didn't understand why Hagrid could still say something wrong when it was so different in pronunciation. Samael, I'm not saying that, it's wrong. Hagrid visibly felt Rebecca's muscles wrapped around him tighten. Hagrid, don't worry, I'll teach you again. Samael whispered to reassure the kind and sensitive half-blood giant. Hiss 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 hiss. Samael taught carefully, listening to Hagrid's voice, his face darkened. Master, this is also too humiliating. How can he say this about me? I can't stand it. Rebecca was clearly angry and was about to bite Hagrid. Solution. Samael could only disarm the psychic, and Rebecca might not be able to hurt Hagrid, but he didn't want the two to hurt their feelings. As for Rebecca, just go back and comfort her, it's quite nice to talk to under his name. Samael, am I wrong again? Hagrid was a little frustrated to see this situation. It's okay Hagrid, everyone has what they are good at and what they are not good at, there is no need to get tangled. Samael comforted carefully, he was not interested in teaching anymore. Hagrid was obviously not talented, teaching the simplest greetings can be said as swearing, how can he teach it? If what I said hurt Rebecca, please apologize on my behalf, I didn't mean to, Hagrid said cautiously. Don't worry, Hagrid, I know you didn't mean it, I'll explain it to her. Hagrid saw that Samael looked calm, and stopped bothering him, and invited him back to his cabin, saying that he would invite him to tea for everything. As soon as he entered the door, Yaya saw that Samael did not bring the big four, but he was a lot more enthusiastic about him. Samael looked around, the sparrow was small but well equipped. It's just that the magical item that represents the magic fluctuation makes Samael dumbfounded. Outside, the tail hair of a unicorn that was 10 gallons was actually made into a kennel by him. And don't tell me that the weed-like thing in the corner is a dragon's claw orchid. The tail hair of the night ride, the horns of the poisonous horned beast, and the spikes of the poisonous sack leopard were scattered around at random. There was also that strange thing that he didn't recognize. Looking at its magic fluctuations, it was not simple to see, and he was dazzled by it. What kind of Hogwarts guard is this? It is clearly the invisible rich man of the wizarding world, and the head of the four houses may only have Snape's wealth higher than Hagrid. Samael tried the rock peel biscuits I made, they were delicious. Looking at the food Hagrid handed over, Samael was stunned on the spot, and he knew that this thing was not eaten by people just by the texture. Hagrid's cabin. It's hard to believe that a half-blood giant would have a good conversation with a Slytherin. The two have a soft spot for breeding large and dangerous creatures. And for some reason, any magical animal seemed to become unreproductively isolated in Hagrid's hands, and Samael listened to some of Hagrid's ideas. It's hard to believe that he actually wants to cross the human-headed griffin scorpion tail with the fire crab. This requires some magic rituals to complete, otherwise, under normal circumstances, the human-headed griffin scorpion-tailed beast will definitely devour the fire crab in the first time, and don't think about mating. Hagrid, do you have time tomorrow? Samael thought of the trip to the Forbidden Forest, so he asked. Hagrid wondered. Is there something going on? I need to go to the Forbidden Forest, but don't worry, this matter has been approved by the professor. Seeing that Hagrid was about to refuse, Samael quickly moved out of the professor. The little wizard is not allowed to go to the Forbidden Forest. What do you want to do? Tell me, and I will help you finish it. Hagrid hesitated, but spoke anyway. I'm helping Professor Sprout cultivate a new magical plant, which requires the use of special snake chi. It is rumored that there is in the Forbidden Forest. I think that in terms of magical animals, you have no weaker talent than Professor Kedleben. I specially came to ask your opinion. Samael said, dripping water, looking at Hagrid calmly. I can't compare to Professor Keitel. Hagrid was a bit squirming, and Samael's words made him quite useful, but it was true, he was really good at fantastic beasts. We don't have class tomorrow morning, I'll come to you then. Seeing that Hagrid did not refuse, Samael immediately finalized the time, and when Hagrid did not react, he disappeared outside the hut, leaving only Hagrid stunned. The rocky biscuits were indeed full, and even though the lunch at noon was very rich, Samael didn't eat more, just drank a lost red cabbage soup. But he didn't regret it, it was too tempting to taste like rock crackers. Samael touched his propped-up belly, thinking it was time to take control. Draco, are you looking forward to the class for a while? In the afternoon, Belaf asked Draco simply. Somehow the group liked to tease him. I'm expecting a fart. Now that the whole of Hogwarts is spreading, the professor of defense against the dark arts is a magical creature with garlic on his head, who can't do anything but read according to the textbook. Draco's originally lazy body exploded directly when he heard this. He originally wanted to learn more useful knowledge in class in order to gain Samael's approval, but he asked a circle of seniors and came up with such an answer. Fool, I bet he has real talent. Dumbledore will not ask a person who knows nothing to take the position of professor even if he is old and confused, and it is rumored that he still graduated from Ravenclaw. Theodore on the side carefully analyzed. Samael listened and looked at him strangely. It turns out that you are the real Emperor of Truth. Cut off the strength dragged down by Lao Fu. Quirrell's own casting ability is indeed not bad. Gamble, a galleon deal. Neither of them was inferior to a galleon, and honor was valued more than money, and the two looked at Samael proudly, as if they had won the battle. Samael, what do you think? I'll sit and watch. Samael ignored the two. Old Fook was on the back of Quirrell's head, who knew if the Parseltongue cavity would sense each other. He was not a small figure at Hogwarts, especially since he was still surnamed Gaunt, and he didn't believe that Voldemort hadn't heard of him. As soon as he entered the door, a strong smell of garlic came to his face, making people cry. With all his strength, Samael pulled away the people behind him and rushed towards the last row. Theodore and the others followed, and they also did not want to endure the pungent smell. Not surprisingly, the entire front row was empty, and no one wanted to have intimate contact with Professor Quirrell. Not surprisingly, his teaching level is also outstanding, and the whole classroom atmosphere can be said to be extremely boring. Defense against the dark arts class should be a course with more practical types, and it focuses more on dealing with various magical creatures and black magic than the magic class. The first section revolves around how to deal with the dangerous creature of the Red Hat. It is clear that the very simple content is sparsely explained by him. As long as you cast a Bellflower spell, break the disguise of the Red Hat, and then cast a living rope charm to subdue it. I have to read it according to the textbook, and I read it stumble, which makes people drowsy. Looking at Draco's smug look on the side, Samael was quite speechless. Everyone looked at the books to themselves, and no one wanted to take Quirrell on the podium. Mr. Gaunt, if you were to subdue the Red Hat, what way would you choose? Just as Samael was immersed in the world of textbook knowledge, he was startled by a sudden question. Samael's eyes narrowed slightly, and Quirrell no longer stumbled at this time, and the spirit of the whole person seemed to be instantly raised a notch. If it were me, I would choose to kill it directly with a powerful spell. Samael seriously suspected that Quirrell had been replaced by the old Fu, but he still spoke his opinion. Quirrell's eyes flashed with a fine light, and his expression was quite interested. Tell me your reasons. Red Hats usually haunt swamps far from wizarding colonies, and in the wild, all means should be based on being alive, and simple restraints are not impossible to break free, causing trouble for yourself. Samael said seriously. He had determined at this time. Quirrell in front of him was definitely not running, and the small spicy strip that had been wrapped around his arm was constantly contracting his body at this time. The sharp scales of the Kivu tree viper cut through his skin like blades, and he was sure that his arm was absolutely bloody at this time. Mr. Gaunt, if it were you, what spell would you use? I will prefer the explosion charm, which is simple and hassle-free. Samael looked calm, and the scars on his arms did not affect him in the slightest. Good choice, but the limitations of the explosion spell are too obvious, and the furious magic will affect the accuracy of the spell. Quirrell seemed to be deliberately trying to embarrass him, asking tough questions again. The Red Hat has no long-range attack, so I will choose to distance myself and supplement the spell with the burst rune to increase the power of the explosion spell. Simply put, it's just going up and solving it. The Samael explosion curse has reached level 4, and it is not far from level 5, and the spell variant has always been inseparable from the ancient Runeven. In fact, the level 4 level is enough to deal with most crises. However, he could not reveal his excellent control to Voldemort. Samael and Quirrell asked and answered, dissecting the esoteric magic theory, and a little wizard looked stunned, feeling that Professor Quirrell at this time was like a different person. The proud Draco on the side was like a frosted eggplant, and at this time Theodore was proud. 1 gallon is not much, the important thing is to win face. Nice charm theory, looking forward to seeing you in action, Mr. Gaunter. Slytherin plus 10 points. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect that Professor Quirrell, who had always promised never to add points, would actually add points to Slytherin, but seeing Samael's performance, they felt that it should be so. After class, Samael fainted and knocked the little spicy strip unconscious and put it in his pocket. The performance of the little spicy strip is very abnormal, not simply nervous at all, more like it is controlled by something. His poison sealed his throat. Samael did not have an antidote. In order to prevent accidents, it was better to control it directly. Mr. Gaunt, very good at combat-type magic. Just as everyone was about to leave, the pungent smell of garlic hit their faces again, and Draco and the others fled away without preaching, leaving Samael alone to face Quirrell. Well, I understand a little. Samael didn't know what to say, so he could only say perfunctorily. Mr. Gaunt is too modest. I think since you are interested in combat magic, it is better to come to my office on Saturday and study it together. Quirrell's tone was extremely smooth and indescribably seductive. Samael looked stunned, struggled, and looked at Quirrell warily. Shit research, people who don't know still think that you have to subtly rule Lao Tzu. Then we'll see you on Saturday, Professor. Be vigilant, but you still have to agree. Lao Fu obviously began to lose face, and actually used the Soul Reaper curse on the first-grade freshman. If he didn't agree, he couldn't tell what was wrong. In this way, when the time comes, you can also ask Snape for help. Looking at Quirrell's distant back, Samael looked solemn. Samael, what are you talking to Professor Quirrell? Theodore proudly shook the gold gallon in his hand and asked curiously. It's nothing, it's just that Professor Quirrell took a fancy to my magical talent and wanted to open a small stove for me. Samael didn't bother to take care of the unscrupulous guys and walked alone to the Quidditch pitch. Lao Fu's sense of oppression was too strong, and he urgently needed to sleep and slow down now. There was no sunlight in the Slytherin common room, and he slept uncomfortably. Samael lay quietly on the grass, feeling the warmth of the sun, and his pale skin showed a hint of redness, which looked very cute. Occasionally, when a passing senior sees his face, she will stop and admire for a while, and no girl will refuse beautiful things. Samael slept comfortably, but when he opened his eyes, it was already dark, and looking at the bright starry sky overhead, Samael was very peaceful. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. A small snake less than 1 meter in his pocket slowly crawled out, and there was a little more blood-colored light on the green scales, which looked strange and abnormal. It's okay, I'm not angry anymore. Samael looked calm, and the wound on his arm had recovered under the influence of white moss. If Voldemort had used Parseltongue, he could not have been unaware of it, and judging by his actions, the goods had used the Soul Reaper charm. The little spicy strip is not a pure magical creature, and has not yet concluded a contract with Samael, so it will be uncontrolled. Is it a warning? Or a show of strength? Samael didn't want to know. Anyway, this feud was settled, and he would have to settle it sooner or later. The little spicy strip silently shrunk his head and rewrapped it around Samael's arm. He was not stupid, and he was not angry, indicating that the owner was indeed angry. Thinking of the same kind who died tragically in the forest before, the little spicy strip tightly contracted the scales on his body, for fear of accidentally hurting the owner again. Samael didn't explain much, touched his rumbling belly, and the sleep was so fragrant that he missed the meal. There was no movement in the corridors of Hogwarts except Samael's footsteps, and the silence was a little eerie. This is the kitchen. He was probably hungry and subconsciously went to the basement. Seeing the pear on the painting, combined with my own cognition, I probably guessed that this was the kitchen of Hogwarts. Samael scratched the pear on the painting, and the hidden door opened automatically after the painting. The house elves who were busy in the kitchen were stunned when they saw the little wizard, and even stopped the work they were doing. It's not that little wizards have come here by chance, and Hufflepuff is a regular here, but Slytherin students are meeting them for the first time. Samael, why are you here? Just as Samael was trying to get some food, a familiar voice came into his ears. Samael looked back and saw that it was Derek, and it was Cedric who had fought with him last time. At this time, Cedric's face was red, and he looked like he wanted to speak. Good evening, Derek, I missed dinner, why are you guys here? Samael looked indifferent and did not harbor hostility towards Cedric. Madame Pomfrey just allowed Cedric to be discharged, and we missed dinner too. Derek was a little embarrassed. After all, the cause of the last battle between the two was because of him. Respected little wizard, do you need any help? Just when the atmosphere was slightly awkward, a female house elf came over and asked respectfully. I need 5 parts 7 rare, 1 short rare, plus a glass of lemon juice, thank you. The little wizard actually said thank you to me. The little wizard actually said thank you to me. You are Ciela and the best little wizard ever met. Scara jumped happily and even began to tear her ears. Samael was stunned, but he didn't expect that this house elf named Ciela would be so excited. Soon, Ciela began to make food using magic unique to her race, extremely fast. Samael's meal was huge, not much worse than an adult. 5 steaks were just right, and the rest was originally prepared for small spicy strips, and he hadn't eaten for a few days. Samael eats quickly, but is extremely elegant, revealing an aristocratic temperament in every move. Mr. Gaunter, I apologized to you last time when I was wrong. Cedric on the side couldn't stand the embarrassing atmosphere and apologized. Call me Samael, I forgive you, Derek is my friend, and you just care about him. Samael's expression remained the same, and Derek and Cedric really couldn't see his emotions at this time. Forgiving so easily did not match the rumors, which made his guilt feel stronger, and this simple forgiveness made him more uncomfortable than beating him. Mr. Gaunt, no, Samael, if you have any request, please be sure to bring it up, I will definitely do my best. Cedric was a little anxious. I'm really not angry anymore, you should have heard that I started a club, and if you really don't want to go, I hope you will join us. Samael thought to himself, you haven't taken the bait yet? Who wants your compensation? What I want is your guilt. In his plan, Cedric should be the most difficult to attack. His father is the head of the Department of Magical Beasts, his status in the Ministry of Magic is not low, and he is an unambitious man. There is no shortage of background, financial resources, and he is not keen on power, which is much more difficult to conquer than Percy. The guilt of this rush came at the right time. I'd join. Cedric nodded happily and firmly. An organization that would not interfere with your decisions, would not restrict your freedom, help each other. What reason could he refuse? Samael chuckled, his face a little more rosy. After casually throwing down a fire cloud robe, he left the kitchen without waiting for Cedric to refuse. Only the relatively speechless duo remained. In the morning Forbidden Forest, there is still a trace of fog that has not dispersed. The trees and rattans are intertwined, as if covered with layers of large nets, very similar to the dark green seabed, and not a trace of sunlight can penetrate, as if they are two completely different worlds from the outside world. Hagrid, why are we with teeth? Samael looked at Hagrid, who was opening the way in front of him, and asked suspiciously. Don't underestimate the tooth, although it is timid, it is still very alert in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid said as he snorted at Hatcher and looked at Samael with resentment in his eyes. He hadn't thought Samael would pull him out so early, he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Then you said earlier, I also have friends in the Forbidden Forest. Samael really felt that his teeth were in the way, and this lazy dog asked Hagrid to hold him when he walked for a while, and once he didn't hold it, he would squat in place, wagging his tail constantly. A hound dog that farts is clearly a leper. Friends? What friends? Hagrid wondered, and then thought of something, with a look of sudden realization. Samael did not procrastinate, and directly summoned his big four, including Cole, who had been hiding in the lounge. Master! The big four circled him affectionately, lifting him up, and after Samael touched him one by one, this made them settle down a little. After Hagrid saw the big four, he happily surrounded him, no longer lazy before, touching this and looking at that, thinking how he forgot this stubble. The big four did not resist, they were active on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and they could often see this big man feeding them. In addition to Rebecca, she was also angry at Hagrid's rudeness yesterday. Samael, why don't you summon them in Parseltongue? Hagrid gently held Ilya's body and asked suspiciously. Yes, but it's not necessary. I don't know exactly where they live. If they summon in Parseltongue with all their might, I'm afraid that the snake creatures of the entire Forbidden Forest will riot. Samael stroked Rebecca's body and explained. Samael, look at what has changed in Ilya's body, how it looks different. Samael fixed his eyes and saw that it was indeed different. Originally, Ilya had an orange body and dark green stripes, which were elegant and handsome, second only to Cole in terms of appearance. But now the men's dark green pattern has disappeared, and the scales are mixed with blue points of light, which is very beautiful. Ilya, when did it change? Master, I don't know, I woke up this morning and became like this. Ilya replied softly, her voice full of grievances, as if to blame him for not finding out in the first place. Samael's eyes dodged. Indeed, he usually kept his attention on Rebecca and Cole, and paid little attention to the changes in Finn and Ilya. However, this can't blame him. Don't look at Ilya's usual well-behaved and sensible. In fact, he is the most murderous in his bones, and he has the intention of cannibalism several times, so he didn't keep him around. Samael was appeased for a while, and then he was fooled. Hagrid had spotted snake magical animals on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but it was so far away that he had to put Samael on his shoulder in order to speed up the journey. For huge giant pythons are like bodyguards, guarding the two in a closed structure. I found the scales of the runny snake here last time, and I don't know if it's still there. After a long 2-hour journey, Hagrid pointed to a waterhole and spoke. Samael felt that his body was about to fall apart, and if it weren't for Chakra's exercise on his body, he would not have been able to hold on. Hiss hiss the gloomy bushes, dark pools, tall giants, and teenagers surrounded by giant pythons, combined with the whispered neighing of ordinary demons, the whole picture is indescribably strange. Fortunately, the hard work was not in vain, and soon Samael heard the response. One of the emotions had fear and closeness, but the other only resisted, but the Parseltongue was domineering and did not allow him to resist. Samael, be careful. Hagrid raised his little red umbrella. Most of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest Center were powerful, and there were many who did not sell his face. Even he did not dare to guarantee Samael's absolute safety. Samael nodded warily. He obviously felt that one of them had arrived at his side, but he didn't notice it at all, and he didn't even hear the rubbing of scales against the ground. This is. Are bird snakes also snakes? Samael looked at the young creature at the cuff and wondered, but he could also understand that the Parseltongue cavity could even control the basilisk, let alone the bird snake. That thing is a monster produced by hatching male eggs with toads, and has nothing to do with snakes at the genetic level. The little one gently pecked Samael's hand with a pointed beak, not heavy, making him tickle. The bright blue skin and well-proportioned body made Samael like it more and more, except for the weird bird head on his neck. Samael gently stroked his smooth scales, and when he touched his wings, the little one sensitively contracted his body. What a cute little fellow, I have seen it, it should be stocked by Professor Keitel, you don't underestimate it, it can change its body, up to 60 meters. Hagrid stepped forward and teased the little one, who twisted comfortably, hard to believe how Hagrid recognized it. This can also be regarded as a foreign version of the low-end version of the law, Samael can't wait to graft this ability on his little cutie. Just as the two were teasing the bird and snake, both of them heard the sound of scales rubbing the earth, and they could faintly see the tree shape shaking. Obviously the body was not small. It's really Rooney Snake, it's still here. The large serpent is 82 feet, about 25 meters, tall, wears sharp scales, resembles a Muggle world viper, and most importantly, it has 3 heads. Hagrid and Samael are both excited, and the Nyan snake definitely fits Samael's expectations of a powerful snake. Hiss 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 hiss, Rooney a serpent snake letter vomited furiously, and the left head excitedly accused Samael's behavior. Shut up. Don't move. Samael didn't bother to take care of it, and commandingly kept him in place in Parseltongue. This effect is much stronger than all petrochemical. Cole, Finn, and Ilya all circled behind the Rooney serpent, and as soon as Samael gave an order, they would bite off his head without hesitation. Although Runavan is bigger than them, his neck is not so strong, and with their bite force, this is not difficult. The Rooney serpent wanted to resist, but his body did not listen to the command at all, and the breath of death lingered on his body, and he did not dare to resist again. Samael, that's not good. Seeing this, Hagrid said softly, "There is nothing bad, who calls it disobedient and ugly, as long as it is well behaved, I will not hurt him." The Rooney snake is very smart, and when he heard this, he wanted to nod, but he still had difficulty moving. I could only look at Samael innocently. The giant snake shivering, the giant with a distressed face, and the boy with a sneer on his face. This scene in the center of the Forbidden Forest is quite weird. It has 3 heads and is highly venomous, but usually attacks with a middle head. The head on the left is the mastermind and is responsible for thinking, the middle head is the sleepwalker responsible for attacking, and the head on the right is the critic who is responsible for evaluating the actions of the remaining 2 heads. So the wisdom of the Rooney striped snake is not low. Watching the poor runny snake, Hagrid's sympathy flooded again. "Samael, do you know how to extract snake chi?" Samael was stunned, lying in the groove. "I really don't know this." "Hagrid, do you know how to extract it?" Hagrid was also confused, thinking, "Isn't that what you are here for? Why ask me?" The two stared wide-eyed. "You look at me, I look at you, the scene is very funny. I don't know how to take snake chi, but I know that snake blood must contain a lot of snake chi." Hagrid thought about it, and could only say such an answer. "Hagrid, I didn't bring storage reagents, do you have one?" Samael was embarrassed, and he realized that he didn't bring any tools with him this trip. "I didn't have the reagents, but I brought something else." Saying that, he took out 2 wooden barrels that were as high as Samael from the small cloth bag around his waist. Samael was stunned. "I can't imagine that your thick-eyed heart is so dark, and at this dose of bloodletting, I am afraid that the Rooney snake will be squeezed into a snake trunk." But when it was time to strike, he was never a soft person, and directly poked 3 holes in its huge body, even the bird snake that looked very cute. He is not a person who likes the new and dislikes the old, and everyone who concerns his family's treasures has to be sidelined. Looking at the snake blood rolling down, Samael expressed considerable satisfaction. Of course, he was not the kind of black-hearted boss who squeezed employees, and then 2 snakes each threw a blood orchid into their mouths, which was his only inventory. The 2 snakes instinctively felt that this was a good thing, so the resistance was not so great. After receiving half a bucket of blood, Samael decisively let the bird snake leave. Looking at the shaky figure, Samael was silently ashamed for 2 seconds, no more. The Rooney serpent was not so lucky, and before leaving, Samael took a cauldron from Hagrid's bag and asked him to drain all the venom at once. Anyway, it can recover the next day, and it can't resist, so it doesn't struggle. Samael even followed him back to his lair, taking away all the snakeskin he had shed before, glad that it was not the season to lay eggs, otherwise his baby might not have survived. Looking at Samael's departing back, it silently sighed with relief. This demon was finally gone, and a thought flooded his mind: move. Be sure to move. Samael walked happily in front of Hagrid, no longer calm before, and the smile on his face could not be hidden. "Samael, be careful, why are you so happy?" Hagrid asked suspiciously. "Hagrid, I'm getting rich. The whole body of the Rooney serpent is a treasure, its venom is 200 gold gallons a pint in the market, and now we have half a pot. The value of that snake is better, such as the Naiwan snake is extremely ancient, and the magic pattern circuit contained in the body is extremely complex, which is an important material for many alchemy and potions. The famous main material that can increase intelligence Baffy is this thing has no market, even if there is a pint to sell, we now have a few pounds, make a fortune." No wonder Samael is happy. He is not short of money, but he is definitely not too much of this precious material. Under special circumstances, you can accumulate contacts for him. It was no problem for him to ask Snape to be exempt from confinement. He is not the kind of student who wants to specialize in potions, the system is not powerful, he cannot add a little upgrade, time is limited, and he has no interest in wasting too much time in the field of potions. Instead of spending a lot of time inventing potions or refining prescriptions, he prefers to recruit a genius who is good at potions. Congratulations then, Samael. Hagrid didn't understand any of this and had no idea about it, but as a friend, he was happy for Samael. The two returned much faster than when they arrived, and Samael was reluctant to sit on Hagrid's shoulders anymore, for fear of being turned to death. Chakra was attached to the solace of his feet, or galloping, or jumping between trees. Even Hagrid had a hard time catching up with him. The two played happily, and the 4 giant pythons also released all their momentum, and the frightened forest creatures scattered in all directions. Hiss hiss, a horse snake sound, preaching Samael's ears. I saw behind her, the same dark Rebecca tightly wrapped around a creature. Horse people, let him go, Rebecca. Samael recognized the creature and ordered Rebecca to release him. The horseman looked at Samael and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Horsemen do not harm foals, but you are not welcome in the Forbidden Forest, and your snakes. Carlos, he's my friend. Hagrid obviously knew the other party and quickly stepped forward to explain. I said he is not welcome in the Forbidden Forest, even if he is your friend. The man named Carlosma did not eat his set, and even pulled his bow and aimed it at Hagrid. Thunderbolt explosion. Samael switched Snape's gaze and, with a wave of one hand, an explosive spell slammed into his wrist. Sharp arrows fly far away. Samael, he's joking, don't hurt him. Hagrid quickly stepped forward to check his strength and subconsciously protected Carlos after he died. Don't worry, Hagrid, I just don't see someone pointing a weapon at my friend, and if I want to hurt him, it's not his hand. Samael put away his cold look and calmly explained to Hagrid. He was surprisingly patient with his friends. The Forbidden Forest does not belong to the horse people, whether the horse people admit it or not. If my friend or my snake is harmed, I will definitely make the horse people pay. You are well versed in astrological prophecy and should know that I am capable of doing it. Looking at the horseman who got up, Samael pulled Hagrid away quickly, but the atmosphere was not the same as before. Hagrid was touched by Samael's recognition of him, but he was kind by nature and unwilling to hurt anyone. The two were speechless. Damn, why can't you get out? Deep in the Forbidden Forest, a huge Rooney snake is paralyzed in a stone forest, and with each step forward, it will be weak, and its body functions will constantly resist the instructions issued by the brain. It could only retreat unwillingly, and there was an extra look of irritation on its left head. Samael's last order before leaving was to keep him from leaving his territory. What a joke, how could he let this mobile wealth slip away? This is sustainable wealth. The territory of the Roongrain snake is large enough and has no migratory habits, and with the biodiversity of that area, it will not starve to death. It's hard to just want to be free. Samael hurried back to the castle, relying on the excellent levitation charm, followed by 2 large buckets of blood, and the students who came and went were all eye-catching. He first gave the blood to Professor Sprout, who approved of his actions, for no other reason, and the blood orchid irrigated with blood was far more effective than pure snake chi. He had no means of storing the blood, so he left it all behind. Professor Sprout also thoughtfully prepared a large storage reagent for him to avoid similar problems in the future. Just as he was worried about how to store the venom of the snake, the problem was solved at one time. Samael went to Snape's office with the snake molt that was stored closely, and looked like a strong man dying. If not, Filch's punishment was about to expire, and he didn't want to put too much effort into potions, and he didn't want to accept Snape's confinement at all. His head of house had always spoken mercilessly, and even Slytherin students could not avoid being sprayed with venom by the Serpent King, let alone a representative of a problem student like him. Looking at Snape's office, which was almost one with the darkness, Samael looked resistant. Bang, bang, bang. Samael slammed the office door hard, afraid that the people inside would not hear. The door opened automatically, and Snape's gloomy voice came from inside. Mr. Gaunt, if you have received some etiquette education, you should know that it is an extremely shameful act to disturb your own professor during the break. Snape's voice was as cold as ice, and the implication was that he was rude. Samael didn't care what he said, looked around, and found that except for the door was black, the furniture in the office was black. Samael complained in his heart, it's really dark, it's really worthy of being the Dark Lord of Hogwarts. Snape seems to be configuring some potion. There is a little purple mist floating in the tongs. It is very good looking. Snape methodically places the potion materials, and the whole set of actions flows smoothly, making people feel indescribably comfortable. He also secretly saw the homework that had been corrected on Snape's desk, and it should be said that although Snape was not of good character, he was still very responsible in teaching. He found that the homework at the top was an acquaintance. It was Ron of Gryffindor, and the large letter D on it was very conspicuous, and the following read, if Mr. Weasley's eye had not been stolen by a burglar, he would have known that the correct answer was on the 3rd line of the 2nd page. Samael looked unsurprisingly, indeed, expecting Snape to say good things was no different from a sow going up a tree. It was impossible at all. Mr. Gaunt, if you look at it again, I don't mind leaving your eyes here forever. Snape's eyelids lifted slightly, and he looked at Samael. I guess, Professor, your collection is not inferior to me. Samael was not afraid of him and replied, "Say what you mean." Snape's tone was cold. "I want to make a deal with you, Professor, to exempt me from confinement." Samael consciously sat on the sofa, and Snape frowned at him. He had not seen such a presumptuous student in a long time. "I don't think you have the conditions to impress me." Snape's tone was calm, but he had a sense of pride. As the youngest professor at Hogwarts and the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin of the second class, people did have this capital, and he was also a well-known potions master in England, and there was no shortage of money and power. "Don't rush to refuse first, take a look at this first." Samael took out an old snake mold from his arms and placed it on Snape's table. He didn't have any extra space and equipment other than his suitcase, so he could only carry it in his arms, secretly thinking that he would have the opportunity to finish another one. The skin of the snake. Snape stepped forward quickly and looked at the things on the table in amazement, although it was questioning, but his tone was very firm. "That's right." Samael looked at Snape's reaction and secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This wave is stable. What do you want to get?" Snape didn't ask where this thing came from, but instead stared at Samael, as if to see something. He didn't believe that Samael didn't know about the preciousness of the snake mold, and if he just wanted to avoid the 30-day confinement, he didn't need to pay so much. "I don't need anything from you, it's enough to be exempt from confinement, and the rest is for me as a student to thank you for your teaching." Samael looked at him without showing weakness, and unconsciously switched the state of Snape's gaze, and the eyes of the two were cold and empty, as if they wanted to freeze everything around them. The teaching of the fart, only one lesson, where is the superfluous teacher-student relationship? "Get out." Snape slowly folded the snake and scolded. Samael bowed slightly and slowly retreated. "The atmosphere here is not good, the deal has been concluded, and he doesn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment." Samael really wanted to sell well with the professor, and he could tell that people were wary of him. After all, his talent and behavior were very similar to that person. But he doesn't care. Anyway, there will be time to prove himself in the future. As for whether the immunity of a snake for a month of confinement is worth it, then the benevolent and the wise see the wise. Anyway, he feels that it is worth it. As soon as Samael reached the hall, he saw everyone looking at him with wary eyes, as if he were some kind of murderous unblinking star. Although he was puzzled, he did not calculate, and walked to the direction of Slytherin with his own care. The trip to the Forbidden Forest was not stimulating, not to mention, tired was really tired. He had long been hungry with his chest against his back. "Samael, I heard that you killed that half-blood giant named Hagrid, is it really fake?" Before he could react, Draco ran over panting, gasping, and asking, "What?" Samael's eyes widened and he asked in shock, "Isn't it? They all said that they saw you and the half-blood giant go to the Forbidden Forest in the morning, and when you came back, the guy was gone and you brought back 2 buckets of blood, saying that you had secretly murdered him." Draco looked at Samael's expression and felt that it was not like that, and directly said what he had seen and heard. "Fart, that blood is a magical animal, Hagrid is still in the Forbidden Forest." Samael was speechless. Did he have such a bad reputation at Hogwarts? Is anyone believe such outrageous words? "Didn't you really finish off that guy?" Draco was a little unconvinced. After all, Samael was famous, and many people saw it. Samael didn't bother to deal with him, rolled his eyes, and sat directly at the table. The surrounding Slytherins also looked at him with skeptical eyes, guessing the truth of the matter. Samael looked natural. Anyway, Hagrid came back and the truth came out, and there was no need to explain it to these senseless people. It's just that this feeling of being misunderstood is really not good. He can feel that someone behind him is pointing at him, and it is a little difficult to swallow the food on the table. "I want to be angry and don't think it's worth it." Popular courses at Hogwarts? All the little wizards would answer History of Magic in unison. History of Magic courses cover a wide range of topics, including goblin rebellions and medieval witch burning, as well as the life stories of some famous wizards. The professor, on the other hand, was Professor Binns, the only ghost professor at Hogwarts, and it was rumored that the professor had forgotten his body by the fire during a lecture, so that Samael doesn't care about the professor's past, but his teaching level is really impressive. He always gushed on the script, and he spoke with a whooping and dragging tone, making it difficult to concentrate and soon falling into a groggy sleep. At first, Samael watched with relish, but his unique tone, combined with the sleeping friends around him, made him drowsy. Sure enough, drowsiness can be contagious. After class, Samael rubbed his sleepy eyes, woke up Draco, who was still sleeping, and returned to the Slytherin common room together. "Theodore, send these to Percy Weasley of Gryffindor, Derek Newt of Hufflepuff, and Cedric Diggory." Samael pulled out the note that had been prepared long ago, and it was time for the Dream Fulfillment Organization to come to a party. Theodore looked at the thing in his hand. From confusion to great joy, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. "By the way, it's better to find someone from another house over there in Gryffindor, and there won't be any conflict." Samael did not forget to remind. A Slytherin who stayed at the door of the Gryffindor common room for a long time was hard to imagine what would happen. Draco on the side looked enviously at Theodore, who was rushing away, and did not say anything after all. Samael looked at him and did not speak. Even if they have a good relationship, he will not lower the selection criteria of the Dream Fulfillment Organization. After dinner, the potions classroom on the second floor. Samael sat there quietly, the fingers of his right hand tapping rhythmically on the tabletop, and his left hand unconsciously turning his wand, a habit he had cultivated in his previous life in the Great Celestial Empire. In the last battle with Cedric, he had realized the advantages of two-handed casting, and naturally had to exercise more, but he had no sparring partner, so he could only use this stupid method. Theodore behind him also stared intently at Samael's wand, did not speak, did not know what he was thinking, like a ghost. The classroom door was opened, probably because he was often kicked by Snape, and the creaking movement added a touch of terror to the dimly lit classroom. "Good evening, Percy." It was Percy, and with a wave of Samael's right hand, 5 balls of light flicked out from his fingertips, illuminating the entire classroom. "Good evening, Samael." "Hello, Percy Weasley." Percy greeted Samael meticulously, and formally introduced himself to Theodore behind him. Theodore has been educated as an aristocrat since childhood, and although he does not talk much, he does not show timidity in formal occasions. The two were more restrained at first, but after Samael's gag, they also became very happy. Percy became much more confident after Samael gave 50 galleons, and he was not so strict with his younger brothers, which can be said to be brothers and sisters for a while. He knew who had brought it all, so he was grateful to Samael. Soon, Derek and Cedric also arrived, not surprised by Theodore's arrival, but surprised that Percy would be peaceful with the two Slytherins. After everyone introduced themselves, they got along very well, at least on the surface. "This is the first gathering of our Dream Fulfillment Organization. I hope everyone can live in peace, since in the name of dream fulfillment, I hope everyone can say their dreams." Samael took over the topic at the right time, really let them continue the conversation. "I don't know when it will end." Derek talked about postpartum care for sows, and the key was that Percy on the side listened with relish. "Percy, speak your dreams." At this moment, teacher Samael Wangfeng was possessed. "My dream is to become Minister of Magic." Percy was a little apprehensive, but no one laughed at him. Everyone knew that Percy had ambitions, but they didn't expect it to be so big. Cedric and the Weasley family were barely neighbors, and they knew a little about Percy, which was not surprising, but thinking of the situation of the Weasley family, he could only shake his head in his heart. "My dream is to become a herbalist, but my dad wants me to work harder on fantastic beasts." Cedric didn't need Samael's reminder and said bluntly. Samael knew that he was excellent at growth spells, and as a proud protege of Professor Sprout, he had guessed beforehand. "I want to be a fantastic zoologist beyond my grandfather." Derek's dream was not surprising to everyone. "I want me to be strong." When Theodore arrived, he stood up excitedly, with a serious face, and anyone could see the firmness in his eyes. Everyone looked at Samael, who had not yet spoken, and Samael smiled and just said a secret. In fact, he is not clear what his dream is. Fame? Right? Powerful? All of this he wants and feels nothing, but he will slowly think clearly as he continues to get stronger. "I also know everyone's dreams, and I hope everyone can help each other and make progress together. Percy, I want you to write a paper on charms, preferably in a major journal. If talent doesn't turn into prestige, your political career will be extremely difficult. Theodore and I will convince Beverly to let you intern under Mr. Crouch." Samael said seriously to Percy. He was the best at drawing bread, but he did have the confidence to help Percy achieve it before he graduated. At least it wouldn't be what he knew in a previous life, and Crouch couldn't even name him. "Cedric, you are the same. If you want to gain the approval of your elders, you need to show corresponding talents. I am not good at this, but we will do our best to help you." Samael told Cedric that this was not a pie, that the herbs grew extremely slowly, that it would take months for a short time, a long one for years, and that time alone would have worn down his enthusiasm if no one helped him. Cedric nodded ecstatically. He did not lack talent, what he lacked was helpers. "Derek, Hagrid has a deep study in magical animals. I will introduce you both to each other later, but the priority is to improve your combat power, and it is foolish to rush into contact with those powerful creatures without combat power." Derek nodded thoughtfully. Even his grandfather, who he had always admired, was not less injured when facing magical beasts, let alone him. "But I'm not good at fighting." Derek looked distressed, but his family really didn't have this talent. "Don't worry, every Tuesday and Thursday I will have special training for you and Theodore." Derek and Theodore nodded excitedly. After all, Samael's combat power was obvious to all. Samael actually wants their group to turn their strengths into battle, which can also help him relieve some of the pressure. Everyone had no doubts about Samael's arrangement, and they were full of enthusiasm in the potions classroom. A group of little wizards dressed in the same costume were busy writing something, stopping from time to time to think about it. Samael has shown them the general direction of future development, but the specifics need to be considered for themselves. They have iron blood and drive, but they don't want to waste their time and energy in vain. "Samael, you said that I mainly study the explosion curse and the death-seeking curse." Percy struggled and had little experience in publishing papers. "No, you should know that the Ministry of Magic has clear restrictions on powerful spells, and they don't want these spells to spread widely. Samael said solemnly. I really don't have a clue. Percy scratched his head irritably. He was a decent learner, he had never had experience digging deep into magic, and in this he was inferior to his two older brothers. There is a topic on my side that suits you very well, that is, the levitation charm. The levitation charm is very common and not very powerful, you can analyze it in all aspects. The so-called floating is whether it is a support for the casting item, or whether the gravity of the casting object itself is changed to repulsion, and if the floating spell is added to the flying spell magic circuit, can it become an ability of daily all-round. Samael gave him a detailed introduction to the direction of the study of the levitation spell, which was also a subject of his own research. The flotation spell is one of his rare level 4 spells, and if it is really feasible, then he is equivalent to having more Vientiane Heavenly Introduction, Shinra Heavenly Sign, and the 3 Golden Oil abilities of Neon Power. Percy's eyes lit up. As a top student, his ability to understand was naturally not bad, otherwise he could not be of course the superior. He never thought that the simple levitation spell could have so many doorways. Quickly started to write down what Samael said. If you want to publish a paper, I recommend Charms Innovation, which although the manuscript fee is not as high as Charm Theory Analysis in recent years, it is still very influential, and his editor-in-chief Ephias has a wide network in Wisengamot. Samael's greatest lack was his understanding of magical theory, and he happened to subscribe to all these magazines to know the advantages and disadvantages. Percy was full of admiration for Samael at this time, both his sensitivity to politics and his understanding of the nature of magic. In a few words, he will analyze what he will do next. The eyes of the others looking at Samael were equally shocked. I'm better at transfiguration, what should I do? Cedric couldn't sit still when he saw this. Percy's path was also suitable for him, and he didn't have any ideas. There is a kind of meaning in the eyes that you can't be thick and thin. Have you heard of natural magic? Samael pondered for a moment, then asked. Is it the natural magic of the Druidic school? Hasn't it been gone for a long time? Cedric was dazed at first, then asked his own questions. Whether he disappears or not, your growth spell is equally good. Maybe you can replicate the natural magic of ancient druids with variations of transfiguration and growth spell. Professor Sprout once mentioned the Druidic school, maybe I should ask. Cedric looked determined and recorded this research direction. A flash of light flashed in his mind, and he waved his wand from time to time, and vines magically grew on the shabby desk, and then they became rotten again. Theodore was quite surprised, and saw that Scene's head was still up to look at it, and the two of them didn't know what to say. Derek was very quiet, sitting there quietly analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. Any discipline studied to the extreme is very powerful. His grandfather told him that Dumbledore could defeat 90% of the world's wizards by transfiguration alone. Therefore, he must identify his own advantages and amplify this advantage infinitely. Samael looked at the men and then asked, Cedric, do you make communication equipment? If he relied on Theodore to deliver letters every time, it was estimated that he would be exhausted. I will make communication bookmarks, which involve the application of advanced transformation spells and transfiguration, but this bookmark does not last long. Cedric said in embarrassment, his level is limited, and even if he makes it, he can't use it a few times. I might be able to help. Branson Hall, a second-year Ravenclaw student, is very good at alchemy, and my brother often comes to ask for advice. Percy knew this man, and it just so happened that Penelope had a good relationship with this junior brother, and he wanted to help everyone. Then this matter will be left to you, and you can talk to me when you need money. It's better to recruit him to our organization. Samael is too rare for such skilled talent. At the moment, only Derek is not useful for the time being. Everyone is the same in terms of potions. It can only be said that it is not bad, of course, except for Theodore. Handling potion materials is estimated to be the greatest contribution he can make, not to mention the potion brewing. If there is a talent who can alchemy, then many things are much more convenient. Percy nodded proudly, not looking at Cedric's resentful eyes. This community that relies on helping each other and growing each other, every point they grow, their sense of achievement will increase, and who doesn't want to contribute? Samael was relieved, but after seeing his surroundings, it was urgent to find a perfect meeting place. The potions classroom was indeed quiet, but after all, it was under Snape's nose, and it was a lot of inconvenience. The room of demand can only be the last choice, for no other reason. On the 7th floor, it just so happens that the principal's room is also on the 7th floor. Isn't this a sheep's mouth? Even if their organization was reasonable, he was still full of vigilance against the Centenarian. Slytherin chamber? No, who knows if the Basilisk has a contract with Voldemort. If there is, it will really be a nest. Samael shook his head and threw out the unrealistic idea. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. It's really not okay, and gathering in his suitcase is also an option. Since he threw the big four out, he has made new adjustments, dividing into 4 areas, namely the rest area, the study, the reception room, and the climbing room, and the entire structure is arranged according to his realistic room. Even if he is left in the wild, it will not affect his quality of life. The rally is nothing more than adding a few chairs and sprinkling water. By the way, which of you can spell the illusion? Samael was about to announce the dismissal of the meeting when he suddenly thought of this night-wandering spell. There is no phantom spell and swim a fart I won't. Neither will I. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you. The scene was embarrassing for a while. But think about it, they are all the best in all grades, and this kind of spell that is not used to do business at first sound really does not need it for them. I'll be in charge of this. If the forbidden book area is not available, I guess I can only find it in the small bookshelf of the Ravenclaw common room. Cedric took up the task, and it was not difficult for him to apply for a forbidden book area, nor was it difficult to enter the Ravenclaw common room. Cedric looked at Percy proudly, as if to say who was in Ravenclaw who didn't have a personal connection. Samael nodded in satisfaction, and after announcing that every Monday was the fixed meeting time, everyone left separately, not forgetting to leave Percy a firecloud robe. If he could really recruit that Ravenclaw Branson, it would be a lot of money. On a new day, Hogwarts ushered in a rare sunny day. Samael strolled outside the castle with Theodore in a good mood, and Cole shrunk behind him and leisurely followed the two, enjoying the sunshine. What's wrong with Draco? Pig's tail eats too much? Where is such a big anger early in the morning? From a distance, Draco walked towards the two with an unhappy look, followed by the two protectors. You don't know it, last time Potter of Gryffindor was not punished, but was appointed by Professor McGonagall as Gryffindor's seeker, Theodore said, with a hint of envy in his eyes. That's how it is. Samael wasn't interested in this, but even he felt unfair, saying that Quidditch selection was from the second year, and you Gryffindor broke the rules when you said you broke the rules. Sure enough, Draco chattered to Samael about Gryffindor's injustice, but his expression was more of dissatisfaction with Harry. The two protectors behind him were like a teasing actor, either imitating or reconciling, cooperating with Draco to spit on Harry. Since you feel unfair, you can apply to Professor Snape, provided you are confident that you can win. Is this going to work? Draco wondered, always feeling that Samael's words were not reliable. Why not? The rules were broken first by Gryffindor, and if you have the corresponding strength, the dean has no reason to refuse. Samael said truthfully, he had also seen Slytherin Quidditch's usual training. Their seeker level was very average, and this position did not require too many teammates. If Draco was really talented, it was entirely possible to replace him. Okay, I'll try as much as I can. Draco felt that Samael had a point, and the main thing was that he didn't also feel worse than that scar. If you can be selected, you can completely ask your dad to pay for all the Slytherin equipment. Anyway, your family is not short of money. By the way, this matter must be implemented on the premise of being chosen, otherwise not only the people of our academy are unbalanced, but other academies will also attack you for this matter. Samael remembers when Hermione complained in her second year that Draco had only joined the team because of connections. In his opinion, Draco was just a sensitive and spoiled child, and now that the two had a good relationship, there was no need for him to bear this kind of gossip. Draco nodded in agreement and ran to the castle. Looking at Draco's distant back, Samael always felt that he was all Harry in his heart, and he had to fight in big and small things. Could it be said that this was true love? But if not, it can't be explained. Do you think Draco likes Harry? Samael thought for a while, but couldn't help but ask. Theodore was stunned for a moment, feeling a flash of thunder in his mind. Is the wizarding world still so traditional? Seeing that he didn't answer, Samael asked suspiciously, whether it is the Muggle world or the wizarding world, the cultural difference should not be much, right? No, I mean unlikely. Theodore hurriedly explained that he and Draco had known each other since childhood, and he didn't see anything. Think about it, does Draco always mention Harry intentionally or unintentionally, and provokes whenever he has time? This is not clearly to attract people's attention. Samael leaned over, looked at Beverly, who came to eavesdrop, and analyzed it thoughtfully. Isn't it because they have a feud? Beverly couldn't help but interject, although she also felt that it made sense, but she always felt that it was not like that. You don't know this, what kind of hatred can there be? As far as I know, Harry just refused to be friends with him, so as not to have a vendetta. The only possibility is that he likes people. Samael analyzed it carefully and unconsciously lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that others would hear it. At this point, Beverly and Theodore were lost in thought. They didn't want to believe it, but what Samael said was completely true. As friends, they should have blessed him, but how could this be so strange? The two wanted to say something but didn't know how to open their mouths. Cole saw the smile at the corner of Samael's mouth and knew that the master was completely pitying people, but thinking that the kid would be indifferent when he saw the owner naked, it was not impossible. Draco, you're slandering, and I'm clearly envious of his ABS. The two followed Samael and returned to the castle. Sure enough, all the Slytherin students knew in the morning that the Malfoy family's little son loved the savior, and he couldn't help it, because of love and hatred. They also added a Ron Weasley green tea between them, blowing the pillow wind next to Brot. Draco completely fell out with Weasley in order to regain Bot's love, which made Broken hate Malfoy more and more, and the long-distance love run between the two was very difficult. Samael was quite interesting to listen to this version, but she didn't expect that Beverly still had such talent, and she was blind if she didn't say anything. Theodore has never been a person of many words, and this news has spread so widely in such a quick time, and only the eldest lady of the Crouch family has such connections. Beverly, let everyone not talk about it in front of Dracula. The love of young people is always sensitive and pure, and we, as friends, should let their feelings go smoothly. Samael forced a smile and said to Beliph, "It's still thoughtful to you, I'll explain it clearly to Daphne." Beverly nodded in agreement and rushed away. The girl always has a beautiful fantasy of love, even if this love is a little different from what she thought. Dracula, who had just finished provoking broth from Gryffindor, had just returned to the common room when he found everyone looking at him with strange eyes, and several seniors passing by were inexplicably telling him to cheer. "Samael, are you saying bad things about me? Why do they look at me strangely?" He is also not stupid, can make everyone look at him weird, only the most influential people can, and the first object of his suspicion is Samael. "What nonsense are you talking about? As the son of the Malfoy family, the future Malfoy family master, it is not normal to attract the attention of others." Samael's eyes were almost rolled to the top of his head, and he did not forget to compliment him while replying, without revealing his feet. "This is also true, after all, there are still very few people who do not sell the face of our Malfoy family." Malfoy ate this set, nodded thoughtfully when he heard this, and stopped bothering with the strange look. Cole, who was lying on Samael's lap to watch the play, turned his head and glanced at the idiot and fell asleep again. Secretly lamented that the owner was careless in making friends, and this kind of idiocy could not live the next day if he was thrown into nature. Samael smiled and continued to look at the book in his hand. Anyway, it was not spread by him, and he was not afraid of the incident. Stecklin Lounge. Samael, who had completed his homework, was bored practicing his magic, and the blue flames formed by the blue bellflower spell burned on Cole's body without causing him any damage. Cole even licked the magical flame mischievously. This spell did no substantial damage, there was no temperature to speak of, only a slight illusion breaking effect, and it was perfect for dealing with red hats. Samael was very interested in this spell, which resembled a gas canister, and with his understanding of the spell, he easily rose to level 3. With all his strength, the entire lounge was quickly set abound, except for the senior who had just entered the door who was startled. Everyone was surprised that the bellflower spell could still be used like this. An unscrupulous senior even thought that maybe she could impersonate a wave of fire spells. After all, Samael's fake life spell at the beginning of school really opened their eyes, and also opened the door to a new world for them. "It's really nice to have no homework." Samael extinguished the flames and said deliberately loudly. Several eyes full of irritation came, eager to pierce a hole in him. The owners of the gaze were none other than Beliph and Daphne, who had spent most of their time hanging out so much that the transfiguration assignment had not yet been written. Although tomorrow is Saturday, it can't stand that these two young ladies have already arranged their activities to the full. Draco is giggling something. "I sometimes really suspect that the water in his head is all about watering the green tree in his heart." Samael couldn't help but complain when he looked almost stupid. Maybe Potter agreed to his date request. Theodore also laughed on the side. Although he did not understand Samael's terrier, he also knew that it was not a good word. The two did not come forward to inquire, and with Draco's nature, he could never hide anything, which was very much like Gryffindor. "Samael, you must not believe what I did. I made an appointment for the Scarhead duel tonight, in the prize showroom, and if I told Filch the news, I would definitely deduct the few points of Gryffindor." Draco slowed down and looked at Samael proudly. "Although you are stupid, you can be brave and be yourself, and I am proud of you." Samael looked at him like a fool. "What can this thing say in the common room? What do you let other nobles think of you?" Draco withdrew his smile and looked at Samael suspiciously. "As a pure-blood nobleman, you can't turn your back on your glory, and something as sacred as a duel shouldn't be a way to play tricks. People just think you're afraid of Potter," Samael explained as he looked around, and sure enough, the others also looked at him with strange eyes. "I'm afraid of him? Are you kidding?" Draco was like a cat with its tail trampled on, saying anything was fine, but saying he wasn't as good as breaking that scar was worse than killing him. However, he didn't know who Bot would hire to be a helper. Weasley was fine, and if he was a senior student, he was not confident. "So, Samael, you're going to help me, right?" He wasn't stupid, and having Samael his deputy was absolutely certain. Samael didn't bother to deal with him, and he could only look at Theodore ruefully. "Theodore, you will be my assistant." If it weren't for Crabbe and Goyle's real inability to get their hands on it, he wouldn't want to ask for someone. "They're not coming. I've said it must be a Slytherin trick." In the prize showroom, looking at the time that was approaching, Hermione looked at the two speechlessly. She didn't want to come, but in order to stop these two fools, she missed the time to return to the lounge. "The fat lady went to visit. Whether it's a trick or not, I'll come, and I'm sure I won't lose to that Malfoy guy." Not long after Harry enrolled, Gryffindor's recklessness made him learn 10 to 10. Maybe he was born to be a good Gryffindor. "Harry, you must teach Malfoy a hard lesson. If Samael also comes, it means that he has completely defected to Malfoy, and you must distance yourself from him in the future, that family." Ron cheered Harry up while not forgetting to give Samael eye drops. "Through this week's observation, that guy is too terrifying. who is a good person who dares to hit a fourth-year student just after school starts. Mr. Weasley, it's not a good habit to talk badly about people behind your back. Maybe Mr. Weasley should pay attention to this education. As soon as Samael and the others walked in, they saw Ron talking about him loudly. Sorry, Samael, Ron, he didn't mean to. Harry saw Samael coming, and quickly explained that he didn't want the two friends to hate each other. Whether it meant or not, I think I can tell the difference, Harry. Samael looked calm, and his dark eyes had a strength that Harry had never seen before. Ron on the side turned red and wanted to argue, but he didn't have the guts. But, I think you're ready to taste failure. Draco and Theodore stepped forward in unison, looking at Weasley on the side. He was confident that he could win. Harry wanted to continue explaining, but seeing the aggressive Malfoy, he decided to explain it to Samael alone when the duel was over. The two did not say much nonsense, and directly began to shoot spells at each other, and even the bowling link was saved. All petrified, except for your weapons. Pureblood nobles did not have simple training for heirs, so Draco would have no fewer spells, at least more than Harry. Although Harry can only get rid of your weapon, he can't stand the talent of others in the defense of the dark arts. Whether it is dodging or grasping spells, it is not comparable to Draco. Embarrassment is a little embarrassment, but from other points of view, it does not take substantial damage, but in the battle, constantly absorbing experience. Soon Draco also saw this clue, and his smug smile narrowed a little. The difference in magical power between the two is not obvious, and if he can't fight quickly, he may not be able to win. Brat, you're slippery like a loach, don't you dare to confront me head-on? There are many obstacles. Live rope bondage. Draco was also clever, and while Harry was stunned, he released two spells in succession. Harry stumbled, and the rope snake went from foot to head, entangled him to death. Looking at Harry, who was wrapped up like a chrysalis, Draco smiled proudly. Especially Harry's embarrassed expression made him feel comfortable. Samael, you said we should hang him or not? Idiot. Except for your weapons. As soon as Samael's words fell, he saw a thick spell hit Draco, and he flew so far in an elegant arc that even his wand didn't know where to fly. Duels are always lost on one side, and the deputy continues to fight, and Draco this fool is too carried away. Really, Ron does not exist. In fact, Ron's dark arts defense is not bad, otherwise he would not have become the future Gryffindor prefect, and Dumbledore would not be too outrageous even if he was partial. Prize showroom. Looking at Ron, who was entangled in black thorns, Theodore suddenly felt much better. As Samael's loyal friend, it was not that he didn't hear what Ron said at the beginning, but because Samael didn't care, it spared him. Draco didn't argue, it fell into his hands, and after only 3 rounds, success or failure was self-evident. The black thorns kept creeping, and the spikes grew rapidly, leaving blood marks on Ron's body. Theodore, hang him. Draco walked over with a livid face. I don't know why, he had a deep obsession with hanging up. We throw in the towel, and I'll tell Professor McGonagall if you don't let go. In the distance, Hermione raised her wand and looked at the three of them with some trembling words. Theodore, that's enough. Seeing that the situation was almost the same, Samael quickly stopped Theodore. It wasn't that he was afraid of Hermione's warning, but the black mist that spread out from the black thorns, which was obviously the category of black magic, and I was afraid that the situation would get out of control if it went on like this. Theodore heard this and withdrew his magic. Although Draco felt a little pity, the joy in his heart was not concealed at all when he saw the scars who supported each other. Brat, from now on, see me. Before Draco could finish speaking, a strange cat cry came faintly. This time, cat? It's Lady Loris. Run! Several people suddenly thought of this in their hearts, pulled their legs and ran. Samael is no exception, with so many people today, some of whom were injured, that Filch couldn't suppress it if he wanted to. Several people panicked. Even if Ron was injured, he was not slow, and soon ran to a locked gate. Samael sensed something was wrong, and before he could stop it, Hermione proudly unlocked the door. Draco and Theodore followed the Gryffindor men in a panic, and Samael could only follow closely after this. This is calculated. Samael followed the gazes of several people, and after seeing this behemoth, he couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. If he hadn't reacted yet, then he really should have died. The prize showroom was on the 2nd floor. How could he have run to the 4th floor without running a few steps? It was clearly a confusion curse. Samael looked at the 3-headed monster and wanted to leave quietly, but surrounded by pig teammates, Draco howled louder than Hermione. Samael cursed angrily in his heart. You don't have a soprano blind this good voice in the future. Looking at the awakened 3-headed dog, the Gryffindors were not stupid, turned their heads and ran back. Just as they were about to follow, somehow, with a bang, the door closed, and no matter how Theodore smashed the door, it would be useless. Water escape, water array wall. Samael quickly froze, and a wall of water separated the 3 from the 3-headed dog. No matter how the paws of the 3-headed dog scratched, it cannot penetrate. Theodore, use the explosion spell. How big the movement comes. Samael cast a waterfront to buy time for Theodore. Apparently someone specifically set up a game for them or him. Being punished is not good, but it is better than dying. Without these 2 oil bottles, he would still be able to let go of the fight. Now, this forced room limited most of his means, and any attack by the 3-headed dog was fatal to them. The water array wall could not hold up, and Samael used another means. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand, Thunderbolt Explosion. Samael's right hand turned into several giant pythons, firmly binding the 3 heads and limbs of the 3-headed dog, and the sharp fangs could not penetrate the skin of the big dog no matter how hard he tried. Samael cast a spell with his left hand, and explosions resounded throughout the room. As a level 5x magical animal, the 3-headed dog's demon resistance ability is not weaker than that of dragons, giants and the like, and it is difficult to hurt him with general attacks. Of course, Samael is not stupid either, specifically picking the joints of the 3-headed dog and the junction of the 3 heads. The level 4 spell really did not live up to him, and the blood of the 3-headed dog flowed, and a terrible howl was heard. Samael, the door can't be opened. It seems that the advanced pasting spell and protective spell have been cast, and now the door and the entire castle are linked together. Samael's face darkened as he listened to Theodore's voice. He didn't dare to think about how vast the magic contained in this 1,000-year-old castle was, but he knew that a level 4 spell was far from enough. On the other side, although the 3-headed dog was injured, it also stimulated his ferocity, and his right paw violently broke free from the restraints of the python, and the sharp dog paw smashed the snake's head to pieces. The dog's head on the left turned back at an incredible angle, biting the python that bound the dog's head in the middle. Samael endured the pain and waved his wand to remedy it, but the effect was not ideal. Fight! 10,000 Serpent Luo Array. Samael bent down, his mouth opening at an incredible angle, and he felt the magic all over his body boiling. Mental and physical strength were quickly transformed into chakra, and chakra turned into thousands of poisonous snakes and crawled out of its mouth, extremely fast, and soon crawled all over the 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog shook his body in panic, although these snakes could not penetrate his defenses, but there were too many, some drilled into his mouth, and some drilled into his back door. Theodore, take out the mirror. Since Samael had the ability to mirror the shuttle, he let Theodore carry it with him, which came in handy. Looking at the stun too, Samael was not surprised. It was really that the movement of the 10,000 snakes array was too impactful. Theodore reacted, and then pulled out a 1-man-tall mirror from his pocket. Although he didn't know why Samael used a mirror at this critical moment, he could only choose to trust him. Close your eyes, and whatever happens, don't open them. After Samael instructed the 2, he pulled the 2 gradually towards the mirror, and the mirror was not as broken as expected, but swallowed the 3 like ripples. When Samael opened his eyes again, the 3 had returned to his bedroom. Cole, who was guarding the door, noticed that someone had broken in, and was first startled, and after seeing Samael, he changed to a strange look. This is your bedroom. Draco wondered, then breathed a sigh of relief, and naturally sat on Samael's bed, quite a feeling of the aftermath. Phantom apparition? No, Hogwarts can't cast phantom manifestations. Is it a mirror? Theodore also breathed a sigh of relief, unconsciously thinking about these questions, and then looked at Samael feverishly. Samael didn't explain either. Anyway, they will know later. For now, it is a while to be able to hide it for a while. Samael is extremely tired, and the 10,000 serpent array is extremely consuming with chakra, and it is also a double consumption of body and spirit. He was not interested in hearing Draco want his father to remove Dumbledore from his position, and after telling the 2 not to talk about it, he sent them out. When he went out, he vaguely saw the foursome led by Traverse, but he didn't care. As his strength grew, Samael didn't mind the people behind him making small moves on him, of course, provided that they could afford to provoke him. Samael lay on Cole's body, carefully recalling what had happened tonight. Everything tonight is so confusing. It is certain that the situation that they accidentally broke into the corridor of the 4th floor is definitely Old Dengen, and Dumbledore's training of Harry Potter began from the moment he entered school. Savior, it's normal to have some privileges, but I don't know why he was involved. After that, Samael was sure that it was definitely not the Old Dengen. He was indeed quite jealous of the centenarian, but his character was definitely worth believing. Quirrell? Voldemort? Samael muttered. These 2 were definitely the ones the whole of Hogwarts would attack him. Slytherin he had some enemies, but they weren't strong enough to do that. Samael was more skeptical of Quirrell than Voldemort, but this required him to observe repeatedly before making a decision. Samael threw his consciousness into his head and looked at his newly acquired skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Hogwarts Dog Beater, rewarding the skill Fantastic Beasts Deterrent. Ding! This skill can be fused with the original skill Snape's Gaze, whether it is fused or not. Fusion. After the fusion is completed, the skill has been upgraded, and to a certain extent, it will trigger the mind capture and brain occlusion technique. P.S. When someone lies to the host, it will passively trigger the devotion thought, and if there is a foreign object that affects the host's thinking, it will trigger brain occlusion. Samael looked at the new skills fused into them, and there was no joy or sorrow in his heart. He thought that he would get some powerful skills, but the result was not as much as the reward for defeating the 4 fools of Traverse. But talk is better than nothing, something is better than nothing. Host, Samael Gaunt Class, Wizard Achievements, King of the Orphanage, Street Hero, Rebel, Rioter, Intermediate Slytherin Uncrowned King, Hogwarts Snake, Hogwarts Dog Beater Talent, Parceltine LV.4 System Skills, Orochimaru Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant, Leave 4, Water Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant, Asterisk LV.2, Free Kickbox Asterisk LV.4, Snape's Gaze Asterisk Leave 4, Mirror Shuttle Leave 1 Common Skills, Transfiguration Leave 3, Softening Spell Asterisk Leave 1, Araco Cave Open Asterisk Leave 1, All Petrified Asterisk Leave 2, Faint Ground Asterisk Leave 2, Shock Stop Asterisk Leave 2, Blue Bellflower Spell Asterisk Leave 3, Cleanup Leave 3, Flock of Birds Leave 3, Speed Shrinking Asterisk Leave 3, Live Rope Bondage Asterisk Leave 3, Clear Water Springs Asterisk Leave 3, Armor Protector Asterisk Leave 4, Fluorescent Flashing Asterisk Leave 4, Yugatum Leviosa Asterisk Leave 4, Thunderbolt Explosion Asterisk Leave 4 Magic Items, The Hull of the Banshee Asterisk 1, Fire Cloud Robe Asterisk 7 Pets, Kate, Eagle Owl, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Senpai, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. Samael observed his panel. The week of school was not a waste. Refining chakra in his spare time, the Great Snake Pill Ninjutsu Collection was successfully upgraded to level 4, and even Shui Dun was upgraded to level 2, and the speed was not unfast. In addition to some more practical spells, under the guidance of magic theory, the Iron Armor spell has also successfully reached level 4. Seeing his achievements, Samael stopped his crankiness contentedly and fell into a deep sleep. Cole squirmed his body, trying to make Samael sleep more peacefully, and the whole picture was warm and weird. Samael rubbed his eyes, and if he could, he would hate to sleep until the afternoon. But no, today is Saturday, it is the tutoring time he and Quirrell have agreed to, and he also happens to test the actor. Samael left Cole to watch the house, not even the small spicy strips, and resolutely walked to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class with the momentum of a strong man. In fact, Quirrell's office, except for the bias, was much stronger than Snape's. Mr. Gaunt, I am glad that you arrived on time. As soon as Samael entered the door, Quirrell burst out. His tone was so natural and his demeanor so proud that if it was not an old man, Samael dared to eat the table on the spot. I am grateful that the professor took the time to instruct me individually, and adhering to the concept of time is what every student should do. Samael looked natural, and his tone was a little more respectful. Good. To get back to business, Mr. Gaunt, I need to know what you think about magic. What kind of magic can be called powerful in your opinion? Quirrell did not want to waste time and began teaching directly. In my opinion, no magic is really powerful, and what is really powerful is the wizard himself. Samael didn't stupidly say anything about natural magic, ancient magic and the like. If ancient magic was really powerful, it would not be replaced by modern magic. Yes, Mr. Gaunt, you really didn't disappoint me. Old Fu was obviously satisfied with Samael's answer. Powerful as the death charm, it is also scored by whomever uses it. If it is a first-year student, I believe that Mr. Gaunter's strength can be defeated even with the disarming charm. Samael did not answer, nodded cooperatively, and there was a hint of arrogance, pretended, in his expression that he did not have in normal days. Professor, I want to know if some magic becomes powerful when it is profound enough. Samael was also reluctant to talk to him and consulted directly about his own problems. Not bad, but the manpower is limited. Just like some people spend their lives constantly developing luminous spells, what can they do? Black magic is not stronger than white magic, but the starting point is higher than ordinary white magic. If you study a certain black magic, the improvement of strength is absolutely beyond imagination. Saying this, Lao Fu looked proud, on the study of black magic, who in the whole of Britain can compare with him. Can the professor teach me some powerful magic? Samael said straight to the point. Mr. Gaunt, Hogwarts forbids young wizards from learning the dark arts. Lao Fu looked inexplicable, and after a slight hesitation, he refused. Samael turned around regretfully and rolled his eyes. I thought that you would put this pretend to be your mother with me. If you didn't want to leave me to fall, my name would be written backwards. Professor, I guess I'm talking about powerful magic, not black magic. Samael turned around, reminding Lao Fu in another way. The two looked at each other, and Samael did not hide the fire in his eyes. I think Mr. Gaunt you succeeded in convincing me. Old Fu was overjoyed and secretly waved his wand when Samael was out of his mind. When Samael came back to his senses, he saw Quirrell stumbling, his whole face turned pale, coupled with the miserable howl faintly heard in his mind. Samaelton understood what happened. This shameless thing is actually watching his memory. Fortunately, there is the howl of the morning which guarding his brain, otherwise he will definitely suffer. Samael quietly helped Quirrell, put him on the sofa, and asked with concern, Professor, are you all right? I'm okay, just a little dizzy. These are the books you need to read. This is the approval note in the forbidden book area, and I hope to see a progress of you before coming next week. Quirrell said as if he had seen a plague, and after stuffing the note into his arms, he pushed Samael directly out of the office. Samael was stunned, and when he reacted, the hypocritical arrogance immediately disappeared, and there was a smile on his face that was not meaningful. Samael entered an intense learning phase again after a leisurely Saturday. I'll go. Can the spell still be used like this? Samael swallowed his shock and looked at the books Quirrell had given him in his bedroom. He carefully analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of black magic and white magic, and black magic was indeed as Quirrell said, and the starting point was not low. In particular, most of the poisonous curses and curses recorded in the Melas Curse and Curse of the Abyss completely opened the door to a new world for Samael. Strange spell-casting techniques, complex poison spell rituals, and esoteric magical theories make Samael addicted. If Samael follows Lao Fu's arrangement, he will inevitably embark on the path of depravity step by step, and be attacked by the evil thoughts of black magic. It's a pity that he didn't calculate that there is such a thing as a system in this world. As long as Samael's spell is recorded by the system, he can completely get rid of the drawback of relying on emotions to cast, and the so-called evil thoughts will not affect him at all. But he is not stupid. The study of magic has always been gradual, only a fool will learn the unforgivable charm at the beginning. Small curses such as front teeth sticks, tarantella dancing, grinning hula and oolong out of holes are also recorded in the book, and these spells are widely spread among young wizards, even if they are not in textbooks. Samael does not underestimate any kind of spell, and it can be passed down for a long time, and there is naturally a reason for its existence. Among them, the magic spell of oolong out of the hole involves the summoning spell of the transfiguration category, and the poisonous snake summoned is not a magic change, but a real flesh and blood viper. Samael knew that Draco was actually very good at this spell, but he hadn't cast it in front of Samael. Dakora, I'm not stupid, how can I humiliate myself? And Samael also found that the summoned viper contained a magic pattern circuit controlled by the spellcaster, and Samael wanted to analyze the mystery but could not do it, otherwise it was also a good choice to be a royal beast master who rushed between the waves of his hand. However, when I saw the material in my hand, I had a new plan. Prows, Draminer, Falath. Samael chanted the spell of the tongue twister, and a casual potted plant in his right hand withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Waving his wand in his left hand, an ugly scarecrow was covered with red light, and the light condensed into blood, which was quickly absorbed by the scarecrow. As if the scarecrow lacked energy, a sharp howl sounded, and Samael clearly felt that the scarecrow had become restless. The messy straw quickly plunged into Samael's flesh and blood, sucking his blood. Samael threw it out casually, interrupting his behavior, and the scarecrow really settled a lot, standing obediently beside Samael's leg. Wise, but restless. Samael looked at the restless scarecrow with an icy expression. This thing is the experimental product that Samael had just learned about the puppet spell, and the material was straw everywhere, mixed with some withered vines, but with some magic blood added to it. This blood is naturally not Samael's, to which he said that Cole's huge body drew some blood to help blood circulation. Cole, listen to me, thank you. The puppet curse creates something that terrorizes some muggles is just as much a fire thing for wizards. Samael fancied the essence of his magic transformation, the vitality of the potted plant is transformed into the power of the scarecrow. If he absorbs the magic of the entire Hogwarts castle, will the monster created be more terrifying? Or whether he can recover from his injuries by absorbing the magical origins of other creatures when he is seriously injured. If you can, it is not difficult to achieve the so-called immortal body. In short, there are many ideas, but more experimental materials are needed to realize them. For now, Samael can only record his whimsical thoughts and leave them for later to resolve. Samael, what are you doing? Just as Samael was recording casually, Draco snatched the door in, and before he could come over, he saw several dead vines quickly emerge from the scarecrow's hands and wrap around Draco. Okay, Tenor, I don't know, I thought I had done to you. Samael looked at Draco calmly, unable to figure out where he had such a loud voice. Then a flame enveloped the scarecrow, turning into a cloud of flying ash in the blink of an eye. He has never liked something like this that is wise and does not guarantee loyalty. Puppet curse? Samael, I advise you not to study this kind of dark magic at Hogwarts, that stuff is too scary, Draco said with a pale face and a palpitation. You know, the puppet curse was also partial in the little charm, and he was surprised how Draco knew it. Of course I know, I have also done it. This thing does not require high spell casting ability, but it is very terrifying. Draco was proud, but he really didn't see that this guy could actually do so much, which was not shown in the original book. Horror. Samael then wondered, this thing is supposed to hurt wizards very little. Of course it's terrifying, this thing not only sucks the flesh and blood of living beings, but also absorbs magic, and I'm afraid it will cause big trouble at Hogwarts. Draco said it very seriously, and Samael did listen to it, and the mere fact of absorbing magic was enough to make him give up. Samael, are you learning the dark arts? Draco wondered, but didn't care. It was strange that the Slytherin students didn't study a few evil spells. Well, just to find out. Samael didn't hide it. What are these books? Does Hogwarts actually have this book? This is Melas Curse. I go, this should be out of print, the cry of Queen Tadia. Draco asked, pulling on Samael's book list. The more excited he looked, his expression full of fanaticism. Samael, this is fantastic, where did these books come from? Can you teach me? Draco looked at Samael longingly. He really liked this kind of magic, although his family had some of them, but his father always used his young age as an excuse not to let him look at it, and he could only learn a little secretly. Of course, he is not stupid, and learning black magic rashly will definitely be eroded by the evil thoughts in it, so he did not offer to borrow books, but wanted Samael to teach him. Looking at it again, a genius like Samael can definitely master these magic quickly. Yes, you look at my notebook first. I have marked the key points of learning, and also marked how to avoid the erosion of evil thoughts. If there is anything you don't understand, you will ask me again. Samael didn't hesitate either, throwing the notebook directly at Draco. Draco danced excitedly, and then as if remembering something, he spoke. By the way, you remember to throw away this withered flower together with the pot in a moment. Why? Samael was puzzled. Your flower is like the dream flower that Belef just moved to the common room, and now the flower is lost, and Belef is cursing the street there. Draco said and looked at Samael with amusement. Samael was stunned, and with a wave of his hand, the pot turned into a brooch, pinned to Draco's clothes, and the meaning was self-evident. Draco wanted to refuse, but he had a short manpower, so he secretly decided to throw this thing directly into the Black Lake when he went out, and came to destroy his corpse. Looking at Draco, who was studying hard, Samael could hardly believe that this was the flamboyant, proud, and unstoppable son of the Malfoy family he knew. Samael moved his slightly numb hands and feet, got up and walked out. The Slytherin common room late at night was silent and empty, more oozing than usual, and only Theodore was willing to stay, except for the senior sister who was occasionally in love. For no other reason, Draco talked too much when he wasn't sleeping, and the two bodyguards snored too loudly when he slept, and he preferred to stay in the common room than in the bedroom. Haven't slept yet? Samuel. Theodore got up, and even though he said it many times, he still had great respect for Samael. Can't sleep. Do you want to go out for a walk? Samael stretched and immediately sent out an invitation. Okay. Without obstruction, without asking where to go, he trusted him from beginning to end. Samael and Theodore were walking in the empty corridor, and at this time Hogwarts had fallen into a deep sleep, and even the people in the portrait were snoring. Tonight's moon is exceptionally round, and the light formed by the moonlight through the glass is so soft, illuminating the direction of the two. Are we going to the Forbidden Forest? After the two left the castle, Theodore couldn't help but ask. Theodore, let's run under the moon. Theodore looked at the boy shimmering in the moonlight and couldn't help but nod, his face filled with a happy smile. Theodore was stunned, then asked. Aren't we taking Draco with us? Don't take him. I don't want his iron lungs to disturb the natives of the Forbidden Forest. After that, Theodore nodded in agreement. They all knew how much Draco was able to howl. Samael first used psychic magic to summon the Big Four. After all, the Forbidden Forest at night is much more dangerous than during the day. Chakra attached to his feet and rushed away at a very fast speed, and the four giants completely let go of their figures, followed closely behind, guarding him in a four-square formation. Theodore is not far behind, as the most loyal and insistent on accompanying Samael every day. How can Samael be stingy? He taught Theodore the method of chakra refining early. However, he is not stupid. The reason why he gave it to Theodore is because he found that the system skill is unique. Even if Theodore has a method, he still needs Samael to teach it hand in hand to learn, and at the same time, even if Theodore wants to teach others, others can't learn it, only through Samael. That is to say, the skill can only be learned by Samael and people recognized by Samael. After a few days of practice, Theodore could not climb trees and tread water, but the most basic running was still no problem. Samael is familiar with the path, jumping between the trees, nimble like an ape, Theodore chasing behind him, and the Big Four is more like guarding Theodore. Except for your weapons, all petrified. There are many obstacles. Samael turned around and fired a spell at Theodore, who accidentally fell and gnawed mud, but he was not angry, his expression became insolent. He knew that Samael was training him. Samael did not stop, but these not very powerful spells made Theodore suffer. During the high-speed movement, the spirit is also tense, and it is necessary to always watch out for Samael's attack. The whole process is painful, but the progress is extremely obvious. The two ran faster and faster. Theodore learned to find cover, learned to dodge, and no longer blindly chased Samael's footsteps. After all, it still hurt to be hit by those spells. Wow! Just as the two were concentrating on each other, a loud wolf roar came from a distance, and Samael faintly heard the sound of leaves crackling. Werewolf? Damn full moon night. Samael reacted and cursed angrily. He was not afraid when the werewolf species was put on hold, but on the night of the full moon, the werewolf could greatly improve his combat effectiveness. Samael protected Theodore behind him, and four huge pythons stood tall and protected the two behind them. Strike with all your might in a while, and the werewolf will never appear alone. Samael reminded at the right time, and Theodore looked around with a solemn expression. Soon they found the target. There were 7 werewolves, not as strong as he thought, although much larger than them, but looking extremely delicate. Armor protection. Samael first put a shield on the two and looked at Theodore quietly. Thorns, flames. Theodore sensed Samael's intentions and directly released the spell he was best at. The thorn curse released with all its strength, after taking root in the land, quickly spread around, like a swimming snake, but the werewolves under the moonlit night were obviously extremely fast and did not cause them trouble. The flame spell constantly interferes with the werewolves, and in terms of power, although excellent, it also does not hurt the werewolves. Seeing that the spell did not cause harm to the werewolf, Theodore was a little anxious. Wrong, Theodore shouted, and the flames collided with the thorns, igniting all the thorns, and the thorns did not burn under the action of the flames, but merged into the main body of the thorns. All the thorns quickly became thick and cracked, and there were flames flowing on the cracked body, sharp long thorns and black fog, and there were also flashes of fire. The power was not known, and it was still very spectacular. Oh, a bit of ancient magic. For so long, Samael's insight is much stronger than before, and he sees something. The speed of the thorns became very fast, and soon a werewolf was tightly entangled, and in the werewolf's miserable shout, it quickly turned into char, and then turned into flying ash and dissipated. The other werewolves were red in eyes and rushed towards the two in unison, the moon causing them to lose most of their senses. Theodore stepped out of the range of the ironclad spell and stood in the center of the flames, controlling the direction of the flame thorns, and although it was a bit embarrassing to dodge the werewolf attack, it could be seen that his combat experience was rapidly improving. The sound of sharp claws slicing through the iron armor spell made Theodore's sweat stand up. If it weren't for Samael's strike just now, he would have to be torn apart. Samael waved his wand, quickly turning the clawed branches of the surrounding trees into a metallic texture under his control. The branches continued to stretch into a cage, surrounding the rest of the werewolves, and Theodore saw this, manipulated the thorns into a huge thorn tree, penetrated through the solace of the werewolf's feet, and firmly nailed it through. The sharp branches began to grow towards the limbs, and the body of the werewolf rose rapidly under the action of the thorn flame, turning from red to scorched black, and then turned into fly ash and fell off the thorns. The rest of the werewolves also died in a wail of pain. Well done, filthy beast. Samael patted Theodore, who was panting, and said in admiration. In fact, there are still very good ideas for werewolves: high demon resistance, great strength, fast speed, in addition to the full moon night, usually has a good spell casting ability. But this completely lost his mind, leaving only the appearance of bestiality made him dispel his thoughts. And this thing is too ugly, completely different from the product of TV line beautification. Samael took the tired Theodore to walk through the forbidden forest, and the whole state was very pleasant, as if he had come to sightsee. Hiss hiss hiss. Okay, I know you can deal with those werewolves, but this is the night of the full moon after all, and I can't guarantee what will happen after you are bitten. Samael appeased the complaining Big Four, and when the war began, he was afraid of the wolf venom of the werewolf and never let the Big Four make a move. In terms of size, they have no problem crushing werewolves, but if something does happen, Samael has no place to even cry. Do you want to become a wolf snake? Saying this, the Big Four didn't say anything, only Rebecca muttered, the owner is really annoying, who wants to become that ghost, and so on. Samael stroked Finn's head, teasing the only ugly snake beside him. Finn excitedly spat out the snake letter and licked his hand. Among the Big Four, Cole is arrogant, Rebecca is willful, Ilya is gentle and fierce, only Finn is well-behaved, but he has a face control and rarely pays attention to Finn, but the love for him in his heart has never been less. Samael played with the snakes, and from time to time in the silent jungle, the whispers of ordinary demons were heard, which made people shudder. The teenager is happy, the mad snake dances, and the whole picture is strange and harmonious. There was a smile on Theodore's cold face behind him, and such a picture was fixed in his mind, and he wanted to protect the boy's smile. Master, there are werewolves speeding closer, but something different. The snake's heat perception was extremely keen, and Rebecca quickly informed Samael of the situation. Samael's expression sharpened, and even he felt this different atmosphere. Samael, what happened? Theodore knew something must be wrong when he saw Samael's expression. Before he could explain, a humanoid phantom threw Theodore out at an extremely fast speed. He was completely out of the game without even seeing what the person was like. The four giants quickly attacked the black shadow with their heads held high, but they were easily dodged and could only surround Samael uneasily. Samael was also the first time to see this situation, and with his strength, he only saw a pair of red pupils, revealing madness and wildness. He didn't even have time to release the iron armor spell. Fack, careless. Samael waved his wand, and the sound of explosions continued to sound, forcing the black shadow to the rear, leaning over to check Theodore's situation, and found that he was only knocking unconscious, which made him relaxed. Thunderbolt explosion. Samael shouted angrily and finally stunned the comber. What is this, plaything? Werewolves? Samael finally saw the identity of the comber: sharp claws, a wolf-like head, and silver-white mane full of wild aura. This mother is the werewolf in his mind, and compared to the werewolves he met before, those goods are like malnourished skeletons. Well, it's a male, bah. I'm leaning, don't you want to be so exaggerated? Samael had just glanced at it and saw that the werewolf's injured part was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, there was no wound other than blood to prove the injury he had just suffered. Knowing that Samael's explosive spell was comparable to that of an auror, this exaggerated resilience made him very curious about the body of the comer. This guy soon woke up, his fierce eyes stared at Samael, and the killing intent in it was not concealed in the slightest, and he rushed towards Samael. Werewolves are fast, but Samael's spells are faster, and spell-less casting is so unreasonable. An explosion continued to hit his joints, and the werewolf fell to the ground in response, healing, attacking, wounding, healing, attacking, hurting again. After the 10th fall, the werewolf's resilience is significantly reduced. The fierce look revealed a hint of clarity. Samael gaunt. The werewolf was obviously stunned and asked suspiciously, "You actually retain your sanity on a full moon night, you are a student at Hogwarts." Samael was amazed at the change in werewolves. He had not heard of a werewolf who could retain his sanity on a full moon night, unless he drank the wolf poison potion, but the situation was not quite like before. And this product knows him, definitely a student of Hogwarts. Branson Hall, Ravenclaw sophomore. The werewolf regained his mobility, his neck turned, and the huge wolf's head reformed into a human form, retaining only sharp teeth and sharp claws, and his red pupils looked strangely beautiful. Who? Branson Hall? Samael was surprised at the change in this guy at first. If he poked it out, it would definitely be a new discovery in the wizarding world, and he was stunned for a moment to find that this guy was actually the alchemical genius that Percy said. "You know me." Branson wondered if a figure like Samael would pay attention to him. "Yes, Percy must have invited you to join my organization." Samael looked calm, and it was hard to see what he was thinking. "I did invite, but I declined." Branson suddenly realized and acted very calmly, and Percy rejected the name Samael before he could say it. "Why?" Samael wondered. "I offended some people and was not in the mood to participate in the children's household," Branson said through gritted teeth, with hatred in his eyes that could not be hidden. "What if I could give you the power to avenge?" Samael did not ask about the specifics, but instead issued an invitation in a seductive voice. "I'd join." Branson was in a trance for a while, and then nodded firmly, without pulling any personality charm or drawing any big pie. Just because he is Samael, in the lower grades, the name is a symbol of strength. "Would it be convenient to introduce yourself? To be honest, I recruited you because I knew that you were a genius in alchemy, and I didn't know anything else," Samael said as he ordered Rebecca to pick up Theodore. There was still some way to go from the castle. He didn't want to carry this guy. Branson retracted his paws and teeth just in time. "I am from the Hall family in the United States, and I am the Moon Wolf clan, one of the 12 werewolf races. Can you stay sane on a full moon night?" Samael ignored the 12 races, but was very curious about it, which was an impact on his cognition. In fact, the members of the 12 werewolf clans can stay sane on full moon nights, and even in human form, but this requires learning. Samael nodded. This guy obviously didn't learn well. Branson said while taking the unconscious Theodore from Rebecca's mouth, after all, he was injured, and he was somewhat embarrassed. Werewolves are known as the darlings of the moon god, but on the British side, werewolves are called people cursed by the moon, and the entire werewolf race will not recognize werewolves on the British side. Branson said of the British werewolf with a look of disgust. "How are you in terms of strength?" Samael is worried about his level of magic. After all, most of the magic in the werewolf's body will be absorbed and transformed by the werewolf body, and his performance in this aspect of casting is very average. First in 2nd grade. Branson is very proud. He is not sleepy when it comes to this. He is a Ravenclaw student. "You don't have to look at me like that. I'm different from the British werewolf. I was born a werewolf. My mother is still the king of the Funeral Moon clan, although my strength is not as good as yours but definitely not bad." Branson can be said to have questions and answers along the way, and he has no reservations about Samael, since he has decided he can only go one way to the dark. After all, this is his own choice. The two walked and chatted all the way, and the bright moonlight pulled their backs long. "What? Can you still turn into a wolf?" "It's possible." In the morning, Samael had a hunch even in the Slytherin common room that today was sure to be a sunny day. From last night until now, the smile on the corners of his mouth has not stopped. He had inquired that Branson's alchemy talent was indeed not low, and the basic alchemy products could not stop him at all. And the most important thing is that he is still young, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the future is limitless. Samael was quite satisfied with being able to draw such a genius into the organization, and as for helping Branson get his revenge, he was confident that he would be capable enough to deal with it after graduation. Samael smiled at the corners of his mouth and walked forward humming an unknown song. "Samael, what happened yesterday?" Theodore rubbed the back of his red and swollen head and walked over slowly. "Nothing. Yesterday there was another werewolf attack. You were knocked unconscious, Ravenclaw Branson, and I teamed up to slaughter that guy." Before Branson was ready to reveal his identity, Samael chose to keep this secret for him, and could only wrong Theodore. "Branson? Is that Branson Hall? How could he be there?" Theodore was surprised. He knew Branson was a genius they were fighting for, he just didn't expect him to show up in the Forbidden Forest. "Obviously, it's not just us Slytherins who don't follow the rules, but also Ravenclaws," Samael said it matter-of-factly. Theodore wanted to ask something, but after all, he didn't speak. The two walked together near the Black Lake and practiced magic separately, which was already a daily habit for the two of them. Theodore's application of chakra still has many shortcomings. Samael often points out to him, they are geniuses, their understanding is naturally not bad, and some things can be understood at one point. Draco, who was happy like a fool, walked towards the castle hall. Chakra's refining was still very physically demanding, and eating was the best way to solve this problem. But neither of them went in the direction of Slytherin, but to the long Ravenclaw table next door. Branson rarely has contact with people due to physical reasons, and there are girls from the same college who communicate with his appearance, and he will be scolded back by him without saying a few words. Even in this weirdo-filled Ravenclaw, he was considered a maverick, so there was no one around Branson, which was convenient for him and Theodore. Good morning, Branson. Good morning, Samael, Theodore. Branson didn't recognize him at all, and greeted him in Theodore's surprised gaze. Percy should have paid galleon. How are you going to design it? At first I was going to make a simple contact coin to deal with you, but now I have a better idea. He was honest and directly said what he was going to fool him. Can you elaborate? Of course, I just received the letter that my family has reproduced the technology of double-sided mirrors, and I am planning to add another projection technology in the form of a ring, in addition to the basic communication function. I'll go, isn't that the magic version of WeChat video, which is much stronger than he expected? Samael asked excitedly, how long will it take? It won't take long, it can be made in 3 days at most, but I need a large number of dragon crystals. I have no way to solve this, I need you to solve it. Branson looked calm and full of confidence in this matter. What? Samael hadn't heard of it, but he felt tall when he heard the name. It's obsidian. Branson explained patiently. This bag is on me. Samael breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was something. This thing was formed by the rapid cooling after the eruption. In layman's terms, it was a black glass. There are not many of this thing in the wizarding world, but the muggle world is more, except for the last time he sent a letter, his alcade he has not seen for a long time. It is estimated that he is going crazy outside, and this time it just comes in handy. Several people continued to agree on the style of the ring, and the discussion was extremely intense. Percy and Cedric came to the hall, and seeing this, they also joined in. If they had been at the Slytherin table, they would definitely not have made this fun, but Ravenclaw is different. This house welcomes all good people and is not exclusive. In the end, everyone decided on the style of the ring, and in order to prevent women from joining in the future, they also specifically asked Penlow of Ravenclaw for advice. The heated discussion among several people unsurprisingly attracted most of the attention of the 4 major colleges, and even the professors and the faculty bench frequently looked at each other. No way, this group of people wearing the same clothes, whether it is ability or appearance, is too eye-catching. Elegant and powerful Samael, the cold and calm Branson, the melancholy and indifferent Theodore, the sunny and handsome Percy, plus the elegant and easygoing Cedric, and the Hufflepuff group pet Derek, the whole group is the hero of each house. Even the unpopular Branson would not deny his talent in Ravenclaw. Draco in the distance saw such a scene, clenched his fists, and then he didn't know what he thought, and quickly stepped forward. Samael, Traverse, they sent the house elves, come and see. Samael looked at the cloth bag that Draco had brought and suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten about this stubble. The Traverse family is really a small family. How can you get a high-grade box, actually use such a broken bag? Draco complained that Samael was very satisfied with this. He had always lacked a portable space equipment, which was not readily available. This thing is actually not broken at all like Draco said. The black material is embellished with purple patterns, which can be said to be low-key luxury. I depend, this is really exploiting. Samael opened the cloth bag and couldn't help but scold. The space inside is not small, but the 4 house elves inside are not so qualified. He asked for 4 young house elves, but this was also too young. 2 look like they have just been weaned, and 2 will fall from time to time when they walk, and they are underage at first sight. Draco leaned over curiously, looking at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but scold the Traverse family chicken thief. Samael observed, the only thing to be thankful for was that these 2 house elves were 2 men and 2 women, and if they could breed a group in the future, it would not be a loss. In fact, it is normal. House elves control most of the secrets of pure-blood families, and most of the ones circulating in the market are like this. When Theodore saw it, he explained it specifically for the 2 of them, which made Draco feel a little more relieved, and he didn't know that he thought it was his booty. Now that there are many people, even if Samael is curious about this race, he will not take it out in public, so he can only go back to the bedroom and study it again. He even thought of placing these house elves in the kitchen of Hogwarts so that they could learn how to be qualified servants. He admired Dobby's courageous defiance, but that didn't mean he wanted his house elves to do the same. After arranging the time for the evening party, several people left the table. In Transfiguration class, Samael's progress is still desperate, both in the class and Professor McGonagall's additional assessments, all of which are perfect. Professor McGonagall was very pleased with this, and she couldn't wait to go to Slytherin and Snape to change the students now, and she even gave Samael her metamorphosis notes, which made Draco and the others envious. But seeing Samael turn a fluttering piece of parchment into a luxurious sofa, the huge gap, they just want to be jealous and can't get jealous. Samael, can you take my transfiguration up a little more? Draco leaned over and asked hesitantly. Last time Samael's guidance to him gave him a new understanding of transfiguration, and his deformation level was greatly improved, but watching Samael's leapfrog progress he couldn't sit still. How is this kind of thing possible? Except for the transfiguration class, I have never seen you use transfiguration. Samael glanced at this guy. He was not the 8th king in the wishing pool. He could make him say that if he was promoted, he would be promoted. However, this guy is also obedient, and has been implementing Samael's concept in transfiguration, but the casting process is too smelly, and he looks like the second oldest in the world. He even saw that Beverly wanted to cast some evil spell on him several times, but he kept holding back. It was hard to believe that the glory of the Malfoy family could make his will so strong. Samael didn't bother to take care of him and walked quickly to the Quidditch pitch. He wasn't interested in Quidditch, but it was a place he had to come to every day, and he enjoyed the feeling of the sun shining on him. Derek also finished class, and after seeing Samael, the two tacitly understood that no one bothered anyone. Samael, afraid that he would be bored, summoned Cole to play with him, while he quietly flipped through his notes. The week was doomed to keep him busy, and not only Professor McGonagall's study notes, Percy also sent his own class notes. Busy is a little busy, but he believes that if he eats these 2 notes, his magic level will be greatly improved. In addition, there are assemblies on Mondays, special training for Theodore and Derek on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and education from Dear Quirrell Love on Saturdays. Only on Wednesday and Friday when he was free, Samael said that whether to do homework, whether to practice spells, whether to study black magic, these tedious things were pressed down like a mountain. At this stage, small groups are created. These things are inevitable, otherwise who does not want to be a dispenser? Samael, so you're here, and I want to join your organization. Draco came running from a distance, glanced at Draco, and said firmly, "What do you mean?" Samael was stunned and wanted to refuse, but seeing the firmness in his eyes, he didn't say it after all. "You have to know that even if you don't join, it won't affect the friendship between you and me." "I know, but I still want to join." Draco's tone was more firm than ever. Malfoy was not weaker. Why, everyone could join. "Okay, but the Dream Realization Organization is an organization that helps each other and grows with each other, and you better think clearly about what your dream is and what you can bring to everyone." Everyone held a meeting to vote. More than half of the people agreed. "I will agree to you join. If you do not get everyone's approval, even if you are my friend, I cannot agree." Although Samael was the founder of the organization, he was never a dictator, and if Draco's joining caused the organization to disagree, he would not allow it. "Don't worry, I, Malfoy, definitely have a talent that you underestimate. Don't underestimate me," Draco shouted as he ran, his words full of confidence. Night, Potions classroom. A sonorous voice resounded throughout the classroom. "I, Draco Malfoy, from the Malfoy House of the Holy 28, the future heir of the Malfoy family. There should be no one here who does not know me, and you know what kind of financial power and influence my family has in the wizarding world. My dream is to take the Malfoy family to the next level. In addition to the convenience I can provide for you in the future, my level of magic is also good." Looking at Draco, who was standing in front of him and talking confidently, Samael and Theodore forced a smile. He had already greeted everyone, and everyone knew Draco's intentions, but looking at Draco's serious self-introduction like a schoolboy, everyone couldn't bear it. Even Branson, who had just joined, was sneaking smiling. Samael said, "I would like to call you Hogwarts' strongest cow. I doubt your so-called good level of magic." Theodore hid his smile, twisted his neck and began to ask. He knew Draco best, he knew Samael's concerns, and in fact if Draco did show some good talent in some way, joining the organization would be a certainty. "Theodore, dare not accept my challenge." Draco knew that it was Theodore who gave him the opportunity to perform and directly challenged him. "Don't hurt him." Samael smiled at the corner of his mouth, quietly watching the performance of the two, but he knew Theodore's true level and quickly reminded. Both of them were a little restrained. The battle came and went, there was nothing to see. The so-called duel seemed to Samael to be full of holes. Percy and Cedric watched it and shook their heads repeatedly. Not to mention them at this level, even Derek can easily take them both. Samael gave Theodore a look, and Theodore increased the output of the spell. The scope of the second spell is no longer limited to small curses such as front teeth stuffed sticks and grinning hula la flames. Compared to the palm-sized flames released by other little wizards, the Theodore flame spell was much stronger, and the entire classroom quickly heated up, and the crimson flame centered on him continued to spread. Samael had to hold up a transparent shield for everyone. Smoke rope spell? Mutation? Seeing Draco being forced back by the flames, a large amount of black mist erupted from Draco's spell. Samael was surprised. This was a kind of magic he had seen in Melah's curse yesterday, but he didn't expect Draco to learn it in one night, and he could change the form of the spell. Malfoy is losing. Percy on the side saw Theodore cast the thorn spell and knew that the overall situation was decided. Although he did not know Theodore's strength, he knew the true power of the family magic of the Not family. The others nodded approvingly. I don't think so. Samael's expression froze slightly, and he vaguely heard the neighing of poisonous snakes in the black mist. The battle ended unexpectedly quickly. The thick fog cleared, and Theodore looked at the long wound on his arm in disbelief, and blood dripped down his arm and fell to the ground. Soaked in sweat, Draco was weakly propped up on the table, holding a dead viper in his hand. The joy in his eyes was about to overflow. I, Malfoy, am not weaker than people. How can it be? Theodore was immersed in the defeat just now, and he still hasn't reflected how he failed. Cedric prepared to treat him, but the wound never healed. Black magic? They are all top students in their grades, and naturally this situation can be seen. Flock of birds. Samael summons a flock of ravens, and the ravens quietly surround Theodore, and the scene is quite eerie. The others did not make a sound, watching Samael's operation. Samael took Theodore's arm with one hand and stroked the crows with the other, chanting complex ancient incantations. The crows wailed, their bodies withered and exploded, and a purple-black light condensed on the crows' corpses. Percy waved his wand and secretly released a silent spell. This movement, this face, if the professors saw it, it was really yellow mud in the crotch, not but also. The purple rays of light condensed into each other, all poured into Samael's right hand, and then disappeared. A green light representing life on his left hand covered Theodore's wound, and the injury healed quickly. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. If it weren't for the remaining feathers, no one would know what happened just now. Curses, puppet curses, I really underestimate you, Draco. Samael's tone was calm, and he couldn't tell whether he was praising or derogating, and Draco was hairy in his heart. Curse? Cedric and Percy frowned, looking at Draco strangely. They were no strangers to dark arts. In fact, senior defense against the dark arts classes would understand some dark arts for targeted cracking training, and curses happened to be the most difficult one. Cursed magic is much more terrifying than poisonous curses and evil curses, and many of them involve soul-level knowledge. That is, some senior dark wizards are rarely proficient in curses. It's hard for them to imagine that these two fools who usually go head-to-head with Harry Potter have a talent for this. The most shocking thing was Samael. In his opinion, Draco learned some of the dark magic in the Curse of Melas at most. According to the learning method he recorded in his notebook, the erosion of evil thoughts may be there, but it is definitely not great. He never thought that this guy would actually study the content of the book Curse of the Abyss. The book was obscure, even Lao Fu didn't expect anything from him, just wanted him to know more, and every time he studied, he could hear the demon whispering in his ear, which made him very uncomfortable. Draco was able to cast it in a way that was innovatively combined with the puppet spell. He first summoned a black snake out of the hole with an oolong hole, and then cast a curse to self-harm, and he and Theodore were connected and both damaged. But losing both sides was never his goal. How treacherous he was, and directly applied the life plunder of the puppet curse to the black snake. In this way, the life force of the black snake repaired his injury, and Theodore's injury not only did not recover, but the wound had an extra layer of curse from the black snake. In one fell swoop, if it weren't for the competition, Draco could have transferred the wound to his neck, and Theodore would probably have been cold by then. Fact, you actually made a black hand. Theodore listened to Samael's explanation, went up and kicked. Rao is his usual calm personality, this time really scared him. He didn't expect this Tai still has this hand. Draco dodged left and right, apologizing as he ran, and using actual combat to test that the cursed was not injured. Draco, your talent has been recognized by me, and I agree with you joining the organization. Samael was not only amazed at this talent, but also surprised that he was not eroded by evil thoughts, and he still looked iron-hearted. I agree. When he arrived at Cedric, he hesitated, but agreed. Draco had looked at Percy worriedly, but he didn't expect him to agree without hesitation. You know, the Malfoy family and the Weasley family can be said to have been holding a grudge for a long time, so easily agreed, let him be separated. It's a big deal not to arrange the Weasley family when it goes against Ron Weasley in the future. Draco thought silently in his heart, this was his biggest concession. Percy agrees that it is actually very understandable. The pureblood family is very tolerant of ideas in this regard. Who does not have a few unseeable curses? There will be more unforgivable curses, just curses. Moreover, with Malfoy on board, he was even more certain about Samael's beautiful blueprint. The Gaunt family, the Not family, the Malfoy family, and the Miss of the Crouch family who got along well with them, with their support, seemed to be not far from the dream he was pursuing. Draco, if you want to join, I have to mention the following points to you. Draco was surprised. And the requirements okay, you say, looking at Samael's stern gaze. Draco had to compromise. First, don't go too deep into black magic without my permission. Samael had to limit him at this point, and Lao Fu was clearly problematic with his study schedule. Laying a good foundation was a prerequisite for learning any magic, and according to his notes, gradual learning was the most suitable for him at the moment. Draco was not stupid enough to know that it was for his own good, and nodded decisively, and he was interested in some of Samael's conjectures recorded in his notes. Second, don't cast it in front of anyone other than us, especially against Harry. Why? Before Samael could finish, Draco exploded. Part of his motivation to become powerful was to humiliate Scar. Finally had a direction, Samael actually refused to use it. Samael shook his head speechlessly, and the mention of Harry Draco was like dementia. The shit was at least soft, and this guy was smelly and hard. Don't play tricks on your stupidity. Dumbledore's eyes will definitely focus on the savior this year. If you don't want to be expelled, converge the point. Samael's tone was serious. In his previous life, he admired the ability of foreign teenagers to die, and this is still a group of teenagers with great power. God knows what kind of mess will be difficult. Well, for the sake of your face, I will definitely converge, but only if Scarhead does not come to provoke me, Draco said reluctantly. Samael knew from seeing him that he hadn't listened, and as far as he knew, Harry would never take the initiative to provoke Draco. But the words are out, he is too lazy to care. People to teach will not teach, it is enough to teach people once. In the matter of Harry Potter, Draco couldn't wake up, he could only wake up in pain. Only when he tasted the failure firsthand will he be memorable. Samael looked at the goods and didn't know if it was right or wrong to let this guy join. Draco, spread your legs a little more. Concentrate, look at me. Relax your waist a little more. Look at me, if you make another mistake, I will give you a hard time. Samael, let me go, let me rest for a while, and change Theodore. Draco said breathlessly, sweat dripping from his forehead to the ground, and there were horrible scars on his body, and he didn't dare to imagine what kind of ravages he had suffered. Draco was speechless in his heart. It was not the same thing as the training he was thinking. The terrifying power of Samael's spell hurt when it was rubbed, forcing him to dodge back and forth, and his own spell did not work at all on Samael. No, attack with all your might, I allow you to use what you are good at. Samael was almost speechless to him. This guy had good talent, but his willpower was too weak, and at first, he either cried out pain or tiredness. With the idea that a sheep is also raised, and a flock of sheep is also a catch, Samael decisively pulled Draco into the special training list. Samael was also not used to him shooting this guy off again and again, and he would never allow him to back down when he didn't really reach his limit. Voodoo symbiosis. Draco also saw Samael's intentions and directly launched his strongest means. The tree supported by his left hand quickly withered, and Samael's originally smooth right hand immediately dried up. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Samael's withered arm turned into a long snake wrap directly around Draco's body, purple-black cursed energy biting down his neck with fangs. At Draco's horrified gaze, the neck down became shriveled. Those who play with curses are bound to be eaten back by curses. Samael stepped forward quickly, holding his hands on the ground, and the rich life energy immediately poured into his body, and Draco's body became full again. He's like a balloon. Derek, who was watching the excitement, said to Theodore. Draco glared at the gloating duo and sighed lightly in relief. His spell was naturally clear to him. If he didn't deal with it for a long time, then his injury would be irreversible. Okay, rest for a while, go over there and take some mental recovery potion, and continue in an hour. Samael walked towards Theodore under Draco's resentful gaze. This place was the best place to practice magic on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and it was Rebecca's territory, and Samael simply cleaned it up and turned it into a suitable training ground. In order to greatly improve the strength of his friends, Samael purchased a large number of mental recovery potions and white moss, and continued to train uninterruptedly, in order to turn some dodging and spell casting techniques into muscle memory. The effect is good, except for a certain daddy boy. Derek and Theodore's progress is obvious. In fact, Derek's performance surprised him. Derek once drank the blood of Ray Heifer, with infinite strength, and the speed of nerve reaction was the best in the group. Whether it is the control of the power of the spell or the grasp of the timing of the shot, even ordinary spells can exert great power. Especially the flock of birds. This ordinary spell was played by him out of flowers, the huge and numerous ape eagles. Anyone who looked at it felt that the scalp was numb. Can you imagine what it's like to be overwhelmed with birds of prey with wings of more than 2 meters and 5 meters coming at you? With this size, even if Samael summoned his raven, it was only crushed, a sliding shovel, and the people's apes were full. What a thing. In terms of basics, Derek is the best. Whether it is the pace of battle, or the rhythm control, it can be regarded as excellent, much better than some daddy boy's blind onslaught. Theodore's strength is actually not bad, but the pace of battle is slightly worse, and as the second son of the family does not pay much attention to his preschool training. Samael was reluctant to play with him, for no other reason, too restrained. His thorn spell was too weak in mobility, and Samael's nimble move could be dodged every time, completely not exerting its due power. Not to mention the flame spell, Samael's magic related to water has greatly improved since he had the water escape collection. The clear water like spring that could only provide a cup of clear water was unknowingly raised to level 3, and Theodore's level of flame spell was easily extinguished by him. This made Theodore suffocated, but fortunately, he used his basic spells well. Except for your weapons, broken bones have good power, allowing him to regain some face. Samael felt that Theodore's flame spell talent was stronger than the thorn curse, and wanted him to change his development direction. Theodore pondered for a moment and decided to try. Everyone has their own side of what they are good at, and the choice is often greater than the effort. Isn't Draco a ready-made example? His strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and he is confident of solving Draco quickly against him, but it is definitely him who loses by playing in. Draco's curse, Cedric's growth spell, and Derek's talent in summoning are undoubtedly the most suitable for them, and the power they exert is more powerful than ordinary spells. Samael thought of the Gryffindor men. Harry's ability to fight against the Summon's Curse, and the Gryffindor explosion Little Prince Seamus's terrifying blasting talent. Can you imagine how terrifying the flotation charm would be to blow up the feathers? When he came to the wizarding world, he knew how bizarre it was. Therefore, in addition to developing the special talents of everyone, Samael pays more attention to their actual combat control ability, so everyone has more or less injuries. He himself benefits from the neural reflexes given by level 4 free kickboxing, and can dodge the attacks of most young wizards. In order for them to progress quickly, he had to use this method. Looking at the tired and panting crowd, Samael could only silently say sorry in his heart. It may be related to his cognitive error, and he has an inexplicable sense of urgency. J.K. Rowling, a novelist who knows chicken feather magic. The British wizarding world is not at all the more than 2,000 people he knows. The magic attack is not like throwing electric welding. The pure blood family and the excellence of pure blood wizards are far beyond his expectations. It was no surprise that the pure blood family controlled 80% of the power in the British wizarding world. Pure blood means ancient, it means heritage, and their wealth, knowledge, and prestige are difficult for ordinary wizards to achieve in a lifetime. Pure blood is pure blood, and even the Weasleys who are close to Muggles would not really touch Muggles, or Arthur would not have asked what a rubber duck was. Samael desperately needs the strength to meet all the challenges ahead, and then to explore this mysterious world to the fullest. He didn't have Voldemort's ambitions, nor did he have Grindelwald's ambitions. He just wanted the people around him to be strong and happy, relive a life, and have Goldfinger on the side. He hopes to live a wonderful life. In his previous life, as a low-level figure in society, he chooses to have prestige and wealth in this life. The vulgar is a little vulgar, but the vulgar is not the elegance. Samael, why are you eating so slowly? On the long Slytherin table, Beverly looked at Samael suspiciously. What's the hurry? Chewing slowly helps digestion and absorption. Samael still drank his milk slowly. The owl came in a while, the feathers in the sky, how much appetite is affected, and last time I saw Zabanai's cereal mixed with owl droppings, just thinking about it makes me feel sick, Beverly said with a palpitation, and did not forget to make a nausea movement. How do I remember that you handed it to him? Samael looked at the pretend girl with a strange expression. Beverly was stunned, she didn't expect to be seen. While speaking, a large number of owls flew in flocks, the momentum was huge, all kinds of feathers fell one after another, and some students who had not finished eating cursed. Samael snapped his fingers, and a silver shield appeared above his head, blocking the dust and feathers and did not disturb him from eating. Although such a big movement is eye-catching, he has long been used to it, and it is better than eating ash. Professor Flitwick stood up happily in the teacher's seat. He could use the iron armor spell so well in the first year, even some adult wizards may not be able to do it. Professor Snape turned his head to look at the smiling Dumbledore with an inexplicable expression. He swore that the Dark Lord would not be better than this Mr. Gaunt at this age, and he only hoped that Dumbledore would keep his eyes open. Samael, is that your owl? Beverly stammered as she looked at the huge owl. Samael looked up and saw Kate hovering above the owls, like a king, patrolling his territory, and the rest of the owls were shaking, even flying under his wings. This is Kate, didn't you see it on the train? Samael glanced at what was on Kate's paw and said calmly, but it wasn't that big back then. No wonder she was surprised. How can a normal owl be so big? The figure with wings spread more than 3 meters, sharp claws. At first glance I thought it was a special magical animal. If it were not for the characteristics of an owl, she almost started. Maybe it's grown up, or maybe it's some magical animal bloodline. Samael was also taken aback when he summoned Kate in the woods. He didn't expect that just attaching a Howl of the Sorceress rune would make such a big difference. The reason why he chose it at the beginning was firstly for experimentation, and secondly, he felt that it fit, and in his previous life he heard a saying that it is better to call an owl cry than to make an owl laugh. He felt that this skill was a good fit for the owl, and it was not very lucky, but he didn't expect it to change in body shape. But this is not a big deal, anyway. He always implements the big as king point in his choice of pets, and Kate's situation is exactly in line with his aesthetics. After digressing from the topic and feeding Kate some pieces of meat at random, Samael quietly opened his package. It may be because Kyle has a strong load-bearing ability. In order to save time, this trip really did not lack things. Dragon crystals, quill pens, various recovery potions, and letters from home. Everything else was fine, except for his dear Daniel father, who expressed anger at Samael's callousness in the letter, because Samael only sent letters to his mother and not to him. He also vaguely mentioned his yearning for magical snacks, but he did not dare to write explicitly, writing something similar to a hidden poem, which is a unique communication secret of their father and son. Samael seriously suspected that the focus of the letter was snacks. Look, Draco gets a flying broomstick. While he was thinking about how to buy his father, Theodore looked at Draco's package and shouted to Samael, who looked at the special shape and determined that the flying broom was undoubtedly sponsored by his father after Draco had chosen the seeker. Look, Malfoy is looking for his lover again. Samael heard Beverly's voice and followed her gaze to the shaky figure. Stupid breaker, don't think that you are the only one who is the most special, it is to inform you that I am now a Slytherin seeker. As Malfoy's voice sounded, the Gryffindor students looked at him in amazement. By the way, I forgot to tell you, my father specially donated 7 Halo wheels in 2000 to Slytherin House to show his support for me. Draco flicked his hair while enjoying Gryffindor's shock. He hadn't used it since Samael had been intimidated into using more hairspray. Is he really not afraid of being beaten? I couldn't help it. Looking at Draco's arrogant appearance, even Theodore couldn't help but want to give this guy a blow. I think it's soon, you see, Fred. Although Theodore couldn't tell the Weasley twins apart, he could still see the hands hidden behind them. He's reckless like a stupid lion, but maybe he's showing his love to Potter in a different way. Daphne saw this situation and also joined the ranks of eating melons. Then let's fight on the pitch. Harry saw his virtue, although he also wanted to beat him, but he knew that the professors were still watching from above, and did not dare to do it directly. Alas, you are still the first to know Samael, and I wonder if he actually did not invite you to join his small group. Draco saw that Broken had no intention of starting to provoke Harry again. Yes, he was just provoking, and after Samael's training, he felt that he was stronger than ever, just in time for his good opponent Break to see. Samael was stunned for a moment, not thinking that eating melons could actually eat himself. When Harry heard this, his eyes were slightly lowered, who didn't know that the famous Samael had formed a society. Looking at Draco holding the collar of the Fire Cloud robe, to be honest, Harry was envious. Obviously he met first. Why is Malfoy? In other words, those members are very handsome. Could it be that he is bad in this regard? Even you Malfoy can join. It can be seen that it is not a good group. As Harry's henchman, Ron naturally couldn't see Draco arrogant and shouted loudly. At this time, he was like losing his heart and going crazy, afraid that others would not hear. What do you say, Weasley? Draco's face darkened instantly, and he unconsciously clenched his own wand and glared angrily at Ron. Branson of Ravenclaw, Derek and Cedric of Hufflepuff, Theodore of Slytherin stood up and stared at Ron as well. Percy's face was wonderful. As a member of the organization, he did not expect that the first person to be questioned by the outside world was his brother. As the figures of their respective colleges, they are naturally eye-catching, and their movements make the students of the 4 major colleges not make a sound, quietly watching the scene. Ron had never seen such a scene. His body unconsciously shrunk back, and Harry was equally nervous, but stood firmly in front of him. His determination to defend his friends was immense. Samael was afraid that the situation would get out of control, so he just waved his hand, which eased the tense atmosphere. Looking at the apologetic look that Harry threw at him, Samael smiled. He has never been a good-natured one, but after all, he is Percy's younger brother, and this face still has to be given. Moreover, in the distance, Professor Snape's vigilant gaze. He was not blind, he died early in a high-profile manner, and he ate low-key. He had enough limelight, and a Ron was really unnecessary. It has been a few days since Ron's last provocation, and the Dream Realization Organization established by Samael has somehow become popular all of a sudden, and people often ask the conditions for joining. All of them are young and vigorous young men, and no one will be willing to admit that they are inferior. Samael did not relax his selection criteria. There were few who met the requirements, but who let him not have the idea of recruiting members at present, but silently wrote down the names of these members for later consideration. It is worth mentioning that it also included Hermione of Gryffindor, but also failed to enter his eyes. On the edge of the Black Lake, Samael diligently guides Theodore and Derek, 2 rookies. It's been so long. Looking at the 2 who are still treading water, Samael can't help but sigh that Theodore's level of magic control is as rotten as it is in his potions class. His progress should have been the fastest, but now he was still carefully treading water, sinking from time to time. Watching Draco trot on the lake, he only felt that the world was really unfair. Even Derek's progress exceeded him. Bang! Bang! Samael's eyes followed the sound and looked into the distance as Branson, Percy, and Cedric were fighting fiercely in the Black Lake. Ninjutsu they don't know, but they still have magic. As the best in all grades, they are proud of this, and they do have the ability to be proud. Cedric's strength is well known, and transfiguration has exerted great combat power even on the surface. The water snake condensed by the water element stretches endlessly and is extremely difficult, exerting great power in this environment, which is exactly the elemental transformation realm that Samael has not yet stepped into. Although Branson did not transform as a werewolf, he had far faster speed and nervous reflexes than ordinary people, and with his beastly instincts, he evaded most of the spells that were shot at him. The most unexpected is Percy, who does not have any particularly bright spells, but he can steadily block the attack of the 2 of them, and can also use the spell of one of them to counterattack the other, making the 2 embarrassed. Samael's such a big movement naturally attracted some people's bystanders, and he did not deliberately hide it, but also reassured some people. I never expected our prefect to be so powerful. Percy, as a prefect, knew a lot of people, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful, some Gryffindor students said in surprise. George, slap me, am I hallucinating? Is that really Percy? Fred asked George like a treasure. Snap! A loud slap slapped Fred in the face. George looked at an idiot and said lightly, I have never seen this kind of request in my life. That's right, that's Percy. The brothers knew Percy was good, but they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Since Percy put on that outfit, it was like a different person, not only reducing the intervention of the two, but even smiling when they met. Let them creepy. After persuading the troubled Draco away, Samael once again entered the defense against the dark arts classroom. That's right, it's Saturday, the day Lao Fu taught Samael. Good morning, Professor. Good morning, Mr. Gaunt. What a showdown was another boring and unobtrusive greeting, and Quirrell had asked him about his elemental magic several times, consciously or unconsciously, but he was fooled. Samael said, where did he get such a big face? Why tell you? Bullying me young? Do you know what you are talking about? Or you should ask the core of the thorn curse of the Lord of the Knot family. You see if people chisel you. Can the professor start teaching today? Samael asked with a smile and sincerity. Of course, elegant and confident, the familiar old Fu is officially online. Mr. Gaunt, would you mind showing me your learning? Of course, Professor. Samael wielded a spell with his left hand, revealing the results of the week. At the beginning, it was still decent, such as smoke rope curse, corrosion curse, etc. Lao Fu's heart was unremarkable, without the slightest wave, but when he saw the back, he gradually became surprised. This is a link to the puppet curse and the curse? Nice idea, Voldemort nodded approvingly, agreeing with Samael's thoughts. Oh, life transformation? I have to say, Mr. Gaunt, you gave a great surprise. Watching Samael's handsome hands become dry and recover in an instant, Lao Fu's expression was wonderful. Of course, no one counted on the Dragon Claw Orchid damaged in the process. Teacher, if the magic pattern circuit of the Eternal Golem curse creates a contract with undead creatures or long-lived creatures, can the immortal body be realized? Samael duly proposed his idea of guessing the immortal body, and changed his title from professor to teacher. Lao Fu did not correct this title, and after glancing at it with unclear eyes, he began to explain in detail. The immortal body is not so simple, it is not determined by simple life energy, it involves the great power of the body, magical changes, soul, and even time. In the Middle Ages, some powerful wizards offered sacrifices to great beings to immortalize their souls, but this method has been lost. Even if it still exists, it will subtly change the thinking and even the belief of wizards, and the final result is to dedicate himself to the so-called god. Samael listened, and just right to offer Voldemort a look of adoration. I have to say that if Lao Fu does not become a Dark Lord and becomes a scholar, he is definitely the most knowledgeable among scholars. Teacher, if you use a combination of the enslavement spell and the sacrificial charm, will it be more effective? Back to the point, Samael actually asked this question for Draco. The life transformation of the puppet curse will forcibly plunder the life force of living beings, just like the Dragon Claw Orchid just now. But his use of the life energy of the Dragon Claw Orchid is actually very limited, due to its instinctive resistance. Most of the energy will dissipate, and he has plundered only 1 out of 10. If you forcibly carry out a contract with a slavery spell, and then order the creature to sacrifice with the power of the contract, you will get much more energy than this. Hearing this, Voldemort was surprised, and looked at Samael strangely. Am I the Dark Lord or are you the Dark Lord? Is the blood of the Gaunt family so pure? Old Fu pondered for a moment, and began the detailed explanation again, and Samael would ask questions from time to time that even his eyes would light up. Although the idea is immature, it is a new attempt. As a transcendent, Samael's last thing is his imagination. Teacher, do you think that the combination of the corrosion spell and the clear spring-like water will form a corrupt pool? Teacher, will the combination of the blasting spell and the spatial runes in the phantom manifestation explode to the point that the space is shattered? Teacher, the essence of magic is the power of belief. If I use transfiguration to conjure elements such as uranium, plutonium, and uranium, can it form the effect of a Muggle atomic bomb? A teacher, a student, is very harmonious in the way you ask and answer, of course, provided that the outrageous questions are removed. In addition to some black magic, Samael also asked about transfiguration and spells, and he was like a sponge, constantly absorbing these magical theories and memorizing some of the key points in his textbooks. The more Voldemort taught, the more he was frightened, and he had wanted to corrupt Samael's mind through the study of the dark arts and successfully attract him to the ranks of the Death Eaters. Now it seems that there is no need at all, and the one in front of him who is black from the inside out is called pure. In particular, he showed great interest in the forbidden realm of magic and the soul side. Samael cherished this study very much, and carefully took notes. These are precious treasures, and the one-on-one guidance of the great wizard is not available to anyone. Voldemort can be said to be an excellent and responsible teacher, not only with written explanations, but also with a wand to practice the connection of magic patterns for Samael, intuitively showing the feasibility of magic combinations in front of him. This Sorrow of the Soul is my personal treasure, recording some of my opinions and analyses, and I hope you can still give me such a surprise in the next class. Lao Fu casually threw out a book and said lightly. Samael vaguely saw the dense notes on the page. Thank you, my teacher, I will definitely study hard. Samael was overjoyed, even though he was covered in sweat, but still gracefully and respectfully took the book. What a simple thing a book could be treasured by Lao Fu, and he guessed that, if nothing else, the next lesson would be time to start learning the 3 unforgivable curses. The 3 unforgivable curses cannot avoid the topic of the soul. Samael dragged his tired body away from the place he loved and hated. Master, my body can't hold up, why waste my spirit to help this kid? After Samael left, Quirrell weakly propped himself up on the table and chair. Are you questioning me? If it weren't for your useless waste, I wouldn't need to help you find help. The hoarse voice in the back of his head came out, and Quirrell unconsciously began to tremble. Then came the pain that pierced the soul. I don't mean to question your decision, but is he really willing to help us? Quirrell asked slowly, tremblingly. Yes, because his surname is Gaunt. After saying that, Old Fu fell completely silent, and Quirrell collapsed to the ground with a sigh of relief. Samael had no idea what happened after he left, but even if he did, he wasn't interested. After taking a hot bath, he sat leisurely on the sofa in the lounge, looking very comfortable. In front of Lao Fu, he had to show great talent to prove his worth, so he took any spell extremely seriously. Evil thoughts are a process that every student of the dark arts must go through, and he is no exception, but fortunately, as long as it is recorded by the system, it will save this process, which makes him a little relaxed, but even then it still exhausts him enough. Samael, when did you come back? Pansy looked at Samael in surprise. Samael looked at her blankly, meaning are we familiar? Pansy had always wanted to join them in pursuit of Draco, but she was too mean and Samael didn't like her very much. I mean, Professor Sprout is looking for you, and we haven't seen you. By the way, Professor, she's in the 3rd greenhouse, Pansy said sheepishly. Samael was puzzled but didn't say anything, and after thanking him, he hurried away, believing that Pansy didn't have the courage to lie to him. Mr. Gaunt, I have to inform you that the flowers you want have bloomed. After meeting Professor Sprout, the kind professor happily showed off to Samael. On? So fast? Samael was stunned, looking at the dense blood orchid. He was shocked and surprised at this time, which was much more than he expected. Indeed, Mr. Gaunt, what a beautiful and powerful flower, Professor Sprout said happily. But how so? Samael was puzzled. I used the blood of the bird snake to assist the blood of the snake to water. The effect is surprisingly good. I suspect that the bird snake should have just been conceived successfully, so the blood contains the original magic pattern of reproduction, which caused the blood orchid to grow wildly. And that runny snake is at least 60 years old, and the blood is extremely energetic, and the superposition of the two increases to appear such a phenomenon. Professor Sprout carefully dissected this phenomenon to him. Professor, really thank you so much. Samael respectfully thanked Professor Sprout. Mr. Gaunt, I hope you will remove all these mature blood orchids. Last night when the flowers bloomed attracted a large number of poisonous snakes, including a fire ash snake, and I also took a lot of effort to clean them up. Sprout reluctantly explained to Samael that she liked these beautiful flowers and was in trouble. Fire ash snake? It seems that I still underestimated the attraction of blood orchids to snakes. Samael naturally knew that this miraculous creature, with great medicinal value, usually grew in places with fire, leaving the flame for a maximum lifespan of only an hour. I didn't expect that blood orchid was so crazy. Professor, thank you again for your help to me, it is important to me. Samael looked excited. You're welcome, as long as you allow me to continue to raise these little cuties, I also like them. Sprout spoke in a relaxed tone, and he could see that she really liked blood orchid. Of course, I can't ask for it. Samael said that with such a professional to cultivate blood orchids for him, he could really die well. By the way, Mr. Gaunter, I have to remind you that if you want to breed your little pet, it is better to go to Professor Ketleben now. Due to the abnormal growth of blood orchids, I am worried that the medicinal effect will quickly drain. Ha! Samael hurriedly tried to put the blood orchid into the system space, and only after confirming that it was effective did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, he decided to follow Professor Sprout's advice and prepared to go to Professor Ketleben. It has been a long time since the last metamorphosis of the Big Four. Even Rebecca is stuck at the 15-meter mark. In his opinion, professional things should be left to professional people. Scientific and effective cultivation of magical animals is very necessary. Samael's rapid walk through the castle of Hogwarts seemed urgent, and it was rare for students to see Samael in such a hurry. Someone came forward to inquire and was also prevaricated by him. Derek, you go to Hagrid and ask him to help find Professor Kettleben and tell him to witness miracles at our training grounds. After meeting Derek, Samael decisively gave him this difficult task. He only knew that Professor Kettleburns' cabin was on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but he had never seen it, but he believed Hagrid would know. What miracle? Is that the one I thought? Derek was stunned at first, then asked excitedly. That's right, it's what you think. Samael ignored his look of delight and went straight to the Slytherin dormitory. He didn't know what kind of preparation was needed for the transformation of magical creatures, so he went to the dormitory and advanced to find Cole. He can be psychic, but who knows if the subtle chakra energy generated by channeling will affect the results of their transformation. Instead of waking up Cole, who was still sleeping, he casually cast a shrinking charm and cast a levitation charm to bring out the panicked Colto. The three of the Big Four often exercise in the Forbidden Forest, slender and powerful. Coldest guy, who either eats or sleeps all day long, has been naked in the bedroom, and in just 2 weeks from the beginning of the year to the present, he has become visibly thick. After arriving at the training ground in the Forbidden Forest, Samael did not expect that Professor Kettleben would arrive so early, and he was ready. Moreover, it is strange that Ilya, the most elegant killer of the Big Four, actually obediently lies next to this professor without the slightest change. Rebecca and Finn looked at him with disdain not far away. Samael Gaunter, it's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Samael politely greeted the professor, who had only one leg and one arm. Rumor has it that his leg and arm were injured while caring for magical animals, and he has always admired this scholarly spirit. I know you are very famous in the academy. I have to say, these pets you have are very good. The old professor was cold when he spoke to him, but he was very hot when he looked at Ilya. Professor, have you seen them? Samael was surprised. Of course, I had the idea of capturing them, but these little guys slipped one by one, but I still impressed one of the little guys with my excellent personality charm, and he was very close to me. Professor Keitel looked at him proudly. He lied to his master, he forced me, and whenever I disobeyed, he would stab me with a spike called Billy Wig's worm. Ilya on the side said aggrievedly, because it was a snake language, the professor did not notice that they were communicating. Samael smiled at the corners of his mouth, and he could imagine that funny picture. Wizards who are stung by the Billy Wig bug tend to be dizzy and will involuntarily float. That little bit of a negative effect doesn't work for big fantastic beasts. It should be floating to subdue Ilya, who, as far as Samael knows, is afraid of heights. But why was Ilya caught, Samael wondered, and then didn't know what to think. His expression changed, and Ilya curled up in his body weakly. Professor, let's get started, Samael said, directly took out the blood orchid. This time the harvest is beyond imagination, there are more than 200. And he is not distressed at all when he takes out 110. What's the hurry, what's that simple, the professor said, pulling something strange out of his pocket. The dragon's droppings, the horns of the poisonous horned beast, the spikes of the poisonous leopard, the nails of the horned camel beast, the tentacles of Grindilo, and the snakeskin of the fire ash snake? Derek on the side looked at these things excitedly, like a few family treasures. Hagrid also came over when he saw this. Seeing this, Samael couldn't help but sigh that the profession deserved to be professional, if he were to directly stuff the bloodland into his mouth. Professor, I have the skin of a snake like a snake, can I replace it? Samael felt that the skin of the runi-striped snake must be more precious than that of the fire ash snake. You understand a fart, the runi snake is indeed powerful, but the evolutionary ritual is not just to look at that. The fire ash snake only has an hour lifespan outside the fire, but it has a tenacious vitality in the flame. This is the original thing in the ritual, it cannot be replaced at will. If you don't understand, don't add chaos. Professor Kettleben said unceremoniously. Samael was not angry, not to mention that people provided so many precious materials, just people's talents, enough to make him take it seriously. Samael stood aside and stopped interjecting, and even Hagrid and Derek could only watch the professor's arrangement, intending to learn something. Okay, it's time to feed. Samael shook his head and hurriedly stepped forward to throw the blood orchid into their mouths. By the way, Professor, can I add a little guy? Samael seemed to think of the little spicy strip and quickly summoned him out. Watching a small green snake slowly crawl out of his neckline, Professor Catalburn frowned at first, but slowly nodded after seeing the little one's size. Neither Derek nor Hagrid had seen the little spicy strip and looked at it curiously, but Hagrid had little interest in the small creature and quickly refocused his attention on the Big Four. Only Derek's eyes lit up. Soon the Big Four and the little spicy strips changed. The consequence of the rapid growth of the body is to break through the original snakeskin. The whole process is cruel and bloody. The four giants roar up to the sky, and their tails constantly tap the ground, trying to make themselves comfortable. That painful look could be felt even by people who did not understand the Parseltine language. The ceremonial space is limited, and the little spicy strip not only endures its own pain, but also constantly dodges the tail that falls from the sky, for fear of being accidentally photographed into mashed meat. The scene was bloody and violent, and everyone watched intently, and a trace of worry flashed in Samael's eyes. An hour later, the ceremony was completed, and the Big Four lay limply on the ground, no longer as mighty as before. The broken snake skin, scattered scales, shows the brutality of the ceremony, but it was still successful. Before the ceremony was over, the little spicy strip climbed on Samael. Yes, he was afraid of being beaten to death. He eventually evolved from an ordinary creature to a magical animal, much faster than the Big Four. The appearance has not changed much, but both speed, defense, and scale armor have been greatly improved. Of course, the biggest change is the Big Four. Just from the body, they have broken through the 65-foot mark, about 20 meters, and become a behemoth in the true sense. There has been a qualitative leap in speed, defense, and vitality, and the most important thing is that Samael found that these little guys are actually poisonous, and the fangs are not the kind of fine soft goods that connect the poisonous glands, but are as thick and sharp as the basilisk. This gives them new means in battle, but how poisonous it is, you can only know after testing. Professor Kettleben and the others stepped forward to pat this. Look at that, and the love in their eyes could not be hidden. Mr. Gaunt, do you sell your snakes? Professor Keitel asked curiously, and even Hagrid and Derek looked at him. They are not just my pets, but my family. Samael shook his head and answered quite clearly. After giving all the snakeskins to a few people, Samael quickly left with the Big Four, and he was afraid that a few people would not help but rob it. Moreover, he did not want to expose the other capabilities of the Big Four. Back in the lounge, Samael cleaned up, and the four giants immediately got rid of their embarrassed appearance, and after transformation, they were very different from before, both in appearance and body shape. They were too strong. After removing the stain, a faint shimmer was attached to the scales, which was very eye-catching, and the strong figure under the scales was full of majestic vitality, which made Samael like it more and more. Tell me, what kind of abilities are you still hiding? Samael suppressed his excitement and said lightly, we are not sure about the owner, but I feel that there is majestic energy in my body, and it is very warm and comfortable, Rebecca said excitedly, rubbing her big smooth head against him. Samael touched it and felt great. Well, relax your mind, focus your thoughts on the energy core within your body, and try to release your body's instincts. Samael's voice is like a lullaby, quiet and idyllic, spoken in Parseltongue, with a strange seduction. Samael quietly looked at Rebecca, who was lost in thought, and saw that her figure gradually increased, but there was no sign of the scales shattering, and the scales also increased as his body grew. Soon, this not-so-small room was filled with her huge body, and the other three giants were squeezed aside by him, and notebooks, books, and some daily necessities were scattered all over the place. Master, what's wrong with me? Rebecca looked at her body and shouted in disbelief, with a hint of fear in her voice. What the is this? No, wrong. Samael seemed to have thought of something, and with a look of movement, he said, Rebecca, you are trying to shrink your body now, just like you did just now. Rebecca suppressed her fear, and the irresistible voice of Parseltongue made him extremely cooperative with Samar's instructions. For a moment, I saw Rebecca's body that filled the room instantly began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, the behemoth turned into a small snake not much bigger than a needle, entrenched in Samael's hand. Is this the ability of birds and snakes? Samael was surprised. He didn't expect that the blood orchid watered with the blood of birds and snakes actually had such an effect. This ability is good, comparable to the Chinese version of the law of heaven and earth. And most importantly, the so-called enlargement of the body is not a thing, and the muscle strength will be correspondingly enhanced. It's not powerful. What are your abilities? Samael looked expectantly at the other three giants. The big three did not speak, immersing their consciousness in the energy core in their bodies. Just for a moment, Samael came into close contact with the wall, and his flowery green body filled Samael's room. The drapery bed, which had been of little use, was completely scrapped and squeezed into a pile of firewood. Stop! Samael drank the three fools. The three little ones only heard Samael's order, quickly shrunk their bodies, and obediently lay on the ground. Mel looked at the three goods with an ugly face, and they were hairy. I'm sorry, master, we didn't mean it. The three little ones spoke in unison and looked at him timidly. Humph. Samael was too lazy to deal with them. Although he had obtained the ability of birds and snakes, he had nothing to disappoint. After all, this ability was really not weak. Coupled with the poison contained in his teeth, he could rest assured that they would survive in the Forbidden Forest. Little Spicy Strip, what is your ability? Samael summoned the Little Spicy Strip. His magic transformation is much stronger than the original Big Four. There is no reason why there are no other special abilities. Master, I really don't feel any special changes, I just feel itchy teeth. Saying that, he also opened his snake mouth, exposing his fangs in front of Samael's eyes. Samael looked around and didn't see any change, only that his ability should be in toxicity. In short, he was very satisfied with this magic transformation ceremony, especially the change of the Big Four. He was also a person with mounts now, and from the moment he had Blood Orchid, he dreamed of this day. Standing on top of the python's head and looking down at all living beings, it felt like he would wake up laughing in his dreams. After fantasizing about this, Samael thought of another thing. Ilya, come out. His expression was slightly condensed, and a simple regent looked at Ilya's brain. Ilya apparently knew why, and crawled towards Samael in fear. Bang! Samael waved his hand, and a loud explosion spell exploded on him, blowing him out. The other big three lowered their heads, not daring to look Samael in the eye in the slightest. Before he could slow down, a succession of explosions sounded from him again, and a sudden pain spread throughout his body, and he wanted to scream, but he chose to shut up after the indifferent eyes of Upper Samael. Traces of blood began to ooze from under the tough scales, apparently suffering from internal injuries. The defense of the scales satisfies Samael, except that you spit so much blood for whom? The big three began to tremble as they watched Ilya's miserable situation, and the long-vanished fear enveloped them again. Cole on the side shrunk his body again and buried himself under the book. He clearly remembered that when he was born, there were more than a dozen of his companions, but one after another, only 4 of them remained. Unless the master's orders to them are compulsory, casual mention is not binding on them at all. So some of the little snakes who are not smart and too smart begin to challenge the authority of their owners. As the one who followed his master the longest, he had seen too many cruel methods of his master, and in his opinion, Ilya was purely self-inflicted. "If you let me find out once, you know the end," Samael said indifferently after disposing of Ilya. Looking at the eyes full of killing intent, Ilya nodded tremblingly, indicating that he would never dare again. Ilya was the most murderous and had cannibalistic tendencies, which Samael knew, but he didn't expect this product to be so bold and dared to strike at the professor. Samael doesn't mind him eating people, after all, he is a beast, and biological instinct is like this, but in the Forbidden Forest, in addition to the dark wizards, only the professors and some disobedient little wizards cannot be stopped. So, the moment he put them in the Forbidden Forest, he clearly remembered warning them not to harm the wizard, but Ilya obviously didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, this kind of thing is pure death-seeking behavior. If it is not for the fact that he has just transformed into a great advance in strength, it will be of great use in the future, and he can't wait to slaughter this guy on the spot. Samael sighed and, under Ilya's horrified gaze, poured the healing potion from his body into his mouth. The other 3 little ones, trembling, shrunk their bodies and climbed into Samael's hand, disguising themselves as rings on his hand with their mouths, echoing the large and ugly communication ring made by Branson on their right hand. Branson is also a talent. Obviously the design is very good looking, but the work is not like that at all, typical buyer show and seller show. Samael shook his head and left the bedroom, but the look in Elijah's eyes was a little meaningful. As soon as he got out, Samael and Draco walked head-on. "Samael, why are you here? Professor Sprout is looking for you." Draco looked at the bloodstains on Samael's body and stumbled, not forgetting to look into the bedroom behind him. "I've already met the professor, let's go, I haven't eaten dinner yet." Samael pulled Draco away, which piqued his curiosity and kept looking back until he reached the restaurant. "Hey, what's going on with today's dinner? It looks weird," Draco asked curiously, looking at Samael's apparent distinction from their dinner. "That's right, how is yours different from ours?" Believe on the side glanced at it and was equally puzzled. Samael ignored their questions, looking at the food in front of him like a dream. Braised pork, stewed potatoes, and his favorite spicy crayfish. Has he entered heaven? No, where did Hogwarts get Chinese food? Samael was happy but puzzled. "It should be your house elf," Theodore on the side reminded. He saw Samael hand over his house elves to the kitchen and stuff a mysterious cookbook. Sagan and Bambi? They already know how to cook? Samael was surprised. It had only been 2 weeks since he got 4 house elves, and in addition to Bio and Lala still nursing, Sagan and Bambi could communicate, and they couldn't imagine growing so fast. These magical creatures usually have a short juvenile period to avoid danger outside, Theodore explained seriously. "Leave him alone, it's a blessing today." Samael couldn't wait and began to gulp, only at the moment when the food entered his mouth. Samael's eyes almost rolled to the back of his head, almost awakening the white eyes of the Hyaga clan. "Why is this expression? Is it delicious?" Draco on the side looked at Samael curiously and asked casually. "It's delicious, of course it's delicious." Samael resisted the urge to spit out and said against his will, "But in my heart, I was roaring desperately." The last time Mapo ate strawberries in his tofu, he almost made him spit out the overnight meal, and this time the braised pork is like this again. "Strawberries, damn strawberries again, which king bastard wrote the recipe? Let me know that you will be crushed into 10,000 pieces." Samael tentatively pulled down the pork stewed potatoes. Sure enough, pork is pork, and the so-called potatoes are peeled apples at all. "I don't know which damn it is, but dared to tamper with the food culture of my flower planter." Samael cursed angrily in his heart. When he was in a hurry, he only read the first page of the description of the method of splashing noodles with oil in detail, which made him mistakenly think that the whole recipe was normal, and now it seems. "Don't say, this thing is really delicious, Crab, you can taste it too." Samael didn't look at it, and found that Draco had already eaten this goods, and he still ate with relish, but in order to cheat Crab, it was quite similar. Crab didn't think much about it, anyway, he didn't pick the food. As soon as he took his mouth, this set of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy food immediately attracted him, and this unique flavor made him deeply fascinated and directly let go of eating. As Draco continued to add the dish again, Samael's eyes were about to fall out, and he could see that this product was not loaded at all, but was their sense of taste out of order? Can this thing be swallowed? Theodore, Beverly, I have a lot of them, and you can taste them too. In order to verify the taste buds of the British, Samael simply pulled the two into the water. When Beverly saw Draco eating happily, she didn't think much about it, picked it up and ate it. Although Theodore was slightly puzzled, he also chose to believe when he saw Samael's sincere eyes. Beverly was afraid that Draco would finish eating, and specially picked a large piece, and in one bite, Beverly scolded in her heart all the most difficult words she had heard since she was born. If the sharpness of the eyes could kill, Samael would have been riddled with holes. Even Theodore cast a resentful look. Eat, why don't you eat? Draco on the side saw that several people did not eat, and asked suspiciously. You can take these two dishes, I'm afraid you and Gao Er are not enough, Samael said politely. Samael, it's still your best, but please make sure to help me write a copy of this recipe, it's really delicious, Draco said sincerely as he beckoned his two protectors to eat. It was quite happy to eat, but it would be better if he could ignore Theodore and Beverly's eyes on the monster. Samael casually picked up the pumpkin juice and took a sip, then looked at the last spicy crayfish, and there was more vigilance in his eyes. I wanted to move my mouth, but I didn't dare to take it. Can't be wasted. Fight it. Samael peeled the shrimp shell like death, and although he wondered where the crayfish came from in England, it looked really good. After he took a bite with his eyes closed, his eyes instantly widened, and the authentic hemp, the authentic spicy, and the taste of the fat and the crayfish exploding in the mouth suddenly activated his original taste buds. Finally waited, this is the smell. Samael's hands kept gouging, constantly stuffing, and the so-called elegant temperament made him throw it out of his head. Elegance? Okay, but I'll have to wait until I'm done. Theodore and Beverly saw that he was eating, and also sandwiched one, a kind of peeled shrimp. What a hemp! It's spicy, but it's delicious. As if they had discovered some new continent, the two hurriedly stuffed it into their mouths. No way, just that plate of Samael ate half of it alone, and if you don't hurry, you can't lick the plate. Samael looked at the two men with resentment, secretly cursing that good things were eaten by dogs. I think he could eat 3 pounds of crayfish alone, so it was not enough, and he was robbed by these two dogs. Samael cursed in his heart, eat you to death, a person who usually does not eat spicy suddenly eats so much, I see how you go to the toilet. The three of them didn't pay attention to the image at all, and their mouths were full of chili oil, which was quite explosive throughout Slytherin. Prefect Ian Blogg, who was not far away, couldn't stand it anymore and sent them new knives and forks. Samael ignored him. You have to eat crayfish like this, there is no soul with chopsticks, you and I carry a knife and fork? Ian Blogg reluctantly sat back in his place, none of these people he could provoke. Samael, in my capacity as Miss Crouch, I order you to put down the last crayfish. Seeing that the last crayfish fell into Samael's hands, Beverly was anxious. Of course, it was Samael's white eyes that responded to him. You are a 6, you order me, you have the ability to do it yourself. Samael, in Beverly's jealous eyes, shoved the crayfish into her mouth and smiled triumphantly. Samael was satisfied, and Theodore and Beverly regretted it, but they were relieved to think that they could eat it in the future, and left Malfoy alone to watch their Malfoy. He hasn't had time to taste it yet, but unfortunately he has already eaten it. The jade rabbit hangs high, and the moonlight falls on the earth, adding a touch of brilliance to the dark forbidden forest. Bigger, bigger. A crisp young man's voice added vitality to the forbidden forest. Samael stood above Rebecca's head, shouting and laughing maniacally. At this time, Rebecca was 60 meters long, her smooth scales had a few more sharp bulges, and her sharp fangs flashed with the light of Sinyan, looking sharp, which was much more domineering than the one in the scourge of the wild python. Samael had his feet firmly attached to the scales above his head, his hands open, feeling the noise of the wind in the sky, and the madness in his eyes gradually calmed down, which was his dream mount. The wild python roared. I stood on the head of the snake, overlooking the red dust. What a grace, who does not yearn for it? Rebecca stared straight ahead, and Samael looked moved and jumped off her. Over to you, Rebecca. Samael is very sensitive to evil thoughts, and at this time a fool is constantly watching him, and the malice in his heart is not concealed in the slightest. Rebecca's attacks have long since ceased to be limited to winding and fangs, and as far as he knows, their tails are quite flexible. Rebecca's tail flicked lightly, and the tree more than 10 meters old instantly burst, and I saw a middle-aged wizard wearing a black mask robe fleeing in embarrassment. Crush your bones. A spell hit Rebecca's body, and Rebecca just shook lightly to remove the power of the spell. Although she was not injured, this behavior was enough to anger Rebecca, and her eyes gradually became bloodthirsty and crazy. Don't look at her huge size, but her speed is also not slow, and she constantly attacks at tricky angles. The wizard was horrified. He had heard from a black market merchant in Hogsmeade that there was an 8-eyed spider farm in the Forbidden Forest, and he was going to come over and try his luck. You must know that the venom of that thing is worth 50 galleons for a pint, which can be described as valuable, and a spider on a farm, even if only one is harvested, is enough for him not to worry about gold coins for 2 years. Merlin favored him, and he caught one of them, which allowed him not only to get a large amount of venom, but even dozens of spider eggs. When he returned to the city, he saw a giant python holding the boy. The key is that he has never seen the type of giant python. As a professional poacher, although his strength is not strong, he has a wealth of knowledge in magical animals. This unseen snake magical animal is either a completely new species, or extremely rare, greedy. Either situation makes him decide to take a risk. Being able to befriend a teenager, in his cognition, this creature does not have a strong desire to attack people. Oh, the result is quite the opposite. The terrifying force slammed into his already weak iron armor spell, knocking him out. He felt that 2 of his ribs were broken, and he beat his spirit, and after returning to his senses, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Drill the heart and cut the bone. The shimmer on Rebecca's body flashed and dissipated. At this time, she felt the pain of drilling her heart, which seemed to come from the soul. Rebecca curled up, twisted constantly, and then shrunk and became 20 meters long. With the change of the body, the shimmer of the body's surface recovered, and suddenly condensed, as if it was superimposed. The pain immediately decreased, and Rebecca took advantage of the wizard's lack of reaction and closed the distance between them at a terrifying speed. Soul defense shortboard? It seems that there is still room for improvement. Samael shook his head, carefully observing the situation of the battle, not meddling in the posture, but his eyes lit up when he saw the glimmer on Rebecca's body. Is it energy defense or soul defense? Kind of interesting. Samael watches Rebecca's battle, a battle between power and magic. Crush your bones. The wizard is constantly entangled with Rebecca, and although the magic is not very powerful, it is better than the tricks, and it does not leave a hand. In his spare time, he also took the time to give Samael a hard blow. The shattering force crashed into his iron armor spell, and even from some distance he could still feel the fierce emotions contained in it. Samael didn't pay attention to him, but instead stared at Rebecca with hatred of iron and steel. Stupid. Samael's forehead, sighs Rui, this ability is given to pigs will not be used so rudimentary. You shrunk, you drilled into his mouth, you hidden, blindly using your body to resist damage as using yourself as a target? Samael was very dissatisfied with Rebecca's performance, and the wizard was constantly harassing him like a fly, which made him extremely annoyed. With a wave of his wand, several broken branches turned into pythons and surrounded him in a closed manner. The wizard concentrated on dealing with the giant python in front of him, and he never thought that the young wizard not far away still had this hand. In a hurry, the wood chips of one of the giant pythons flew away, and the other pythons surrounded him and instantly entangled him. Say who you are and where you are. Samael's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of black mist in his dark green pupils. Rebecca on the side opened her mouth at an exaggerated angle, revealing sharp fangs, and the meaning of intimidation could not be more obvious. Please let me go. My name is Matt Decay, I have no malice. The wizard explained in a panic that this boy who looked like an angel looked like a demon from hell at this time, and the big python on the side seemed to devour itself in the next moment. No malice? I don't believe it. Samael snapped his fingers casually, and the wizard fainted suddenly. What about cheating on children? Your malice is almost on my face. Samael looked calm, and the entangled python reformed into a branch, replaced by an excited Rebecca. She hated this man who made her pain, and this slippery guy made the master very dissatisfied with her performance just now, and on this alone, she wanted to kill him immediately. Rebecca's body contracted, tightening tighter, and tons of power directly acted on the wizard's fragile body. The wizard was covered in blood, and the sound of bones breaking was clearly visible. Professor, if you don't come out again, this guy will really die. Samael stopped Rebecca's movements and shouted into the tree behind him. A wizard who exuded a cold chill suddenly appeared. The cloak behind him was windless, and the environment of the forbidden forest at this time was like the villain who appeared last. It was his dear Professor Snape. It seems that Mr. Gaunt's disregard for life is no worse than that of a dark wizard. Snape spoke to Samael in his usual tone. You are making a very serious accusation. I think we all know the intentions of this gentleman. Samael lightly explained, he is now not only sensitive to malice, but also sensitive to Snape's aura. Just as he was about to say something more, he saw behind Snape, and a white-robed white-bearded wizard followed closely out. Gandalf? Bah! Dumbledore? Samael's eyes were slightly condensed, and his expression was somewhat unnatural. Good evening, Professor Snape. Good evening, Mr. Principal. Samael smiled and said calmly. Nervous? Nonsense, in front of this centenarian, Voldemort had to snort when he saw it. In violation of the rules, the dean and principal let him meet. Mr. Gaunt, just call me Professor. Dumbledore had a smile on his face and was very gentle, which was a stark contrast to the cold-faced Snape. Mr. Gaunt is so late, how can he be here? Dumbledore didn't seem to see what he was doing, but instead chatted with him, but the more he did this, the more nervous he became. Although I am a Slytherin student, I also have no lack of spirit in pursuit of great adventures. Samael looked as usual, at least on the surface. Snape snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Master, this is a big one, scared to death Snake, you can't be an enemy with him. Rebecca let go of the already bloodshot wizard and said tremblingly. The intuition of the beast is much stronger than that of humans, and in Rebecca's eyes, the rich magical energy in the old man's body in front of him can scare the snake to death. Of course, she did not forget to take the space equipment from the wizard's waist, and the master told her that wasting was a shameful act. Thank you for the compliment. To their surprise, Rebecca replied in fluent snake language. Samael is almost numb. He has heard that Dumbledore can speak mermaid language, but he didn't expect that even Parseltongue can do it, and what you Dumbledore can't. Even Snape looked at Dumbledore strangely. For an old man over 100 years old, I think it should be normal to be a little erudite. Samael nodded in agreement, complaining in his heart that a normal ghost, you would be too miscellaneous. What a pretty little guy, I think he'll be friends with the Newt kids. Dumbledore touched Rebecca in admiration, not caring about her small movements, and Rebecca also behaved very well. Derek is good, we're already good friends. Samael didn't know if he was tempting or lamenting. He didn't believe there was anything in Hogwarts that could hide from the legendary wizard. Mr. Gaunt, I think it's time for us to go back. Dumbledore glanced at Samael, and the fainting wizard floated behind him. Professor, do you want to embody a different kind of adventure? Samael didn't know what to think of, and said to the two mysteriously. I'm older, but I'm still a Gryffindor. Dumbledore winked playfully, giving Samael goosebumps. Samael's snake whispered low. Finn and Cole on his fingers suddenly grew bigger, followed by Rebecca. Does the python take the walk? Nice idea. Samael jumped above Rebecca's head. Dumbledore appeared above Cole's head in a flash, and Gryffindor had a special fondness for gold and red. As for Snape, he turned into a black strip of cloth and flew above Finn's head. The ugly man with the ugly snake, Finn with him more than enough. 3 giant pythons galloped all the way, and a group of nocturnal creatures scattered. What an amazing adventure, but I'm afraid tomorrow the horses will come to me to negotiate. Dumbledore had a smile on his face, enjoying the behavior just now. Only Professor Snape's black face, his greasy hair blown back by the wind, as if ravaged by a tornado. Mr. Gaunt, I don't mind leaving your eyes forever. Snape snorted coldly and glared at Samael. I think Mr. Gaunt wouldn't mind talking. Very honored. Dumbledore opened his mouth at the right time to relieve him. Samael bowed lightly, and quickly agreed. He didn't want to face Snape alone spraying venom. Something to drink. Once at the office, Samael took a closer look at his surroundings, the first time he had been in the principal's office. Have a glass of milk, and give me a cockroach pile if it's convenient. Samael didn't recognize life at all. It was like coming to his own home. It was all over, and there was a fart for nervousness. Oh, I can't imagine that Mr. Gaunt has the same taste as me, Dumbledore said in surprise, ignoring Snape who was about to vomit on the side. Samael did taste the cockroach pile. The shell of the coffee was wrapped in a rich chocolate liquid, first crispy, and then wrapped in the rich sweet taste inside. Even his old father was impressed by the taste, but he had to carry the beautiful Mrs. Clare on his back when eating. What does Mr. Gaunt think of the wizarding world now? Closer to home, Dumbledore asked an extremely broad question. The question is so big that I don't know where to answer. Samael was stunned. What did this make him say? Did he want him to say that the British wizarding world was rotten? Then tell me what you think of the ministry. Dumbledore was stunned and changed the question again. It seems to me that linking politics and magic is a very stupid question. Not only is the decision-making ability to deal with matters very poor, but even the current Minister of Magic is clearly a wall-to-wall and cannot stand up. Samael said it bluntly, directly tearing off the fig leaf of the Ministry of Magic. I could not have imagined that Mr. Gaunter had such an insight into the analysis of human nature and the situation. Dumbledore was stunned and said with a sigh, Professor, what can you say bluntly? I don't have ideals like Grindelwald. I won't be as brutal as Voldemort. I have my loving family and friends who are determined to protect. My ideal is to become a person who enjoys life like Professor Slughorn. Maybe the process will be a little stronger, but that's my goal. Samael is quite frank. He is a lazy man. He can enjoy life, and he will never waste his mind on something unimportant. Mr. Gaunt, please forgive an old man. Before Dumbledore finished speaking, he saw Snape's pale face, weak and unsteady on his feet, and a thick death curse hanging over him. Dumbledore quickly lifted him up and placed him on the chair. Samael listened to the miserable howl in his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. Professor Snape, it's extremely immoral for me to want to spy on other brains. Maybe after so many years of the Second Wizarding War, you've grown older. Oh no, maybe you still have some greasy hair on your empty head. Samael showed no mercy, and after a pause, he bowed slightly to Dumbledore, turned and left. Whoever has a brain that is watched will not be happy, and the strength of the Banshee's hull counterattack depends on the output of the caster, and Snape's miserable appearance is absolutely all out. Severus, I can detect that this kid is telling the truth. After Samael left, Dumbledore looked at Snape's pale and iron cyan face and said seriously, After leaving, Samael faintly regretted in his heart, it was Snape, he was not a generous person, what if he put small shoes on himself? But the scolding is really cool. Unexpectedly, in the following month of study, Snape not only did not embarrass him, but even deliberately took care of him, but only occasionally felt the scrutinizing gaze. But everyone else was miserable, especially someone from Gryffindor, and whenever it came to the deduction of points, Snape could always appear in front of Harry out of nowhere, making him miserable. What takes a book out of the library, mud under his boots, and even his sneezing can be a reason to deduct points. Gryffindor's house scores were sprinting in the direction of Grands less. Samael is also not idle, devoting all his time to follow-up training, and if you want to enjoy life, you must give yourself enough strength. Except for Monday gatherings and Tuesday and Thursday training, most of the time is either practicing magic or refining chakra. It is worth mentioning that his transfiguration magic has reached level 4 and can perform simple human transformation, although it is still a cut away from animagus, but the generous Professor McGonagall graciously exempted him from his transfiguration assignment. In terms of spells, he paid more attention to the analysis of magic theory, mainly because the process of the charms class could not keep up with his progress. According to the normal teaching schedule, now that the flotation charm can float a feather, it is considered excellent, and even Draco has no interest in answering questions in class. So, Professor Flitwick also dispensed with his charms assignment. Samael's most upset thing is Quirrell. No, it's Lao Fu. This guy has adjusted Samael's learning progress extremely unreasonably. He had to spend a lot of time practicing black magic and learning black arts theory. Even the 3 unforgivable spells let him learn it all over again. If it weren't for the help of the system, I'm afraid he would have been invaded by evil thoughts and became a madman. The so-called unforgivable charm is not difficult to learn, otherwise there would not be so many dark wizards. As long as you have extreme emotions to kill or hurt others, the spell is basically half successful. But who is good enough to let a first-year student learn this kind of magic? Every time he finishes a class, he will be exhausted and have to drink some chocolate milk to relieve his bad mood. That's right, watching the cockroach pile drown in the milk, watching the little ones twitch their legs and struggle upwards, gradually melting in the milk, Samael said it was really decompressing. Now that Lao Fu has slowed down the systematic teaching of his black magic, he is not stupid, and Samael is really crazy, and it is easy to expose his existence. The rare relaxation allowed him to start learning the magic spell and the illusion spell, and with ready-made great wizards, it was not his style not to take a handful of wool at all. All spells are finally an upgraded version of the curse. It is very difficult. He learned this magic in order to further learn the fire spell. This spell he has long been read, but he dare not try it easily. The illusion charm is a mandatory magic for Aurors, and he is also studying desperately for the forbidden area of his heart. These two are extremely difficult. Even with the close teaching of Lao Fu, Samael can reach the 3rd level. In the silent corridor, Samael pulled Draco, who was constantly rubbing, and said impatiently, "Draco, you hurry up, you still can't eat dinner." In order to exercise Draco's guts, Samael often took him to the Forbidden Forest at night. At first, the natives of the Forbidden Forest were often disturbed by Draco's iron lung, but after a while, it stopped a lot. At least Samael rarely hears things like, "My dad is a school director, I must let my dad take you." Today was also because he encountered a flock of birds on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Draco was in a hurry to catch it and domesticate it, which delayed some time. The result was naturally nothing. For this magical animal that can flash at close range to avoid danger, its ability to escape is not too strong. With Draco's 2 strokes it is impossible to catch it all. Samael, how can there be bats in the castle? As Draco walked, he saw bats flying out from time to time on the roof, and he was puzzled. Samael didn't know, but he didn't get tangled. It wasn't until the two looked at the flickering jack-o'-lantern that they reacted. "It's Halloween today. It's like it should be." Draco wasn't sure either. Their schedule was full and paid little attention to the passage of time. The two hurriedly walked towards the hall, and if they didn't order dinner soon, it would be gone. "Samael, do you smell a stink?" Draco sniffed and frowned. "Nonsense. Next to the toilet you still expect to smell perfume?" Samael gave him a blank look and said angrily, "Wait a minute. Halloween. Peculiar smell. I rub trolls." Just as Samael thought of this, a sharp voice in the girls' bathroom suddenly sounded. Immediately after that, a faint cracking sound reached the ears of the two. "Look, it's Scar." "They went to the girls' bathroom?" Draco looked at the sneaky Harry and said suspiciously. Samael's face turned dark, and he quickly stepped forward to take down the troll. He didn't care if Hermione and Harry lived or died. How could the protagonist die so easily? This is the famous scene of the beginning of the friendship of the 3 little ones, and he wants to see if he can trigger any system achievements. Is this a troll? This thing is ugly. Draco's focus was the same as his taste buds, always so strange. But Samael thinks this thing is ugly and cute. I don't know if it is the confidence that the improvement of strength has brought him. In short, seeing that Draco did not haul, Samael couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Samael did not take care of the eager duo, and with a wave of his hand, he withdrew 4 water pipes from the wall, and the water pipes turned into giant pythons and firmly entangled the troll's limbs, tearing him out a big character. The troll was stunned at first, and then began to roar angrily, constantly tearing the giant python. Samael snapped his fingers, and there was a huge explosion in the joints of the troll's limbs, and I saw that his limbs were paralyzed, and the joints were covered in blood, apparently having been completely blown off. Samael, leave it to me and see how I kill him. Draco looked at Samael excitedly and pulled out an ugly-looking puppet from his phone. Put it away, don't use this thing in school. Samael glared at him, and Draco sneered back the puppet. This thing is the product of a puppet spell combined with life plunder. It is powerful, but after all, it belongs to the category of black magic, and the professors can't explain it clearly after a while. Samael looked at the trolls who were still howling loudly, and had to sigh that this thing was tenacious, and it was still so vigorous after so much blood. Samael was bored to hear. His wand was pressed against the troll's head, and after a loud explosion, the entire corridor became quiet. Dead trolls, red and white splattered walls, blood-stained Samael and Draco, and 3 frightened Gryffindors. The whole scene is particularly weird. Harry and Ron looked at Samael and American. They knew that Samael was strong, and they didn't expect it to be so outrageously strong. Thank you, Samael. Harry looked at Samael gratefully, and at Draco, who was screaming on the side. His heart was inexplicably more sad. Ron leaned back unconsciously behind Harry, looking at him in fear. Samael ignored them, but nodded with a smile, even if his body was covered in blood, which did not hinder his grace. Oh my god, you guys better explain. Just when the atmosphere was about to be awkward, Professor McGonagall ran over with Snape and Quirrell panting, and was stunned to see the blood splattered around. Professor McGonagall was questioning, but her tone was full of concern. Well, I blame it for this. Hermione was worried that Professor McGonagall would hold several people accountable, and quickly took the responsibility on herself. What do you say, Ms. Granger? Professor McGonagall was stunned, not knowing what this excellent student meant. I went looking for the troll. I read about it in the book and thought I could deal with him, but I was wrong. If Harry and Ron hadn't found me, I might have died, thanks to Gaunt showing up in time to save us. Hermione saw that Harry was coming for her, and went out of her way to excuse Harry and Ron, while not forgetting to name the hero who really saved her. Even that would be foolish. You disappointed me so much, Miss Granger Gryffindor. Deduct 5 points because you lack rigorous judgment in what you do. As for the two of you, I hope you know how lucky you are not to be killed by the trolls. After reprimanding Hermione, Professor McGonagall said harshly to Harry and Ron, both admiring their courage in rescuing their friends and annoying them for not listening to the prefect's arrangements and acting without permission, so there were no points or minuses. It's rare for Mr. Gaunter to fight the trolls in the mountains as a first-year freshman. Slytherin adds 20 points, and I hope you can follow the prefect's arrangement. Professor McGonagall never prejudiced a student in a particular academy and decisively added him 20 points. Sorry, Professor, I missed the dinner today and didn't get any news. Samael said that it is okay to add points, but I don't agree with me if I am wrong. I am not your limelight lion. At the same time, he also noticed that Harry was staring intently at Snape's leg. Professor McGonagall was stunned and didn't say anything, leading them back with him, leaving Quirrell crying on the corpse of the troll. Samael thought that you acted too much, and I didn't know that I died for your father. Professor, being bitten by a 3-headed dog will cause irreversible damage if not treated in time. Along the way, Samael and Draco walked side by side, and seeing Snape limping, he couldn't help but remind. Mr. Gaunt seems to know a lot, but I don't want you to show off your meager knowledge in front of me. Snape didn't give him a good look and walked faster. Samael shrugged his shoulders and didn't speak again, and Draco closed his mouth when he wanted to say anything. On the other side, the 3 little ones were obviously familiar with what happened just now. Professor McGonagall is too partial. We are also here to save Hermione. Why don't you give us extra points? If I were to say, each of us should add 5 points. Ron thought as he walked, desperate to replace the man who killed the trolls with him. Ron, even if the 3 of us strike together, are you confident that you can defeat an adult troll? Hermione, who was familiar with the textbook, naturally knew what a magical creature marked by the Ministry of Magic as XXXX meant to the little wizard, and asked. Ron wanted to say something but couldn't open his mouth, so he stopped talking, and followed Harry ruefully. Harry was not involved in the topic. He was now full of injuries in Snape's leg, and the answer in his heart was becoming more and more firm. Hermione on the side was in a mess in her heart, thinking of Samael's strength. She had an unspeakable sense of powerlessness, and the blurred figure 2 years ago gradually coincided with him. Samael, why are we saving that mud? Shut up, Draco, pay attention to your noble status. Back in the lounge, Draco was about to say that word when Samael interrupted him sternly. With Harry here, Miss Granger will be fine, and it is nothing for us to lose if we can brush a wave of goodwill and add points. Take a long-term view, and you should also know how good Miss Granger is. Draco thought about it, and although he was not convinced, he still recognized Hermione's genius name. The moment the monster is killed, Samael's real benefits are already distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Troll Killer and rewarding the alchemy item Mori no Hitomi. P.S. This item is an alchemical product of the Druid school, which can increase the power of natural magic and has the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the Druid school. Samael was pleasantly surprised by this. He defeated more creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and the fact that a troll could receive such a large amount was obviously related to the so-called famous scene. Samael smiled with satisfaction as he immersed his consciousness in the panel of his mind. Host, Samael Gaunt Class, Wizard Achievements, Orphanage King, Street Hero, Rebel, Rioter, Intermediate Slytherin Uncrowned King, Hogwarts Snake, Dogfighter, Troll Killer Talent, Parceltongue LV.4 System Skills, Orochimaru Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant, Leave 4, Water Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant, Asterisk LV.4, Free Kickbox Asterisk LV.4, Snape's Gaze Asterisk Leave 4, Mirror Shuttle Asterisk Leave 3 Common Skills, Transfiguration Leave 4, Blue Bellflower Spell Leave 4, Cleanup Leave 4, Flock of Birds Leave 4, Live Rope Bondage Asterisk Leave 4, Armor Protector Asterisk Leave 4, Fluorescent Flash Asterisk Leave 4, Floating Spell Asterisk Leave 4, Thunderbolt Explosion Asterisk Leave 4, Crushed Bones Asterisk Leave 4, Drill Bone Leave 4, Life Plunder Leave 4, Soul Extraction Leave 4 Magical Items, The Hull of the Banshee Asterisk 1, Hitomi Mori, Xiao Organization Fire Cloud Robe Asterisk 7 Pets, Kate, Eagle Owl, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Sen Python, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python, Spicy Strip, Kivu Tree Viper, PS, spells below level 4 to fold, Save Me Water Word Count. Playing with the gemstone necklace with a shimmering emerald green glow in his hand, Samael said he didn't want it. That's right, just don't want it. First, he was not good at natural magic, and secondly, he was not interested in druid magic. It is better to give it to Cedric, let him study and research, and really study what good things will be harvested directly when the time comes. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Q. What do you gain by killing trolls? A. You can get a wave of awe. Throughout the day today, Samael has been faced with countless gazes. You can look at it openly, but secretly. Every time Samael looked at him, the voyeur seemed to be electrocuted, retracting his eyes, leaving Samael's head quite speechless. Oh, who is this? George. Of course, the great lord of Slytherin, and also our Hogwarts trollslayer. George Fred bowed exaggeratedly to Samael, and those who didn't know thought they were putting on a play. Troll killer? Are you both looking at my system panel? Samael wondered, and then a strong desire to perform. Oh my faithful people, be loyal to your king, and I will always protect you. Samael's tone was arrogant, quite the air of an arrogant king, and he stunned the several Hufflepuff students passing by. Whine, as long as you can protect my beloved family, you can let me do anything. Fred became more and more exaggerated, and the drama cavity came out. You'd better do what you say, or I'll cut off your tongues and put your respective tongues on each other. Samael's tone was vicious, and the group of young wizards who listened were sweating. You're disgusting. Fred couldn't act anymore, and both made a vomit motion. Are you two looking for me for something? Samael wondered that these two living treasures would never come to him if they were not serious. Is that club of yours still hiring? Fred said awkwardly. Tell me what you really think. I don't believe that the freedom-seeking Weasley twins would choose to join a group formed by someone else. Samael didn't believe the two would want to join them. We want to open a magic trick workshop, we need to invest, and you are not short of money, except for Percy, of course. George told the truth about the situation. Yes, I can provide you with research funds before you graduate. You are responsible for generating ideas and sales, 4 or 6 divides, you 4 and I 6, if you can reflect the relative value, I will support you to open a store. Deal. Gemini hesitated for a moment, nodded in agreement. In fact, it is definitely not cost-effective to invest them during the school day, and the funds for research failure alone are not small. Samael pulled out 500 gold gallons and handed them to Fred. These 500 gold gallons are Percy's, and you can hand over to him when the time comes. Samael couldn't see this little money. He knew that these two would definitely make money. It was better to let them sell Percy. Percy thought that the money was his own estimation would no longer hinder their career. The best of both worlds also eased the brotherly relationship. Why not? Percy has become rich, can you believe George? Fred said exaggeratedly. Snap. George gave Fred a big mouth, looked at the screaming Fred, and said happily, I think it's true. Samael ignored the duo's trick and walked straight to the conference room. The meeting place was a small secret room, which Branson had discovered, next to Professor SBYN's office, not only large but also extremely hidden, and to enter it had to press one of the teeth of the gatekeeper statue, only then would the door appear. The interior of the secret room is decorated with Cedric and is extremely warm, and various potted plants can be seen everywhere. When Samael entered, everyone at the table had already arrived. Except for Draco, who was showing off something, everyone else was doing their own thing. Several spiders kept bouncing around Derek's hands, and both Branson and Cedric were far away from him. This is exactly the spoils that Samael harvested, and it has now been given to Derek to cultivate. Good afternoon, everyone. Samael said hello and sat straight into his seat. Long story short, it's business as usual. Samael did not have a so-called leadership speech, and directly asked everyone about progress. Percy, where is your thesis? Samael naturally asked Percy about the application of the levitation charm, which he was also good at, so he paid more attention. The paper has been written, and the feasibility guess has been confirmed by Professor Flitwick, and it has now been officially submitted to Charm Innovation. Percy also demonstrated to a certain extent after speaking, only to see him with his feet off the ground, quietly floating in midair, looking indifferent. Samael casually grabbed a potted plant and threw it at him, but was bounced far away. It was as if some diaphragm had rebounded this force. Gravity, repulsion, and the magic pattern circuit that combines shock absorption and speed stopping and iron armor spells. Samael and Voldemort have studied for so long, and their knowledge is naturally not bad. Percy nodded in shock and then sat down. Cedric, what about you? Samael pretended to be calm after seeing Percy's shocked expression and looked into SCI's eyes. My thesis has not progressed much, and the growth spell has improved a lot, but there is still no clue about replicating natural magic. Cedric voiced his question directly. Don't worry, this thing is for you. It can strengthen the release of natural magic. Maybe it can also awaken the druid inheritance. Whether it can succeed or not depends on you. Samael casually threw the forest eye at Cedric, and the bright alexandrite almost blinded him. This is a heritage crystal that contains natural magic. Branson caught the gemstone necklace and looked at it carefully. He recognized the goods and saw the clues at a glance. It's too precious, I can't ask for it. Cedric quickly refused, not saying anything about passing on or inheriting. He couldn't ask for the preciousness of this gemstone alone. Take it, this thing can only accumulate dust in me. If you research something, record it and give it to me. Remember that we can only communicate internally, not pass it on. Samael saw that the gemstone necklace glowed slightly greenish when it arrived in Cedric's hand. Obviously giving it to Cedric was a wise choice, and of course did not forget to remind him of the value of knowledge. Okay. Seeing this, Cedric nodded solemnly and put the necklace on it preciously. Branson, what about you? Samael then looked at the fellow wandering werewolf. Me? I don't have a problem, I'm good at weather spells, I thought you knew. Branson said. A dark cloud condensed on his fingertips, lightning and thunder in the dark cloud, wind and rain suddenly descended. I know Adur, you haven't even told me. Samael scolded this product fiercely in his heart, but his expression was not obvious. There was no way to be a technical talent, he had to get used to it. Okay, adjournment. Samael explained clearly that he naturally did not want to stay any longer, and directly announced the end of the meeting. Draco, Theodore, and Derek didn't need to ask about their studies, and he couldn't be clearer when they taught them hand in hand. By the way, Percy, I gave your twin brothers a startup fund in your name. They will give you dividends. You make money, remember to pay me back when the time comes. If you don't make money, I will fail to invest. Samael said and dragged Theodore and Draco directly to the mirror of the conference room, and crossed over. What a way to go with such a convenient skill. Only Percy and the others were left with dull eyes. The members of the organization are all quite decent. He does not restrict everyone's freedom, but the human favor owes a lot, and the guilt alone is enough to make them stand behind him. Samael, you're going to come to see me play today, right? Samael ate a boring breakfast, and Draco's expectant voice sounded in his ears. Of course, don't forget that I support you in selecting the Seeker. Draco listened and ran away happily with his flying broomstick. You've forgotten, right? Beverly on the side saw through Samael's expression at a glance. You're still so smart that you can easily see through people's hearts. Samael did not deny it, but glanced at Beverly appreciatively, who first rolled her eyes and then ate an extra slice of bread. That's not really bad for Samael, who can't even forget about Halloween, let alone a Quidditch match. However, he could see Draco flying in the sky every day when he was in the sun. Branson, is the Forbidden Forest going? Samael whispered while eating. The werewolf's hearing is extremely keen, even if it is not the night of the full moon. Branson can still hear him from a distance of more than 10 meters. Didn't you promise Draco to watch the game? Branson wondered. Samael stepped forward and pulled Branson away, and Samael suddenly found that people could hear him and respond, but he couldn't hear what Branson said. The two were extremely fast in the Forbidden Forest, one attached to Chakra on the solace of his feet, moving and jumping on the branches, and the other suddenly turned into a half-werewolf showing his fangs and claws, fast as the wind. As a native werewolf, you can transform even if it is not a full moon night. The two ran wildly, startling a bird. It's you, you're the one who imprisoned me here. A hoarse voice came from a distance, and 3 huge snake heads suddenly appeared in front of Samael's eyes. Rooney's snake. Branson made defensive moves. His family has a background, and naturally he knows this guy, but he has never seen such a big one. Last time, the Rooney snake contributed a huge amount of energy, and the blood orchid bloomed fantastically. Such a good tool snake, how could Samael let it go easily? Samael ignored the furious Ronafen snake and said lightly, let's make a deal. What a deal? Rooney snake knew that he could not resist Samael, and asked in confusion. Samael said seductively, help me guard a place, I will provide you with a blood orchid every month. How do you see? Really fake, can you be that kind? Are you? Ni snake wondered. Samael looked at the larger figure of the runi snake and knew that this product was definitely the beneficiary of the blood orchid. I could have forced control over you, but I didn't. Samael is overbearing, but that's the way it is, it has no choice. Okay, deal. Runi snake said dejectedly, he never thought that a hegemon like him who lived in a corner would actually be enslaved one day. Samael, what do you want this snake for? We still lack a janitor in our assembly place, and I can rest assured with this guy. Now, there are many books and notes on the bookshelf in the conference room, and no one looks at him and is not at ease. Isn't that Derek's spider? Branson wondered. When those spiders grow up, it's the year of the monkey, and besides, you're not afraid of that thing. Branson pouted, thinking that your snake is not much better than a spider. The two worked together to cast a shrinking charm and stuff the snake into the bag. In the future, this snake will be his platoon, allowing outsiders to enter and exit his secret room at will. Then the leader of this organization will not have face. The return journey was equally slow, and by the time they returned to Hogwarts, the Quidditch match had already begun, with Branson opening the way and Samael forced himself into the Ravenclaw position. Some people were squeezed into irritation, looked behind them angrily, and shrunk back after meeting Samael's eyes. The two of them went all the way, giving way everywhere they passed. Samael sighed that it is worthy of being the territory of top students, and the quality is high. In the sky, Draco rode proudly around the field on a broomstick, looking for the golden snitch, and raised his chin arrogantly when he saw Samael. I have to say that he does fly well. Originally Slytherin seeker Samael has also seen it, cannot say good or bad. As the most aggressive player, his performance is too ordinary. Draco was indeed a little better than that guy. Samael, you look at the savior. Samael followed the direction Branson was pointing and saw Harry swaying in the sky, and one accidentally fell from the sky. Is this a curse? Is it your dean? Branson wondered. He had heard that Professor Snape had always disliked Potter, so he saw Snape who was chanting the spell. Branson, some things can't just be taken at the surface. Samael looked at Quirrell, who pretended to be nonchalant, and said lightly, that's right, after all, it's a professor, how can it be like this? Samael complained, you guessed wrong, the same professors, but some professors just did this. But what was Quirrell's purpose in doing this? To kill Harry? What kind of joke? There are so many professors in the audience, but all students above the second year will absorb the shock and stop the speed of the spell. Relying on this spell to kill Harry is tantamount to a fantasy. And the last time he was locked up in the three-headed dog room, the first thing he suspected was Quirrell, and if he died in that room, it would definitely cause great turmoil. What is this product thinking? What it is doing is becoming more and more obvious. Is it not afraid of exposure? Yes, he's crying for help. Thinking of this increasingly exaggerated behavior, Samael suddenly realized. This product obviously regrets following Voldemort. Think about it, since following Voldemort, the so-called knowledge and honor have not been obtained, and dragged down their own bodies, who does not regret it? But couldn't Dumbledore really see it? Samael didn't believe it. He was not as old as Dumley in both lifetimes combined, and he could see it, and it was unreasonable that the greatest wizard of the century could not see it. So, Quirrell should have been abandoned. A waste chess piece that he used to cultivate a savior was really not worth paying more attention to. Thinking of this, Samael couldn't help but shiver, and a cold chill enveloped his whole body, which was incompatible with the warm atmosphere around him. Samael, what are you in a daze? Looking at the sluggish Samael, Branson asked worriedly. Nothing, just thinking about something. How was the game? Samael came to his senses, no longer tangled, and asked Branson about the result of the game. The game is over, and Potter quickly grabbed the golden snitch. Branson gave him a blank look and vowed not to watch with him next time. Oh, let's go then, maybe I'll have to comfort Draco. Samael said he had to go out and hide, comforting people and what he was the worst at. Comfort what Draco? Slytherin won, did you even watch it? Branson said indignantly. Huh? Samael wondered. What? Slytherin's Comma 2000 is where the sweeping series broom can catch up. It was already 160 points ahead when Potter caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor is nothing more than losing a little better. Branson left him straight after speaking. He didn't want to talk to this person. Samael scratched his head. He just thought about Dumbledore, the White Lord, and didn't pay attention to the score at all. Samael followed the flow of people and walked into Hogwarts Castle, looking at Draco who was showing off all the way, and couldn't help but shake his head. Too ostentatious, Slytherin should be elegant and self-contained, yet strong and calm, but thinking about his age, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Samael turned his head and looked at Professor Quirrell who crawled back into the office with a weak walker, and the pleasure in his heart could not be concealed. Lao Fu lives in your head, you still dare to make such a trouble. Is the old birthday star drinking arsenic and living impatient? Voldemort is also true, who to choose is not good, but chose such a fool. But since you dare to deal with me, I will definitely not make you feel better. Quirrell's current physical condition has reached the point where he has to drink unicorn blood to survive. Since unicorns are needed, then Lao Tzu drove unicorns far away, and it can be regarded as fulfilling the teacher-student relationship between you and me. Thinking of this, Samael sent a text message on the messenger ring, and quickly received a reply. Samael, are you looking for me for something? Cedric held a pancake and walked towards him. I'm going to enter the Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest? What are you going to do there? Cedric asked, puzzled. I got reliable news that someone is going to hurt the unicorn. I'll go and let you know. Isn't Derek a better fit when it comes to fantastic beasts? Don't talk nonsense, let's go. Samael shook his head and pulled him towards the Forbidden Forest. Of course, Samael didn't dare to take Derek with him, and the Newt family was like crazy when they saw fantastic beasts. Samael discovers that Derek not only has a desire to protect fantastic beasts, but also has some unspeakable collecting habits. Although the necklace around his neck looked weird, Samael knew that it was a young winged demon, the brain-eating kind. In the event that he steals 1 or 2 unicorns on a whim, Samael seriously suspects that he will not be able to get out of the Forbidden Forest. Samael looked left and right, dodging Hagrid's patrol route and heading towards the Forbidden Forest. This was the second time he had entered the Forbidden Forest today, sacrificing his nap time for Quirrell's sacrificial time for Quirrell's favorite history of magic. And the reason why he chose Cedric is mainly because he learns natural magic, has a natural breath on his body, and has a pure soul. People like him and Theodore, who are tainted with black magic, will definitely not be welcomed by unicorns. Not to mention Branson, although he prides himself on being noble and the darling of the moon, the identity of a werewolf cannot be in the same camp as a unicorn. For now, only Cedric is the most suitable. Both are fast, and Cedric's application of chakra is equally excellent. Natural magic gave him a high-intensity control over his magical power, which was no weaker than Samael's in terms of mana control. Stop! Horsemen don't hurt foals, but you've hurt Carlos, and you are not welcome in the Forbidden Forest. Just as the 2 men were advancing, 2 tall and strong horsemen blocked the side of the road and shouted at them. It seems that Carlos did not take my words seriously. I said that the Forbidden Forest does not belong to the horse people. I don't know what kind of agreement you have with Hogwarts, but I've never been a patient person. The 2 looked indifferent, the 2 horsemen frowned. He could feel a huge threat from the little wizard in front of him, but the identity of the horseman leader did not allow him to retreat. So directly pull the bow and arrow into the shape of a full moon, as if to tell Samael that as long as he dares to make a move, he will be penetrated by the arrow. I don't know what it is. Samael looked cold, he didn't even draw his wand, and a huge explosion instantly sounded from the hooves of the slightly shorter horseman next to him, and the horse's hooves bent at a strange angle. He prefers substantial threats to warnings. Wailing and neighing resounded throughout the Forbidden Forest, and the horse commander saw this and shot his arrows, quickly approaching the 2 and trying to engage Samael in close combat. At the moment when the arrow was about to hit Samael, a thin defensive shield instantly blocked the arrow, and Samael waved his wand, and the horse leader was shocked, and he jumped 2 times in a row before he could dodge it. Cedric, it's over to you. Samael doesn't look at the horse people, just to see Cedric's natural magic. It just so happened that Cedric also disliked this group of arrogant guys. With a wave of the wand, a large number of golden seeds appeared in the void, and the seeds rushed towards the horseman like bullets. The horse leader moved flexibly and dodged most of the seeds, only a few hit his body, and gurgling blood flowed down. At the same time, the horseman also narrowed the distance between him and Cedric, and just as Samael was considering making a move, the golden seed at the wound was fed by the horseman's flesh and blood, and quickly germinated, and vines began to spread from his wound, wrapping it into a rice dumpling. The horseman struggled hard, trying to tear the vine off, but each tear would take away a large amount of flesh and blood from his body, and after a short while, his face became very pale, obviously caused by excessive blood loss. Cedric was also not careless, and continued to cast spells, and sharp long thorns and beautiful flowers grew on the vines, and the crimson flowers flashed with a hazy light. Looking at the fearful eyes of the horse people, Samael was also slightly surprised. I can't imagine that you are such a stuffed eye. He saw clearly that the pollen carried by those flowers was parasitic, and every breath of the horse people would suck the pollen into the stomach. In other words, in addition to a few existing wounds, the leader of the horse people in front of him is a huge plant nutrient. Cedric's mind can make him go to the Grim Reaper and completely become flower fertilizer. Natural magic? Very strong indeed. Samael sighed. Natural magic is indeed strong, but it can have such great power basically thanks to the blessing given by Mori no Hitomi. Cedric smiled modestly, and that smile gave a warm feeling. Samael pouted. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that you would be a ruthless person with white eyes? He looked closely at the necklace on Cedric's chest and saw the emerald green gem shimmering faintly. Samar was extremely unbalanced in his heart. When this thing was in his hands, let alone inherited, even the light did not flash to him. Now, show me the habitat of unicorns, but don't worry, I won't catch such holy creatures. Samael looked at the injured horseman and said indifferently, Horseman, bah, I don't believe it. I've got news that dark wizards are coming to hunt unicorns, and I need to alert them. Samael went on to add, unicorns don't meet outsiders, especially people like you who are tainted with darkness, they won't welcome you. The horseman who was the first to be injured said firmly with fear in his eyes. Okay, it's okay for you to go and warn the unicorn race, but be sure to mention my name. Samael Gaunt. Samael doesn't care who does this, but human favors must be put under his name. He is not a person who does good deeds without leaving a name. This kind of thing that can both block quarrel and gain unicorn friendship with one stone, he is happy to do. As Cedric lifted the spell, the two left their sight under the fearful gaze of the horseman. Entering December, the whole of Hogwarts is getting colder. There were also a few heavy snowfalls a few days before Christmas, and the entire castle was covered in silver, adding a different kind of beauty. And the Slytherin common room, as always, carried out the style of cold winter and hot summer, and Samael felt that the joints all over his body were hurting. He had to release a large amount of bellflower flame before going to bed. This light blue flame seemed to be cold and could also emit a slight warmth, so that Samael would not be so uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Christmas holidays are approaching. Samael packed his bags and resolutely set out on the road home. Although Hogwarts is good, it can't give him the warmth of home. Of course, it is not ruled out that if he does not come home, his old mother Claire may kill Hogwarts. After getting off the train, after saying goodbye to a group of friends, seeing the Morgan couple looking left and right, the warm current in my heart suddenly sprang up. Claire also saw him, ran over and hugged him tightly, and said in her mouth, "Well, you have no conscience, you are actually a lot fatter after leaving your dear mother. Did I abuse you at home?" Samael looked at his strong body in amazement, and the warm greeting on his lips was immediately swallowed by him, and he looked at the old mother with resentment. And his unorthodox father, who had no intention of hugging him, was like a thief who was about to rob him, constantly looking at his suitcase, eager to take it immediately. "My dear son, as your mother said, you are indeed a conscienceless one, and after seeing your old father, you are not quick to offer your wand. I really want to die." Samael and Claire rolled their eyes at the same time, not wanting to deal with this neurotic husband. After getting into the car, Samael quietly leaned on Daniel's shoulder. His heart was unprecedentedly calm. This is his family, no quarrels or contradictions, like family, more like friends. Their existence makes up for the lack of family affection in Samael's heart. After returning home, he first took a beautiful hot bath, chatted with his family for a while, and then walked in loose pajamas to the mountains and forests behind the villa. The sparse snake whisper in his mouth kept sounding, and soon there was a large circle of common and uncommon snakes all around. The most numerous of them is the famous African god of death, the Black Mamba. Going to Hogwarts to study, he naturally will not be without a hand to protect his family. These snakes patrol the vicinity of the villa every day, keeping an eye out for everyone who harbors ill will towards the Morgans. The Black Mamba snake may not be the most toxic, but its aggression is extremely strong, extremely fast. It is the most murderous poisonous snake in Africa, and its comprehensive strength is the most satisfactory to him. After harvesting the first batch of blood orchids, Samael would mail packages to his home every month, asking his old father Daniel to pour a large amount of nutritional potions and powder made from blood orchids into the lake where the 4 giants used to live. Otherwise, the rabbits and mice he had raised before would not have been enough to feed this huge group of snakes. Up to now, the number of black mambas alone is as many as 3,000. No way, black mambas belong to the cobra family, with snake-eating nature, and there are few other small snakes living in places where they exist. This group of snakes is catalyzed by the blood orchid, between magical animals and ordinary muggle creatures, like the little spicy strips before. The snake's body, which is about 3 meters old, did not undergo secondary growth, and Samael speculated that there may have been an increase in toxicity. The silver-gray scale armor either swallowed snake letters or opened its large black mouth, and the atmosphere was terrifying. A group of black mambas, you talk to me, tell what you see and hear. Samael analyzed his missing intelligence bit by bit from their mouths. Only one of the messages fascinated him deeply. A white-bearded old man had spied secretly, and although the snakes did not know him, they felt a strong danger in them. Sal was sure that it was definitely Dundon, and black mist flashed in his dark green pupils. After analyzing this information, Samael returned to his villa as usual, and although he acted normally, the couple still saw something. In order not to worry them, Samael smiled again and placed the Christmas gifts he had prepared under the Christmas tree, waiting for Christmas. Samael didn't dwell too much about Dumbledore, and he couldn't do anything until he had enough strength. It's better to put your heart in your stomach and wait until you improve your strength before making plans. Mime slept, and just after dawn, Samael was awakened by a heavy weight. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the 4 giants of her family pressing heavily on his body, and from time to time he stretched out the snake letter to lick him. After returning home, Samael released the big 4 and asked them to maintain their figure at about 2 meters. After the transformation of the blood orchid, their appearance has been greatly improved, and even Finn, who has always been ugly, has a pure earthy yellow, looking ugly and ugly. Claire did not reject them after seeing it, but was curious about their changes. In the final analysis, it was still a matter of appearance. Samael stroked their heads, pushed them away, and quietly looked at the gift by his bedside after casually putting on a pair of shorts. The first to open was a gift from Mr. and Mrs. Morgan, a black knitted scarf from his dear mother. Some of the stitches are large and small, they look strange, and they are hand-knitted by the mother at a glance, and Samael does not dislike it, because there is a strong love of the mother. After opening his father's gift, he realized how deep his dear Daniel's love for him was. Inside is a brand new revolver, and Samael says that with his accuracy, he can easily hit whoever dies, which can be called the physics of the wizarding world. Followed by gifts from his friends, Draco gave him a suit dress. Both the material and the fabric were top-notch. It looked coquettish, but after wearing it, it fit unexpectedly, and the whole person looked elegant and handsome, confident and arrogant. Beverly gave her a brooch, which is unclear for what it does, but it looks expensive. Theodore sent a page with instructions on how to use the fire charm and his experience, which was a gift to him. His 10,000 spells are finally reaching level 4, and it has come at the right time. Everyone else sent it normally, and they all knew Samael's preferences, so they basically sent study notes and the like. Only Derek sent a bottle of blood from unknown magical animals. Samael's inquiries through the ring did not respond. Harry sent a large bag of multi-flavored beans, and Samael was unlucky to have 2 in a row that were either chili or stinky tofu, and decisively rewrapped them, ready to give to his father later. Samael wore the new clothes Draco had sent and went downstairs with a sigh. "Dear father, come and see your son and my handsome face. I dare say that in terms of appearance, I am a height that you cannot reach in this life." Samael was wearing a straight suit, and his whole body revealed elegance and nobility. That is, his words were a little infuriating. He didn't hear Daniel's reply, but saw his father standing sluggish under the Christmas tree, looking at him with a stiff smile, as did the mother next to him. "Good morning, Samael." Samael frowned. Something was slightly wrong. At this time, the 4 giants behind him told him in a hoarse voice, "Master, there are other people in the house." Samael concentrated and released all his spiritual power, and a wistful malice was directed at him. Mel quietly approached his parents, turning them into 2 small snakes at a very fast speed and stuffing them into his pockets. The 4 giants quickly enlarged their size and surrounded him in the center. Samael waved his wand and shattered the pillow not far away, and fluttering goose down slowly fell from the air, exposing an invisible figure to him. The invisible wizard also knew that he was exposed, and directly revealed his figure and waved his wand. Avadaso. The miserable green glow quickly shot towards Samael, and he dodged the spell slightly sideways. A fierce counterattack followed, and the mysterious wizard in tattered wizard robes dodged the powerful spell. Samael can cast silent spells, and the main thing is to destroy the decay. While the wand was waving, a huge explosion sounded continuously, and the mysterious wizard was quickly injured, and blood splashed throughout the living room. Samael took advantage of the other party's dodge, a latent snake hand. His right hand quickly turned into a thick giant python, and slammed into the mysterious wizard. The python wrapped around it quickly, sharp teeth gnawed through his arm, the wizard ate pain, the wand fell to the ground, and the battle ended instantly. "Say, who are you and who sent you?" Samael looked grim and asked sharply. The wizard snorted coldly and did not speak. Samael tied the wizard's bundle firmly to a chair with a living rope spell, blowing off his left and right hands by the way. "That's right. Not cut, but fried." The means were extremely cruel, and after the mysterious wizard screamed, he fainted in an instant. Samael naturally wouldn't let him pass out just like that, and he had no intention of treating his injuries. "Drill the heart and cut the bone." A heart-drilling spell was placed directly on his body, and the pain that touched his soul instantly woke up the unconscious wizard. A fierce howl resounded throughout the villa, and the mysterious wizard's body gradually emitted a gray mist, and the hands that were originally bound behind him gradually grew sharp nails, and his eyes opened angrily, gradually turning into a pair of pupils of a beast. Samael was surprised that it turned out to be a werewolf, but he had no intention of letting go, and once again released the drill heart charm with all his strength. Among the 3 unforgivable spells, Samael is best at the heart drilling charm, which is also one of his few black magic that has reached the 4th level. Filthy beast. "Finally, I ask you again, who sent you?" "I won't tell you anything, you die this heart." The werewolf wizard was very stubborn, and even though he rolled his eyes in pain, he still did not reveal a single important information. Soul extraction. Samael didn't bother to waste time, and with a wave of one hand, a translucent spirit body exactly like the wizard leader was forcibly pulled out of his body. Samael used the skill Snape's gaze to meet the confused wizard spirit. Some intermittent images gradually appeared in Samael's mind, and the werewolf, the family, and the Traverse family were stunned to put together a complete synopsis. "You also have a family. How dare you make a move against my family? You can choose to kill me for money. I can also slaughter you because of anger. Don't worry, I will reunite you with your family and friends." Samael looked indifferent, and said even more cruel words. The left hand always rested on the head of the werewolf wizard, and the furious magic condensed on his palm. Bang! The werewolf wizard's head exploded like a watermelon, blood stained Samael's face, and he did not wipe Ren, blood dripped from his cheek. 2 slight explosions suddenly sounded, and a tall wizard appeared in front of him, followed by a thin wizard. "Little wizard, tell me what's going on here." The head wizard's voice was cold and calm, and he looked at the werewolf wizard who was still spraying blood on his neck and his forehead wrinkled. I saw the expressionless Samael questioning loudly again. Samael Gaunt, if the Aurors and the Ministry of Magic are all like you, then I think I should question the true level of the Auror office to fudge. Samael was in a bad mood, and these two fools actually questioned a child for the first time when they saw this situation, and they were unhappy in their hearts and directly replied, Gaunt? Is that Gaunt? The Auror was upset at first, but then thought of the last name Gaunt and contained the anger on his face. Sorry Mr. Gaunt, we just wanted to find out what's going on here. The Ministry of Magic must investigate in detail the magical fluctuations that occur in the Muggle community, and if magical creatures attack Muggle homes, it will undoubtedly increase the risk of exposure to the wizarding world. A werewolf suddenly appeared in my house and cast a Soul Reaper spell on my parents. I think you should know how to do it. Samael directly left the aftermath to the two. Having spent so much time in Slytherin House, he had also learned some of the privileges of pure-blood families. Just like now, this inferior werewolf actually attacked the noble pure-blood, which is undoubtedly an extremely serious matter, and the Ministry of Magic must respond. In Britain, the history of the Holy 28 races far exceeds the establishment of the Ministry of Magic, and even the establishment of the Ministry of Magic has the shadow of the 28. This is the real reason why pure-blood families hold real power in Britain. The two Aurors had no choice but to take away the horrible werewolf corpse, which was no longer something they could interfere in. If it was just a simple attack, if other pure-blood families were involved, it would become a fight between pure-blood families, and even their captain would not be willing to participate in it. Samael turned and transformed his parents, who had turned into snakes, back into human beings. After settling them in a suitcase on the second floor, Samael blew out a huge bubble to wrap him, put another illusion spell on himself, and flew directly towards the leaky cauldron bar. He is not a person to be slaughtered. Werewolves, Traverse family, he will not let go of any of them. Overturned the alley. At this time, a handsome and elegant boy stood there and couldn't stop looking inside, and whispered to the wizards in tattered clothes inside, Do any of you know where the werewolves gather? The young man's voice was soft and indescribably noble. It was Samael. At this time, several dark wizards at the entrance of the alley were looking at him with a fierce eye, thinking that this fat sheep could not let him slip away. Little baby, are you lost? Werewolves are not a good place, let me take you to a good place. At this time, an old white-haired witch was trembling towards Samael, and her bone-like hand said that it was about to grab Samael's arm. Samael's smile narrowed, and her right arm turned into a thick poisonous python that tightly wrapped her whole body, and with just a slight shake, the old witch's whole body was twisted to pieces. The old witch wanted to howl, but the oppression of her internal organs made her unable to make a sound, and she was about to beg for mercy when she saw the snake's mouth bite her neck fiercely. With just 2 breaths, the old witch lost her life in despair. Does any of you know where the werewolves are gathered? Samael asked softly again, as if it wasn't him who had just killed someone. At this time, where does the wizard at the mouth of the alley dare to stay? Where is this mother a little sheep? It is clear whether it is a wolf in sheep's clothing, or a hungry wolf who chooses people to eat. The wizards who stayed at the entrance of the overturned alley were some people who were not very strong, but all the ox forks were mixed in the inner perimeter, who would do this kind of inferior thing. The wizards scattered, but how could Samael let all this free labor force escape? Under his lure, a fairly strong young man agreed to lead the way. Black Wizard, I really thank you for paying for your own life. The Black Wizard and Samael walked in the dark alley one after another, and I have to say that the environment here is really not bad. Dirty and messy is not enough to describe. It is better to say that it is a black market than a rat hole. Samael wondered, why are these dark wizards so unpressed? They are all smuggling illegal business. It stands to reason that they are not bad money. How can they be mixed up like this ghost? Along the way, it was not that no one coveted Samael, but they were all deterred by Samael's wandless spell, and he had no time to waste time with these people. This gentleman, there is a gathering place for werewolves in front, so I won't go first. The dark wizard said timidly. You did a good job, your fate is saved. When the dark wizard heard this, he disappeared in front of his eyes like a wild horse. Samael looked around, and even in this place of overturned alley, werewolves were equally unwelcome. Although their gathering place is the size of a block, it is quite remote, and both the houses and shops are quite old and dilapidated. There were no people in or out of the shop, and Samael did not hesitate, waving his wand casually, and a strong explosion resounded throughout the neighborhood. He had never shot with all his strength, so the huge, unsuppressed blasting curse resounded throughout the overturned alley. Glass shattered, houses collapsed, wails, curses, cries rang out. The residents who heard the movement closed their doors one by one. Nonsense, and those who dared to make trouble in the overturned alley would not be simple. Here, curiosity is really deadly. Several young and strong werewolves quickly gathered, angrily firing a spell at Samael, and struck fiercely. Samael held up the iron armor charm to envelop himself, and from time to time he used the transfiguration charm to conjure a steel fortress for defense. He was not able to resist the death curse with iron armor. What are you? Why attacked us? Werewolves are struggling to support, whether it is the power of the spell or the speed of casting the spell, they are not as good as the other. Now is not the night of the full moon, and the physical strength they can exert is also not high, and they can only struggle to support. Samael didn't reply, but the smile on his face grew stronger. What a joke, overturn the werewolf in the alley which has a good person. After Voldemort's defeat, Fenrir Greyback, the leader of the werewolves, collected most of the werewolves, who were dominated by pure-blood nobles to do some dirty work for them. These include assassination, smuggling, looting and so on. The werewolf wizard who was headshot by him was a direct subordinate of Greyback. None of the werewolves gathered here were not covered in blood, but they were mostly used by pure-blood families, so no one touched them. And now, Samael is their new enemy. At the same time, more and more werewolves were slowing down in the ruins, and the pupils of the beasts were expanding, and the gods were full of murderous killing intent. Werewolves may have a bad life, but no one has ever chosen to slaughter a werewolf here. This hatred and shame can only be thoroughly washed away with the blood of the enemy. One by one, murderous spells flew towards Samael like raindrops. Even with his strength, he could only fall into passive defense. After all, there were too many enemies. In addition to the werewolves who are performing tasks outside, there are more than 100 werewolves here. Cut off the old, weak and sick, and there are less than 70 or 80 with complete combat effectiveness. Even if their magical strength is not strong, it is not so easy to deal with. The previous loss was just a surprise by Samael. It's really tricky. Samael smiled slightly and waved his wand again. The 4th level clear water was like a spring, allowing him to completely ignore the imprint when he cast the water escape. A huge waterfall gushes out from between the wands, and the huge impact covers the entire block. The onslaught of the current washed away the werewolves who were united. The entire neighborhood was shrouded in a water hood. Although most werewolves can swim, their strong vitality can survive in the water for a while. But they were also relieved to be flustered, and he waved his wand again, and the water dragon formed by the water dragon constantly rolled and stirred in the water cover, causing most of the werewolves to faint in the water. Samael implemented the attitude of either not doing or doing it, and once again it was exhausted, and once again he unleashed the formation of 10,000 snakes. This time the 10,000 serpent luo array did not require him to simulate snake changes with the nature of mana, and directly summoned the 3,000 black mamba snakes in his forest, avoiding a large amount of mana consumption. The black mamba is a good swimmer, swimming into the water canopy, opening its large black mouth, and mouthing the unconscious or struggling werewolf wizards. In a moment, the werewolves were completely dead and wounded. Samael breaks the water cover and waves away the snakes. Tiredly touched the sweat on his forehead, looked at the corpses on the ground, and was inexplicably shocked in his heart. Is this power? In his previous life, he didn't even kill a chicken, but in this life, at the age of 11, he actually killed one after another after mastering great power. Samael looked stunned, shook his head, and his eyes became firm again. Family is his bottom line, and what these beasts do, even if Samael chooses again, he will not be soft. Mr. Gaunt, since the werewolves have been solved, you must have been deflated too. Just when Samael was slightly distracted, a wizard dressed in plain black robes stepped forward, followed by a group of heavily armed wizards. The man at the head looked polite and incompatible with the environment of the overturned alley. Which one are you? Samael looked at the visitor and said warily. Rodman Katagarana. The other party bowed slightly, elegant like a gentleman. Are you going to stand out for the werewolves? Samael's brows furrowed slightly, and a blood-colored flame gushed out from his wand, and the flame spread rapidly, forming a huge ring of fire around Samael, encircling him tightly, both as a defense and as a deterrent. The flames are like the fire from hell, exuding the power of burning everything. This is a powerful fire spell, everyone quickly dodge. The wizard who saw the goods behind the person shouted loudly, and the crowd retreated one after another. Those who dared to play the fire spell in this era were all ruthless. It is not difficult to cast the fire spell, and the two generals behind Draco in the original book can be released completely, and the difficulty is the control of the fierce fire. Samael had learned a lot about the theory of the fire spell, and he was quite powerful when cast for the first time. He has been waiting for the end of all curses to reach level 4 before preparing to cast, but he is almost the end of the crossbow now, and such a person who does not know whether it is an enemy or a friend naturally needs to release his confidence. Mr. Gaunt misunderstood. Naturally I will not fight for those inferior beasts. The man quickly apologized. Then what do you mean you're here? Samael withdrew his fire protection and asked. The fire spell may get out of control at any time, just scare it, and it is the right way to keep the magic power to deal with the person in front of you. I would like to talk to Mr. Gaunt about cooperation. Rodman looked sincere. Cooperation? Then you are not sincere. Rodman was stunned for a moment, looked around the environment, and smiled elegantly. It's my mistake, the front is my shop, let's talk in detail. Okay. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, Samael looked calm. He also wanted to see what tricks the person in front of him wanted to play. However, before leaving, he let Finn on his finger turn into a 5-meter giant python and swallow the few remaining items in the ruins. He is not stupid, and something that can retain strong magic fluctuations under the fierce fire must be a good thing. Claudius looked at it and didn't say anything, and the two walked together and soon arrived in a simple shop. The shop is small, not deliberately expanded with the traceless stretching charm, and its degree of dilapidated is not even comparable to the werewolf shop. Mr. Cotta is in the medicinal herbs business. Samael looked at the items on the shelves, curious, but did not move. Please call me Rodman. What I do is mainly sell some valuable and unmarketable precious materials, and low-end goods are not done, Rodman said very calmly, but the pride on his face could not be concealed. Then you are looking for me by mistake. I only have a first-grade little wizard, I can't help you. Samael glanced at him and said indifferently, Mr. Gaunt, don't be presumptuous. I dare say that even the Dark Lord is not necessarily better than you at your age, not to mention that the cooperation I am talking about is only borrowing your last name. Rodman did not dare to play dumb again, and said sincerely, tell me more about it. Samael came interested. Mr. Gaunt may not know that most wizards in this overturned alley, except for a few wandering wizards, have the shadow of pureblood families behind the business. It's not easy for me to make this world and toppling alley, but if I don't work with the pure bloods, not only the store, but even I won't be able to establish a foothold here. I don't want to give up my benefits to the blood-sucking moths, and I want to cooperate with you more than them. Rodman said very sincerely. Samael listened to a rough idea, meaning that he was suppressed and wanted to survive with the name Gaunt. What do I get? Samael was thrilled to see what conditions he could offer. 20% of my profits. Speaking of this, Rodman flashed a trace of flesh pain. Samael didn't do anything to make him two profits, and anyone who put aside will be distressed, but the reality is that he begged others to cooperate and had to cut the meat. Sanchinj. Samael stretched out 3 fingers and said lightly. What? Rodman thought he had misheard. The profit he makes every time he makes money is actually not high. The value of the material is indeed valuable, but the people under his hands do not need to feed such as collecting the spikes of the cystic leopard, the heart of the dragon, etc. Personnel will inevitably have losses, whether to pay the pension or not. Who is not well treated and wants to do such dangerous work with him? Listen to my arrangement first. Samael saw that he was a little anxious, and immediately said, I have a property in Hogsmeade. The location is not bad, you can run it as a bar, and it will be auctioned on the 2nd floor at the end of each month. Cherished potion materials have no market. According to your sales model, potion materials are likely to be stranded, or not reach the expected price. The form of auction is the most suitable, the highest price wins. Samael voiced his advice and looked at him. Rodman was a little moved. Except for a few, most of his goods are considered legal, can live on the surface. Who wants to be a rat in the gutter? What's more, he is not alone, and there are still a large number of brothers under his hands who need to be fed. Rodman struggled for a moment, gritted his teeth and finally closed the deal. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Saying that, he took out a magic contract and marked the words that the two had just said, and the two of them each signed their names and smiled at each other. By the way, does your shop have roaring letters and mature mandrakes? Samael suddenly asked as if he had suddenly remembered something. I have a mandrake, I don't have a roar letter, but this thing is easy to buy. Rodman thought about it and said truthfully, it's okay, let your people go and buy one for me, and buy an anonymous owl by the way, I don't want the owl and the roar letter to find us. Samael said to him solemnly, are you preparing? Rodman wondered, and then looked at Samael with a solemn expression. Samael didn't say anything, just gave him a sweet smile. The death of these werewolves, let alone shake the Traverse family, did not cause any damage to the family at all except for letting him vent his anger. Samael is not a person who forgives others easily, and if something is wrong, then it must be paid. Roaring letters have the effect of amplifying sound, and the cry of mature mandrakes can be fatal. If you use a combination of the two, I believe it must be a perfect combination. And in normal times, it is impossible for any strange owl to really enter the core of the pureblood family, but today is an exception. Today is Christmas, there are more unknown owls coming and going, and there are no traces of black magic on it. Even if there are some defense mechanisms, it is difficult to prevent. Coming and going, this is Samael's holiday greeting to the Traverse family. After Samael was ready, he looked at the owl flying far away, and he was very relieved and showed a happy smile. I hope the Traverse family has a happy Christmas. Samael chuckled. Rodman, who was watching on the side, was covered in hair, and he suppressed the careful thoughts in his heart. He chose Samael without the idea of crushing him and borrowing chickens to lay eggs. It's just that those careful thoughts have all disappeared with Samael's magic level and mature thinking. Samael wasn't stupid either, he knew a little about his thoughts, but he didn't care, and as he grew older he was confident that he would be able to suppress Rodman's ambitions. Moreover, the net profit of 30% every month really moved his heart, so that the fool who made a steady profit did not do it. When Samael returned home, he comforted his parents who were still worried, and even though they didn't say anything, Samael could still see the worry in their eyes. He couldn't make any promises but to tell them that everything was fine, that he had everything done, and that they slept deeply. He doesn't forget the charm, and he doesn't want others to use the oblivion charm on his parents, and as the upper class in England, they have enough psychological capacity to accept it all. blindly protecting them is unfair to him or to his parents. Moreover, after this experience, it was enough to make the pureblood family vigilant. It had been a bad rule to attack his parents, and they all had descendants attending Hogwarts, and they couldn't imagine what he would do to their heirs after angering Samael. In short, they did not dare to gamble that trading the lives of two lowly muggles for the safety of their heirs seemed foolish to them, and it was also inconsistent with their actual interests. That night, the Traverse family fell silent with a fierce howl, which far exceeded Samael's expectations. The entire Christmas hall is littered with corpses. The festive decorations are complemented by the corpses scattered everywhere. After the expansion of the roar letter, the Mandrick's roar was no worse than the sonic weapons of the Muggle world. The nearest servant, who was holding the roaring letter, was shattered by the huge sound wave. With him as the center, there was a radius of 50 meters, and he was stunned that he did not find a living creature. From the old master of the Traverse family to the lowly house elves, no one was spared. The entire hall, even the few complete corpses, were bleeding and miserable. After a big fight with his indisputable son, the daughter-in-law of the old head of the Traverse family took his precious grandson, John Traverse, to her mother's house. This allowed them to escape with their lives, otherwise the thriving Traverse family would really be extinct. And this Mrs. Traverse's maiden family is one of the 4 people who besieged Samael last time, the family of Nelson Rozier. By generation, Nelson is actually John's cousin. The marriage between pure-blood noble families is so absurd. Waking up early in the morning, Samael stretched out and looked at the eye-catching big words in the Daily Prophet and couldn't help but raise a smile. Christmas is really a festival for the whole family. Is the slaughter of the Traverse family a revenge or an accident? Is John Traverse takeover as the head of the family an accident or premeditated? How stupid people can come up with how stupid it is to come up with that the family murderer who almost wiped out the family is actually the family heir. Samael looked at these evidences with pictures with truth, and only felt that although the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet was stupid, he was really talented, and the stories he wrote were not only vivid and interesting, but also mixed with various conspiracy theories, although not entirely true, but constantly guiding people to read on. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic also moved early in the morning to investigate the truth of the matter, but unfortunately had little success. Knowing that John Traverse was not dead, Samael, in addition to lamenting the great life of this cargo, was also glad that he did not think that a roaring letter almost destroyed the family. The family had to be neat or something. He wasn't ready to strike at John Trefusis again, a man he defeated, who could only look up at his back with fear behind his back for the rest of his life. If the Traverse family is killed at one time, in addition to provoking the joint resistance of the pureblood family, it may also receive the gaze from the White Lord. This is seriously inconsistent with his future plans. Leaving him behind not only left a glimmer of life for himself, but also attracted the attention of other pureblood families. A small Hogwarts student controls such a huge family property. In their eyes, it is tantamount to holding gold in the busy market, and it is definitely not their style not to take a bite. Even his mother, Caroline Traverse, oh no, Caroline Rozier, would fight for a piece of strength for his matriarch. Poor John Traffs has a chasing soldier before and a tiger in the back, so he should not have the energy to seek revenge on him. Of course, if he had this idea, Samael wouldn't mind completely fruiting him after he fed those pure-blood families. Everyone in this world is the same without him, not inferior to him. The next afternoon, the Aurors traced their routes through the night's quest, relying on the traces of magic left by the Mandrick. Finally discover the truth about the massacre of the Traverse family. They had the intention to track down the real murderer, but the owl who delivered the letter was also blown up in the sound wave, leaving no trace. Send someone to the owl store to carefully check, and there is nothing to gain. They sell so many owls every day, who can remember who is who? But even if they remembered, they would never be able to find that person. After guessing Samael's plan, Rodman directly let his subordinates use the Soul Reaper charm to control an owl that a Muggle went to buy, and later used the Oblivion charm to erase Muggle's memory. In the vast sea of people the Aurors want to find, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Of course, it is not that no one guessed that Samael was responsible. At a party a few days ago, when they taunted Traverse for not being able to get a Hogwarts student, the Traverse family owner said with a smug look on the spot that he would completely take Samael gaunt in a few days. In addition to getting Samael to completely return the property belonging to the Traverse family, he was also asked to become a vassal of the Traverse family in the name of the Gaunt family. At that time, they all laughed at the Traverse family for having lost their minds and gone crazy. Now, the Traverse family is almost extinct, coupled with the tragic situation of the werewolves in the overturned alley, and listening to the sons and daughters analyze the character of Samael Gaunter, it is easy to guess that Samael is definitely responsible. However, they have no evidence, so naturally they will not take the initiative to come forward, even other families who have always been good friends. Moreover, this matter is beneficial to them. There is no need to make yourself unhappy. Samael stayed quietly with his parents for another day, and before leaving, he did not forget to send a message to Rodman to buy Mandricks. This thing is really easy to use, even Dumbledore can't carry it if it is thrown out in batches. In fact, without Samael's reminder, Rodman bought a lot of seeds the first time he saw the news. The two can be said to have a good heart in this regard. Hogwarts Express Trains. Samael sat leisurely in the carriage, his eyes white, as if a layer of mist covered his originally dark green pupils. At your fingertips, there are visions such as dark clouds surging, thunder roaring, violent storms and so on. With a wave of Samael's hand, a fierce wind swept through the box, and the back of the table and the glass of the doors and windows were swept to pieces. In the sky outside, a huge tornado condensed with his movements. Samael returned to his senses, his pupils regained their clarity, and a repair was as before, so that everything that was broken was restored to its original state, and the sky became transparent again, as if nothing had happened just now. Since he took revenge on the werewolf and the Traps family, a new achievement called the Avenger has appeared on the system panel. The reward is a superpower similar to that of Stormgirl in the X-Men, who can control celestial phenomena. After awakening this ability, Samael can clearly perceive the natural energy around him, and the elements such as clouds, fog, wind and rain, and thunder are always in front of him, like a soldier who obeys orders at any time. He doesn't need a wand, he doesn't need spells, and controlling these elements is like a physical instinct. He bet that Branson's weather spell would definitely be finished by him. Samael happily experimented with his abilities, and without knowing what to think, he took out another exquisite dagger from his small bag. This is one of Samael's trophies from the ruins of the werewolf. The dagger is in the shape of a crescent, the blade surface is shining with a cold light, and the back shows a jagged pattern, and the word exquisite is more reflected in the fact that it is clearly an unknown bone carving, but it has a strange beauty that is seamlessly integrated. Samael could feel the ultimate danger from above, as if just scratching the skin would kill him. He carefully felt the magic pattern on it, but he didn't see any doorway, but the thick evil aura condensed and made him very jealous. In addition to this dagger, there are 3 eggs of unknown creatures. Samael has some guesses, but he is not an expert in magical animals after all, and he does not dare to make a decision easily. When you get to Hogwarts, ask Hagrid, and everything will be clear. The distance was too far, and Samael felt tired and lay on the table to take a nap. Finn turned into a 2-meter size and stood guard in front of the door, protecting his master, watching the students walking around the corridor. Whenever a student prepares to approach, he is startled by his appearance and warns the student not to approach. In fact, he didn't even need to intimidate, but any little wizard who saw Samael would subconsciously retreat. After all, the coercion of the school bully is too strong, but it is not something that ordinary people like him can get close to. But there are always people who don't have the ability to see, and Theodore doesn't know if he tripped or whatever, and directly bumped in. Fell directly on Samael's body, so frightened that Samael almost gave him a drill bone. After a day in Diagon Alley, Samael's nerves are a little sensitive, and he is becoming less and less resistant to black magic. Theodore saw that Samael's face was not good looking, and decisively chose to apologize, and his heart was hairy when he looked at him. While apologizing, he snapped Finn, which had been glued to the glass. When Theodore crashed in, it was so sudden, before he could dodge, he was hit by the glass. Samael didn't blame him, but after explaining, he fell asleep on his stomach again, and today he was extremely sleepy. In fact, there are really many people who do not have long eyes today. He was dreaming of punching Dumbledore when he was awakened by sudden gravity again. Draco got up from Samael and couldn't help but snort when he met the murderous look. The second general behind him, seeing this situation, his brain did not know what trick to open, and entered the carriage next to him with interest. "Samael, I said I didn't mean it, do you believe it?" Draco sneered. With a casual wave, Samael threw him out of the carriage and turned his head to snap Finn, who was glued to the glass again. That's right, poor Finn was once again thrown into the glass. Looking at Finn's resentful eyes, Samael's eyes dodged. Fortunately, it was him, and Rebecca and Ilya were estimated to bite. Draco was a heartless one, and he wasn't annoyed when he was thrown out, and he sat back upside down. While comforting Finn, he said something to Theodore, but his eyes were always on Samael. Samael didn't tell them about the transformation of the Big Four, except for Derek, who thought Samael had a new pet. The Big Four are too large, even if they don't show much aggression, they always keep their distance, and now they have changed to smaller ones, and naturally they are much closer. Shocked by them, Samael completely lost sleep. Who knows if anyone will come in a while, can only listen to their chat in a daze. Sure enough, after a while, Beverly and Derek came in one after another, and Samael was suddenly a little glad that she was not asleep. Finn also looked at them gratefully. After all, they walked in, not bumped. In addition to these people, the little wizard outside the door saw him like a ghost. "Samael, did you really do that?" Draco saw that Samael was not involved in their chat, and took the initiative to direct the topic to him. Hearing this, the box suddenly quieted down, and everyone pricked up their ears and looked at Samael. There is anticipation in the eyes, there is calm, there is no fear. Pureblood families do not eat dry food, and the speculated conclusions are not deliberately hidden, so this version is the most widely circulated among the holy 28 races. "I didn't kill people." Samael looked at them calmly. "The man was killed by Mandrix, and the Mandrix was brought over by an owl, and the owl was bought by Romanda's subordinates, and he had a chicken feather relationship?" Besides, even if there is a relationship, these words cannot come out of his mouth. Draco's face turned dark. What are you pretending to be for me? Did I ask you about the killing? He thought so in his heart, but he did not dare to express it. I wanted to ask in a different way, but I saw Belef tug down his sleeves and shook her head silently. Draco suddenly quieted down. Samael volunteered to join their conversation in order not to be cold, and these partners had their own positions, but none of them alienated him, which made him feel warm. In fact, before today, he was ready to be isolated by everyone. Bell! Clang! Clang! A trivial knock on the door alarmed everyone who was talking happily. A blond boy timidly pushed open the door. Looking at everyone's gaze, he couldn't help but tighten his neckline. Brace, is there something wrong with you? Theodore, looking at the nervous Brace, asked. In fact, Theodore and Blaze are still young, and if Blaze hadn't offended Samael before, it is estimated that they would have continued their previous friendship. I'm here to apologize to Mr. Gaunter. Samael looked at Zabanai and found that he was still cute when he wasn't crazy. Just call me Samael. In fact, I stopped being angry for a long time. It had been more than 3 months since Samael had last lectured him, and only now he apologized was probably because his mother had heard something. He was not interested in thinking about a child. Besides, the last time people said 2 words about him, he beat people wildly, and he didn't suffer a loss. Now there are very few people who are willing to approach him. He does not have the strength to cool the sky. There is no need to make everyone rebel. The master is lonely, but he has not reached that level. The carriage was crowded with 5 people, and Blaze turned away after saying a few words. Entering December, Hogwarts is still covered in silver. The Black Lake is covered with thick ice, and students enjoy skating here. One by one, the boys hugged the female classmate's waist dishonestly, shyly holding the female classmate's hand, and playing happily. Of course, there were some male seniors who put their arms around the male seniors, and Samael should not have seen it. During the meal, as expected, even the Slytherin students were far away from him. According to the saying given by their family, this is a real ruthless person, who cannot provoke as much as possible. They have little friendship with Samael themselves, so they can only choose to distance themselves. Slytherin houses like this, let alone other houses, can avoid it, but if you can't dodge, you can only lower your head and walk forward, not daring to look at Samael at all. Samael is not alone. The members of the organization took the initiative to sit next to him, and in order to have enough empty seats, he deliberately sat at the Ravenclaw table. Even Beverly ignored Daphne's advice and consciously followed, and as the only woman in this small group, she attracted much attention. What made Samael most curious was Blaze Zabanai. This guy didn't seem to see the strange eyes of others, and he came over and talked to them for a while before leaving. Everyone didn't know what he was thinking. Samael, what do you say is going on with this guy Blaze? Draco said suspiciously, looking at Broff's distant back. He always felt that this guy had some plans. What about him? Don't you have the confidence to deal with him? Samael glanced at him and teased. Just him? What a joke, I'm the heir to the great Malfoy family, a Zabanai who dares to stab him to death. Saying that, he took out the ugly puppet and showed it in front of Samael. Samael glanced casually and found that the giant ugly puppet was very different from before. There are more magic patterns on it, and the ominous magic contained in it is getting stronger and stronger. Samael snatched it up, looked closely at the magic patterns on it, and found that it was some of the magic patterns on the book The Lament of the Soul that he had given to Draco for Christmas. This guy is very talented, completing the broken magic pattern on it and engraving it on his beloved toy. He was a little worried about Draco's mental condition, and if this guy was really eroded by evil thoughts, it would be worth the loss. However, looking at this iron-like face in front of him, he knew that there was no at a glance. And this guy doesn't know when there is an extra person with a long needle in his right hand, and he made a move to tie a puppet. Samael pulled him back, wondering in his heart, how can a good heir of a big family become at wrong? This face is too impactful. After eating, looking at the group of friends who were making up their homework there, Samael ignored their resentful faces, decided to go to Hagrid. If he also has homework, he can also give some reference to his friends. The problem is that he has no homework at all, and he can only help. Moreover, he came out this time to identify the eggs of the 3 mysterious creatures in his pocket, and with Derek's urine nature, he was not prepared to take him at all. Samael slapped Hagrid's cabin hard. The door was not opened, and he kicked it open with his foot. Hagrid was still sleeping there, snoring loudly, and with wine bottles by his bed. Seeing that he didn't mean to wake up, Samael was not in a hurry, so he sat and waited for him. Seeing the rock-skin cake on the table, as soon as the softening spell was fired, the biscuit that could be used to chisel the lock immediately became rosin and soft. To be honest, I haven't eaten it for a long time, and Samael still misses the taste a little. Samael, when did you come? Just as he was eating, Hagrid was already awake, rubbing his big eyes, looking at him suspiciously. I just came for a while, and I didn't bother you when I saw you sleeping. Samael said apologetically. After all, he was also uninvited. Is there something going on? Hagrid wondered. He knew that Samael was not an impudent person. I got 3 magical animal eggs, I don't know what they are, I want to ask you to see them. Samael spoke straight to the point. What eggs? Take them out and I'll take a look. Hagrid said, you said that I am not sleepy. When Samael took the egg out, Hagrid's already small eyes grew even bigger, and he didn't know what to say. It's a dragon egg, how come you also have a dragon egg? Hagrid tried to suppress his voice for fear of being heard. Dragons. Samael has long guessed, after all, the only thing that can burst out a strong magical light in extreme heat can only be a fire magical creature. According to his vision, it is either a dragon or a phoenix. Also? Hagrid, you also have a dragon egg? Samael was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted, looking at Hagrid suspiciously. Hagrid was stunned, his look of surprise quickly solidified, and he became a little overwhelmed. Samael knew that he was not good at lying and began to rummage through it. This is the egg of the Norwegian ridgeback dragon. When he saw the dragon egg by the fire, Samael's vague memory awakened again, and he asked immediately, Samael, it turns out that you know dragons so well, this is a sneaky guy who lost to me by drinking, as if he wanted to give me this dragon egg. Hagrid's voice was small, like a child who had done something wrong. Samael knew that Quirrell had deliberately lost to Hagrid in order to inquire about the secret method through the 3-headed dog, and he didn't want to participate in the game of raising a savior. I only know a little bit after reading the introduction of the Norwegian ridgeback dragon occasionally, such as what kind of dragon egg this dragon egg is. Samael gave a sloppy look and steered the conversation back to his booty. You should be an electric-tailed dragon. Hagrid looked at it for a moment before replying. The electric-tailed dragon is a small dragon that can discharge electricity on its tail, usually active in Japan, fast, feeding on birds and lizards, and in small numbers. Most importantly, this is the only dragon allowed to be bred in captivity, and Hagrid has been looking for it for a long time. So how should these electric-tailed dragons hatch? Samael didn't know anything about dragon hatching, but he knew a little about snakes. It's okay in a high-temperature environment, if it's convenient, can you let me help hatch? Hagrid said longingly, this was what he had dreamed of. Hagrid, I have 3 dragon eggs here, I'll give you one when they hatch, it's my late Christmas present. Samael saw that Hagrid liked it and gave him one of them directly. He gave gifts to many people for Christmas, but he forgot about Hagrid. Hagrid also gave him a unicorn tail hair bracelet. It was hard to believe how his carrot-like fingers did this delicate work, and he should also send something, this is not ready-made. He was never a stingy person when it came to his friends, and if it were usual, Hagrid would never accept such a valuable gift. Samael said it was a Christmas gift, also to dispel his idea of shirking. Really? Thank you so much, and this is the best gift I have received so far. Hagrid laughed and cried, from now on he is also a man with dragons, he is not stupid, he knows very well that the Norwegian ridgeback dragon he can't keep for long, sooner or later he has to send it away, Dumbledore will not allow him to raise it, but the electric-tailed dragon is different, it is the dragon that really belongs to him. Samael couldn't help but laugh when he saw Hagrid laughing happily. If it was a phoenix, he would reluctantly stay. The dragon's words, Hagrid, Derek, and Draco all happened to be divided, and the winged lizard, and could be compared to his big 4. Since handing over the dragon egg to Hagrid, Samael has often come to visit. Every time even Theodore wanted to go over and see it was ruthlessly rejected by him. Look at the chicken feathers, a big-mouthed Hagrid is already very disturbing, and 1 or 2 more. It is better to go to the hall with a big speaker and shout. When a secret is known by more than 2 people, it is no secret. Hagrid, why does it take so long for dragon eggs to be conceived? Samael asked as she fed the dried fish prepared for Lady Lors to Tooth. This guy wasn't a picky eater at all, he ate with relish, and last time he saw Hagrid give him rock croupies as teething toys. Actually, the breeding of dragon eggs doesn't take so long, it's because I can't imitate the temperature of Longyan, so it's slower. Hagrid patiently explained to Samael. Temperature? I'll spell and let me come. When Samael heard this, he suddenly came to the spirit, and said in his heart, you said earlier, I am good at this. What? Hagrid was visibly stunned, thinking he had misheard. I'm talking about the flame spell. The flames are roaring, I played great. Samael was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly explained. There is also no spell casting, condensing the flame in the palm of the palm and constantly changing shapes. It seems to be a showmanship, but it is actually a disguise. Hagrid thought he had misheard, and stopped bothering. Electric-tailed dragon, doesn't it have lightning attributes, why don't you use lightning splitting? In order to cover up his words, Samael threw out a new topic, but he regretted it after saying it. How stupid a person can ask such a mentally retarded question. Although the dragon egg is strong, it definitely can't withstand lightning. Danish dragon trainer Frankfurt Cameron once hatched thunderbirds with excellent weather spells. I think it should work, but I don't have such profound magic, Hagrid said with a serious face, and when it came to fantastic beasts, he was extremely professional. Wipe, say it early, I really can. Before Hagrid could react, Samael condensed a trace of thunder and lightning on his fingertips and placed it on the dragon egg, which was not damaged, but lit up with a faint magical light, surging with life. He won't curse the weather, but controlling the weather is now a pinch in his hand. Really, Samael, you're such a genius. Hagrid looked happy. At first he was a little worried, but after seeing this situation, he immediately stroked the eggshell happily. I know that. Samael smiled proudly. Now the whole of Hogwarts who did not know that Samael was a genius instinct genius. You come every day, and it can definitely hatch for a week. Hagrid didn't look back, still stroking the dragon egg, and felt a little more excited about Samael's proposal to hatch the Norwegian backpack dragon with the flame spell just now. Hagrid, you. Just as Samael was about to say something, a snake neighing kept reaching his ears. The big four on the fingers began to stir restlessly. Samael's heart rose with the urge to go somewhere. Voldemort? Samael was startled, and Snape's gaze automatically triggered, suppressing the throbbing in his heart. He only remembered the first time he met Quirrell. Voldemort quietly gave him a slight soul grabber to try to change his mind, but he didn't expect to plant a seed in his mind. Although the seed was hidden, it was very slight, and Samael's slight resistance completely extinguished this will. Samael looked at the figure on the edge of the Forbidden Forest and walked towards the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, I'll go first, and I'll come see you tomorrow. Hagrid, who was engaged, replied simply, not paying the slightest attention to Samael's abnormality, still staring intently at his baby dragon egg. Teacher, you looking for me? After Samael approached Quirrell, he forcibly endured the choking garlic smell and said respectfully, Mr. Gaunt, as smart as you should be able to guess my identity. Voldemort said in a profound manner. The smell emitted by his every move made Samael uncomfortable, comparable to the standing garlic King ate. I realized that the only person who can silently cast the death-seeking spell in the entire wizarding world is the great Dark Lord. Samael is very calm and does not miss any flaws. Voldemort knew that Samael had the means to resist spying and did not forcibly probe his brain. I believe that meager Soul Reaper curse is not enough to affect you. What gives you the courage to face me head-on? Voldemort stared at Samael, and even if he didn't need to be tempted, he had the power to see through people's hearts. In the wizarding world, I believe that there is no shame in following the great Dark Lord. As long as I have your support, I believe that the so-called power, and wealth are within reach. Samael was extremely serious and true, but he always believed that he could still achieve his goals without relying on Lao Fu. But now that the hitchhiker has arrived, Samael doesn't mind taking a shortcut. You are very honest, and when I fully recover, I don't mind realizing your dreams by the way. Then thank you teacher. Lao Fu's posture was high, and Samael did not believe a single letter of the promise. The product created by a psychedelic agent does not understand love at all. Not to mention his kind of kinship, even if his own mother is resurrected, the old Fuda may not buy it. At the same time, he complained fiercely in his heart about Quirrell's finished calf thing, and just this inferior flatbread fooled you, a Ravenclaw student? What about your wisdom? Let the three-headed dog eat? Ravenclaw's face is all yours to lose. Quirrell's bad body is really annoying. I need your help to catch the unicorn. As he spoke, Lao Fu's voice gradually disappeared, giving the dominance of his body back to Quirrell. My wand is made of a combination of alder and unicorn tail hair. The core of unicorn tail hair can't exert its full power when it hurts unicorns. I need you to cooperate with me. Quirrell looked indifferent, and did not want to talk to Samael too much. If it were not for the Dark Lord teaching Samael, he would not be weak enough to need to drink unicorn blood to survive. Good professor. People didn't want to talk, and Samael didn't want hot waste to stick to his cold buttocks. The two were speechless all the way, searching for unicorns, Samael sneaking fish, watching the surrounding scenery. Even if he had been here many times, he would still be deeply impressed by this quiet beauty. At the same time, he also said, you look for it. I have already arranged for the unicorn to leave. If you can find a hare, you can ask me. Found it. Just as he was touching the fish, Quirrell's face-slapping voice reached his ears. Looking at the fluorescent mane that was obviously left not long ago, Samael cursed, lean. My mother has arranged everything. How can there be such a stupid unicorn? Could it be that the unicorn here is a Gryffindor's pet? Why is the head so iron? Forget it, his meaning has long been passed on. The King of Yan does not advise the damned ghost. If he really finds this unicorn, he can only resign himself to fate. Quirrell cast a phantom manifestation, constantly probing around. Samael performed his signature bubble flying technique, as if the water sky was floating above the Forbidden Forest, looking around. Whether you can find something or not, you still have to install it. Go this way. Quirrell determined his direction, called out Samael, and walked in one direction. Professor, won't you show your trace? Samael looked at Quirrell strangely, feeling that this product really did not have a good brain. No wonder it could be recruited by Voldemort. Quirrell was stunned and stared at Samael, always feeling that this kid was deliberately humiliating him. Of course he would curse him, but now he could only bite the bullet and walk in the determined direction. Mr. Gaunt, please be serious. Looking at Samael leisurely in the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell couldn't help but speak. Where is the figure wandering around? It is clearly here for sightseeing. Can unicorns still hide in tree holes? I'm serious, Professor. Samael looked at him innocently, revealing a harmless expression of humans and animals. I don't care what you think, but the master's task must be completed seriously. After Quirrell finished speaking, he didn't take Samael and walked away directly. Samael pouted, thinking that it was your master, who had a half-dime relationship with me, and you rushed to kneel and lick his boots. Would you let me join you? Oh yes, Voldemort doesn't seem to wear shoes. Before Samael could say anything more, he saw Quirrell lean down and gradually hide himself. A spell flew out of the wand and hit not far away. Samael stared, a sturdy unicorn leisurely munching on a raspberry. The whole body was shimmering, looking pure and holy. Samael was stunned. He had been to the Forbidden Forest more than once, but it was also the first time he had seen this creature of beauty and strength. It is as if it were a creation of heaven, so beautiful that all living things are ashamed of themselves. Samael marveled at the beauty of unicorns, and couldn't help laughing after watching the obviously powerful crushed bones become tickling you. Hurry up! Seeing the unicorn warily looking in their direction, Quirrell couldn't help but shout. He could imagine what would happen to him if he failed this mission, and besides, his body could no longer hold up, and if he couldn't drink the unicorn's blood, he would definitely be abandoned by the Dark Lord. Samael waved his wand, and a series of terrifying explosions sounded at the unicorn's feet, and the ropes that appeared from time to time constantly interfered with its movements. He was only responsible for harassment control, and let Quirrell do the killing of unicorns. Live rope bondage. Quirrell was also not stupid, knowing that the offensive spell could not succeed, and directly used the living rope charm. His living rope charm is also excellent, but this guy did it with the idea of hanging a unicorn. The wand resisted, with little success. Soon, Samael saw the strength of the top magical creatures. A huge beam of light condensed on his unicorn, condensing and not dispersing, and the huge magic fluctuation almost blinded his eyes. Seeing that the situation was not good, Samael quickly left the battle, and the huge beam quickly hit Quirrell, knocking him out. Looking at Quirrell with the back of his head on the ground, Samael thought to himself that he didn't know whether it was Quirrell or Voldemort who hurt. Quirrell quickly got up, his eyes shining with bloodthirsty. A miserable green light condensed on his wand, and an ominous, death-terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire forest. Avadaso. The unicorn's tail hair's wand core was resisting his casting, and a large number of tiny cracks appeared in the wand. Seeing this situation, Samael knew that it was definitely Lao Fu, and the terrifying aura Quirrell couldn't imitate if he wanted to. He waved his wand, and a terrifying exploding spell hit the unicorn's buttocks, and his muscle memory instantly made him dodge. Can avoid the old Fu's fateful curse. This is the benefit of silent spell casting, always one step ahead of the opponent. Sorry Professor, I didn't expect to hit a unicorn either. Samael said apologetically, looking embarrassed. Lao Tzu worked hard to plan the friendship of unicorns, how could he kill so easily? As the two spoke, the unicorn jumped out of the encirclement and quickly fled. As a top fantastic beast, he is clearly more talented at running. Only some spilled blood remains. Professor, are we still chasing? Samael smiled apologetically and asked. Now chasing is definitely not catching up, these are enough. Lao Fu said calmly, and with a wave of his wand, the silver blood spilled from the ground and rose up. It gradually condenses into a silver ball of light. Samael's exploding charm is no worse than the aura's, hitting the unicorn head-on, leaving it bleeding less. Watching Lao Fu swallow the blood ball in one mouthful, Samael began to pray for Quirrell with a pained look. Anyone who devours the blood of a unicorn will become the kind of undead and alive cursed person, and the emptiness and chill from the soul will envelop him for the rest of his life. He didn't believe that Voldemort would choose himself to bear the curse of unicorn blood. Quirrell, so love will disappear? Good, you gotta curse me back? The unicorn's blood effect was immediate, and Quirrell, who was originally weak, except for his pale face, the whole person seemed to return to the light. Samael was a little curious, this thing really works? I don't know how the curse works, but if it's good, he doesn't mind collecting more and using it against enemies in the future. Mr. Gaunt, I think I need an explanation from you. Quirrell, oh no, looked at Samael with a calm face. I don't understand you, teacher. Samael looked calm, and calling the professor at this time was somewhat suspected of pretending to be crazy and selling stupidity. After studying for so long, I almost forgot your progress in cursing. Voldemort did not look at Samael's expression, but asked him abnormally about his study status, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At present, the Abyss Curse has been read, and the wail of the soul is too profound, and I am still learning. Samael was confused by Voldemort's twist, and he figured out how to quibble, explain. However, he still truthfully stated his learning progress. Very good, you really have a lot of talent. However, I think the best way to learn to curse is to feel it for yourself. Voldemort's words were colder than the cold wind of December, and that cold penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Before Samael could react, a blood-colored magic hit him. A pain that penetrated deep into his soul suddenly struck, and Samael had to bend down. He felt that the bones in his body were shattering, and his body unconsciously folded and squirmed in an extremely twisted way. Whether it was the Big Four or the little spicy stripe, they all fell to the ground, and the Big Four turned into a 60-meter giant python and attacked Voldemort in an extremely fast way. The little spicy stripe was entrenched between the branches, the fangs in the mouth were exposed, and a large amount of poisonous mist was spewed out. Voldemort looked at them curiously, not annoyed, dodging these attacks through the phantom manifestation, but instead looked at Samael with interest. It wasn't until Samael's figure turned into a white snake that he smiled and left. "Enjoy the last lesson I give you, my dear student, it will benefit you for life." Samael collapsed weakly on the ground, and the cold snake pupils stared dead at Voldemort's departing back. The four giants are entangled with each other, turning into a snake wall, firmly guarding Samael, and the little spicy strip runs the meager source of magic in his body, trying to keep the poisonous mist from spreading. The strange picture of the forbidden forest, the moonlight, and the snakes is mixed with Samael's shocking hatred. In the middle of the night, the nocturnal animals in the forbidden forest began to move. The existence of the Big Four and the poisonous mist of the small spicy strips make this area a life Jedi, but whenever a creature approaches, it will be cut into a puddle of meat by an inexplicable force. Samael finally recovered his strength. The snake's head was high, bathed in the glow of the cold moon, and the cold vertical pupils exuded earth-shattering killing intent. "Voldemort, I will not slaughter you, I will not be human," Samael cried out in his heart. I thought that taking Voldemort's line was a hitchhiker, which allowed him to quickly reach the end of the goal, and the result. Hitchhiker, this is clearly a broken four-wheel that leads to a dead end. Blood curse orcs? Bloodline curse? No solution? I don't believe that there is a system to help me, and it can still stump me. Samael twisted the body of the miserable white snake, and the snake's mouth opened wide, revealing its sharp fangs. Samael twisted his new body again, and the pale snake body changed back into human form. It's just that the original black broken hair turned snow white, exuding fluorescent white light, and the dark green pupils turned into emerald green vertical pupils, exuding a gloomy and cold aura. The whole person's temperament has changed drastically, becoming strange and evil. Samael pulled out the mirror and could only sigh silently. Both hair and pupils contain magical power, and at his level, he cannot achieve long-term secondary transformation of magical substances. Although Bai Mao is very handsome, it really makes him uncomfortable, and he has a non-mainstream feeling. I took off my pants and looked down, only hoping that I wouldn't let him down in the future. Samael returned to the castle and walked quickly towards Snape's lounge, a gloomy aura spreading from him. If the student suffers a loss, isn't it normal to sue the teacher? In the corridor, even Lady Loris, who had always been close to him, did not come closer. Bang! A loud bang rang out from Snape's common room, and the door that had never been approached by a student was suddenly kicked to pieces. "Good evening, dear Dean." Samael smiled, looking at Snape, who pointed his wand at him, feeling that he was worthy of being a wizard who had been baptized by war, and his reaction was different. Besides, he doesn't take off his clothes when he sleeps. "Mr. Gaunt, if you are not a Slytherin student, I will definitely kick you out of the school." Snape looked at Samael, who had changed his appearance, his eyes were slightly condensed, and he said coldly, "I am also amazed by your alertness, worthy of being a legendary figure who plays a double agent between Voldemort and Dumbledore, and I want to make a deal with you." Samael was calm, his eyes fixed on Snape. "What did you say?" Snape was stunned, a faint gleam on his wand, looking extremely dangerous. "Take it easy, Dean, it's just a deal, and you will definitely not refuse my conditions." Samael and Snepra came from a safe distance. "I don't think you have anything to convince me," Snape scoffed, dismissing this. "What if I could get you to see Lily Potter again?" "Oh no, it's Lily Evans." Samael dodged Snape's hand that was about to grab him by the neckline and changed Lily's last name in Snape's murderous eyes. "What do you know? Do you know what you're talking about?" Snape's eyes were cold, as if he wanted to freeze Samael, but there was a hint of anticipation in his tone that he was not aware of. "I know more or less about your past, and I won't use this to anger a potions master, I just need a deal." Samael's tone was frank. "What a deal?" Snape didn't know how much Samael knew and why, but he knew that this boy had a level of spell casting that many adult wizards could not achieve, and his strength and wisdom all revealed a sense of mystery. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 possibility, he will give it a shot. Samael did not speak, his body twisted in a strange way, turning into a giant white snake. The giant serpent resembles a viper, but it is 15 feet long, like a python, with sharp scales and long fangs, and its cold pupils are exactly the same as Samael just now. Blood curse orcs? Snape would not be so ignorant as to be confused about the difference between an animagus and a blood-cursed orc. "Traverse? Or Rozier?" Snape asked angrily. Although he was not satisfied with Samael's ability to make trouble, but in the end, he was his own student, and how could he not be angry when something like this happened under his nose? "Neither, it's the Dark Lord." Samael changed from new human form and said breathlessly, "How is that possible?" Snape's expression management almost lost control and asked in surprise, "Our great Lord Dark Lord is residing on the back of Professor Quirrell's head, and I know the secret of his immortality." Samael would not tell him about the stupidity of studying with Voldemort. Do you know what you're talking about? Snape once again lost control of his emotions and tried to spy on Samael's memories with his mind. The result was sitting on the ground pale, the sound of death echoing in his mind. Professor, I won't say more, we can make a contract, you fully cooperate with me to solve the problem of the bloodline curse, and I will help you meet Lily Evans again. Samael looked cold, quite dissatisfied with Snape's behavior. Deal. Snape braced himself and said through gritted teeth. Samael would not make an unbreakable oath, nor did he want others to know about his deal, so he could only impose an extremely vicious curse on the column that broke the contract. Professor, I think it's better for us to be honest. Prince. Samael saw Snape sign the daimyo and reminded with an expressionless face. Mr. Gaunter really knows me. With that, Snape rewrote his name, only this time without leaving his middle name. I never fight unprepared. Tomorrow morning you go out with me, maybe we can let you see your beloved before dinner. Samael withdrew the contract satisfied, not forgetting to tempt Snape with words. He has never been a generous person, Horcruxes, he is a reluctant subordinate, and the resurrection stone should have belonged to Gaunt, right? By the way, it's best not to let Dumbledore know about this matter. If I were you, I wouldn't trust him so much. Even you can detect that Quirrell has a problem. Do you think Dumbledore doesn't know? Although the Potter family is ancient, such a profound ancient magic is really something they can come up with? Lily Potter's love alone can rebound Voldemort's killing curse? Is the death of the Potters worth it in exchange for Voldemort's death? Is Quirrell's situation really unclear to him? Perhaps in his eyes, Quirrell was just a pawn to cultivate a savior. A series of questions made Snape stunned and left dashingly. Samael did not forget to give Dumbledore eye medicine when he left, and whether the conspiracy theories in his previous life were true or not, he put them on Dumbledore. It was his own fault to become like this, but he didn't believe that Quirrell would not know if he approached him, so it was Dumbledore who indirectly caused him to become like this. That's right, that's it. At the long Ravenclaw table, Samael could be said to be a resident officer, and he was eating breakfast listlessly. Even psychotropic potions had a hard time lifting his spirits. But think about it, anyone who practices the fire spell for one night will not have the energy to jump around the next day. He was very talented at this spell, and after a night of practice, coupled with his mastery of all spells, he could barely do it now. He wants to use this spell to strip Voldemort's soul while completely preserving the resurrection stone. If he accidentally ruined him, he would have no place to cry, and Snape might have tortured him if he knew. Samael, where do you go to do the styling? It's really cool. Samael was taken aback by the sudden sound. Beverly was looking at Samael's hair curiously, wanting to touch it but a little restrained. In fact, early this morning, almost everyone noticed the change in Samael, mainly because it was too eye-catching. White hair, snake eyes, and his past deeds made him look flamboyant and confident. Except for the professors who frowned slightly, everyone marveled at his change. Wow, there is still a faint light, is it a bright flash? You must teach me how to do it. Beverly still didn't hold back, went up and touched it. Samael sighed helplessly. This is called close to the face to open wide, damage explosion. If he can choose, he would rather not. There is a small improvement in transfiguration, and a primary human transfiguration is attempted. Samael prevaricated and did not speak again, he could only explain it this way. After a while, the friends all came one after another, curiously looking at his new appearance. Only Draco didn't say a word, and his expression was a little more unnatural. Samael, are you all right? Draco asked with concern. Others couldn't see how he couldn't see it. The cursed light on the white hair was so rich that it almost blinded him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Samael patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. Draco was about to say something more when he saw a huge bat approaching him. Good morning, Professor. Samael greeted Snape with a natural expression. Snape didn't say anything, and directly pulled him towards the outside of the castle, obviously not ready to waste time with him. Samael gave a reassuring look to the few people behind him, breaking free from Snape's restraints. Professor, you and I split up. I need to find some magical animals. You go catch a dark wizard, and we will meet in half an hour. Samael gave his instructions with a flat expression, making Snape's face even more ugly. Mr. Gaunt, I really don't care about the life and death of others. Snape snorted coldly and didn't ask him what he wanted the wizard to do. I'm not a saint, why should I value the life and death of strangers? And the professor feels that stealing souls from under the nose of death does not need to pay a price. Samael replied, because after the incident between the werewolves and the Traverse family, he swelled like a stupid Gryffindor, for which he had already paid the price. Now he's ready for what's next. Snape snorted coldly and disappeared. And Samael leisurely went to Hagrid to borrow 3 goats. No matter how poor and downtrodden the Gaunt family is, it is also a family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Maybe there is something to do. It is better to use sheep to explore the way. This is the magical beast you prepared? After a moment's effort, Snape saw the sheep in front of Samael. His face was livid, and he looked at the smug face, but did not speak after all. After loading the sheep into his suitcase, Snape took him directly to the Gunter family's old mansion. The process is miserable. Samael couldn't hold back, pushed Snape away, and began to vomit wildly on the side. The feeling of being stuffed into a pipe and being pulled out again was too uncomfortable. Samael did not have the same excellent adaptability as the predecessors of the Traverser, and he vomited wildly, and it took a while to slow down. Snape didn't say anything, even the slight smile was extremely simple. Samael almost thought that he had seen it wrong, and upon closer inspection, the subtle expression turned into undisguised contempt. Is this the old gaunt mansion? It's really dilapidated. Samael looked around and found that apart from being next to a forest, the so-called old house was not even as good as the werewolf's dwelling. Legally, Samael should be the sole heir to the mansion. You haven't been here? You haven't been here. How do you know what you want is here? Snape wanted to curse at this moment when he saw his expression. I have my news channel, you don't care. Samael did not turn his head and walked towards the old house, and the closer he got here, the more confident Samael became. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, no wonder the people of the Gaunt family were called crazy. Samael, the skeleton on the door, could tell at a glance that it was a snake, and who would nail a snake to the door? The half-human tall weeds, plus the dusty floor tiles, said that it was Lanruo Temple, and he believed it. The two shook around, but they didn't get anything, not to mention the treasure room. Even the tables, chairs and benches were found. Snape tried to detect with the trail charm, probably because he had been uninhabited for a long time and could not find anything. Hiss hiss hiss. Samael thought of something and began to summon snakes in Parseltongue. Ordinary snakes will hibernate, but snake magical animals are still very active. In case there are any snake-like magical animals staying, it is good to be a guide for them. After finding no trace of the snake, Samael began to say a series of open the door with sesame in snake language, lest there be any mechanism unknown to his descendants. This time the effort was not in vain, and in Snape's stunned, Samael's surprised gaze, a secret door appeared behind the fireplace, and behind it was a dark corridor. Dear Bleat, next, it's up to you. Samael released the sheep in the box and drove them forward with magic. Mr. Gaunt, you really carry out hypocrisy to the end. Snape looked at him and scoffed. Why don't you come with the professor? Samael asked rhetorically, not bothering to look at him, and continued to observe the goat. Haha, it seems that there is no problem. Watching the goat reach the end of the corridor safely, Samael smiled happily. If your eyes aren't donated to the trolls, you might as well take a good look at these poor guys. Snape sneered, staring straight ahead. Samael somewhat regretted letting Snape come, didn't help, and kept spraying venom around him. His gaze looked at the goats in front of him at the same time, and he saw that several goats were very sluggish, and black gas was spreading on the white leg of the lamb, spreading all over the body in the blink of an eye, and then turning into character. Samael was stunned. Fack, how is this rectified? Fly over. Snape was extremely calm, looked solemnly at the floor, and saw the problem at a glance. Both of them did not lack means of flying, and did not talk nonsense, and flew directly over. Samael stands in the middle of the bubble, moving at a constant speed. While flying, carefully observe the magic patterns on the floor, and the rich ominous aura comes to the face. Snape, who had already arrived, was not impatient at all, but lay on the side and constantly studied the special magic pattern circuit, and even waved his wand and continued to demonstrate. It could be seen that Snape really had a soft spot for dark magic. Professor, do you want me to give you a piece? Samael saw Snape lying on his stomach and wanted to mock him, but found that Snape not only did not scare him, but nodded thoughtfully. Each pure-blood family has a unique magical heritage. These are family secrets, never shown to outsiders. Samael took the initiative to send them, which was a surprise for Snape. Let's go, Professor. Samael was bored and urged Snape forward. He kind of fell in love with the feeling of choking with Snape. After the promenade, there is only one room inside, and the decoration is extremely simple. It's more like a full-fledged lounge, with sofas and beds, potions tables, and targeted dolls to practice magic. Samael looked around, the huge bookshelf that interested him the most, not to mention books, not a single piece of paper. Don't think about it, it must have been sold by those losers, and some of the rare books of pure blood families are still very collectible. Professor, we act separately, the goal is not big, it should be packed in a small box. Samael didn't tell Snape what it was, and Snape didn't get tangled, released a probing magic, and began to search carefully. Samael was not idle either, and let out a snake whisper, trying to find some sense. The result was nothing but manual rummaging. Samael even lifted the carpet, not to mention any rings, just not a single hair. The two of them were highly concentrated and searched for 2 hours, both a little tired. Samael even wondered if he remembered wrong. Was the resurrection stone really here? Professor, if you were Voldemort, where would you hide things? Samael leaned lazily on the couch and asked suspiciously. Professor? Samael saw that Snape did not respond, and looked at Snape standing in surprise. I saw Snape facing the vase, his eyes blank, and his expression full of pain and regret. Samael stared, and an explosion spell shattered the vase, scattering shattered pieces of porcelain on the ground, mixed with a black ring. As the ring appeared, the remorse on Snape's face grew stronger, and he rushed towards the ring desperately. The figure in front of the ring that emitted a hazy light was exactly the person he thought about day and night, and he had too many apologies that he wanted to say to her personally. With a wave of his hand, Samael knocked Snape away and slammed him into the wall. Snape struggled to his feet, calling out to Lily. That crazy energy made Samael speechless. "Professor, sober up." Seeing this, Samael applied a slight drill spell directly on Snape's body. The intense pain freed him from the deep confusion, and Snape's eyes regained their clarity. "Mr. Gaunt, you managed to secure a place in Azkaban for yourself, and Slytherin deducted 10 points, Snape said through gritted teeth. Samael was also stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen Snape deduct points for Slytherin, and shook his head with a wry smile. "Professor, this is not Hogwarts, you can't deduct points for me, and you'll thank me," Samael said as he picked up Snape, opened Snape's box on his own, and said that an unconscious dark wizard pulled him out. Where is it?" As soon as the dark wizard was awakened by Samael, he controlled his mind with the Soul Reaper charm, and unconsciously walked towards the ring. Samael did not want to waste time explaining to him. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't say anything. The goods he caught were not clean in themselves, often tricked muggles into doing some dark magic experiments, and were notorious throughout Overturned Alley. A bottle of spit pill went down. This guy explained everything about peeping at the widow's bath when he was a child, and it is not a pity for such a scum to die. The dark wizard stepped forward quickly. The closer he got to the ring, the less powerful the Soul Reaper curse became. His expression was full of madness. Even if there was no Samael control, he consciously put the ring on. Samael observed the wizard's changes, and a huge black aura enveloped him and spread throughout his body. There was a thick dead silence all over his body. Ugh! After a scream, the wizard completely turned into a pile of black charcoal and died there straight, his eyes revealing endless pain. Samael breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, this is the right thing. People, Dumbledore has a phoenix, or a legendary wizard has suffered a big loss on the Resurrection Stone, and with the help of Snape, the potions master, he only has 1 year of life left, and there is no reason why a minions can survive it. Snape's eyes shrank. If it weren't for Samael, the pile of coke just now would be him. Samael didn't have time to pay attention to his changes, and with a wave of his hand, the ring fell on his hand, losing the terrifying curse, and the ring in front of him was just Voldemort's Horcrux, and its power was greatly reduced. Snape was shocked, and only after seeing that Tissamel was okay did he let go. Samael looked at it for a moment. A crimson flame spit out of his mouth, fell into his palm, firmly wrapped the ring, and a scream came out of the flames, turning into a crimson giant python about to attack Samael. "Attack me with my magic, are you already stupid to this extent, Tom?" Samael's expression remained unchanged, waving his wand, and larger flames erupted from the tip of the wand into a giant python, and the two giant pythons entangled and tore at each other. Snape on the side hid far away. He saw the glow of confidence in Samael's eyes, so he had no intention of helping. In an instant, the two giant pythons were consumed in the collision, and without magic support, the fierce fire was like a duckweed without roots. Not a Samael opponent at all. The ring turned into molten iron in the flames, leaving only a dark and ancient gemstone suspended in the air. "Fire curse, Soul Reaper curse, I believe that Mr. Gaunt will not surprise me when he casts the death-seeking curse in front of me one day." Snape's words meant a little meaningfully, and he walked over to look at the Resurrection Stone. "Professor, stop talking nonsense, come over to Kong-Kong's freshly baked Resurrection Stone." Samael didn't want to take his words, and in fact he would curse him too. "What? Resurrection Stone? Are you kidding me?" Snape looked hideous, but anyone who had received an education in the wizarding world had read the tales of poetry. The second of the three brothers, Cadmus Paviral, is the first owner of the Resurrection Stone, but isn't this a fairy tale? Are you kidding me? Professor, don't measure the world by your ignorance. This is the Resurrection Stone. Samael's tone was more firm than ever. Samael snorted. Snape, feeling very relieved, looked at Snape who had lost his mind, and handed the Resurrection Stone to his hand. His goal was to kill Voldemort, and the Resurrection Stone was precious, but for him now, it was of little use, like a chicken rib. Might as well let Snape study its usage. It is rumored that the spirit body attracted by the Resurrection Stone is a substance that is more real than a soul and more illusory than a physical entity, not a real soul. But so what? His deal with Snape was about getting him to see Lily again, not resurrecting her. And all Snape needed was a sincere apology, and there was no such thing as resurrection. If Samael is lucky enough to draw dirt to reincarnate, maybe he will trade with him again, but then the conditions will not be so simple. Snape and Samael decided to return, not forgetting to burn the entire mansion with a fierce fire before leaving. A loser is a loser, but it's better than letting Lao Fu detect it with a trail spell. Instead of confronting the legendary wizard head-on, he is more inclined to stab him in the back. Lying on the lawn for a while, Samael looked at the distant Snape, cursing in his heart that he would never be forgiven by Lily. The Resurrection Stones made him stab, and there was naturally no reason for the Ravenclaw crown to let go. He wasted no time, and while everyone was in class, he went to the 8th floor to find the room of requirement, and spent a lot of effort to find the Ravenclaw crown. In terms of material, this thing is far inferior to the Resurrection Stone, and Samael does not dare to calcite it at will, for fear of accidentally breaking it, so he can only temporarily put it in his suitcase, laying layers of protection and curses, and saving it for later. Everything returned to normal in the rest of the academy life. Samael's learning progress far exceeded the curriculum, so most of the homework did not have to be written, which made him envious of many friends. And the professors allowed Samael to read far more than the textbook, but at the cost that the professors didn't give him extra points if they asked him to answer the questions. This left Slytherin one less plus. Both the male and female prefects expressed their displeasure with this, but they were prevaricated by Samael with a smile. Snape was still the same, treating all the houses except Slytherin with either points or points, and even the Slytherin students could not escape the poisonous hands, constantly spraying venom. The viciousness of his words and the strangeness of his behavior opened Samael's eyes, and he was once again awarded the most unpopular person at Hogwarts. Everyone thought he had taken the wrong medicine, only Samael looked thoughtfully at the Resurrection Stone necklace hanging around his neck. Old Fu hadn't seen him since that incident, and Quirrell looked at him with gloating eyes every time he went to defense against the dark arts class. Samael forcibly gave him a drill and read the book carefully. The lunch at Hogwarts was hearty, but after eating too much, Sagan and Bambi made it for him in different ways. Samael ate her lunch and listened to Beverly spread rumors about Draco and Harry. An owl flew to his side, put the note down and flew away. He didn't know the owl, but he still knew the words on it, which read, "The dragon egg is about to hatch, come quickly." Hagrid. Samael reacted and quickly notified Derek and Draco on the ring. As the future owner of the electric-tailed dragon, he felt the need for them to witness it with their own eyes. Samael, what the hell is going on? God is mysterious. Along the way, Draco kept asking, "Ask again, don't go." Samael looked at him like that in a hurry, it was clearly a show of existence. Samael rarely leaves Theodore, he has long wanted to replace Theodore as Samael's deputy. Isn't this opportunity coming? After Samael's warning, he stopped a lot, but the pride on his face was undisguised, and Derek smiled dumbly. "Samael, here you are." Hagrid greeted Samael while busy, and did not forget to look at Draco warily. The composition of the Malfoys was bound to make Hagrid suspicious. "They are the future masters of Xiaolong, I will take them to see, I hope you don't mind." Samael said it sincerely. Don't mind, Hagrid said enthusiastically, since he was a person all the way, there was no need to be vigilant. "Dragons? What dragon? Where?" Draco heard the conversation between the two, and directly pulled them apart, looking around, more positive than Derek. Derek likes all fantastic beasts, so excited, Draco is different, he only likes dragons. "Why is this dragon egg so small? Is it an electric-tailed dragon?" Draco was very researched in opposition, and at a glance he saw the dragon egg species, and began to stroke excitedly. "Who?" Samael's expression changed, and his arm turned into a giant python, striking towards the corner. "Samael don't want them, it's Harry," Hagrid shouted excitedly, afraid that they would be accidentally killed by Samael. The wild python freezes and then quickly retracts. Samael withdrew his arm and said angrily, "Hagrid, if you invite a friend, you can talk to me, and Harry is also my friend." Since becoming a blood curse orc, Samael has gained the heat-sensing ability of snakes and can easily detect hidden enemies. Harry and the others in the corner took off their invisibility cloak and wiped their non-existent sweat. Harry and Samael exchanged simple pleasantries for a moment, but Ron and Hermione remained silent. There was only fear in Ron's eyes, he was almost attacked by a giant python just now, and the sharp fangs almost touched him. "Sorry Samael, I'm afraid you'll mind," Hagrid said apologetically. In fact, Samael really didn't care, and Draco probably minded of everyone present. Samael didn't communicate much, and small lightning bolts hit the eggshell in his palm, giving the little ones a final charge. Click! A slight sound reached everyone's ears, and a subtle crack appeared on the round eggshell. The other two dragon eggs also cracked at the same time, and the crack spread bigger and bigger, revealing the appearance of a small dragon. Several people curiously probed up, and saw the newborn baby dragon wrinkled, covered with crimson scales, like blood coagulation, and two cute spiral horns on the top of its head. "This, how so?" Hagrid and Derek exclaimed. "This is not an electric-tailed dragon at all, it looks very similar, but this fiery red scales and sharp dragon horns are really contrary. The electric-tailed dragon is not so beautiful. Could it be a mutation?" Both thought of this at the same time. "That's fierce fire?" Draco, who had originally teased the little dragon's tail to discharge, suddenly saw the little dragon spit at him. Although it was fleeting, he heard his father describe to him what the fire looked like. Thanks to someone's heroic deeds, in fact, he really read it right. Several people looked intently and found that this was indeed the case. The tail is discharged, and the mouth is spitting fire, this is against the sky. Samael was a little hesitant, and the average electric-tailed dragon sent someone to him would not care at all. But this dragon that can set fire on, can they really control it? Who is responsible for the accident? Looking at Samael's expression, several people also knew Samael's thoughts, and they all looked at him pitifully. Samael had no choice but to repeatedly tell the precautions. Several people happily hugged their dragons. Leaving the three little ones with sour hearts alone, it is not to go, nor is it to stay. Looking at everyone enviously. Exams were approaching, and Hogwarts, no matter what grade it was engaged in intense revision. Of course, there are always exceptions. That is the member of the Dream Fulfillment Organization, headed by Samael. After Samael's actual combat tempering, the members of the organization are at the top of their respective grades in the release of magic and the control of battle timing. The theory of magic has Percy and Cedric's study notes, also handheld. Think about it, the Hogwarts curriculum is not compact, there is a lot of free time. When others are having fun, this group of people are studying and training desperately, and the gap is suddenly widened, not to mention that these people are the best in their respective grades. Ravenclaw long table, looking at Derek who was feeding the dragon, everyone was surprised by this, and learned that the little dragon had been divided, and several people had no other emotions except envy. Samael stroked the little dragon's gradually growing scales, and he was very fond of these little ones. I don't know if it was the reason why he burned them with fierce fire or later slashed them with lightning, these little guys were extremely close to him. This makes the big four and the little spicy strips quite delicious. Branson looked at Samael with resentment. He also liked this murderous creature, but if he let him know a few days earlier, there was absolutely no Draco's share. He's heard that this thing can breathe fire. He is good at weather spells, thunder and flame are his specialties, and having such a combat pet can be said to be a tiger for him. Samael couldn't stand his gaze and quickly opened the topic, where did Draco go? Since having the dragon, Draco was rare and clever, and asked his father to apply for an electric-tailed dragon breeding license for a few of them overnight, so he would take the dragon with him wherever he went. Samael wondered how Draco could miss such a rare show-off occasion as the restaurant. I bet he must have provoked the savior to go, if not, I ate the long table. Branson said as he ate that Draco and the savior's love story had been heard even in Ravenclaw. Theodore gave him a blank look. He seriously suspected that the person in front of him was cheating and drinking, and he guessed? Before I knew it, I was obviously a Ravenclaw cold male god, and after I knew it, I became more and more too. Good news, good news. While several people were burying their heads in cooking, the guy Blaze appeared among them out of nowhere, and was almost shot through by several people with a magic spell. They have trained extremely seriously in the past few days, almost formed muscle memory, and they can't stand this kind of sudden appearance of people. Samael saw that several people secretly put away their wands and said softly, "Let's start with some good news. Weasley, why are you here?" Blaze asked suspiciously after seeing Percy. "Don't talk nonsense." Samael looked at him directly. Since he became a blood-cursed orc, he had an extra fierce aura of a beast on his body, and Blaze was covered in hair. It's Draco guy who got injured and is now in the school hospital." Blaze was happy in his heart, and ever since he had been forgiven by Samael, the guy had always looked at him weirdly, and his instincts had told him that Draco was not well. "Hospitalized? Who did this to you? What kind of good news is this?" Although Draco had all kinds of shortcomings, he was good to his own people, and everyone at the table had a slight look in their eyes, and their eyes began to become unkind. Didn't get hurt, just went to provoke his boyfriend, and Ron Weasley was much more seriously injured than him. Seeing this situation, Blaze did not dare to sell it, and quickly explained. "Ron is injured?" Except for Percy, who cared more about his younger brother, everyone's minds flashed that the original match caught the adulterer, angrily beat the mistress, and then the scumbag tore the original match with his hands. What's going on? At this time, everyone was interested, and Beverly pulled everyone away and rushed to the front line. She is not sleepy to talk about this. I don't know the specifics. Anyway, it was Draco who provoked Potter every day, and then Ron Weasley couldn't sit still, went up to theorize, and somehow it started, and several people didn't use magic, but it's strange that Draco didn't dodge in the face of Potter's fist, but Weasley was injured quite badly, and he kept crying wolf. Blaze is gifted and vocal in storytelling. Life sharing? Stand-in puppets? Derek and Theodore looked at each other and both thought of the reason. As the subject of Samael's training, Draco knew exactly what means they had. The guy obviously made progress on the puppet curse, deliberately provoked Potter, and let Ron be a stand-in. The heavier Potter's hand, the more seriously Ron was injured, and he didn't do anything. And then what? Beverly was impatient to know what would follow. No, then, Professor Snape showed up in time and deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. Beverly was clearly unhappy with this follow-up and ran to the Slytherin table to spread the version in her mind. A few people were not interested in visiting Draco anymore. With the character of that guy Chicken Thief, he would not suffer. Even Percy sat down again. The children were just fighting, nothing could happen with magic, but he was more distressed about the 20 points deducted. You just wondered why Percy is here. Samael remembered Brace's reaction to seeing Percy here. He didn't know that Percy was from their gang. There must be something wrong. Oh, by the way, almost forgot. Your paper was published by Charms Innovation, and it is rumored that the editor-in-chief Ephias wants to apply for you a third-degree Merlin medal. Blaise slapped his forehead and spoke excitedly to Percy. Percy froze. Order of Merlin of the third degree? Not really. Samael has read Percy's paper, the level is very high, and publication is inevitable, but if you can really judge a Merlin medal, then the gold content of this award is too low. It is said that the editor-in-chief of Ephias praised it as a landmark inspiration for modern magic to replicate ancient magic, and I don't know much about it anyway. Blaise shook his head, recalling what he had heard. Samael's eyes lit up. Yes, it was. Ancient magic is powerful and uncontrollable, and some spellcasting rituals can even be described as cumbersome. Percy's thesis was to analyze the levitation charm, a spell that even first-year students could master, and through his research, it was excellent in defense and rebound attacks, and even produced a panacea ability similar to Neon power. If you say so, the editor-in-chief is not wrong. Using modern magic to exert the power of ancient magic is indeed a leap forward in the academic world of magic. With Ephia's influence in Wizengamot, this medal can be said to be stable. Congratulations, Percy, if you get this medal, you must treat you. Samael was sincerely happy for him, and this honor would be a stepping stone to his future political career. Or that kind of solid gold brick. Percy's face turned red, and he said that he must be sure. Others stepped forward to congratulate them, and it gave them a greater sense of belonging to the organization. They all know who proposed the topic of Percy's thesis and who gave the research direction. How long can small groups that come together because of like-minded ideas last? The answer was short-lived and chilling. Samael's Dream Fulfillment Organization allows everyone to see their future. The founder of the organization has the ability to realize everyone's dreams. The Ministry of Magic documents came down a little faster than expected. The letter informs Percy Weasley that he has been awarded the Order of Merlin 3rd class and that the ceremony will be held at the Ministry of Magic after the holidays. The news spread throughout Hogwarts in one afternoon, and it was Merlin's medal. Whether it was the mischievous Weasley twins or Ron Weasley lying in the hospital, their heads were numb by the news. Although they did not like this powerful brother, they were still happy about his achievements. Arthur Weasley, who was at the Ministry of Magic, was the first to get the news, and everyone praised his son, and there was no trace of it. Arthur, are you going back to dinner? How did you know that my son received the Order of Merlin 3rd degree? Although the old friend of the Ministry of Magic was speechless, he was envious in his heart. If their son can do the same, they can wake up laughing in their dreams. Let's celebrate Percy this afternoon. Samael left a message on the messenger ring. Hogwarts has a great bar, I'll show you around. Percy was very happy, he had just made some money in his hand, and there was such good news, so let's lean back on the school rules or something. Of the 7, Samael, Percy, and Cedric will all go to Hogwarts and go to Hogwarts, which is not a big problem. Samael didn't refuse, just smiled so he wouldn't tell them that the bar was Samael's property. Since working with Romander has cleaned up the Hogsmeade shop, and according to Samael's decoration requirements, it refers to many Muggle styles. Named Aurora, quiet music, clean environment, plus delicious drinks, give a dreamy feeling. Samael did not expect that after only 2 days of opening, there would be fame. A few people traveled together, and Percy took his 2 living brothers with him. These 2 knew a lot of secret passages, and they didn't need to worry. Draco dragged his sick body and mixed in the ranks. If he hadn't gone out to celebrate, he might have spent the night in the hospital room. After all, there weren't many opportunities to taunt Weasley at any time. Although it was the first time to come to Hogsmeade, they did not look left and right, a village formed by the gathering of wizards, and it was not unseen. It's too early, Aurora is not open yet, but as the boss, Samael is still a little privileged and pushes the door straight in. Several lamented Samael's recklessness, and only Theodore thought thoughtfully. This is not. Theodore reacted, and just as he wanted to say something, he was stopped by Samael with his eyes. Others don't know how he might not know. This title deed was handed to Samael by his own hand. What did Mr. Gaunt drink? Carl asked with a smile on his face. He was Romanda's right and left hand, and he was familiar with Samael. A glass of chocolate milk. Samael ordered a drink he didn't expect at Carl's stunned eyes. I need to remind you that even in the wizarding world, it is extremely immoral to let young wizards drink. Looking at Carl's embarrassed expression, Samael smiled. Aurora's drink is the most complete in the UK, including a variety of milk tea, coffee, red wine, white wine, and even cola. Give them all the Muggle drinks, watch them, and the money will be deducted from my dividends. I went upstairs to see Romanda. Samael arranged for everyone and went upstairs alone. The environment, music, and drinks here are all top-notch, and the corresponding consumption is naturally not cheap. With Percy's financial resources, let everyone play high skin. I am afraid that the wallet will shrink significantly. Today is a happy day, there is no need to make anyone unhappy. And the last thing these people lack is status. Return to Hogwarts for a little publicity, this consumption will pay off. Romanda, it seems that you are having a good life. As soon as Samael went upstairs, he saw Roman sitting on the sofa, not knowing what he was thinking. Roman was not surprised to see Samael someone downstairs had already reminded him, and pulled his hair sadly. "You're here, I'm dying. Talk." Samael sat leisurely on the side. The last shipment was stuck at the U.S. Ministry of Magic. The law there is strict, there is no month to go through the process, and the auction will start in half a month. It is too late. The bar downstairs was just a small fight in the eyes of the two, and the focus was on the monthly auction. Samael took the auction list on the side, all of which were Romanda's previous inventory, although it was good, but it was almost something to start the first shot. My venom and snake mold like the snake, as well as the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, should be able to support the scene for you. By the way, there is also some unicorn blood. Samael pulled out some bottles and jars from his bag and looked at Romanda dazzled. Enough, these are enough to make a name. Roman looked at what was in front of him in surprise. This is the blood orchid, a brand new magical plant that can extend the lifespan of snakes, and if the potions master can eliminate this defect, he may be able to develop a life-extending potion. How you shoot depends on your operation. Samael took out 2 more blood orchids. He didn't lie, Snape's Christmas gift was this, and then asked for a few more, saying that it was possible. Roman didn't know what to say at this time. Even though he already looked at the teenager in front of him, he still gave him a great surprise. After the two discussed the details of the meeting, Samael asked Roman to keep an eye on protective props and barter if necessary. Then he went downstairs, and to be honest he was a little uneasy about the group of guys. Sure enough, I'm afraid of what's coming. A group of people are simply dancing in a crowd, listening to the most powerful music, shaking crazy dance moves. The most stable stuffed eye on weekdays hugged Percy and swayed wildly on the dance floor. Theodore staggered and stomped on Derek, who yelled to feed him to his stumbling demon. Draco pulled out his puppet and was about to prick it with a needle, yelling that he would bring down the dog. Only Branson was awake, pulling Draco. If the needle is really pierced, this guy will definitely live in the university hospital. Carl, didn't you look at them? How drunk like this? Samael looked at Carl speechlessly. You made me look at them, but you didn't say you didn't let them drink, and it was mixed with the drink that the 2 twins gave them. Carl said innocently. Weasley twins? What about them? Samael should have thought of it. I fell asleep in the toilet, and I let Ian watch. Carl snickered. In this case, Samael has no choice but to resist them back. Fortunately, Branson is still awake, and the werewolf's body will not let him get drunk at all, otherwise Samael does not know how to get this group of guys back. One of the biggest benefits of Hogwarts is that it doesn't check sleep. Otherwise, it is estimated that all the deans would have gone crazy last night. The reason is that the best students in the 1st grade, the 2nd year, the 3rd year, and the 5th grade have all disappeared. Samael had no way. These guys came from different academies, and it was simply unreasonable and impossible to send them back one by one, because he didn't know the password of someone else's lounge. It is even more inappropriate to put Slytherin. Slytherin is exclusive, not to mention that there is a Gryffindor in the limelight. Samael had no choice but to put them in the secret room of the Dream Realization Organization, which was large enough for Samael to conjure a large bed and put them on, and then rested on the sofa. He has a fixed biological clock, wakes up very early every day, and as soon as he opens his eyes, he sees a scene of many spicy eyes, accompanied by a strong smell. Percy and Cedric hugged each other tightly, and there were still many stains on their clothes, and they seemed to vomit last night, and they didn't know whether they vomited on themselves or each other. Derek didn't know if it was hot at night or what, and he took off only his underwear, and in his arms was the coquettish Draco. The most important point is that he and Theodore on the side are still intertwined, and at first glance, Samael just wants to say that your circle is really messy. Not to mention the sleeping position of Fred and George. The two were head to toe, holding each other's thighs, sleeping very sweetly. Samael took out the crystal ball to record the scene in front of him. This crystal ball he took from Carl last night. The guy saw that these little guys were interesting, so he recorded their ugliness for later enjoyment. How could Samael let him get his wish and decisively rob him? The 3 heads of the runny snake on the beam rotated to breathe. After all, the smell of the whole room was really touching. Looking at Samael's actions, he felt that his heart was really dark, and secretly decided not to offend him in the future. Several fierce shouts rose and fell one after another. Draco looked at Derek angrily. Derek Scamander, you better pray you didn't do anything to me yesterday. Draco's expression was extremely embarrassed. I didn't do anything. Derek was very aggrieved, but the words were not convincing. Draco, you wrapped your arms around me, and you said you didn't do anything? Even Theodore looked at him badly, because this guy was still holding his hand, and it hurt to scratch him. Percy, Cedric and the others all woke up one after another, all looking at each other with disgust. Even if the fire cloud robe had a cleaning effect, there was still a peculiar smell remaining, and they guessed that they all vomited on each other at that time. The Weasley twins did not panic, looking left and right, ready to flee at any time. Samael would not let them get their wish, and a living rope spell tied the 2 of them. The anger of so many people has no place to vent. Samael ignored everyone's virtues, waved at the crystal ball, and a huge light curtain attracted everyone's attention. Inside it plays back the ugliness of yesterday's people. See firsthand how the Weasley twins mix wine into their drinks. One by one, I almost crushed the back molars. It's not scary to get drunk, I'm afraid someone will help you remember. Looking at their ugliness, they can't wait to dig into the soil, especially the Weasley twins. They originally looked at everyone's appearance and commented with interest, until they saw themselves later, and the two of them hugged the toilet lid and kissed wildly, feeling that they were dead. Immediately afterwards, Samael let them see how everyone slept in the morning, and decisively left, leaving behind the people who began to quarrel. Samael estimated that George and Fred would definitely have to be beaten, and Percy estimated that everyone would not go too far, but they definitely couldn't avoid it. Even Percy had to go up and make up for 2 feet. In fact, the twins' miserable situation far exceeded his expectations, and when he saw them again in the afternoon, not only was his body bruised and purple, but the pus on his face that would break at any moment looked miserable. This is still the premise of everyone's mercy, and at the same time, the friendship of several people has also been greatly improved. They have not only passed the window together, drank together, but also shared the bed together. Even if the first drinking experience was not good, they did not deny the good feelings at that time. Samael, you wait for me. Watching Samael walk towards Hagrid's cottage, Derek couldn't help but call out to him. Samael wondered, how did you come over? No way, I'm hiding from Draco and Theodore, they're looking for me to duel. Derek was helpless, convinced that he really wasn't doing anything. By the way, why is your physical strength so strong? Samael was curious. This guy drank high yesterday, and carried Draco and Theodore around in circles one by one. Branson tried to stop it, but he threw it away. I've drunk the blood of rhyme cows, so I have a lot of strength, Derek said nonchalantly. Is that the golden bull? Samael was amazed that he knew about this magical animal, but the supply of rhyme cow blood was small and rarely available on the open market, so it was not easy to get it. Derek wondered, why are you so surprised? Your Christmas present is this, didn't you drink it? What? Why didn't you say earlier? There is not even a note, how do I know what it is? Samael said angrily, did this guy know how precious this thing was? Didn't you? Maybe I forgot. Looking at that innocent face, Samael wanted to beat him up so much for the first time. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at Hagrid's cabin. The electric-tailed dragon was affectionately named Mime by Hagrid, a shameful name that made her unhappy and constantly quarrelsome with Hagrid. But Hagrid always thought that Mime was playing with him, and he enjoyed it. Looking at the flashing fire, Samael couldn't help frowning, afraid that she would hurt Hagrid. Mimi landed on Samael's shoulders, revealing her slender neck, showing full trust in him. Samael gently stroked his scales, observing the magic circuit inside her. This ability to spit fire is called Fire Flash, because it only exists for a moment. While reducing the loss of control of the fire, it also makes the flame extremely condensed. Fortunately, she also knew the proportions and did not set the house on fire. Hagrid greeted Samael warmly, and his mission was to fire the eggs of the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon every day. The birth of the electric-tailed dragon allowed Hagrid to find a shortcut and decisively agreed to Samael's request. Samael was very serious, and did not mention any fierce fire. This thing was successful enough for him to steal fun. If the dragon egg was baked, Samael did not know where to pay Hagrid. The worst thing he is good at is comforting others. Samael is undoubtedly effective in roasting dragon eggs, and the changes in dragon eggs have become more obvious in recent times. Even though he could always smell the fragrance of an omelette, he could still feel the majestic vitality. Hagrid's expectations for the egg exceeded Samael's expectations. Always carried into Samael's arms as soon as it was roasted, which made the baby dragon feel the love of Hagrid's mother. Even if he already has Mime, Mime's body size is limited after all, and the maximum is about 1 meter. The ferocious appearance of the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon is his favorite. Samael and Draco watched quietly as Hagrid operated in a series of fans, wanting to say something but not saying anything. Today should be the baby dragon's shell day, and they also want to see this murderous dragon. There were a few childish voices outside the door, and it was clear that Hagrid had invited them more than that. Harry, did you say Hagrid invited Malfoy to them? It was Ron who spoke, and this guy didn't know how to converge at all. There should be, that guy knows a lot about dragon breeding, has a good relationship with Hagrid, and Samael is still their friend, he should come. It is true that those who know you better than your friends are definitely your enemies, Harry analyzes carefully. If you really care about Hagrid, you should convince Hagrid to give up this dragon egg. This is a Norwegian backbone, not acute like an electric-tailed dragon. If it is discovered by the Ministry of Magic, Hagrid will be in big trouble. This meticulous voice knew that Hermione was preaching, and of course the two little ones knew this, but Gryffindor's courage would not allow them to compromise, so they could only pretend not to hear. Listening to the sound getting closer, Draco was excited, constantly gesturing to Samael like a dancing monkey. Samael guessed his intention, gave Hagrid a look, tapped his wand, and the two disappeared as the light distorted for a while. Ron pushed open the door and looked around, not finding Samael's figure, and secretly sighed in relief. I don't know how, it is clear that Samael did not make a move on him, but every time he saw him, he felt his legs and stomach clench. Especially after Samael changed his shape, he looked at him as if he was staring at a prey, ready to bite him at any time. "Good afternoon, Hagrid." After several people said hello, they walked directly to Hagrid and looked at the dragon egg in his arms. Hagrid was a little awkward, his eyes glancing behind the three little ones. "Hagrid, what's wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable eyes?" Harry looked at Hagrid suspiciously. I'm fine, maybe lost in my eyes." Hagrid sighed helplessly. He wished for the first time that Harry would be a little more like Lily. "Didn't Malfoy come over?" "It doesn't matter if they didn't come, their family is a bad breed, maybe they have some plans." Ron didn't see Malfoy and began to complain hard. Last time Malfoy made him suffer. Hagrid did not stubble, but kept coughing, as if choking on saliva. Samael looked at Draco, who wanted to make a move, and squeezed his hand, signaling him to calm down. "You know what? Percy's invitation to the Merlin Order actually had Malfoy, and they actually went to Hogsmeade, but I was his own brother, I couldn't believe he didn't take me." Jealousy made Ron unrecognizable. He hadn't been to Hogsmeade yet, and he had heard from his senior that the bar there was great. If the Weasley twins hadn't mailed him a spider threatening him, he would have gone to Professor McGonagall to expose them. "Ron, I think Percy is still very good to you. You were still in the hospital at the time, and he brought you a candy." Hermione couldn't stand this crazy idiot and opened her mouth to remind her. "That candy is..." Ron was about to retort when a shout interrupted him. "Look, it's about to break the shell." Harry interrupted the argument just in time and focused his attention on the dragon egg. Hagrid placed the dragon egg on the table, overjoyed to see the broken dragon egg, and the two who were incognizable also leaned forward. "Wow, he's so beautiful." Hagrid looked at the young figure and couldn't help but touch it. "This is much more beautiful than the electric-tailed dragon sent by Samael, you see how cute he is." Ron praised and stroked it. Everyone except Hagrid couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Are you blind?" Hagrid said beautiful, from the mother's standpoint. This guy was gray-brown and wrinkled, how good-looking, and saying this was obviously to express his dissatisfaction with Samael. "Harry wants me to say that you should stay away from that Slytherin viper, and if he really is your friend, he should give you a dragon, not Malfoy." The more Ron spoke, the more vigorous he became, and the force of stroking the little dragon unconsciously increased. He felt that as a friend of the Savior, he had a responsibility and obligation to make him recognize the true face of some people. Several people frowned, and Harry wanted to retort but didn't say anything. I think Harry himself should know what kind of friends to make. "And if you say bad things about people behind your back, you will be struck by lightning." Samael's appearance startled them, and Ron even swooped out several meters, and his finger was bitten hard by the dragon as he rushed out. "Xiaolong, a few dishes, let you have the courage to provoke a great dragon, and the meat sent to the door does not bite white." Samael smiled and pulled the gritted Draco and watched them quietly. "Samael, Ron, he didn't mean to," Harry said stumblingly. After all, he was caught talking about people, which was somewhat embarrassing. "It's okay, but the teeth of the Norwegian Spinosaurus should be poisonous, take your friends to see it." Samael kept smiling, watching the figures of several people hurriedly leave and smile at the same time saying goodbye to Hagrid. Hagrid's whole body and mind were on the dragon, not paying attention to their dispute. "Why don't you let me teach that Weasley a lesson?" Draco wondered. This was not Samael's style. A poor worm hungry for attention, no need. That was said, but the terrifying snake pupils were still shrouded in white mist. The whole of Hogwarts became stormy, and huge forces of nature were actively gathered on Samael. Dark clouds roll, fierce winds sweep through, and terrifying thunder shuttles through the clouds. The thunder snake slashed straight down and exploded under the three little feet, no, at the feet of Harry and Ron to be exact. He doesn't involve innocent people. Looking at the two people fleeing in embarrassment, Samael raised a smile. "I heard that the probability of being killed by lightning is only 1 in 10, do you want to try? What to do if you chop to death? Forget it, let it be fate." Thinking of this, the thunder poured down. From the moment Harry did not argue for Samael, Samael ended their friendship in his heart. In a moment, the dark clouds dissipated, the wind stopped, leaving only Miss Beaver shouting, "Ron, struck by lightning, come soon." Samael turned and left, leaving only a dumbfounded Draco, thinking to himself, "This is what you said is unnecessary?" Then he returned to God. This is the Samael he knew. The news that Ron Weasley had been slashed by lightning soon spread throughout the school, and now the Weasleys were quite famous at Hogwarts, but one was glory and the other was shame. The glory is naturally Percy Weasley, and the one who is disgraced naturally goes without saying. Of course, this matter also attracted enough attention from the school authorities, and according to Harry Potter's description, the deans locked the first suspect on Samael. Samael was not afraid of the shadow and generously asked the professors to check his wand. There was no trace of the weather spell, not even on Draco Malfoy's wand, which could only be attributed to natural causes, and Ron was a complete hapless. Snape knew that Samael's wandless casting level was high, but everyone had witnessed the huge thunderstorm, and Snape did not believe that Samael could achieve this level. One of the most puzzled was Madame Pomfrey, the old Hogwarts doctor with a puzzled face. After working as a school doctor for so many years, I have seen a lot of strange injuries, but it is the first time that I have seen it strange to this extent. Was slashed by lightning? How can there be a wound on the finger that has been bitten by a dragon? Could it be that a dragon in a thunderstorm swooped down and bit him? Fortunately, he knew that Gryffindor was notoriously troublemaker, so he didn't interrogate him too much and did his best to heal him. By the way, it also includes the famous Harry Potter, who was not slashed by Ray but also had minor burns. This incident was just an episode for Samael. His life returned to calm. What shit, savior? Give you face you are, don't give you face, you see if I beat you or not. Of course, on the surface, he is still maintaining the relationship. Friendship can be without, but will cannot be left untouched. Samael was lying leisurely on the common room sofa, enjoying the warm fire in the fireplace with Ilya. Samael, you must not know what I did. Draco ran in with a loud shout. Ilya glanced at him in disgust, annoying that this eyeless creature disturbed his tender time with his master. The tail shook slightly, and he looked at the electric-tailed dragon on Draco's shoulder, and slapped it into the fire with an inch. The fire dragon skin was thick, and it would not be burned by this fire, and it flew out slowly from the inside, looking at Ilya aggrievedly. After all, the electric-tailed dragon is a dragon. It is not an exaggeration to say that the wild is difficult to find. In order to prevent them from burning things with fierce fire, Samael specially invited 4 teachers to teach uniformly, and they were able to be so obedient to Ilya. Their thick scale armor and flashing fire could not cause any substantial damage to them at all. Something to say, nothing to get out. Samael knew his virtue and said mercilessly, I just got deducted 50 points for a night tour and got a confinement. Draco said proudly. Apparently there was content behind him, but he didn't say it, waiting to see Samael's reaction. If I don't say any more, I'll go tell Professor Snape. Snape valued house points very much, if only he knew. Okay, I'll just say that. I was deducted 50 points, but Gryffindor successfully deducted 200 points, and now Gryffindor has completely become Gryffindor. Draco said proudly, tearing Ilya away and sitting down in front of Samael. Tell me what's going on. Samael was slightly interested. Hagrid's stupid dragon was too big to hide and had to be sent away. The Weasley idiot contacted his brother Charlie Weasley, who raised dragons in Romania. But this fool actually arranged the secret matter of handing over the baby dragon on the roof of the tower, eager to publicize to the world that Hogwarts illegally hid a Norwegian spinback dragon. I reported them to Professor McGonagall, and although the dragon was sent out, Potter's group of idiots were caught. Draco worked hard to play up his credit. It's only 150 points deducted by each of the trio. Who else? Samael voiced the doubts in his heart. I really know that, it's Neville Longbottom. I heard that he went out to look for them, but after no results, he found that he forgot the password of the lounge, and could only be locked out of the door, and happened to be discovered by Professor McGonagall, and decisively deducted another 50 points, which is really stupid. Draco, you will be the hero of the entire Slytherin. Although Samael knew that in the end, Old Deng would definitely add up the deducted points, he couldn't help but say that he did a good job. He knew that Draco was taking revenge, for himself and for Samael. Looking at Draco's smug dark, Samael threw his mind and body back into the notes in his hand. The next day, when Samael appeared in the Great Hall, he saw Gryffindor's meager fractional gem. The 3 little ones lowered their heads and constantly felt the angry gazes of their classmates from the academy. Wow, Brat, you are really our Slytherin hero. I think all Slytherins should pay tribute to you. Draco really lacked virtue and spoke exclusively to the lungs and tubes. The Slytherins laughed, watching Draco's hard-working performance show great cooperation. And Gryffindor, one by one, endured to go up and beat Draco, and looked at Potter and the others even more badly. After these months of getting along, they have long known that the so-called saviors are ordinary students just like them. Except for being better at flying, it's not better than others. So Harry experienced a great contrast between enjoying glory and being despised. Ron was immersed in the sense of accomplishment of helping Hagrid, and in Gryffindor, he didn't aspire to be friends with anyone other than Harry. Poor Hermione and Evelyn had no friends and could only sit at the edge of the long table. Is this Gryffindor? It's really disappointing. Samael looked at the Gryffindor crowd and couldn't help but start his own performance. Draco, what will you do if the house I hurt gets a lot of points deducted? Of course, trying to add up the points deducted. Draco's performance was quite bad. Will you exclude me then? Of course not, you're a Slytherin, my best friend, and despise you? Only animals do that. The two sang and reconciled, fully demonstrating what talking about the wind in cool words is. Deducting points for Gryffindor they can't empathize, anyway, they are not distressed. Samael not only belittled the qualities of Gryffindor, but also gained a wave of favor from Harry Potter without leaving a trace, turning around and leaving a dashing back. As for what Gryffindor thinks, leave him alone. His mind is now full of the Black Family Collection, the Invisibility Cloak, and so on. Wait for me, babies. In the evening, Samael reacted when he heard that Draco was going to the Forbidden Forest. At this time, Lao Fu was also in the Forbidden Forest, if he ran into it. Don't worry, Samael, how many trips have we made to the Forbidden Forest? It will be fine. Draco saw Samael's worried look and began to comfort him with affection. Take it. Samael carefully took out the trophy dagger from last time from his small bag. Compared to the big grin last time, this time he was cautious. This thing almost didn't scare him to death when he consulted Branson last time. The real name of this thing is Summerholder's Blade, which dates back to the period when the Big Four were active. The original owner is a dark wizard named Summerholder, forged with the resentment of hundreds of wizards, using the sternum of a dragon combined with the magical origin of the sack leopard. A large number of vigorous ancient elves were slaughtered thousands of years ago. Not only is it spurned by nature, but it also contains a large number of curses. Even if the great wizards of the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort are cut through the skin, it is a certain death. Samael was glad he hadn't tried the knife himself, and if it weren't for the fear that something would happen to Draco, he wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Use it carefully, but if someone approaches you with evil intentions, you must stab him as soon as possible. I need to remind you that once this thing is scratched, even Dumbledore will not save you. Samael saw this fool constantly waving, afraid that he would scratch himself, and quickly reminded him. Seeing Samael so serious, Draco carefully packed the things, feeling faintly uneasy in his heart. If Hagrid asks you to act separately, you must follow Hagrid, whether it is coquettish or cute, you must not join Harry. Harry has a catastrophe summoning technique, really met Voldemort. Samael was afraid that he had some strength, and went up to stab Voldemort. He believed Draco did it. After sending the worried Draco out, Samael also began his own actions. He was not interested in going to the Forbidden Forest and the old Voltaics. The big boss is not there, and it is better not to steal the house at this time. Just as the so-called horse is thin and long with fat, the son stealing the father is not a thief. How much difference can the teacher and the father have? Anyway, it won't be long before Lao Fu runs away. Quirrell is also gone, and it is reasonable for this disciple of him to inherit the inheritance. He had long been eyeing Quirrell's collection, and he had investigated that all kinds of curses, and cursed books did not come from the forbidden area of the library at all, only the personal collection of Voldemort or Quirrell. Coupled with Quirrell's goods and dragon eggs to lure Hagrid, who knows if there is anything else precious. Samael set himself a illusion charm and a silence charm and carefully walked the corridors of Hogwarts. Quirrell was a professor at Hogwarts after all, and the corridor portrait would not refuse his inquiry, and it was easy to know which students were on the night tour that night, so these necessary means were still available. Samael tested, and the oncoming Filch did not notice it at all, and even Lady Lors only smelled the familiar smell, and did not notice his figure at all. Samael arrived at Quirrell's office in a familiar car, and everything inside was so familiar. He even missed the days when he learned black magic with Lao Fu. Samael went straight to the innermost room, and a probing spell went down. Samael glanced at the area where Quirrell was staying, and gradually walked towards a box in the corner. The box of the traceless stretching charm. Araho cave open. Sesame open the door. Fall apart. If it weren't for the fear of moving too much, he would have almost used the explosion spell. Samael tried all kinds of unpacking methods, but the large box did not move, and he even conjured a wire and cocked it with a muggle method for half a day without any effect. Hiss hiss hiss. Samael was helpless, and said in Parseltongue to open. The originally closed box bounced open instantly, and the movement startled him. So cautious? Is this Slytherin Locket Plus? Samael did not dare to go in, lying on the entrance of the box and looking carefully. The bookshelves, magic research rooms, bones of unknown creatures, magical creature eggs, and magic props were placed at will. The overall layout resembles Samael's suitcase, but it's much bigger. Among them, the magic training place is 5 times the size of Samael's suitcase. Dear teacher, let the students inherit your family property. A good day starts with being a thief. Samael laughed as he used the levitation charm to take the box away. Let's not talk about whether 1 or 2 things can satisfy Samael's appetite, just saying that once the box that can only be opened in Parseltongue is lost, the words, "The thief is Samael," are almost engraved in the office. After all, in old Fu's heart, the only people who could open the box at Hogwarts were him and Samael. Unless Lao Fui thinks that he sleepwalked and ransacked himself after falling asleep, it is not clear who the thief is. Voldemort wasn't that stupid. Walking leisurely in the corridor, looking out the window from time to time. If Draco was okay, it would be perfect tonight. It was much more lively when he went back than when he came out. Samael saw Blaise kissing a Hufflepuff senior. Looking at the two who shaved their tongues at each other, Samael was quite speechless. Even though Blaise sprayed a large amount of cologne, Samael could still smell a smell of scum from him. This kid is really handsome, and the flower heart is also a real flower heart. This is his 4th girlfriend this semester. Obviously he is the same age. Xiaodouting has not yet grown. This guy actually has a very rich love experience. Most crucially, Samael hadn't heard any rumors of his ex-girlfriend's fuss. It can be seen that this guy is extremely sophisticated in dealing with feelings. After a dark sigh, not long after, I saw the 2 people when the senior was skating with his arms around the senior last time. The 2 of them kissed passionately with not-so-pure illusion spells, and it seemed that they were both Hufflepuff students. Just by the edge of the silhouette, Samael recognized them. Looking at the corners of Lass's mouth, looking at each other in confusion, seeing that he was going to make the next step of the action that was not suitable for children, Samael felt a chill, hurriedly pushed to the armor next to it, and a huge movement resounded throughout the corridor. The two got up in a panic, looked around, held hands and ran towards Hufflepuff House. Samael didn't know how many wild mandarin ducks he had alarmed by this action, he just wanted to go back and wash his eyes. That scene is really shocking, worthy of yin gay eye. I couldn't resist walking to a bathroom mirror, passed directly through the mirror, and returned to my lounge. The box was left in the mirror by him, and it belonged to stolen goods before he was gone. Samael was apprehensive, and he didn't know if it was because of the box he stole or because of what he had seen. In the whole of Hogwarts, there was no one but Malfoy who was as tough as the savior. Except for the fact that Samael was quite upset by taking his dagger that night, this cargo did not happen. Under Draco's coquettish, soft and hard bubble, Samael had to give it to him. In Draco's words, he would stab whoever was upset with him, and looking at his beaten expression, Samael said that he actually wanted to see it. That thing was not so easy in Samael's hands, and whoever could stand and let him go up and poke it, even if he used a flying spell, he might not be able to reach people. The most important thing is that this kind of thing is not suitable for carrying around, for fear of accidentally sticking to himself. Once he takes it back, it will definitely make Daniel's father turn it over. When something happens again, he has no place to cry. Since Draco likes it, it's better to give him it than to let him go. Samael has always been bold with people he identifies with. Percy's thesis topic, Cedric's Mori no Hitomi, Derek and Hagrid's dragon he all sent, just a dagger. But Samael has repeatedly stressed that it should not be used in schools, except as a last resort. He believed that if he hadn't told him, the goods would have stabbed Harry with this thing. Fortunately, this guy is still very attentive to his words, or he really doesn't worry about giving it to him. After that, Samael fell into a tense waiting stage. Even he needed to review carefully, refine chakra every day, practice magic, exercise various abilities, and go to Snape's blood in the evening to draw blood and study bloodline curses. The days went by quite regularly, and there was no time to rest until the horrific final exams were over. Samael, how did you do in the test? Branson saw that there was only Samael on the long table and stepped forward and asked, "What difficulty can a first-year course have?" Samael glanced at him, who in this group did not know his true level. This guy clearly asked knowingly. With the exception of the flying lessons, the other classes were hands-on for him, both in theory and in practice. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick gave him an O on the spot. Even if he hadn't been to astronomy class a few times, he had achieved good results with the basic astronomy knowledge he had learned in Muggle school, and it was impossible to get a perfect score, and the O was still fine. But looking at Branson's look of you asking me quickly, he still asked reluctantly. If he doesn't let him snort, he will definitely pester him to gossip until he brings up the topic again. Samael couldn't figure out how such an excellent technical talent could be a talker. Shouldn't people who do research be like Snape when he was in school? A man nestled in a corner to improve the potion recipe, isolated and silent. Why is this product so too? Not to mention him, the members of the entire Dream Realization organization are very confident in their achievements, even if there is a slight difference in one subject. It's like Samael's own flying lessons, Theodore's potions lessons, Draco's history of magic. Listening to Branson's tirade about his cleverness, Samael was speechless, only hoping that he would not really be superlative. Fact, what's the condition of your eyes? Branson was showing off his achievements, and after accidentally looking at Samael, his spirit became trance, as if he wanted his soul to leave his body. He hadn't seen the snake pupil before, but there were obviously 3 more dark green points of light on Samael's pupil, and he couldn't really see it without looking closely. Although there is not much change, the rich magical aura cannot be stopped. Branson waved his wand and drew a magic array, through which he looked into his eyes. Human body alchemy? Quickly buckle down and let me well. Branson was excited to go up and snap Samael's eyes. Samael kicked him and rolled his eyes. You are blind, what shit human body alchemy, this is my original eyes. How is that possible? How can there be a magic pattern circuit in the body structure of a wizard? Branson wondered, crawled over to Samael, and began to pull his eyelids. Samael slapped his hand away angrily. This product had just eaten the donut and had not washed his hands. Who knows if there are bacteria? If he could, Samael didn't actually want this change either, and after he stole Voldemort's chest, he achieved the Rush Master achievement. Samael guessed that this so-called Rushing Master achievement should be settled in conjunction with all the events of his stabbing of Voldemort. After all, even the destruction of the Horcrux did not give a corresponding reward, let alone steal a chest. The system rewarded him with a pair of blue snake 3-flower pupils, which should be from a fantasy novel Do Chiao Chiao. Its ability is the nemesis of almost all Serpentine Warcraft, and it is able to form a unilateral forced connection with Serpentine Warcraft to control Serpentine Warcraft. It can also collect Warcraft or people in the space opened up by the blue snake Sanhua pupil. The size of the space is limited, but as the strength increases, the size of the space will increase. The Warcraft or human strength that is included in the space will be slowly absorbed by the user. He doesn't have Warcraft, but he has a lot of snake fantastic beasts. Samael tried to suck the big four and pepper into the pupil space, and found that this engulfment was very limited and slow, but the space inside was not small. Samael didn't care, space was the biggest bug in this ability, so that whether it was the big four or the thousands of poisonous snakes at home, he could carry it with him. Ants bite elephants more, snakes more, bite dragons may not be impossible. Besides, they're not ordinary snakes. Moreover, the strange energy emitted by the 3 flower pupils of the blue snake can seize control of other people's bodies, just like a simple soul reaper spell. Last night, Samael controlled Crab and Goyle to spend a night in the lounge exercising, push UPS, duck steps, sit UPS, all arranged. Draco's definition of these 2 foodies is a meat shield, and none of them have a strong body that counts as a chicken feather meat shield. The 2 fat men were miserable, even if the physical strength recovery potion tube was full, their bodies were still shaking in the morning, and looking at Samael was like looking at a monster. These abilities are very powerful, and he is also satisfied, but the problem arises here, and his serpentine body becomes even bigger under the stimulation of this energy. At 20 feet, about 6 meters, he must maintain a serpentine body for more than 3 hours a day, otherwise the snake-like trend of his body will accelerate. And both snake venom and body defense have been greatly enhanced, and even the human body has undergone irreversible changes, and fine snake scales are faintly visible through the pale skin. According to Snape's analysis, the moment he comes of age, he will completely turn into a snake. The most intuitive point is that the blood orchid in his lounge looks much more brilliant than the blood orchid guarded by the snake. This also shows that the snake chi on Samael's body, such as the Naiwan snake, is much stronger. After the exam, Hogwarts was filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Although everyone did not know their achievements, they still learned some through various small channels. The members of the Dream Realization Organization are not worried, the gap between them and ordinary students is a bit big, and they always maintain an excellent starting line. Several people gathered at the long Ravenclaw table to discuss the upcoming holidays. Samael and Branson were invited by Percy to attend his ceremony. You must know that each awardee can bring 11 companions to participate, whether it can be a close friend or a family member. In terms of the Weasleys' population, this place can be said to be precious. Needless to say, these Slytherin people are powerful in their families and have their own doorways. Cedric's father is the head of the Ministry of Magic, and there is no big problem in and out of the ministry. Not to mention Derek, the Scamander family's connections in the Ministry of Magic are also not small. Only Branson, who came from the United States, and Samael, who currently has no roots, are relatively difficult. Percy took into account the situation of the two and personally delivered the invitation to them, hoping that they would be there. Samael, look at the savior, they are sneaky, what are they going to do? Branson saw the figures of Harry and Ron and the others, and looked at Samael curiously. He knew that Samael was very concerned about Potter's movements. How do I know this? Maybe I am going to guard the Philosopher's Stone, Samael said nonchalantly. Philosopher's Stone? Is it the Philosopher's Stone I know? Hogwarts actually has a Philosopher's Stone? Branson asked again and again, looking at Samael in shock. If you read the news, you will know that Nicolamy's residence was attacked by a dark wizard, most likely for the Philosopher's Stone. He and Dumbledore are friends, it is reasonable to let him keep it, and the restricted area on the 4th floor should be the level. Then you said earlier, as the highest product in the alchemy world, you have to go and see it. Branson said eagerly. Look at what, you like to go to my place at night to get it, you study it well. Where are you? Branson was even more surprised. Potter thinks Professor Snape will steal the Philosopher's Stone, and he prides himself on justice and protects the Philosopher's Stone. I was afraid that he would work too hard to bear the sacred responsibility, so I chose to take out the Philosopher's Stone one step ahead. Just buy them? Also protect? Branson was puzzled. The Philosopher's Stone is not big, you can carry it with you, how can you still use to set up levels? Dumbledore chose to hide the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Eris, which was no different from handing it to Samael. Since the mirror shuttle has risen to level 3, he can even choose to shuttle through a certain range of mirrors without making any marks. If it weren't for the fear that Dumbledore would doubt his ability, he would have replaced all the mirrors of the entire Hogwarts with more than one person tall. Leave them alone, Branson, you and Cedric, you will accompany me somewhere later. Samael said mysteriously. Where are you going? Branson was a little reluctant, and Samael was basically manual work whenever he looked for him. Love doesn't go. Can't I go? The newly acquired Blue Snake Sanhua pupil ability runs Samael's already quite proficient use. At this time, if you don't poke the big boss next semester, then you are really sorry for this ability. However, the Blue Snake 3-flower pupil needs the pupil to meet the eyes of the snake. The basilisk's eyes also have the ability to cause death, and Samael does not dare to bet on which of the two is stronger or weaker. So it was decided to take Branson and Cedric, one main attack, one control, plus Samael harassing from the side. Not to mention the basilisk that may have contracted with Voldemort. It is the external incarnation of Voldemort, and it has to be coiled under this lineup. After obtaining the consent of the two, Samael immediately left for the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Whether Dumbledore is real or not, with Harry Potter involved, note that no one will pay attention to the movements of the three of them. Samael, why did you come to the girls' bathroom? You shouldn't really have other fetishes. Branson and Cedric looked at him with disdain. Samael didn't bother to take care of them, and directly made a hoarse voice in the old snake voice, and a huge passage appeared in front of everyone. Ignoring the exclamation of the two, Samael walked into the deep secret room first. Only Samael can awaken the basilisk without looking at it. Several people looked at the foul-smelling cave, and the bones of various creatures were scattered all over the place, and felt very cold. Before coming, Samael had already told them what the opponent was, and Samael saw Branson, the old sixth, roll up a large piece of snake and stuff it into his bag. Even Cedric looked like he was looking for treasure, as if he had come for sightseeing. Here, Cedric looked at the sleeping creature by the pool and shouted softly, afraid that he would accidentally wake it up. Looking at the thick and huge body, Samael couldn't help but caress. Even though he was bloated and ugly, Samael still had a feeling of joy at seeing the hunter. One by one, the magic was gentle on the body of the basilisk, and it did not wake it up. But seeing the lingering golden lines on the part of its magic core, Samael's heart sank. He knew that the basilisk had been contracted. The source of that familiar magic came from his dear teacher. Samael gave the two a look, and with the wave of their wands, Cedric scattered numerous seeds around the basilisk, which broke through the floor and grew rapidly, entwining the basilisk tightly. Branson's palm thunder condensed, and he did his best where the basilisk could not see. The basilisk was overwhelmed with pain, and suddenly woke up, and just wanted to look back at the two. He heard the irresistible domineering in Samael's snake language. Although he can't fully control the basilisk, the command to let it close its eyes is still possible. The basilisk's eyelids instantly became heavy, and even if it resisted vigorously, it was useless, firmly covering its eyes. Samael's blasting spell was cast with all his strength, and he was carried down by the basilisk's strong demon resistance attribute. It didn't leave much scar, but this slight wound was enough to become the key point of its defeat. Cedric waved his wand, and huge flowers bloomed on the tough vines on his body, and the pollen was directly scattered into the flesh and blood, making its flesh and blood become nourishment for cultivating the magic vine. The basilisk ate pain and struggled more and more intensely, but Bryson was not a vegetarian, and released the thunder in his hand with all his strength, making his body numb and no longer stressed. The basilisk wailed and collapsed unwillingly to the ground. Samael's eyes were round, and the huge spiritual power looked at him through the basilisk's eyelids, and his body instantly felt more stiff. The green dots in Samael's pupils began to rotate rapidly, and the raging tide of magic instantly dispelled the stiffness. The huge figure of the basilisk was instantly sucked into the pupil space by the vortex, wailing in embarrassment, looking pitiful. Samael looked at the dissipated contract formation and silently sighed in relief. He is not a basilisk species, even if he is strong, but the shortcomings are too obvious. The rooster's cry is deadly enough for a juvenile basilisk, and even if it lives for thousands of years, it has to flee when it hears it. But now with the blood orchid, a fetish that can make up for biological defects, this has the mind to cultivate. After all, the ability to stare and die is too tempting. Several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and Samael summoned the basilisk back to treat his injuries. Approaching the holidays, the atmosphere of the entire Hogwarts reached its highest point. After the last boring Quidditch match, this semester's academic career has come to an end. Listening to the shouts of the Slytherin student playground, Samael wondered why this game, which vividly demonstrated individual heroism, was so popular. "Professor, you also like to watch Quidditch matches?" Looking at Snape, who had a dark face next to him, Samael said deliberately. "Has Mr. Gaunt begun to manage the professor's private life? Even a troll wouldn't be so unreasonable." Snape didn't look at Samael, who deliberately teased him, and said calmly, "Did you steal the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Eris?" Snape didn't want to see this annoying face anymore and said straight to the point. "Stealing, this word is too much. This is a very serious accusation. If there is no evidence, I can sue you for slander." Samael looked serious, and then said, "But the Philosopher's Stone is indeed in my hand, but it is not to steal but to protect. A reckless and weak person like Potter can participate in protection, and I, as the best student at Hogwarts, really can't bear to let the house suffer such a big loss, so I can only protect him first." Samael deliberately reminded Snape not to favor one over the other. "Harry can, why can't he?" Samael. Mr. Gaunt's face is still as thick as ever. "I believe that even the giant's broken city hammer is difficult to break. Say your conditions." Snape was pleased with Samael's use of words such as weak and reckless to describe Potter, but did not show it. "Protecting the precious wealth of the academy is what a good student should do, but I am very interested in the Mirror of Eris." In fact, Samael really didn't know what kind of conditions he should mention. Too precious and unrealistic, too ordinary and useless, and it happened that the Eris magic mirror conformed to his aesthetics. In recent days, Samael has used the remaining magic in the Philosopher's Stone to turn a rockery into a mountain of gold. In terms of money, he can't spend it in several lifetimes. The elixir was not attractive to him, after all, he was only 11 years old. Branson came over to study it a few times, just felt the majestic magic contained in the Philosopher's Stone, and did not study anything else, but being able to observe the idol's work was enough to make him excited. Snape pondered for a moment and turned away, and as he left, Samael's voice sounded in his ears. Headmaster Dumbledore is really great, able to use a sincere feeling as a shackle. Snape paused and left quickly. Samael shook his head, listening to the enthusiastic cheers in the venue, and sighed helplessly. The game is over. Looking at the gap between the two players, Mel secretly thought that the Slytherin team deserved to win. We must have strength in appearance, strength and equipment, and defeat Ravenclaw. In Ravenclaw, only Acai Berry's strength can still be seen, and the others are really not worth mentioning. Samael, do you know how handsome the Trident layout was just now, don't you know? Along the way, Draco kept bragging about himself, and even the credit of the captain was put on his body. The Quidditch captain next to him was embarrassed, and he wanted to refute for fear of offending the heir of the Malfoy family, so he could only grit his teeth silently. Harry Potter missed the match with Hufflepuff because of his injury, and even though Gryffindor's overall strength far exceeded Hufflepuff, but without the Seeker, Hufflepuff still finished third with a 20-point lead. Fortunately, Harry finally caught up with the final party, and Samael was a little curious. Gryffindor and Slytherin are now so far apart, how partial Dumbledore must be to establish the prestige of the savior. The moment Harry appeared, everyone looked at him with a heroic gaze. Even the seniors who had rejected them because he deducted a large number of points did not skimp on their appreciation, praised their heroic efforts to eradicate the dark wizard Quirrell. Dumbledore announced the final scores of Gryffindor 210, Hufflepuff 352, Ravenclaw 426, and Slytherin 500. Because of the lack of the title of Quidditch champion, Gryffindor's score is more than 200 points less than the original. Looking at Draco's smug look when he heard the score, Samael silently prayed for him, hoping that he would not be too pessimistic for a while. I still have the final score to reward. Just as everyone was about to celebrate, Dumbledore's loud voice came from a distance. Samael still underestimated the shamelessness of the White Lord, and he also saw that Snape's face became ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ms. Hermione Granger, when others are in danger, she calmly and skillfully used her talents to add 50 points to the academy. Ron Weasley played a game of wizarding chess that no one had beaten in Hogwarts for many years, and was awarded 50 points. Harry Potter, heroically eradicating the dark wizard Quirrell, reward him with 50 points for his audacity and extraordinary courage. Dumbledore gushed endlessly, and in the end he even added 50 points to Neville for his courage to resist his friend's principled resistance. While Samael was thinking about how Dumbledore would make up the remaining 90 points, people decisively added 100 points to Percy Weasley, Merlin Medal winner. Gryffindor ended up winning Slytherin by 10 points. Gryffindor all hugged together excitedly, not paying the slightest attention to the ugly faces of the other houses. Samael had been looking forward to this day for a long time, so he spread rumors in advance that Dumbledore supported the savior. The other houses did not recognize all but 50 points for Harry Potter and 100 points for Percy Weasley. What shit international wizard chess? Is Dumbledore old and confused? What kind of shit reason is this? Can this add 50 points? After the Gryffindor students calmed down, they all felt embarrassed to see the other house's best friends looking at them gloomily. It's not that they haven't heard those ridiculous rumors, but when all this happens, they don't want to argue. After all, honor is on the side. Who will really refuse? Samael saw Professor Snape flick his sleeves away, and then the Slytherins left the table en masse. Except, of course, some fool who yelled for his dad to report Dumbledore's injustice. Seeing this, the other academies were not in the mood to eat and left one after another. Dumbledore was also stunned. He wanted to create momentum for Harry, but he did not expect that other houses would collectively reject Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall was about to break out of the three-room at this time, and for the first time she felt that this honor was a bit humiliating. I wanted to explain something to the other deans, but I didn't know how to say it. Finally going home, Samael yawned as he watched the train parked by the school. Don't ask. I didn't sleep all night last night. When he was about to return home, he realized that many things had not been dealt with in time. He first went to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and recarved out the buried unicorn corpse. Through Draco's description, he knew exactly where he was buried. Waste is not a good habit, and the unicorn on top of the unicorn's head is precious. The ground powder has great medicinal value and is a top-level potion herb. Samael cleans it and keeps it in his case, which is great if not for money. Secondly, a large amount of food was prepared for the Runaven snake in the secret room of the organization. It is impossible to let it go. After all, the large number of blood orchids bred in it still needed to be taken care of. One such free labor is won, and Samael will never let him slip out of his hands. After a semester of study, the house elves also successfully passed their infancy, not only making great progress in cooking, but even the phantom transfiguration was able to barely do it. Samael wasn't going to keep them in Hogwarts kitchen, so he packed them up and took them away. Looking at Bambi's reluctant gaze, Samael gave him enough time to say goodbye to his former companion. It is impossible to stay. With such a free labor force, why would he let Claire's mother torture his taste buds? After saying goodbye to Hagrid, Samael looked at the bag in front of him speechlessly. That's right, Branson decided not to go home anymore and to spend a full vacation with Samael. The specific conversation is as follows: Samael, can I go to your house? Why don't you go back to your home? The house has a home, and I don't have it anymore. What about your father? Never seen it. What about your mother? It's been a long time since I died. Then do you have any relatives? I only have my uncle left in Arvane, but he is not very serious and only cares about eating, drinking, and having fun every day, and even let me, a 12-year-old, do the trick for him. The two asked and answered. Samael also knew Branson's family situation, and agreed to Branson's request in a confused manner. Compared to this reason for being afraid of loneliness, he believed that this guy definitely wanted to poke him basilisk. This guy recently came to study something, and even wanted to pull out a handful of scales, but he sternly refused. Samael shook his head, quite helpless, but he believed that the second forced character of this product could definitely get along with Daniel's father very happily. After getting off the train, Samael took Branson and pulled his suitcase with difficulty. After signing the agreement before the holiday, they will have traces on their bodies and they will not be allowed to use magic in front of muggles. Fortunately, the two of them have extraordinary personalities, otherwise they really wouldn't be able to hold so many things. Branson feared that Samael's parents would not like him, and forcibly snatched his suitcase and carried it on him. Samael rolled his eyes and sighed silently. Who knows the family? The campus friend is actually a fresh bag. As it turned out, he didn't know the only eye bag. As soon as he looked up, he saw Branson's father running over excitedly. Samael couldn't bear to make him fall, so he could only be thrown to the ground by him helplessly, looking at him with curious eyes. Son, is your new hairstyle and eyes new to the wizarding world? Daniel rubbed his broken hair with his big hand, touched left and right, looked very carefully, and a flash of truth flashed in his expression. Samael watched the surprised gazes from the crowd from time to time, and could only push him away first, explaining in a nonchalant tone. Daniel looked slightly, his expression returned to normal again. He was a lawyer, and he could clearly tell if people were lying. His son knew that Samael's small actions when he lied were clear to him, but his son did not want to say that he was not good to ask, so he could only bury this worry back in his heart. You must be Samael's good friend Branson, glad you came to the house. When Branson returned home, Samael had already informed his parents in advance with an owl. Daniel could clearly feel the difference between his son and Harry Potter, and he was very enthusiastic. Hello Mr. Morgan, I'll disturb you next. When the two met for the first time, they both converged their secondary attributes. Seeing his mother, Samael quickly stepped forward and gave her a big hug. If he didn't, her mother would be angry, and he would spend the whole holiday in the name of the white-eyed wolf. When he looked back at Branson, his face turned dark, and the two were already chatting side by side, not at all as restrained as just now. In the eyes of outsiders, they even think that they are the real father and son, and the two have a good chat. Claire is equally curious about Samael's changes, and Samael wants to convince Claire for the same reason. But after all, he underestimated his mother's seriousness about the matter, and he had to pull him to say that he was ugly, and even Branson was questioned to determine the authenticity of Samael's words. Lying in the familiar room, Samael stretched comfortably. He was very puzzled that the transportation of the wizarding world could be so backward, the ancient and slow train, stunned to let them sit for a day. At this time he felt a sore back. With a movement of his mind, he summoned the four giants back and surrounded a long-lost snake bed. The force of their squirming constantly soothed Samael's stiff muscles and relaxed his body. Branson originally wanted to sleep in a room with Samael, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw four giant pythons stepping on each other, and there was a young man lying on it, showing great enjoyment, and the thoughts in his mind suddenly dissipated. Curse in my heart, who is this to scare to death? How can it come out like this? If it was Draco, maybe it would be strange. Even if he was a werewolf, he felt infiltrate. Seeing Branson running out in embarrassment, Daniel looked curiously and saw this scene and his scalp was numb. But he trusted Samael after all, knowing that these pythons would not hurt him, and there were even familiar figures among the pythons. Daniel greeted Cole with a stiff smile. Cole even nodded excitedly at him, as if encouraging something. Daniel really lacked a string in his brain, and after being encouraged, he sat up with a big grin, and felt unexpectedly comfortable. After enjoying it for a while, he exhaled a long breath, made relaxing sounds, and finally even let Samael make room for him, completely lie down, and feel the top of the snakebed massage. Branson looked at this perverted father and son, shivered, turned his head and ran. Samael lay comfortably on his bed, opened his sleepy eyes, and slept easily. The gold nest and silver nest are not as good as his own kennel. This bed he has been lying in for several years, the last time there was a Traverse family trouble. Patronizing and comforting worried parents, none of them said goodbye to their beloved bed. casually touched the side, sighed helplessly. Sure enough, his wand disappeared again. Obviously he couldn't cast spells, but the old father still had a soft spot for his wand. He shoved his wand into Cole's mouth. He still admires that he can still lose it. Cole is also aggrieved. One is the master's father, the other is the master's friend. In the case of not being able to lower his mouth, he can only let them grope back and forth on him in the middle of the night, and he didn't even let go of his mouth. After asking Cole about their specific situation, Samael was also quite speechless, and it was not surprising that Branson was involved. After all, this guy has a personality like that, short hands and short mouths. This guy carried a large amount of alchemy products with him, and one of his dry fingers bought Samael, because that thing can completely block the magic fluctuations within a kilometer of his home. This means that the Ministry of Magic's monitoring of the trace is ineffective against him, and he can safely practice the spell at home. Looking at Samael, who had just gotten up, Branson was a little speechless. Can't you just put on clothes? Why are you naked? Yesterday I forcibly stole my wand and almost touched something I shouldn't. Samael glanced at him. Are you blind? Why am I naked? Isn't this panties? Then he didn't pay attention to him and simply put on his clothes. Mom and Dad went to work, and there were no adults. Branson is quite relaxed, but with his personality, he is really not inhibited. Samael was even afraid of Daniel and him. Are there any arrangements for today? Branson asked nonchalantly. Samael did not speak. White mist rolled in his eyes. Branson looked up at the window, and saw the mist surging in the woods outside, as if covered with a thin layer of gauze, looking mysterious. I'll show you my collection, and let you see it by the way, Samael said mysteriously. A distorted space appeared at the pupil of the snake, and a giant python suddenly appeared in front of the two people's eyes. It was the basilisk that had just been subdued. This guy has lived for thousands of years, but his ability and body have long been stagnant, and Samael gave him a large amount of nutrient solution before leaving school, as well as blood orchids, which is equivalent to opening the door for him to evolve again. But this guy has a physical defect, and Samael is ready to make up for it. The original basilisk is about 17 meters in Samael's opinion, although it is not small among many magical creatures such as snakes, but the name of the Snake King is well deserved. In terms of size, Samael's big four can completely abuse the so-called Snake King. After the catalysis of the blood orchid, Samael looked at the basilisk in front of him at this time, and there was an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Ugly is still so ugly, dark green scales with Senhan's fangs, you can tell at a glance that it is the villain standard. Handsome as Samael, he is reluctant to admit that he is a villain. At this time, the bloated body of the basilisk disappeared, and the overall side looked a lot slender and even. The overall body actually reached a terrifying 25 or 6 meters. Through communication, Samael knows that the basilisk spends most of its time in a deep sleep, and even if it wakes up, it can only devour some weak creatures in the pipe. Therefore, it has been in a state of malnutrition. A large amount of nutrient solution is poured down, and the body of the basilisk is not normal if it does not grow. Branson looked at the basilisk with his eyes closed, and suddenly became interested. Come up and keep touching the dark green scales, eager to pick a few. This is a basilisk that has grown for thousands of years, its value is immeasurable, and each scale can act as a good alchemy carrier. If you can cut off his eyeballs, it must be. Thinking of this, I don't know if the basilisk felt this evil thought, and twisted his body uneasily. The snake's tail swayed, tripping Branson directly. Branson looked into Samael's strange eyes. I couldn't help but feel a little weak. Fantastic Beast's perception of evil thoughts is much stronger than humans, and even Samael was almost confused by evil thoughts by that richness, not to mention the basilisk. I'll tell you, Buck is my family now, don't make any crooked ideas. Samael knew that Branson would not strike at the basilisk without his consent, but reminded him anyway. How can it? I just see him cute and want to touch her, Branson said vaguely. But he knew that this 1,000-year-old basilisk could understand people's words, and if he really said it, he might not know when he would look at him and send him directly to God. Oh no, it's Merlin. Samael knew that Branson knew the weight, so he didn't bother to say much, did not make a horse hiss, and gradually walked towards the forest. The snakes in the forest were all shocked by the huge aura beside the basilisk. Following Samael's orders, climbed towards the center of the lake. The snakes gathered, and the sound of crackling in the dim mountain forest appeared silent and terrifying. Branson followed closely, his scalp numb. Even if he had strong anti-toxicity, he might not be able to get out of this forest completely. There were more and more snake shadows behind Samael, and the other creatures in the forest were taken by this huge aura, some running wildly, and some standing still. The snakes did not stop at all, as if they were not interested in these prey, but just walked forward blindly and followed the figure of their king. Samael first put the thousands of black mambas soaked in blood orchids into the space of the blue snake's 3-flower pupil, and then dispersed some precious and rare snake species. The remaining snakes entangled with each other at his command, tearing and biting, gradually forming a giant snake ball. Buck, swallow them. How could the birth of the Snake King not be baptized without blood? And the sacrifice of snakes is the most important part of this. This is an extremely ancient and bloody ritual, and since he learned the transfiguration charm, he has learned about the cultivation of snake magical animals in the Forbidden Book area. This method can greatly enhance Buck's Serpent King chi. Grazing snakes is Samael's idea for a long time, and there are already too many snake creatures in this forest, which seriously affects the survival of other creatures. Some snakes even disturbed nearby residents, and Samael had to endure the pain. Looking at the madly roaring basilisk, the body that was constantly struggling in the mud of flesh and blood, Branson was terrified. He had never seen such a bloody scene. This is very different from their native acoustic werewolf fist-to-flesh fights. At the same time, he was also shocked by the bloody fight, and a trace of scarlet flashed in his eyes. Since the sacrifice of the snakes, the aura of the Snake King on the basilisk has become more and more concentrated and strong, forming a huge bloodline coercion on ordinary snake creatures. Even when Xiao Spicy Tiao faced the basilisk, he couldn't help but tremble. Of course, except for the big four, these four goods eat and drink everything as usual. There was no abnormal reaction. As long as the basilisk does not open its eyes, the big four can destroy it when it fights against it. The role of the blood orchid has become more and more obvious in recent days, and the dark green scales on the body of the basilisk have been covered with a light gray color. The scales become soft and even somewhat wrinkled. Samael knew clearly that it was Buck who was going to molt. Samael and Branson's lives are business as usual, and the various teachers leave a lot of homework for the holidays, but it is not difficult for the two of them. It took them only a week to write, and the rest of the time was immersed in a lot of magical practice and thinking. After Branson learned about Samael's prowess in meteorological magic, the two turned their discussion to this aspect. After Daniel and Claire returned, they could often see dark clouds in the living room, fierce winds, or hail or blizzard, and the two children had either thunder or lightning on their hands, which was very heart-wrenching to watch. At the same time, he sighed very much. The wizard can actually simulate the power of nature. What a terrifying existence. Daniel was excited and eager to participate in it, but the weather spell was extremely complicated and difficult to master. Even if they were confident, Daniel broke into the magic range at will. Daniel's father was very resentful about this, and he didn't talk to them for 2 days, until the loss of the wand on the 3rd day. Samael knew that his father was not so angry. He duly sent his elaborate gift to make him happy, and pulled out a statue of a dog-headed human figure from the box. This thing is a magic item that Roman scooped up from the auction. When you feel a malicious magical attack, you can instantly turn into a hunting dog and pounce on your enemies. After Branson's modifications, Samael removed his original teeth and replaced the teeth of the basilisk to ensure that whoever bites dies. This is a defensive item prepared by the Samaelway Morgans, which allows them to make effective defenses even in the face of wizards. Daniel loved the statue. Not only painted in warm colors, but also dressed in his own suit, looking like a butler with a dog's head from a distance. The molting of the basilisk was expected by the two, so there were no waves. This monster that has lived for thousands of years has no so-called period of weakness, just like simply taking off a layer of clothing. Under Samael's serious gaze, Branson scornfully split the snakeskin in half. It's impossible to give it all. You can't give him all the time. After the basilisk retreats and Buck peels, Samael discovers that his situation is unusually similar to Buck's. After waking up in the morning, the eyelids were blurred, and I rubbed my eyes hard but felt painful, and I could only helplessly turn into the form of a white phosphorus python. Constantly rubbing his scales in the upper corner of the box, a trace of blood oozing from the scale armor made him feel extremely comfortable. The strong pain constantly stimulated Samael, making him can't help but roar and twist. His upper body uncontrollably turned into a human form, and the half-retreated snake molted to the ground. Branson heard Samael's screams and rushed over, surprised to see Samael's condition at this time. Animagus who failed to transform? Blood curse orcs? It's not like He was educated and knew many secrets of the wizarding world, but Samael had never seen this situation before. Samael didn't bother to deal with him, and at this time he felt that the bones in his body were shattering, more painful than when he first transformed into a snake. Seeing that Branson was actually touching the scales on his body, Samael gritted his teeth and pulled it out. At this time, the snake scales on his lower body suddenly exploded, and blood gushed out, supporting its remaining snake to pieces. The turquoise snake pupils emitted a dazzling light, although it looked miserable, but Samael, feeling much more relaxed at this time, breathed a sigh of relief, rested for a while, dried the sweat on his body and carefully looked at his changes. He only knew that the blue snake three-flower pupil could be born in the bloodline of people and snake people, but he had never heard of his situation. Looking at his own figure in the mirror of the room, his handsome face, his enchanting pupils, his robust posture, his thick and slender snake tail, it is like a combination of femininity and strength, contradictory and natural. After looking closely and looking at yourself in the mirror, you can produce a sense of confusion. Are you all right, Samael? Branson outside the door was almost gassed by him just now, but now he finally eased up, and asked Samael with concern when he entered the door. Looking at his appearance at this time, his eyes became obsessed. You're beautiful, Samael. Samael glared at him and pumped him away again. After Samael revealed the secret of the blood-cursed orc, Samael was also relieved to see that he was only deeply worried. The blood curse was known as the inferior creature of the wizarding world, and he was not even called a wizard, and he was actually worried that Branson would look down on him. Branson obviously guessed Samar's thoughts, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Do you think a werewolf despises a blood-cursed orc? Samael was stunned, and then relieved. The United States he did not know, but the British place werewolves are really miserable. Some extremists even advocate the elimination of werewolves. The identities of the two are one is a werewolf and the other is an orc, and there is quite an atmosphere that neither of us should dislike anyone. After Samael recovered his strength, his body continued to retreat forward, extremely flexible, both in speed and defense, much stronger than before, and even the nerve response was greatly improved. As soon as his mind moved, the snake tail slowly retreated and turned into legs again. Until then did he completely let go of his heart, for fear that he would not be able to change back. After returning to his human form, the symptoms of his snake transformation completely disappeared, except for the pupils. The looming scales on his body completely disappeared, but his skin was much paler than before, and even his height had grown a lot. Do you want to put on clothes and show off? Looking at Samael's naked body, Branson had to remind him of his current condition. Samael turned around indifferently, just ashamed of himself. Samael's changes were naturally seen by the Morgans. This kind of perverse change must be abnormal even in the wizarding world. Although they were worried, seeing that Branson and Samael both had calm expressions, they knew that he was not a big deal, so it was up to them to lie. Someone who claims to be a liar is simply full of loopholes in the eyes of his parents. Dear father, mother, Branson and I will not be back for dinner today. Samael thought of Percy's ceremony and said frankly, is there something going on? The two were very calm. Samael was mature and decisive, but whenever he opened his mouth, there must be something. Nothing, it's just that one of my seniors has received the highest medal in the wizarding world, and today is his award ceremony, and Branson and I have been invited. Your classmates? Received the highest medal in the wizarding world? You have to learn from others. Daniel was surprised that a student could receive such a high honor. Although he did not know the gold content of this medal, Merlin still knew, and in his opinion, it was similar to the Nobel Prize in the Muggle world. Samael pulled Branson away. Flying with bubbles was too tiring and time-consuming, thanks to the fact that he had placed a mirror in a secret place in Diagon Alley, which could be teleported through the mirror. For the first time, Branson felt that he had entered the mirror in this way, only to feel cold, and he had reached his destination in the blink of an eye. He envied Samael's peculiar ability. But it's not something he can learn if he wants to. As a green flame flashed, a figure pounced on Percy. Dear Percy, I want to kill you. Branson hugged Percy tightly, and Percy stiffened, responding not responding and not responding. The Weasleys on the side looked at the hugging duo with strange expressions. Honey, is this really our Percy? Mrs. Weasley looked awkwardly at her husband. It should be. Mr. Weasley replied a little stiffly, uncertainly. In his impression, Percy was the kind of person who was extremely decent and did not smile, and even the pure-blood etiquette of eating ashes in the family was learned by him. Good evening, Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley. Samael, who followed him, did not take care of Branson, who was the first to say hello to the Weasleys. He had long been familiar with this situation at school. Branson didn't like Percy's serious look, and often teased him in this way, and Percy was so busy that even his legitimate girlfriend Penelope was doubting the relationship between the two. Hello Samael, nice to meet you, Percy mentions you often. Mrs. Weasley gave him a warm hug. Samael was stunned. He was very resistant to this intimate contact, but he did not resist this hug. He could feel the gratitude that the embrace contained. In contrast, Mr. Weasley was undoubtedly much calmer, and very restrained, shook Samael's hand, quietly stopping Ginny from approaching. Samael pretended not to see it. He knew his reputation. Although there is no evidence, the patriarch of the pureblood family now knows that he was responsible for the nearly extinction of the Traverse family. Several people exchanged pleasantries for a moment and walked inside together. After tearing apart the two who were still selfless hugs, Samael was caught left and right by the Weasley twins. While Puppet Percy's real boyfriend and gossip boyfriend actually appeared at the same time. The two huddled around him in an exaggerated, comical way, and the red suit dress with the characteristic Weasley family red hair made them look like they were on fire. Samael rolled her eyes, not wanting to deal with them. Since Samael supported the two of them for 500 gallons in Percy's name, the two once thought that he and Percy had some hidden secret. And Percy and Branson's untimely embrace reminded them of their brother, and Ron intervened in Harry and Malfoy's love story. If your mind is still thinking about something rude, I will definitely make Percy stop supporting you. Looking at the two living treasures in contemplation, Samael couldn't help but threaten. Fred smiled and shook his head in denial. With that funding, their research made a big breakthrough, and Percy kept encouraging them to create in order to prevent losses, and said many kind things to his mother, which made their little life extremely comfortable. What? The award ceremony is over? Just as several people were advancing, Branson's surprised voice was heard not far away, and even Samael expressed surprise and looked at everyone in surprise. In fact, it did end, and the entire process of the award ceremony took less than 10 minutes except for Minister Fudge's endless self-recognition. Percy said awkwardly, "Could it be?" Samael thought about the Weasley situation in the Pure Blood and guessed. Not for that reason, in fact, since 1868, the ceremony of awarding the Merlin Medal has become a formality, and the real highlight is the dinner party afterwards, the exchange between various dignitaries, mutual friendship, and close relations. Percy said helplessly, "Has the British Ministry of Magic been overrun by power to this extent? Even awards of this magnitude have become sour." Branson said in shock and dissatisfaction. Mr. Weasley behind him was embarrassed. He was supposed to maintain the dignity of the ministry as an official of the Ministry of Magic, but he could not say anything to refute it, and he himself was extremely dissatisfied with this form, which was simply a stain on scholarship. The banquet begins. Mr. Weasley and his friend chatted with each other, with a smug look on their faces that was undisguised. Mrs. Weasley took her children to taste the food of the Ministry of Magic, and always supervised the Weasley twins who wanted to steal alcohol. The vicinity of Samael and Branson was like a spell had been cast, and no one wanted to come close. They also enjoyed the good wine of the Ministry of Magic, and by the way, enjoyed the jealous fire-breathing gaze of the Weasley twins. "Samael, you're here." With the sound of a voice, Draco, Theodore, Beverly, Derek and others came together. This small group instantly attracted everyone's attention. The heir of the Malfoy family, the eldest miss of the Crouch family, the son of the Knot family, and the grandson of the Newt family, the second generation of the wizarding world gathered around this bad breed of the Gaunt family. Everyone fell into deep thought. Such a scene was too familiar, and there were also noble followers around that person. Samael ignored the thoughts of the others and raised his glass to greet Lucius and the others. No matter what plans these old foxes had, it was worthy of respect without hindering his interaction with Draco and the others. Several people talked to each other, rarely did not drink much. Until the end of the banquet everyone did not drink a drink. The last time has become their psychological shadow. "Cole, you idiot, don't confront him head-on, you learned from Ilya, drill into his ears. Finn, pay attention to defense, play to your advantage, his strongest attack is just tickling you, what are you hiding from, reckless? Rebecca, do you understand what a side assault is? Sneak attack. Won't you shrink your body? Do you have pig manure in your head?" Samael watched the confrontation between the four little ones and Branson, and the anger on his face became more and more obvious. He would never allow the four little ones to fail to deal with wizards. These guys are like the three brothers in Zhen Huan's legend, they have long heads, but not brains. 60 meters, except for a few magical creatures such as dragons, phoenixes, and so on, most of the magical animals can be confronted head-on, even giants may not be unable to strangle. But they rely too much on their own bodies, blindly fight hard, and lack the ability to skillfully play their own role. As a result, Samael continues to train them to fight against different wizards, stimulating the genes of the top predators in their bloodlines, lurking, sneaking attacks, and doing everything. Branson is very good, has a strong spell casting ability, relies on weather spells and even walks at the level of a normal adult wizard. If he stimulates his werewolf advantage, his dodging and recovery abilities will be improved by several levels, making him an excellent sparring partner. The big four cooperated with each other, shuttling through the forest, sometimes getting bigger and sometimes shrinking, dodging Branson's attacks. They wanted to carry it hard, but the owner did not allow it. Branson's eyes were red, revealing sharp fangs and claws, and he was so fast that he almost left an afterimage. He did not dare to stop in the slightest, for fear that an inattentive person would be penetrated into his body by Ilya. "Rebecca, I hurt you in vain, you really can't bear to bite me?" While dodging, Branson criticized one of the big black pythons in a sad and angry tone. Rebecca tilted her head embarrassedly. Branson saw the right time, a vertical leap jumped on the branch, one after another thick lightning fell from the sky, the silver snake danced wildly, the dust flew, and the four giants wanted to move again, only feeling paralyzed. Branson gasped and leaned limply against the tree, his strongest blow, but it took too long to charge and could only find an opportunity to cast, and Rebecca gave him a great chance. "Humph." Samael looked at Rebecca angrily, not bothering to say anything more to her. He didn't even want to admit that this guy was so stupid. "Ely Asia Pacific is ruthless, and actually wants to drill into my body from that place." Branson stared at Ilya indignantly, pulling up a small tree with a thick wrist to hit. Unmoved, Ilya shrunk his body shyly and climbed Samael's neck. Samael just smiled and didn't speak, and he was satisfied with Ilya from the bottom of his heart, and this old Sixth's ordinary style was very much in his heart. He really didn't want to lose them in future battles, and he wanted them to have enough means to deal with wizards. "It's almost time, let's go directly to Diagon Alley or wait for uncles and aunts." It was only a few days before the start of school, and they had not yet prepared their things, and Branson was a little anxious. If he hadn't gone out and wandered, the owls delivering the letter would have been eaten by snakes. "No need to wait, let's go now." Samael thought about it and decided not to take them. He now has more and more eyes on his body, and it is imperative to reduce the appearance of his parents. And Diagon Alley today is not restless, and Papa Daniel will be involved. Samael, do you say that this year's defense against the dark arts professor is sick? How come the book list is all novels? Break with the female ghost? Can we really learn from it? Branson looked at the books on his book list and couldn't help but start complaining. Mine is Traveling with Ghouls, and I think this year's professor is probably this Jared Lockhart. Samael naturally knew that this professor was a parallel traitor this year, but he didn't care. These books were used as an after-dinner pastime, and the writing was quite good. Hey, Headmaster Dumbledore is really old. Branson sighed and shook his head. Samael didn't know if Dumbledore really didn't know that Lockhart was a parallel traitor, or if he wanted to take this opportunity to educate Harry so that he didn't immerse himself in the great fame of the Savior. The centenarian series of operations left him scratching his head. This year, he doesn't plan to ruin the original plot, and he can even release Buck to help Ziofu. Hiding behind the scenes is not a fun thing to be a pawn. The priority is to cooperate with Snape to solve the problem of the blood curse orcs. Everything else is not important. Just as the two were about to go to the bookstore, a noisy voice came into their ears. Fighting? Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley? Branson used his super hearing to be the first to understand the truth of the matter, pulling Samael to the front row. Daddy, kick his ass. Dad listens to me, buckle his eyes. The Weasley twins ignored Mrs. Weasley's warning eyes and kept cheering for their old father. Arthur obviously heard it, but ignored it, and struck Lucius in the abdomen with a heavy punch, and he took shelter. Lucius bent down in pain, and when Arthur approached, Lucius sneaked up on him. Mr. Weasley's painful face was deformed, and the two of them punched and I kicked, and the hit was quite hilarious. No wonder Draco is so yin, it turns out that he has the wind of a father. Samael muttered, and Branson beside him agreed, and he felt pain for Mr. Weasley. The two in the venue tacitly did not use magic, and judging from the information obtained by the melon-eating crowd next to them, this was not the first time that the two had fought, and even the Weasleys and Malfoy's families had no intention of intervening in this fight. Mrs. Weasley also only dissuaded Arthur on the edge of the battlefield and left some dignity in front of her children. Mrs. Malfoy even gracefully pulled her hair and disappeared directly to the edge of the battlefield. Everyone admired the fierce battle, and Ron's kid didn't know where to get out, rushed up and gave Draco a punch, directly killing him. Draco's eyes instantly turned blue, and it was obvious that the other party was extremely heavy. Draco reacted quickly. Samael's long combat training was obviously not in vain, and the reaction speed of the figure shift was beyond Ron's imagination. One left whip leg, one right kick, a set of consecutive strokes he fell directly to the ground. I'll let you sneak attack, so that you don't talk about martial virtue. Draco was puzzled and rode on Ron and punched him in a panda eye. The Weasley twins couldn't stand it, so they pulled the two apart. They wanted to sneak up on Draco, but seeing that he had the posture of pulling out his wand, they gave up. Click! The sound of photography sounded, and several people got up in an instant and regained their former decency, as if nothing had happened except for the scars on their faces. The melon-eating masses began to disperse. On September 1st, on the Hogwarts train, Samael held a newspaper and admired the majestic figures of Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. Draco, I have to say that your dad really has a set. Theodore smacked his lips and couldn't help but sigh. That's my Malfoy family's specialty. Draco was not ashamed, but instead snorted, and the few people who watched it were amazed. Saying that, he couldn't help but praise his glorious image when he beat up Ron. Everyone looked at the dark circles under his eyes that had not yet disappeared, and they all held back a smile. Percy became the president of the student council this year, and is calling a meeting of the prefects outside, otherwise he will have to beat him, and his unfavored brother is also a younger brother. Boom, boom, boom. A rapid glass knocking sound sounded, and several people raised their heads curiously. This carriage is considered their exclusive carriage, and even Slytherin students will not come, except for Blaise Zabinai, who didn't see it. Come in, Miss Granger. Looking at Hermione, who was eager outside the door, Samael waved his finger and the glass door opened automatically. Hermione's hair was still messy as ever, but it was softer than last semester. Ilia stretched her lower body and lay on Samael's neck, her snake head held high, staring at the girl in front of her. Even the little spicy strip woke up from his arm and looked at her curiously. Harry and Ron didn't get in the car. Can you help me find it? Hermione was a little nervous. The feeling that the two snakes gave her was too scary, even if they're beautiful. Sorry, I don't know, but it's not a big deal. If you don't catch the train, there should be a professor to pick them up, Samael said quietly. Well, thank you, Mr. Gaunt. Hermione didn't get the answer she wanted and left quickly. The atmosphere here was really not good. Samael, Broken didn't get in the car? Draco asked with a look of excitement. He had always been very positive. Well, you can look for it, Samael said absent-mindedly. Do you know where Potter is? After Draco left, several people looked at Samael curiously, and they were not stupid and naturally could see that something was wrong with Samael. Cedric, if you violate the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, do you think Hogwarts will save you? Samael ignored them and asked a question that had nothing to do with them. It depends. If I accidentally get muggles seeing me casting spells, my father can save me. If I deliberately expose the wizarding world, let alone Hogwarts, even the Ministry of Magic can't suppress it. Cedric thought for a moment and said decisively, "If you were Harry, do you think Hogwarts would protect him?" Several people fell into deep thought. Hogwarts can't keep it, but Headmaster Dumbledore can. Derek spoke at the right time. This law is familiar to his family, the old man and his family. Thinking of this, he regretted the stubble a little. Several people did not notice the change in him, but thought about what he said. Dumbledore's power was not the headmaster of Hogwarts, but the president of the International Federation of Wizards and the title of the greatest white wizard of our time. Samael, don't you like Harry? Derek wondered if he used Harry Potter as an example. It's not that you don't like it, but it's vigilant, and I advise you not to naively take the initiative to contact the Savior. Samael reminded everyone that he must let everyone recognize the gap between himself and the Savior, otherwise he will not know when he will become Dumbledore's pawn. I can tell you unequivocally that Harry Potter is in the sky. They missed the Hogwarts train and chose to ride in the Weasleys' flying car. Their actions have constituted a crime that exposes the wizarding world, and I bet Dumbledore will protect him. As soon as the words fell, everyone poked their heads out of the window, looking around at the figure of the Savior, looking at the blurry figure of the flying car, listening to the excited shouts of the two. Cedric frowned. Oh my God, Ron is farting in his head? If it were true as you say, Mr. Weasley would have been severely punished. Cedric looked at the car rocking in the distance and was surprised. Originally, Mr. Weasley's confiscation of dark arts items offended many pure-blood families during this time, and as a result, his son drove his own modified flying car to school. What is this called? Know the law and break the law. He even wondered if Ron was their own child, and the pit daddy was not such a pit method. Shall we cover it up for Percy? Branson gave Samael a look and proposed. Okay. Everyone knew Branson's achievements in weather spells and agreed with them. Branson waved his wand, and a thick mist began to pour out from the tip of his wand. The fierce wind swept and the thick fog rolled, completely covering the figure of the flying car. Several people saw the thunder flickering in the clouds, and they felt that something was wrong. Isn't it a cover-up? Why is there thunder? Where are you helping to cover up? It is clearly helping to teach a lesson. Look at what I do. The weather spell is like this. I don't believe you asked Samael. Moreover, the train is moving at high speed, and the flying car is flying faster, and it is not easy to do this. Branson couldn't stand the eyes of several people and said innocently, "Is that so?" Except for Derek, who was confused for a moment, the others would not believe a single letter. If it weren't for the screams of the two people on the flying car, they would have believed it. It is well known that the tin car can conduct electricity, and it is not surprising that the two were struck by lightning. But a constant howl like this is clearly not normal. This guy obviously controls the power of thunder in a precise range and allows thunder and lightning to torment them. Ron, what the hell is going on? In the car, Harry no longer had a spirited look. Not only his clothes were tattered, but even his hair stood up, almost having the 90% demeanor of a sharp brother, and the numbness that penetrated into his marrow reminded him of the last time he was struck by lightning. It must be Malfoy's bad species. I can't think of anyone else but him. Yesterday he had just offended Malfoy and was slashed by lightning. Ron didn't believe there were so many coincidences, and after being beaten home last time, Percy had mentioned to him that in addition to not being able to beat him head-on, Draco was very talented at making black hands. So apart from him, there can be no one else. Ron's tone was extremely firm, and he made up his mind to take revenge. Poor Draco once again carried the black pot for someone else. Ron desperately hopes that this journey to the limelight will end quickly. The feeling was so bad that he even felt like he had peed his pants. It's abominable that that guy actually drove a flying car to Hogwarts. Draco only discovered the truth of the matter the moment he got out of the car. His tone was indignant. Although he was condemning, it was not difficult to see that he was still envious. If you want to fly, you can let Samael take you with bubbles, just like pulling the wind. Seeing this, Theodore teased. I envy him? Are you kidding me? Draco kept asking as if he had heard some big joke. I'm leaning, is this going to fall into the water? Samael stared at the rickety car, and was about to see the figure of the beating willow, when the flying car actually fell straight towards the Black Lake, and the speed was unimaginable. Quick, stop the speed with shock absorption. Someone in the crowd began shouting and firing spells at the flying car. The car obviously has a good magic resistance attribute, and the spell falling only splashes a little spark, and it does not have any effect. Ron didn't know if he was too flustered or for some other reason. He stepped on the brakes, and the car rushed even more frantically towards the lake like crazy. Samael noticed that Percy on the side was livid, gritting his teeth and looking at the two people in the car. Unconsciously floated, and the surging magic fluctuations around him surged wildly. A huge repulsion suddenly emerged, swooping forward with an unstoppable trend. The entire surface of the Black Lake seemed to have been plowed, and the huge impact knocked the car out, and the door was almost blown off. Samael vaguely saw the car crash into Professor Sprout's beloved beater Willow. The little wizards on the lake who had not yet enrolled in school watched the scene in amazement, and they all inquired about Percy's name. Draco looked at Percy, who landed and swallowed unconsciously. It's terrifying, it's a rhythm to scare people. Flotation charm, armor protection, shock absorption and stoppage, obstacles. Has Percy's research on spells reached the point where it has been completed? Branson said in surprise. This is not simply a spell splicing, but it requires a spell to be completely eaten, broken and kneaded, and refused in terms of the magic pattern circuit. Percy is a genius in his own right, and now he is in the stage of rapid growth of magic power. It is not surprising that he has this power. Samael was very calm. He explained the concept of Shinra heavenly sign to Percy, and he could not imagine that it had been developed to this extent. The banquet hall, passing Percy's exit, everyone except the young wizard who had just entered the school turned their attention to Harry. The latest news report from the Daily Prophet reports that a flying magical car is exposed to the sight of dozens of muggles, and the wizarding world will be made public. Such a big thing, these two goods were actually not fired? Everyone thought it was incredible. Derek and the others thought of Samael's words, and Gunga decided to stay away from the savior. No one wanted to get themselves into trouble. However, the group of Gryffindors was unexpectedly excited, feeling that this was an honorable and exciting thing. Both of them were about to become Gryffindor heroes, seeing that the two were not very interested, and constantly cheered on the decadent two, which gave them great comfort. The little prince of the explosion, Seamus, even threatened to emulate next semester. There were exceptions, of course, and both Percy and the Weasley twins and Ginny, who had just entered school, were staring at Ron deadly, knowing exactly what this meant to their father. Ron, idiot, doesn't he know that this might put Dad out of work? Looking at Ron, who had regained his composure in the crowd and began to show off his heroic performance, Fred gritted his teeth and said, with his brain, which is not much bigger than a troll, he obviously doesn't realize it. George looked at his only brother with the same eyes as if he were a fool, and couldn't help but start complaining. Ginny, sit down with your classmates, it's good for you to make new friends. Percy gave the two a look and sent away his lovely sister with a comforting look. These bad things should not disturb my sister's interest in starting school. The Weasleys were undoubtedly a favorite of Ginny, from wands to magic robes to various study utensils. Especially Percy and Gemini have money in their hands this year, and naturally they will not lose their only sister. As for Ron, belch, forget it. How could the Weasleys have such idiots? On the long table in Slytherin, looking at Ron, who was dancing like a clown, Draco wondered. Don't look down on the Weasley family in his mouth, but he still agrees with it in his heart. How to say that? Those who know you best are often your enemies. Although Bill and Charlie have graduated, they have nothing to say about their grades or abilities. One is keen on the exploration of mystery and the other is keen on the study of fire dragons. Not to mention Percy, as a member of the same organization, Draco knew Percy's excellence better than anyone else. George and Fred don't have much contact and sometimes play pranks on him, but he knows that the two have their own pursuits and are willing to work hard for them. The new clothes and materials they bought this year were not taken from the money Samael gave him, but the profits generated by creating and selling them themselves, and their business acumen was quite flexible. And although I don't want to admit it, the two of them have a very good relationship in Gryffindor. Although Ginny, the little girl, has only just entered school, his intuition tells him that this little girl is not simple. Only Ron made him really scratch his head, arrogant, reckless, stupid, and all the Gryffindor inferiors in one. Maybe it's inferiority. Samael swallowed the steak in his mouth and said lightly, attracting everyone's attention. He didn't have the wisdom of Bill and Charlie, nor the talent of Percy, nor the popularity of George and Fred, and if he was the last child of the Weasley family, he might have shared some of his brother's love. Unfortunately, he was not, and the year after the birth the Weasleys had a little princess, so that he became more and more transparent. He may crave attention, he may crave glory, but he has no ability to match. Didn't you find out? So far, when people mention Ron, their first impression is that of Harry, the savior, which may be why he followed in Harry's footsteps. Samael rarely said so much, but it was all from his heart, and the character of Ron seemed very contradictory to him. He may have many advantages, but the jealousy that Harry showed at the Triwizard Tournament in his fourth year made him really not like this character. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, and only this reason can be explained. I heard Percy say that Gemini mischievously hung Ron on the roof, and the next day the family found out that there was one less child, and he was indeed quite unfavored. Theodore spoke what he knew. A family can't always be elite, and it's not surprising that one or two are pulling back. Samael reordered a steak and said honestly. Hogwarts was still so silent late at night, provided that the sound of snoring in the portrait was eliminated. Samael walked down the silent corridor, his green snake pupils emitting an eerie light. Behind the four giants, the little spicy strip crawled, from time to time standing up the head of the snake to report the situation. The scene was indescribably strange. What could be more exciting than herding snakes at Hogwarts? And if it weren't for the fear of scaring the wild mandarin ducks who had trysts, he would have released thousands of black mambas in his pupils. Samael's hearing was sensitive, and after hearing the movement ahead, the snake pupils distorted the space and put them away. A cat that looked indescribable appeared in his line of sight. "Long time no see, Lady Loris." Samael was not frightened by her thin figure, and naturally took her into his arms, and Lady Loris struggled symbolically for a moment, then was conquered by his skillful technique and turned her belly. Samael sat on the steps and combed through the knotted hairs layer by layer. A clean-up and a new hair directly changed her appearance. "Didn't Mr. Filch take good care of you? Come, drink this." Samael pulled a tube of nutritional reagents from her bag and poured it into her mouth. Lady Loris did not feel malice or even struggle. After rubbing Samael's chin affectionately, the fluffy hair disappeared with a puff of smoke, and the fluffy appearance was like a little lion. Samael shook his head and continued walking, but did not release the cuties again. Bang! With a loud bang, Professor Snape's lounge door was suddenly kicked open, and the force was so strong that it almost alarmed Filch, who was still patrolling. "Good evening, dear Professor." Samael bowed politely, and the moonlight shone on his white broken hair, setting him off with gentleness. Charming smile, elegant etiquette, everything is so natural. Snape had a black face and black pajamas, and casually waved the door back shut. "Put away your disgusting tone." Snape gritted his teeth. Samael smiled, his figure began to become distorted, a trace of pain appeared on his face, and a snow-white poisonous python suddenly appeared in place, staring at Snape with a fierce face, sharp fangs flashing with cyanite. The poisonous python kept swimming around Snape, and the rustle of scales rubbing against the ground, combined with his cruel gaze, made Snape tighten his wand in his hand. The poisonous python twisted wildly, the scales on the snake's head began to stretch and break, and the upper body changed back to Samael's appearance. "Professor, good evening." Samael remained in the form of a snake tail and greeted Snape weakly. The skin and scales have a warm glow, strong ABS, slender snake tail, feminine and masculine in one. Snape observed for a moment and said with a solemn expression, "When was this?" "During the holidays, I started molting, and after one molt it became like this." Samael said truthfully. "Professor, does this mean that I can break this curse with a few more molts?" There was a little more hope in Samael's voice. "What stupid thing to say, an owl in your head." Snape ruthlessly extinguished Samael's illusions. With a wave of his wand, Samael felt like he was fluttering, like he had been hit by a Soul Reaper curse. Samael observed his illusory body, and looking back, Snape was constantly releasing various spells on his body. As soon as he wanted to say something, he felt a terrifying suction coming from his body and sucking him back. "Are you studying taboos?" Samael was shocked and said in horror. Soul and time are taboo areas in the entire wizarding world, and no one except a few silent people in the Ministry of Magic can participate in research. If your brain hasn't been eaten by a dog, you should remember that your head of house is a contemporary potions master and the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin of the second class, and can apply with the Ministry of Magic for such subjects. Snape looked at Samael indignantly. Other people's students were proud of being professors, and as a result, their own students did not even know what he had achieved. "A professor, you continued," Samael sneered. He really forgot about this stubble. The curse of the blood curse orcs first appeared in black magic in Africa, which seems to come from the bloodline, but in fact it acts directly in your soul. A serpent soul will appear in your soul, and when the serpent soul completely devours your own soul, your serpentine transformation will become irreversible, and you will be a beast with human intelligence. Snape didn't want to deal with him and answered patiently. "Originally, my plan was to completely extract the snake soul by soul cutting, but I don't know where a force came out of it, and your soul has grown a lot. Now your instinct is to devour that snake, and when you completely devour the snake soul, you will completely turn into a monster with a human snake tail." Snape said solemnly, seeing Samael pondering, took out the needle and began to draw his blood. Samael was sure that this power must come from the spiritual energy given by the blue snake Sanhua pupil, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This white power not only did not solve the urgent need, but also aggravated his own situation. While thinking, he quietly dodged the second tube of syringe, and by the way, he gave Snape a big white eye, and he could study it a little, and he really thought he was a guinea pig. "Professor, do you have any other way?" Samael felt that he was handsome enough before, whether it was in the form of a snake or a human snake tail, he did not want it. "No, now you and the snake soul have initially fused," Snape said helplessly. "Professor, does the anamorphous bodily transfiguration involve a soul?" Samael pondered for a moment and spoke. His current soul is equivalent to a serpentine tumor, and if Animagus is a new body deformed in his body, he can completely put the soul tumor into a completely new body. It is equivalent to the birth of a doppelganger under his control in the body. Snape's eyes lit up, and he pulled Samael to draw blood and scale again, and even asked for a part of Samael's snakeskin, constantly experimenting. "If it can be done, it will absolutely shock the entire wizarding world." Snape touched the sweat on his head, arranged the bottles and cans neatly, and said with a sigh. Samael's face could not hide the smile. This situation was dramatic. Before he could say anything, a huge force came. Samael felt that all space was regressing. When he came back to his senses, he had already been thrown out of the lounge. Samael was helpless, shook his head, and could only leave. Since Samael had a direction, he became more and more interested in the study of transfiguration. The second-year transfiguration course is not difficult, and the entire semester revolves around living things turning into dead things, magical nature transformation, and magic secondary transformation. Samael had mastered these lessons as early as last year, and touching poor Baba's pleading Ilya, Samael's expression did not change at all. That honor belonged to Cole last year, and this year it's his turn. With just a snap of his fingers, Ilya turned into a crystal cup that emitted a pale blue light. The whole process went smoothly, and there were no snake marks left on the cup. Samael, how did you do it? How did my method not work? Draco on the side said pitifully. Young master, is it true that your Malfoy family is a god in the wizarding world? The method Samael taught you last year is to make you clear your determination to transform your goals, and that doesn't mean you can cast spells with that arrogant theory without learning magic theory. Beverly looked at Draco speechlessly and said mercilessly. The others nodded in disbelief. Transfiguration is a fairly rigorous subject. Last year's course was relatively simple, and this guy started with I'm the heir of the great Malfoy family, I order you to change for me, hard to last a semester. This year is different, whether it is material analysis or magic deformation, it is quite boring, and he can't mix it if he wants to. Subtle transfiguration, Mr. Gaunt, Slytherin plus 5 points. Professor McGonagall looked at Samael's transformation results excitedly and couldn't help but exclaim. She is discerning, compared to other people's pets. The snake in Samael's hand is a real magical creature, and the biological magical substance transformation involved in it is something that will only be involved in the 4th grade. Samael, you can always surprise me, but if you want to save yourself from your homework, you need to do better. Professor McGonagall, in a rare way, did not call him by his last name, but inspired him in this inexplicable way. Of course, Professor. In any case, not writing homework is still very tempting for him. Samael waved his wand, and the crystal cup suddenly turned into a huge raven, dark feathers, smart eyes, and couldn't stop looking at Professor McGonagall. Samael gave a look, the raven flew in the air, made a harsh and ugly call, hit the wall, merged into the wall, and in the blink of an eye appeared at the foot of the wall, turning into a hideous-looking lizard. The lizard comically twists its body in an attempt to dispel Samael's remaining magical aura. Have you learned elemental shape-shifting? Professor McGonagall expressed being shocked that this student's metamorphosis talent was so strong that it surpassed any student she had taught. It's just a preliminary dabbling, not an in-depth study. Samael said modestly, quietly accepting the invitation that Professor McGonagall secretly handed over. He had long known that the study club formed by the Hogwarts professors was a kind of intensive preparatory class, and the content described in it was far beyond the actual learning progress, and the content explained was extremely profound, which was definitely suitable for him. Samael began looking forward to it last year, and this is the first time he has received an invitation. Professor McGonagall is an extremely decent professor, who must be evenly exposed in the classroom, and even if Samael does a good job, he has to monitor the progress of other students. Samael put away the invitation and seriously taught Draco's transfiguration, and he was undoubtedly the worst of the group. Fortunately, the people in the small group were not slow to learn, and under Samael's guidance, they successively transformed successfully, and Professor McGonagall did not skimp on them, adding points for them, although not much, but enough to make Gryffindor students envious. Harry, aren't you and Samael friends? Why not ask him for advice? On the Gryffindor side, Hermione looked at the two living treasures speechlessly, and couldn't help but ask. As a top student, she naturally succeeded, but the two in front of her are purely untalented, and she has been very careful in guidance, but there is no progress. Ron was okay, although the quilt was still struggling, but it was in the shape of a cup. But what was going on with Harry? The owl didn't move at all. I heard that Harry's father has a great talent for transformation. Why didn't he follow his father at all? Hermione couldn't figure it out. In fact, we haven't spoken for a while. Harry waved his wand while looking at Samael with his afterlight, and said in disappointment. Just now, Samael's skillful operation could make him envious. Are all peers, he is still a famous savior, even if there is a gap, it should not be so big. Why, Ron, who was seriously waving his wand on the side, but his mind came to such a sentence, and he regretted it after asking. Harry looked at him strangely. For what reason you don't know? Last year, Ron spared no effort to discredit Slytherin, and he had no good feelings for Samael, constantly guiding him to become a dark wizard in the future and encouraging him to stay away. Harry was a little uncomfortable at first, as if he was his toy, but then he listened more, and some ideas subtly affected him. Go try it, didn't you still live in his house last year? He won't ignore you. Hermione saw that the Slytherin was a little red-eyed, and encouraged Harry to go and ask for advice. Maybe Samael really had some convenient way. Harry hesitated a little, but decisively stepped forward to ask for advice. He was the savior, and he wanted to get glory for Gryffindor. Samael, can you guide me? Harry asked softly as he looked at Malfoy with a bad face. Samael glanced at Professor McGonagall, who was correcting Seamus's technique, and could only say something against his will. Of course, Draco was going crazy. Obviously he came first, he had not yet succeeded in this group, and he was even more angry at this time. Fortunately, Theodore on the side pulled him tightly. Harry first practiced the casting process in front of Samael, and if it weren't for the slight magical light, Samael even thought Harry was teasing him, and Hedwig wouldn't have changed at all. Even Draco could deform 8 or 9, and Harry was so much worse. Draco taunted mercilessly, "Brot, are you showing us how to kill an owl with an illumination spell?" Harry wanted to get angry, but he held back, frowned, and looked at Samael expectantly. "Harry, your transfiguration talent is not bad. There is a problem with your foundation. I suggest you read more of the 3rd chapter of the primary transfiguration and the 9th and 10th chapters. Transfiguration at this stage is a bit complicated for you." Samael shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Harry to fall so much. Last year, Harry had been playing blindly and putting most of his energy into Quidditch matches, but that wasn't an excuse. Draco also had Quidditch training, but would practice magic harder afterwards, for fear of being left behind. Harry sat back in his seat a little disappointed, no worse than anyone else in Draco, and made up his mind to work harder. However, how long this determination will last is unknown. At noon at Hogwarts, Samael and they were sitting at the long Ravenclaw table as always, which had become their base. "I can't imagine that you can still buy such a thing as a roaring letter." Looking at Ron, who was ravaged by the yelling letter, Theodore removed the protective cover from his ear and looked at Samael suspiciously. "Since the Traverse family was nearly extinct, this thing has become an untradeable commodity. Maybe it's a stock at home." Samael couldn't stand the strange eyes of everyone and said casually, "By the way, Samael, how many invitations did you receive?" Theodore saw that Samael didn't want to say more, so he could only tear off the topic. "2, one from the Transfiguration Club and one from the Charms Club." Samael replied nonchalantly, the invitations to both courses expected from him. "How many of you write?" "Only one." Theodore was a little frustrated. Although his transfiguration level was okay, it was only okay, and he was still a little far from the level of strengthening classes. "I can't believe that Beverly actually has 2 letters, and she has also received an invitation from the Potions Club." Blaise, the gossip king of Slytherin, ran over and said in surprise, "Potions Club." Even Samael was more puzzled, did not see that the silly girl had this talent. Snape was so strict about the club's selection of members that Samael almost thought that no one would join this year. "I know this, I heard that she is now secretly brewing wolf poison potions in the bedroom," Theodore said invitingly. Samael wondered, is it all so rolled now? 2nd grade boiling wolf poison potion? And no, how do you know? Can boys enter the girls' dormitory at will? Samael was puzzled. "By the way, what about Draco?" Samael looked around and found no trace of Draco, slightly unaccustomed. "I'm locked up," Blaise gloated. Samael wondered, confinement? "Why, I don't know what kind of wind to smoke. I have to go to Potter to duel." Potter did not agree to him and used a little trick, and now Potter is still lying in the school hospital. "Don't you see, the pus on his face and his emerald green eyes are like a toad, and the scene is extremely spectacular." Blaise was happy. He couldn't see Draco well, but he didn't like Potter even more. What shit savior? "Can we Slytherin carry the bull?" Everyone looked down at Samael and began to eat, for reasons they probably guessed. "The Transfiguration class is jealous. I can't believe that this guy is actually our defense against the dark arts professor." Looking at the selfies hanging all over the wall, Draco grumbled as he ate. The punishment of confinement caused him to miss lunch, but Samael left some for him. The current defense against the dark arts classroom is brightly colored and colorful, and people who don't know think what kind of theater stage this is. Everyone nodded in understanding, expressing their displeasure with the new professor. Beverly glared at them, feeling that they were jealous of Professor Lockhart's intelligence and appearance. On this topic, she angrily rebuked everyone many times on the grounds of lack of taste. There is no point in arguing with this kind of love brain, and everyone, led by Samael, collectively sent her a big white eye. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Sir Merlin, 3rd-class medalist, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League. Lockhart began a series of speeches as soon as he entered the door. Is there an idiot award in the wizarding world like the Most Charming Smile Award? How boring this is. Samael looked at the flower peacock who claimed to have never been ostentatious, and endless words of complaining came to mind. Samael focused for a moment and threw all his thoughts into the story. It should be said that this guy's writing is really good, and the portrayal of details in it is fascinating. Samael can even detect the dry goods contained in the story and read it more seriously. Only when I heard the flower peacock talk about the extremely dangerous magical creature, I couldn't help but glance up. Cornwallshire leprechauns are just chicken feathers. This thing is playing pranks most of the time, not strong, but very hot-tempered. After watching these little things out of the cage, the panicked expression of the flower peacock, Samael was too lazy to complain. What hairstyle do you want when fighting, and what about your wand? Do you want water to be like this? So much so that Samael was not surprised at all when he fled in embarrassment. The leprechaun waved its nimble wings, swayed left and right in the sky, wreaked havoc on the furnishings in the classroom, and even pounced on the little wizards to tear their clothes, which was extremely bad. On the Slytherin side, due to the fierce aura of Ilya wrapped around Samael's arm, he was not harassed for the time being. Gryffindor's side was miserable. Not only the books were torn apart, but Neville Longbottom was also hanged. The sound of running and roaring sounded, and the wand was like an ornament on them. The goblins had a lot of fun and gradually turned their attention to the Slytherin side. Although that breath made them fearful, they found that there was no reaction under the temptation, and their courage also became bigger. It's a pity that they picked the wrong opponent. The members of the Slytherin organization have been trained by Samael to be full of love and have extremely fast nerve responses. Armor protection. Draco held up an oval shield to protect everyone and looked proudly at the Gryffindor students. These little blue things, like a child with a bad personality, constantly hit the shield, and even scratched the shield with sharp claws, making a piercing sound. Samael frowned, slightly upset. Theodore on the side waved his wand, and a thick thorn grew from behind him. The thorns intertwined and turned into a hideous tree of thorns, and the huge canopy enveloped the Slytherin crowd, piercing Draco's fragile shield. The goblins were about to sneak up on them through the gap when blue flames began to burn from the thorn tree. It was obviously a flame, but they couldn't feel any temperature, and if they hadn't seen those goblins turn into flying ash in the flames, they wouldn't even have noticed the danger. The pitch-black tree trunk, the sharp long thorns, and the flames of the orchid, this scene feels mysterious no matter how you look at it. Compress the flame? Cold fire? Is this the fruit of your holiday? Samael's palm was close to the body of the tree trunk, carefully sensing the magic changes in it, and said in surprise. Seeing Samael's expression, Theodore nodded proudly. Waving his wand harder and harder, the thorns with blue flames grew wildly, annihilating all the goblins. Seeing that the class could not be attended, Samael had no choice but to leave with the Slytherin students. Of course, he did not forget to take the flame thorn away, and it would not be good to hurt the little wizard. Only the Gryffindor people who looked at each other were left. At this moment, they deeply understood what a gap is. Samael sat alone in the assembly room, observing the growth trend of blood orchids. Looking at the densely packed bloodland Samael like a wall of flames, he was overjoyed, and after praising a runny snake, he took out 2 complete deer corpses from his pocket and gave him a week's-long vacation. By the way, the whole holiday is nestled in a small secret room, just drinking nutritional medicine, and it is time to give it a small vacation. So he was put back into the forbidden forest through the mirror. Looking at the fleeing figure, Samael felt that he was a very qualified capitalist. It's just that the small secret room has to be expanded a little later, otherwise you won't be able to put down the runny snake that has grown in size. After everyone arrived, the meeting officially began. Without the runny snake, the conference room is particularly empty. Looking at the people lying on their sides, lying on their stomachs, and secretly picking flowers, I felt very tired. Samael focused on the kid Derek. After class, this guy mysteriously told him to surprise him. I'll be surprised and look at it later, let you see my results first. Derek was a little unnatural by Samael's gaze and took out a suitcase from behind him. I saw several huge spider legs sticking out of the box. Samael felt tight, and Branson, who was dozing on the side, instantly got goosebumps. 8-eyed giant spider? Is it ripe? Looking at the several large spiders occupying the entire conference room, Draco and the others tightened their wands in their hands. Not to mention the ability, this thing looks really bad, so Derek treats them as treasures. Dang dang dang, pretty. Derek happily showed off to everyone. You have mastered their soul talismans, Samael asked in surprise. The soul rune is similar to the soul enslavement of fantasy novels, extracting a part of the soul and controlling it in the hand, reaching 100% control of magical creatures. Otherwise, even an 8-eyed giant spider in captivity would not be able to be indifferent after seeing the little wizard. Know that the favorite food of this race is wizards. This is the result of my research on a vacation, but it involves the soul aspect. Please help me keep it secret. Derek introduced to everyone without heart or lungs. So what was the surprise you said? The success of the soul talisman was already beyond his expectations, and he was curious about what the real surprise was. Dang dang dang, the familiar tone sounded again, but this time everyone was no longer as simple as goosebumps. One by one, holding wands, even Samael made a defensive posture. The temperature plummeted, and the entire lounge suddenly fell into a state of ice. A layer of frost was visible to the naked eye on the blood orchid. Derek, Cedric roared, which made the obsessed Derek come to his senses and stuff the thing back into the box. You actually play Dementors? You actually brought this thing to school? Percy was quite shocked. Is this still a normal second grader? Tell me about your plans. Samael was also relieved. It was really scary just now. The patroness curse he would not, and even he couldn't withstand being attacked by this thing in a hurry. Sorry, except for the spell, I can only say that the other courses are decent. There is no too outstanding place. I want to become the royal beast master who waves 10,000 beasts in your mouth, and this is my choice. Derek expressed it quite clearly. Looking at the rapidly improving companions, it is fake without blushing, and he wants to magnify his achievements in fantastic beasts infinitely. Dementors and eight-eyed giant spiders were his initial choices, with high damage, simple breeding, and fast reproduction speed, which were the most suitable for him. Moreover, his father is developing a special spiritual potion for him as a ration for the Dementors. Whether it is daily diet or reproduction, he does not have to worry about it. Since you have decided, I will definitely support you. If you have any needs, please pay attention to your own safety. Samael could already imagine Derek waving his hand, and the Dementors and the eight-eyed giant spider overwhelmed the sky. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Cedric hesitated, and the others nodded in agreement. They all knew about Samael's connivance with Derek, but they didn't expect to condone it. But at this point, it was a Dementor, and it would die if he was not careful. I believe this is a decision that Derek was confident enough to make, and as friends we should support him. Samael's voice is firm, and it represents his attitude. Everyone hesitated, but it was difficult to say anything more. The meeting that followed was fairly simple, and both Draco and Theodore had their own direction of improvement, so he didn't have to worry about it. Branson is also improving in an orderly manner. When it was Cedric's turn, his tone was full of confidence. My thesis has been completed and is now available to Professor Sprout for review. Cedric was probably the most promising of them to receive the second Merlin medal, originally researching the reproduction of ancient natural magic through growth spells. As a result, Morino Hitomi completely allowed him to obtain the inheritance of natural magic, which is equivalent to giving him a reference answer, the kind with steps, in advance, which is also a replica. The original version is available. When he arrived at Percy, he was very confused, and Percy smiled bitterly. The award of the Merlin medal has taken me a big step towards success, and I don't even know what I should do now. Don't pin your accomplishments to a certain position. You should continue to build your network, and academic education is the fastest shortcut. Samael said mysteriously. What should I do? Percy acted rather urgently. Merlin has only opened a door for you, and your advantage is that you are still a Hogwarts student. No parent can refuse the temptation for their child to be the next you. Imagine if you put together your study notes, put together this year's exam papers, and marked the key points and correct answers. Trust me, it would definitely be the best-selling supplementary textbook of the year. Looking at Samael, Percy's eyes had a little more light. He was not stupid, and quickly thought of Samael's intentions. The receipt of the Merlin order may not allow him to break the Weasley dilemma on his career. This method can not only accumulate a large number of public voices for him, but also make him a lot of money. Samael didn't say anything more. They were all smart people, there was no need to emphasize it repeatedly. Cedric's eyes on the side also lit up. Although he did not follow the path of business, this method was also conducive to his achievements in herbal medicine. I couldn't help but sigh. Samael, it's a pity that you are not a politician. Samael shook his head with a smile. How easy it is to be a person in power. As time passed, Hogwarts was actually quite a pleasant place, except for the occasional movement in Slytherin and Gryffindor. Samael either practiced magic or learned various theories every day, and his small life was quite leisurely. He has no intention of participating in the dispute between the two academies, but he is also happy to watch the excitement, and there is nothing wrong with being a crowd who eats melons on the front line. Among them, Harry and Draco's love is the most noteworthy. The two hate because of love. Today I will give you a spell, tomorrow I will put you in a sack. Come and go is not lively, but pity the scores of the two houses all the way down. Samael did not favor Draco, did not embarrass Harry, and his friendship with him remained passable on face. The afternoon sun is warm and can shine in people's hearts. Samael lay leisurely on the lawn of the Quidditch pitch, and below him was Cole, who was constantly wriggling in a snake bed. When it comes to the massage technique, it is Cole's cute that is the most exquisite. The strength is not light or heavy, just right. This weird scene Hogwarts students have seen. No wonder some bold seniors will take advantage of Samael's sleep to secretly stroke Cole. Smooth scales, Cole touch, coupled with the appearance of resistance, it is indeed very attractive. Of course, whether it is to touch Cole or to peek at the peerless face of the junior is still up for debate. Samael opened his sleepy eyes and faintly heard the Slytherin troll captain arguing with the Gryffindor team, mixed with Draco's arrogant voice. It's already a great honor to let someone of your dirty blood come to Hogwarts to study. You actually dare. Looking at Draco's arrogant expression and the aggrieved Hermione, Ron really couldn't hold back, and waved his wand to give him a hard blow. As a result, the broken wand directly caused the spell to return fire, and a thick magical light directly hit him, knocking him out. The slippery, sticky slug spat out of his mouth, and except for Harry and Hermione, the rest hid far away. Even his own brother Weasley twins had a look of disgust. The three fled in embarrassment, apparently to Hagrid's cabin. Do you think Muggle blood is low? Dang! Asked Samael calmly as he looked at Draco, who was still boasting. Sorry Samael, I didn't mean that, I swear. Draco, who was about to answer, quickly apologized after seeing Samael, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. No one in Slytherin knew that Samael was raised by a Muggle couple, and even a consanguine would not say it to Samael's face. Let's go, beat me, I don't blame me in the past. Samael's face was calm, and he walked towards the forbidden forest without looking back. Samael, Draco really didn't mean that. Watching the lively Theodore anxious explanation, he was happy to see Draco ugly, but it didn't mean that he wanted to see the two break up. You two, beat me. Samael's tone was firm, a cold breath came out of his body, and there was an irresistible power in his words. Theodore had no choice but to tremble and follow Samael. Samael wasn't actually that angry, and the dissent discrimination in Draco's words seemed to him to be an extremely dangerous signal, and even if there were members of the four houses of the society, it could not deny the fact that they were all pure-blood wizards. People are terrible, even if he doesn't care, but does Dumbledore really not care? The reason why he brought Theodore was only for fear of breaking Draco. Samael waved his wand, and a huge water dragon rushed out from the tip of his wand. The water escape art had greatly inspired his elemental transformation. If he didn't take the initiative to make a move, these two people would definitely not dare to start first, which was the conclusion reached by several people after countless exercises. The reaction of the two was naturally not slow, and they easily dodged the first attack. However, Samael was deliberately embarrassed, and the water dragon turned around and knocked Draco out. Don't look at the water, but the power is not weaker than being hit by a car. Draco, hurry up. Flocks of birds. Theodore knew that he was no match for Samael, and only hoped to use this spell to draw Samael's attention, and the dense peregrine falcon was summoned. Peregrine falcons are extremely fast, reaching speeds of up to 100 meters per second, and even Samael summoning ravens in the same way as a dish. Samael's right hand cast a transparent circular shield to firmly protect him. No matter how the peregrine falcon impacted, he could not break through, and his left hand summoned a large amount of water, condensed into a water snake, and the dragon snake danced, sniping Theodore together. Draco frowned. At least he broke 2 ribs at the beginning, and cold sweat couldn't stop coming out. This time it was much more ruthless than when he was training. Life and plunder. Draco's hand was propped up on a tree, and a strange suction force came from his palm, and the tree several meters tall began to wither and decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge vitality filled the whole body, and the broken ribs were instantly restored. A strange puppet appeared beside him, and Draco spoke solemnly. Samael, I'm going to be serious. Samael ignored him and concentrated on Theodore, as strange thorn trees pierced the curtain of water and struck him, and light blue flames burned on the surface of the water. Draco stared at Samael, chanting strange incantations, and the puppets looked more and more like Samael. Draco waved his wand, and a blade of light hit the puppet's arm. Samael's arm instantly cut a deep ravine, blood splattered, and he almost threw his wand out in pain. Melos voodoo? Draco, I have to say that you gave me a big surprise. Draco didn't stop, waving his wand even more frantically. Samael's face was ecstatic, and he let go of his wand with his left hand, stretched out his hand to the side of the tree, and sucked the vitality of the entire tree away in the same way. The process is even more violent. The trees turn to powder under the breeze, and the wounds on the body are instantly healed every time they appear. Samael's left hand was slightly raised, and a terrifying blasting spell instantly shattered Theodore's thorn tree. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the huge water flow formed a terrifying shock wave to extinguish all the flames. Theodore was also the first to faint under this terrifying power. Theodore was out in an instant. Use my technique against me. I have to say that you are naive. Samael smiled maniacally, shining brightly, chanting the same syllables as Draco. The blade of light wielded by Draco never landed on the puppet. Draco was a little flustered, looking at Theodore, who was defeated in an instant, and a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Samael's radiance faded. A strong curse backlash appeared on Draco's body. Dense wounds appeared on his body, especially on his arms, blood splattered, and Draco was seriously injured, sitting weakly on the grass. Samael, you heal me. In the forbidden forest, Draco was like a fart, tugging at the corners of his clothes, and behind him was Theodore, who was already unconscious. Looking at his bloody appearance, it smelled a little pitiful. Samael had no choice but to take out the healing potion and Bicien that he had with him, although he could not fully recover, but at least the bleeding stopped. Madame Pomfrey is also very hard, you help me heal. Draco looked at the hideous blood marks on his body like centipedes crawling over and pleaded again. What stupid thing are you saying? The spell tempering still needs a long time to treat, not to mention that your curse is back. I haven't studied the curse yet. Obediently go to the university hospital for good treatment. Samael looked at the goods speechlessly. He clearly forbade the goods to study this magic, but he still did not prevent it. However, looking at this situation, this gang is still very good at using it, and it has not been eroded by black magic evil ideas. But it's time to learn the patroness charm, whether it's to deal with next semester's dementors or to keep everyone steadfast and kind. Otherwise, with the urine nature of this group of guys, sooner or later you will have to go to Azkaban for further study. Today's events are a lesson, don't let me hear such remarks again. Samael looked serious. Do I need to go to Granger and apologize? Draco was dazed. He was good at fighting, he had no experience in apologizing, and he was still a girl. You see it yourself, you don't care about the others, Hagrid, you don't care." They all knew that the three had ended up going to Hagrid's cabin, which meant that his words had already been known to Hagrid. After a semester of getting along last year, they often exchanged experiences in dragon breeding, and what cool materials Hagrid obtained in the Forbidden Forest would also be given to Draco, and the two had developed a deep friendship. "Hey, let's go and explain it to Hagrid." For the first time, Draco kind of hated his mouth. At night, Samael traveled as usual at night, stepping on the reflection cast by the moonlight, in a very happy mood, followed by Rebecca. The little spicy strips were also hidden behind his neck, constantly swallowing snake letters, and by now, hurting snakes has become one of his few pleasures. "Tear. Kill you. Kill you. The time has come." A staccato hoarse sound continued to come from behind the wall, and an inexplicable smile hung at the corner of Samael's mouth. "Has it finally started? Xiao Fu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Since returning to Hogwarts, Samael has put Buck back in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, and Samael has long since cut off his contract with Voldemort, but Xiao Fu in the Remnant State may not be able to detect it. Although Buck was forced by the power of Parseltongue to give him instructions from childhood, Samael could make him turn against the water at any time as long as he wanted to. "Master, is it Buck? What happened to him?" Rebecca also heard the hiss and asked suspiciously. "It's Buck, he's temporarily controlled," Samael said calmly. "Who is it? Let me go and kill him." Rebecca's snakehead high, murderous energy burst out instantly, although they have only been together for more than a month, but in her impression that the ugly snake has become one of them, dared to control her companions, Rebecca must let them know why the flower is so red. "Calm down, as long as I want, your master I can let him get out of control in an instant, and now the master takes you to watch a good show." Samael was quite confident, and after speaking, Rebecca instantly shrunk her body and hid in Samael's hair. Samael stepped on the slippery floor, and as soon as he turned the corner, he saw Harry's trio, staring at a cat that had been petrified. It was Lady Loris. Samael couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of being the protagonist group, and they could always be found in dangerous places. "Samael, listen to me, I didn't do it." Harry saw Samael looking at him strangely and explained in a panic. Before Samael could respond, Gryffindor and Slytherin students swarmed in, including Draco with a bandage on one hand. Samael then knew that he had missed his astronomy class again. Everyone exclaimed and looked at the blood writing on the wall. The door of the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the enemies of the successor are on the lookout. Looking at the flustered Harry, and then at Samael, who looked calm, his eyes gradually became clear. "Get out of the way. What happened? Potter, you did it." Filch squeezed into the crowd with difficulty, and immediately wanted to question Harry, but he froze when he saw the scene in front of him. "Lady Loris, you killed my cat. I'm going to kill you." Filch saw Lady Loris's miserable situation and hurriedly rushed towards Harry, and the posture frightened everyone. "Mr. Filch, I think Mr. Gaunt killed your cat," Dean Thomas whispered over at Gryffindor. Even if his voice is small, it is no different from shouting on a loudspeaker in this silent environment. In an instant, several icy gazes locked him. Everyone felt like they had the truth. Yes, when they came, there were two groups of them. One was the savior of the well-known wizarding world, and the other was the notorious heir of the Gaunt family, and it was clear who did it. Ron in the trio was even more relieved. He really couldn't stand the scrutiny of everyone. "In fact, Lady Loris was already like this when I came, and Harry they arrived before me." Samael was speechless, and said truthfully, not thinking that eating melons had eaten on himself. "It's disgusting to hear that he is still a friend of Potter, and it is disgusting to slander his friends so much." There was such an argument in the crowd. Samael's gaze condensed slightly, and his body exuded a breathtaking momentum. Theodore and Draco looked at the person who spoke unkindly, and such a voice came from the Slytherin ranks. It was true that something like Gaunt said something on the wall, but it would never have been Samael. They knew that Samael and Filch had a relationship, and they would often bring Lady Loris something delicious, and most importantly, Draco's wounded arm was the price of his blood discrimination, and he still hurt now. "Everyone obey the order and go back to the dormitory." Just as the atmosphere gradually became dignified, Dumbledore arrived in time with Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, like a police officer in the country of bald eagles. "I didn't forget to bring a parallel cargo tow oil bottle when I came." Along the way, Samael looked at his dean speechlessly. "What kind of eyes are you? You look at Professor McGonagall, you look at you, the most basic trust between people." Filch was more apprehensive than Harry, and this guy had been keeping this ghost look ever since he heard Dumbledore say that the cat wasn't dead, but was petrified. However, he still felt in his heart that Potter had done it, because he really had no reason to doubt Samael. Although the two do not have much intersection, their feelings for Lady Loris cannot be fake. Filch was sure that Harry had done it, and the two were arguing there, Ron blushing and arguing with a thick neck, and the funny look was like a pig's tail eating too much. "It would have been nice to have met me earlier, I happen to know the solution to this kind of incident." The flower peacock raised his head and chest, intervened in their argument, and appeared extremely confident, but when he met Dumbledore's deep eyes, he took 2 steps back weakly. Broken and his friend may have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the situation in this cat requires extremely profound curse attainments. Snape rarely explained for Harry, but the mockery contained in the second half of the sentence was not concealed in the slightest. Harry was stunned at first, then his face became extremely ugly, and he looked at Snape fearlessly, as if to say, "Who do you look down on, idiot?" Samael complained in his heart, and looked at Yin Yang, the master of the god of Regency, really not knowing whether to call you brave or stupid. When Samael came back to his senses, he found that everyone was looking at him in unison. Obviously, Snape's words refocused everyone's suspicions on Samael. "What do you think I do? I'm not some kind of black magic," Samael said innocently, his expression more aggrieved. And how aggrieved? Many professors were speechless. Do you want to look in the mirror yourself? The pale hair, enchanting pupils, and cursed light contained in them are almost blinding their eyes. Snape was like stuck in phlegm at this time. He couldn't say anything. He couldn't say who in Slytherin should not know black magic. It was no different from punching himself in the face. And before they tinkered with the resurrection stone, the vicious curse on the agreement that was reached was terrifying even Snape. "You pretend to be pure for me here?" Seeing that they didn't believe it, Samael pointed to his brain very sincerely, and gestured for Dumbledore and Snape to probe as much as they could. Samael thought to himself, come, I see which of you has the courage to look. I can't ask for it." Snape had been tortured twice by the howls of the Morning Witch, and now he could hear the sound of death when he slept, and if he were not psychologically strong, he would have committed suicide long ago. Finally, under Dumbledore and the mud, several people returned to their dormitories. Of course, Samael also promised Filch and Mandrake, both to thank him for his trust and because he really liked Lady Loris. Samael sent Theodore and the others who were concerned, and drowsiness struck, and he slept peacefully, not thinking about what greeted him the next day. When he woke up, Samael once again enjoyed the same treatment as when he first entered school. Not only the pure-blood wizards of Slytherin avoided him, but even the students of other houses avoided seeing him. Fear filled everyone's eyes, especially the Muggle-born wizard. The place he passed was like a vacuum, and even the students at the Ravenclaw table, who often dined, hid from him for fear of being targeted by him. Fortunately, the Friends of the Dream Realization Organization still trust him as always. The reason is simple: Samael didn't even practice black magic from them, let alone kill a cat, not to mention that the cat was not dead. They confessed that only fools question their friends, which gave Samael great comfort. When he felt that it would not be long before the little wizards would forget this stubble, he was instantly slapped in the face. In the afternoon Transfiguration class, after Hermione proposed the term Chamber of Secrets, Professor McGonagall's proposal of Slytherin Air and Chamber of Secrets monster instantly raised Samael's suspicions to the highest. Isn't this the ready-made Slytherin Air? What else is there to question? Is there an heir who is purer than the descendants of Slytherin? So much so that no matter what class is not willing for a little wizard to approach him, a strange phenomenon will appear in every class. That is, there will be a vacuum around Samael, and no one except Theodore and Draco will want to approach. Even the senior students looked at him with a wary look in their eyes, except for the members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization. Fortunately, Samael's strength is amazing, and his past results are too shocking, otherwise he believes that someone will throw rotten eggs at him. Until the evening, Samael heard versions of cat abuse, 2 of which were transmitted by Ron, saying that they had noses and eyes, and were extremely real, almost making him believe that he did it himself. "I would have turned my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shone in the ditch." Samael meditated on the moon at night. He was never a generous person, and he always adhered to the principle that if there is revenge, there will be revenge. So the next day, Dean and Ron became completely famous. Come on, Dean Thomas went upstairs and wrestled and knocked himself out. Oh, Dean slipped in the toilet and planted his head in the toilet. Oh my God, Ron from the Weasleys was struck by lightning again. According to Seamus, Ron and Dean have to say those things. Shocked, Ron Weasley and Dean Thomas in the same bedroom actually have an unclear relationship. A piece of exciting news reached everyone's ears. Some people watched the excitement, some pondered, how could it be so coincidental? So some people looked at Samael's eyes even more frightening. Samael is to tell everyone that if you have the ability to spread rumors to me, I will dare to retaliate if you dare to spread rumors. Debunking rumors? Not that interested. Disinformation? You try it. It's still exciting to think about using the blue snake 3-flower pupil to control Ron and Dean to kiss in public. He even let Beverly take the photo, and it was almost hyped. For the first time, he felt that it was good to be a school bully. However, as the protagonist of the story, he was miserable, both mentally and physically devastated, and had to report to Professor McGonagall. Samael is quite calm about this. Is there any evidence? No, it's called slander. Samael was even willing to let the professor check his wand with a flashback charm, but what good was that? Everyone knew that Samael could cast spells without a wand. The result is no result. Of course, Samael will not go too far, under the stern warning of the professors, just let them keep unlucky and wrestle. As for the one inside Slytherin, he had already found out, but he still had to wait for him to free his hand, and a simple wandless casting might not work for that person. Moreover, people can only remember long when they are in pain. After Samael's revenge, the days that followed suddenly fell into calm, and Samael successfully enjoyed the treatment of a school bully. The crowd avoided the passing, and a group of doglegs, members of the organization, behind him followed Samael's footsteps at all times, gaining momentum for him. Family, who is not afraid of this lineup. There is also the president of the student council. But everyone's eyes were quickly drawn to the upcoming Quidditch match. Draco also threw himself into intense Quidditch training, waking up earlier than chickens and sleeping later than dogs every day. A variety of difficult flying skills are at your fingertips. Watching Draco soar freely in the sky, the Slytherin fans behind him shouted wildly. Samael also saw Lucius in the crowd, thinking about how he could not pay attention to his son, as the team's biggest investor. Harry's momentum was much more chilling. He was restrained everywhere during the flight, and Draco's occasional harassment made him very irritated. The Slytherin team is completely superior to Gryffindor in terms of technology and equipment, even if the means are dirty. The biggest variable within the scope of the rules is Harry, so Draco's task is to snipe Harry with all his strength, dragging him all the time. The golden snitch is not important, as long as it can open the gap between the team. Who cares about that? Listening to the sound of Slytherin points, Harry said that it was false, that he was not in a hurry, and if it went on like this, even if he got the golden snitch, he would not be able to win. His talent in Quidditch was really strong, and he and Draco harassed each other in the sky, but still found the trail of the golden snitch in an instant. What followed was a series of fierce chases. Draco never lacked competitive spirit, a school year of training, the tempering of will made his whole person full of vitality. But Slytherin's caution and sizing made him lack a desperate mentality in Quidditch matches. So on the last extreme dive, Draco flinched, losing his chance to catch the golden snitch. Harry was undoubtedly happy. He caught it, even if he was smashed by a crazy ghost flying ball in the process. It was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. Until, when Lee Jordan announced that the champion was Slytherin, he was instantly stunned in place. Wood and the others lowered their heads in shame. The base score Slater exceeded them by more than 200 points, and the golden snitch just made them lose less shamefully. Harry stared at the golden snitch in his hand in a daze, and the ghost flying ball was like crazy, smashing madly at him, and once the furious force hit his head, it would instantly make his head bloom. Fortunately, Hermione and the others arrived in time to free him. Samael also saw Lockhart squeeze into the crowd, trying to heal Harry's arm, despite Harry's obstruction. As soon as the spell fell, Harry's bones were instantly withdrawn, like a soft strip of meat. Samael, do you see that? I'm going to learn this. Instead of sharing the joy of victory with his father, Draco pestered Samael, and his eyes turned red when he saw this scene. This is crueler than some black magic. Samael is also interested, but it will take a lot of time to reproduce it, and I am afraid that he will not be able to do it himself if he expects Lockhart to do it again. In the afternoon potions class, Harry did not show up as expected, much to Snape's great regret, as if the only pleasure had been taken away. Samael consciously sat in the back row, not wanting to be the target of Snape's spray of venom. Mr. Knott, put away your disgusting eyes and focus on your medicinal powder grinding. Theodore was caught by the handle after only a moment's distraction. Beverly touched him with her arm before coming back to her senses. Samael and Draco sneaked over Hermione and Ron, who were sneaky and saw what was planned. Combined with the original, it was obvious that he was going to Snape's collection room to steal the medicinal herbs for refining the compound decoction. Compound decoctions are prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, and their original materials are naturally also difficult to buy on the market. Draco looked secretly while carefully simmering, looking busy. No way, who let his partner be a school bully? Professor Snape was in a good mood today, but he still made the rude request to take a final sip of his own potion, which made him have to be careful. Mr. Dunphy, I don't mind leaving your eyes in this classroom permanently. Ms. Will, if your brain doesn't let the bigly flying insect stung, you should put fang powder at the last moment. Mr. Longbottom, turn the fire up a little more, and that faint flame won't even burn your hair. Snape's face was getting worse and worse, and all the students were playing beyond normal today, which made his mood gradually worse. Samael had to admire Snape's vocabulary, not a single repetition, the sharpness of his words, and the viciousness of his language. At this time, Ron sat uncomfortably, unconsciously showing a trace of panic. This was completely different from what he thought. Originally planned that Seamus could play stably and create some chaos, but this guy was stable today, and there were no accidents. Ron, it's better for you to come, Seamus can't be trusted. Hermione said anxiously. Why didn't you come? Ron was not convinced and said stubbornly. Hermione frowned and spoke, you know those potion materials. Then I'll do it. Ron was speechless and could only say ruefully. Weasley, are you going to put this porcupine thorn in the crucible? Draco's voice and shouts were similar, instantly focusing everyone's eyes on him. Ron stopped throwing the porcupine thorn instantly. Snape glared at Draco and spoke indifferently. Weasley, if you put porcupine thorns in, what awaits you will be a month of confinement. As soon as the words fell, Snape's face instantly turned livid, and he saw that Ron didn't know whether he was scared or intentional, and threw the porcupine thorn into it instantly. Potion splashes, no, they should be gushing. Except for a few people, the Gryffindor students were almost completely wiped out, and large pus punkers were swollen on their bodies. Idiot. Gryffindor deducts 5 points, Slytherin adds 5 points. Glancing at Draco, who was holding up the iron armor charm for Slytherin, Snape roared. Walking towards the infirmary with a few students, Samael saw Hermione take advantage of the chaos to walk towards Snape's collection room and hurriedly followed. How could he miss this kind of backstabbing Snape and someone carrying the pot? The moonlit forest was so quiet, the trees were intertwined, the light cast a little starlight through the gaps. From time to time there was a long chirping in the distance, a pair of green eyes dormant behind the jungle. Samael knew that it was a nocturnal predator. White-haired snake pupils, Samael quietly enjoyed the silence of the forest alone, accompanied by thick fog between walking, and there was a strange sweetness in the fog. The small spicy strip wrapped tightly around Samael's arm, the scales contracted, and the snake let her spat lightly, nervously performing the first defense mission. This level of toxic fog has little effect on Samael, but it can isolate some small predators from prying eyes to some extent. Samael's mind moved slightly, and he dodged a pitch-black spider spear with a sideways move, covered with sharp barbs. Eight-eyed giant spider. Samael snapped his fingers and observed the behemoth in front of him. The poisonous mist of the small spicy strip is obviously unable to affect such creatures that are inherently highly toxic. The 5 fingers of Samael's left hand were open, and the eight-eyed giant spider stood in mid-air as if it had been pulled apart by something. It struggled desperately, but found that the force of the pull became more and more terrifying, and watched its spider legs being torn off one by one. It hissed in pain, green sticky blood scattered all over the place, endless fear shrouded its body. Samael had no intention of entangled with him, and after a snap of his fingers, the head of the eight-eyed giant spider was instantly blown apart. You deserve to provoke me when I'm in a bad mood. Samael followed Hermione into Snape's collection room today, too hasty to get any precious materials. Ordinary he can't look at it, the precious ones will inevitably be put in a secret place, there is no time to find them, so that he has nothing to find. Carlos, long time no see. Samael saw the vigilant horseman outside the thick fog and greeted him kindly. Samael remembered him, the first horseman he had ever seen, and Samael kindly blew his wrist. Carlos' horse's hooves are a little soft, and the weapon in his hand is not raised, nor is it put down. The aura emanating from this little ghost was even more terrifying, and even their leader was injured last time. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, you just need to tell me where the nest of the eight-eyed giant spider is. As far as I know, you should be hostile. Samael's soft voice and elegant posture made the fear in Carlos' heart reduce a little. Without saying a word, he led the way for Samael, until Samael saw a world covered in white cobwebs, and then quickly left. For a newly grown horseman, the breath on Samael is too scary. Instead of paying attention to his departure, Samael inscribed this important information on the ring, and then took out a one-man-tall mirror from the bag. In a moment's effort, Samael's arm turned into several pythons and rushed into the mirror, pulling out several disheveled figures. Samael, don't let people sleep. Branson rubbed his eyes and said in annoyance, and several other people stared at him with unkind faces. Where is it? Draco said confused, vaguely seeing several black things running towards them. Samael was speechless. Draco, this is the typical 2 eggs under his eyebrows, only blinking and not looking. So big eight-eyed giant spider can't see? Practice class, kill all the eight-eyed giant spiders inside. Samael was too lazy to say anything, his feet were in the air, and he directly supported himself with a circular shield to protect himself in all directions. Seeing this situation, several other people also quickly entered a state of readiness. Percy's state was the same as Samael's, first protecting himself in all directions, and then with his right hand, an eight-eyed giant spider rushing in front of him was quickly squeezed into meat mud by the terrifying gravity, bloody and cruel but always maintained its own grace. Countless plants bloomed around Cedric, and Maury's pupils bloomed with shining brilliance. Whenever a spider approaches, a number of blood-colored flowers will instantly grow in the body of the eight-eyed giant spider, which is strange and natural. Every flower around him emits countless pollen factors. Silently sucked into the belly by the giant spider, once close to Cedric, it will instantly cultivate itself with its flesh and blood, and bloom itself in a few seconds. The two have been with Samael for a long time, and the grace of the battle has formed muscle memory. Branson naturally wouldn't let his companions focus on the front, and just wanted to cast the weather spell but was stopped by Samael. Don't use a weather spell, if you move too much, you will be discovered. Branson glared at Samael, his eyes instantly turned red, turned into an afterimage, and attacked the eight-eyed giant spider. Everywhere it passed, the spider spear broke, the huge eyeballs were torn apart by the claws, and the juice splashed everywhere. The violent aura steaming from the body was very terrifying. His other abilities are easy to explain, but the terrifying resilience has long been detected by his companions, so he exposed his werewolf identity early. Everyone already knew that this was the first time they had seen him expose his werewolf form. Branson's fight was vigorous, and his figure changed again, and his upper body completely appeared the characteristics of a werewolf. The claws lengthened, the head turned into a terrifying wolf head, and the silver-white hair was like a steel needle. Whether it was recovery power or strength speed, it had risen another notch, and everyone except Samael was already unable to detect his figure. Samael turned his head and said with a headache when he saw Theodore, "Theodore, I know you've learned the fire spell, but it's not suitable here." Immediately waving his wand, a water dragon flew out and extinguished the fierce fire burning on the thorns. "Don't let him worry one by one, haven't you heard of it? Set fire to the mountain and sit in prison. In case the fire gets out of control, Azkaban's green brick house will definitely let him live enough." Theodore's mood as soon as he wanted to show off was extinguished by Samael's water dragon. Helplessly, he had to fight the spiders back to back with Draco and Derek with basic spells. One of the two of them is not good at group battles, and the other is only good at group battles but has not yet unlocked troops. They can only hone their basic spells. Fortunately, they have a solid foundation, and as the number of spells launched gradually increases, the understanding of the principle of spells is more thorough, and all spells are closer to silent casting. The three of them cooperated tacitly, but they didn't let the spiders get close. "Little wizard, I can sense Hagrid's breath from you. I'm also his friend, why do I do it to my children?" An old voice came from the spider cave, an old giant spider, revealing its figure. Samael didn't respond, and a huge blasting spell sounded from the old spider, and Hagrid's old friend was instantly torn apart. This was followed by an even more intense massacre. To be honest, it is still very tiring to slaughter thousands of eight-eyed giant spiders. Everyone was tired and panting, even the elegant Cedric and Percy. The entire ground was sprinkled with the broken body of the eight-eyed giant spider, and Derek stood happily behind Samael after collecting the remaining spider eggs. Samael nodded and said nothing, and the emerald green snake pupils flashed a strange light. The space began to distort, and countless black mambas appeared in the open space ahead. "Devour, kids." After the start of school, the blood orchid became abundant, and Samael fed most of it to the black mamba in the pupil. The current black mamba snake is about 7 meters long, carrying silver-gray scale armor, which is 5 times faster than the original, and its fangs emit a terrifying poisonous mist all the time. Now there is still a magical ritual away from magical creatures. Samael does not have that time, but devouring a large number of magical creatures can also omit this step, and now is the time. The black mamba obeyed Samael's instructions and ate frantically one by one, making everyone's scalps numb. Thousands of poisonous snakes squirmed in front of them, opening huge mouths like an abyss, constantly devouring flesh and blood, and even Derek felt panicked. Some were in a hurry to eat, and even let the spider legs pierce their bodies, still strictly carrying out Samael's instructions. The combat effectiveness of the snake group was terrifying, and the scene was cleaned in only a quarter of an hour. Samael received them all into the blue snake three-flower pupil and quietly waited for their transformation. Before leaving, he did not forget to let Theodore burn the spider's nest with a torch to avoid leaving a trace, and by the way, he threw a gem-encrusted necklace in Branson's surprised gaze. Several people also returned to their respective dormitories tiredly. The next day, when everyone learned that Harry Potter's little fan brother Colin had been petrified, everyone knew that Hogwarts was no longer safe. Except for the members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization, everyone seemed to be sitting down as if Samael had done it. Before, he just didn't dare to look at him or subconsciously stayed away from him, but now it has evolved to the extent that he runs when he sees him, which makes Samael quite speechless. "Did you see the message? The school is about to reopen the duel club, saying what to increase everyone's ability to withstand danger," Draco said excitedly, fantasizing about defeating Scarhead again. "I guess it must have been organized by Professor Flitwick, who was a martial arts champion when he was younger." Theodore was a member of the Charms Club and naturally knew how strong Professor Flitwick was. Samael smiled and said nothing, expecting the expressions on the faces of the two when they discovered the truth. Sure enough, when they saw the flower peacock on the fighting ring, the expression was like eating. Lockhart wore a gorgeous cloak, gushing about how he calmly protected himself in the face of danger, and by the way, a wave of his new books. When it was time to have fun, he also threw the cloak into the pile of girls, causing a group of girls, including Beverly. "What's going on with Beverly? Haven't you noticed something wrong with this straw bale recently?" Samael wondered. "Can't blame her, I smelled perfume adulterated with ecstasy on my cloak," Branson said to Samael in high spirits, the werewolf's keen sense of smell making him notice. An exaggerated gemstone necklace is revealed on the chest. Next, Shameless. In the small group, everyone's faces sank, and the look in Lockhart's eyes became unkind. "Samael, thank you for sending me the necklace." Branson straightened his chest, seemingly talking to Samael, but in fact to attract everyone's attention. "Samael, it's so unfair, why don't you send me one?" Draco didn't want to deal with Branson, who was A&A, and looked at Samael coquettishly. Samael's goosebumps fell instantly. "Then you return the blade of Summerhalder to me," Samael said expressionlessly, and Draco instantly turned off the fire. He has seen a lot of gems, can his Malfoy family still lack that thing? The last time the blade of Summerhalder was taken home, it was regarded as a treasure by the old father and almost confiscated by him. necklace and can compare with it. Samael didn't bother to deal with them, and the necklace given to Branson yesterday was called Wings of Heaven, and the Eyes of the Forest given to Cedric were a set that could amplify the power of the weather spell. It was the Spider Destroyer achievement achieved when the 8-eyed giant spider was slaughtered, and the system sent it. Samael has the ability to control the weather, develop to the extreme and even cause solar storms. This thing is tasteless for him, it is a pity to abandon it, it is better to give it to Branson, and he always nags Samael to favor one over the other. My assistant is welcome below, Professor Snape. He generously agreed to set a demonstration for me. But don't worry, I'll give you a good potions professor after the demonstration. The flower peacock gave a passionate speech, refocusing everyone's attention on the stage. How come? How could the professor agree to his request? Draco shouted inwardly, looking at the people on the stage in shock. Then he transformed into a look of good play. The two pulled out their wands and bowed to each other. Let's just bow. In Samael's opinion, there was no difference between Snape and shaking. Except for your weapons. Snape's movements were clear, and the spells were read correctly, and with this level of spell attacks, even Draco didn't have to move places, and he dodged it sideways. Just when everyone thought it was a joke, Lockhart flew out unexpectedly. That's right, it flew out. Everyone in the audience except the girls was laughing. Lockhart struggled to get up, maintaining that stiff smile. Well demonstrated, Professor Snape, but with all due respect, your intentions are obvious, and if I want to stop it, it will be effortless. Lockhart's face was really thick-skinned, and while looking for patches, he had to step on Snape. Snape's face turned dark, and he was about to make a move, but he didn't know what he thought of and said directly, I think we should teach the students how to block malicious spells first. That's a great idea, Professor Snape, invite the two classmates to come up, Potter and Weasley, just the two of you. Lockhart accepted, and after a week of inspection, he fixed his eyes on the equally famous Harry. Weasley's wand will have problems casting even the simplest spells. Maybe it will put Potter in a matchbox and send him to the hospital, or I will find an opponent for him. Snape glanced at Ron with disdain and said sarcastically. Watching Ron's face turned red, and he couldn't wait to go up and duel with the old bat. After looking around, Snape fixed his gaze on the group of people with a 2-meter separation belt. Older students were the first to be excluded by him. Forget about Gaunt, this guy is too dangerous. Not can't either, this guy is cold, don't beat it to death. That's it, Malfoy. Snape could be said to have taken great pains, fearing that Potter would be killed, and his opponent would not have enough fun. As an old rival, Malfoy was the most suitable choice. Chosen to be Scarhead's opponent, Draco's joy was overflowing, and his mouth was almost pulled to the root of his ear. Percy, lend you a drop of blood. After Draco calmed down, he sorted out his clothes and did not rush to the stage, but made such a request to Percy, who was standing on the side. Percy wondered, then thought of something, glared at him wordlessly, but finally agreed to the request. Draco stepped forward and gracefully stepped onto the stage, beating one and beating two. After seeing Draco on stage, to be honest, Harry was still a little stunned. Especially some time ago, being covered in pus made him hate this bad species immensely, but whether he admitted it or not, he was indeed not this guy's opponent. But now he could only hold his neck. He didn't think Malfoy was good at using dark magic in full view. Scarhead, I want you to taste my power. Draco was arrogant, and the two tacitly skipped the bowing link and walked towards the sides of the stage. I don't know if it was an illusion, Ron felt that Draco had been staring at him, and his body began to heat up unnaturally. Everyone in the audience is also interested, this is Hogwarts star couple, who has not knocked on the 4 major houses. Someone turned his head to look at Ron, and saw that his face was red, only as if he was a junior ashamed, revealing a look that was really like this, and did not care too much. Except for your weapons, Harry shouted, pulling out his mastery charm, probably the reason for the natural fit. This spell has the momentum to kill your dog in his hand. Draco didn't resist, didn't even use his wand, his feet off the ground, and a transparent shield flashed around him, which was Percy's best spell. The light of the spell crashed into the shield and was bounced into the Gryffindor student group, and an unfortunate fellow was instantly knocked away. Wood quickly organized the students to retreat, leaving a large open space. Harry was stunned at first, looked apologetically at the senior who was shot down, and then attacked Draco even harder. A series of vicious magical rays flashed, but did not cause Draco any harm, but mocked him calmly. But, didn't you eat at noon? It's hard to fight mosquitoes with such power. Draco yawned pretendly. Percy, you Gryffindor traitor. Ron reacted for a moment, finally remembering the source of the spell. During the holidays, Percy often used the spell to fly, defend, and Fred, who was too lazy to walk, once wanted to learn, but was ruthlessly rejected. I can't imagine that it will reappear in the hands of this enemy. Percy glared at Ron, not bothering to explain. In fact, the birth of this spell originated from Samael, and the knowledge of the entire Dream Fulfillment Organization was shared, and Cedric often updated the study notes of natural magic, which were stored on the bookshelf of the Chamber of Secrets, and each of them could look through them. But, it's time for me to attack. Draco didn't bother to listen to Weasley's nonsense, snapped his fingers, and Harry was instantly knocked away by a huge impact. He often saw Samael casting spells in this way, felt that the pressure was very high, and unconsciously began to learn. Strangely, Ron in the audience was also knocked out in a strange posture, overwhelming the Ravenclaw seniors. Draco didn't give Harry a chance to react, and while he didn't stand firm, a sudden force instantly pulled him away, and it happened suddenly, almost knocking his teeth out. Just pushing and pulling back and forth, Harry did not have the slightest focus, and it was very difficult to resist, like a doll beaten by a bare child. Lockhart danced and shouted that he could only use "accept your weapon," but no one took it seriously. Ron in the audience followed Harry's footsteps and rampaged through the crowd, causing the other houses to glare angrily. "People love each other and kill each other. What kind of foreign appearance do you have?" A Hufflepuff senior was trampled on and couldn't help but complain, causing Ron's face to turn even redder. "Do you think Draco really underwhelms him sometimes?" Samael couldn't stand it anymore and said to the people around him, "Not sometimes, but most of the time he is beaten badly." It was Cedric who spoke, which shocked everyone, but at the same time felt that what he said was indeed pertinent, and nodded in agreement. Looking around, Samael noticed that only Snape seemed to have a smile on his face. "Enough! Let's end it." Percy couldn't stand it, and snapped his fingers, and the explosion spell instantly blew Draco's already crumbling shield apart. Draco snapped, adjusted his shape, and faced Harry again. Percy's moment not only broke his defenses, but also broke Harry and Ron's connection. After all, he is his own brother, and the reason why he was punished is also because he was too jumpy during this time, and the slander of the Dream Realization Organization made him unhappy. "Ah, Brot, one move to solve you. Oolong out of the hole." Draco's expression was arrogant, not at all embarrassed to be interrupted by Percy. A black cobra instantly shot out from the tip of his wand and viciously attacked Harry. This level of curse is acceptable to Hogwarts. Harry didn't move, but instead stared at the snake in a trance. "Stand still, Potter. I'll get it away." Seeing that Potter was frightened, Snape stepped forward satisfied. "Let me come, Professor Snape. Lift to heaven." Before Snape, Lockhart cast a spell that was not a spell at all in Samael's opinion. The cobra was clearly enraged, staring angrily at Justin, who was closest to it, and made an aggressive stance. Harry's face was stunned, and a hoarse, low snake hissing sound came out of his mouth. "Parseltongue." Everyone's faces changed, and they looked at him with fear in an instant. Even Snape was surprised. "The snake's shadow is gone." Snape instantly transformed the cobra away with a vanishing spell and looked at Harry strangely. "What trick are you playing?" Justin shouted angrily, just now looking directly at the snake almost scared him to pee his pants, and now his legs and stomach are clenched. Harry came back to his senses, saw the look in everyone's eyes on him, pulled his legs and ran, followed by Ron with a blue nose and a swollen face, followed by Hermione, who was also shocked. As they disappeared, the crowd completely exploded and began to talk about it. Samael had heard Harry keep saying not to attack, but so what? Just as Harry didn't defend him when Dean made rumors about Samael, he was not interested in explaining it to him. After all, Parseltongue is indeed a symbol of the Dark Wizard to some extent. "Harry, the wind has changed, it's your turn." As soon as Harry left, the Duel Club had a sense of displeasure. Flower Peacock tried to tell 2 jokes to regain everyone's attention, but to no avail. Just as Snape was about to leave, a loud roar sounded at his feet. All eyes are back on the stage. Snape stepped back warily, staring at Samael not far away. "Wow, unreasonable Mr. Gaunt." Snape's face was cold, and he looked closely at Samael. "Professor, I think we can also have a mentoring battle between us." Samael was straight to the point about his purpose. He really lacked the opportunity to fight against such a strong man. "As you wish." Everyone back off. Snape unexpectedly agreed, and it was also an opportunity for him to see Samael's strength. Lockhart hurriedly began to evacuate the crowd, and he had already learned the extraordinary strength of these 2 men from the retreating crowd. "Except for your weapons, except for your weapons." One after the other, the 2 released such a spell, and the spell collided and disappeared invisibly. Snape's face was expressionless save the ridiculous temptation, "Show your true strength, in a real battlefield, so that you will die." "As you wish, Professor." Samael waved his wand gracefully, and the whole person was filled with indescribable nobility. One after another terrifying explosions were heard endlessly, mixed with sparse magic light. The Demolition Charm was the first attack spell he mastered, followed by the Smashing Charm. The 2 spells were released in unison, and the momentum was huge, stirring up the dust. Both the little wizards and the onlooker teachers were lamenting the power of Samael's spell. Snape's ears roared a little, but he smiled rarely, and the armor shield in front of him flashed with bright silver magic patterns, and Samael's combo was magnificent, but it didn't hurt him in the slightest. Samael knew that this kind of top wizard who had participated in Wizard Wars was difficult, and he was not confident that he could hurt Snape with the spell just now. As soon as the wand was raised, the broken floor detached from the ground, and under the command of the wand, it turned into a huge boulder arm, slamming hard in Snape's direction. Before he could be proud, the 5 fingers on his arm broke in unison, smashing the stage apart. Samael's expression changed, and he cast spells continuously. A water curtain constantly rotated on the outside, and a thick defensive shield inside. Isn't the water array wall completely unstoppable? Samael looked at the iron-armored spell shield that the invisible blade slashed through, and couldn't help but sigh. Together. 2, 3 ways. The blade swept overwhelmingly, but did not produce any magic fluctuations. Snape's self-created divine blade is shadowless, hidden and powerful. Samael's armor shield instantly became precarious. He didn't put down the defense again, and it wasn't his style to defend blindly. A large amount of water gushed out from the wand, and the snake's mouth in the water instantly flooded the entire stage. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, who were watching the show, all protected the two and prevented them from accidentally injuring the rest of the students. With the dance of his wand, the water dragons and water snakes intertwined and rushed towards Snape, trying to drown him in the water. A huge platform formed under Snape's feet to prop him up without letting him fall into the water, apparently the result of transfiguration. This time, Samael could see clearly that just an armor protection had stopped all of his attacks. The exaggerated magic pattern on the iron armor spell made Samael and Percy's eyes light up instantly. Bells and whistles. Snape disdained, throwing out several shadowless strikes in a row. Samael could only dodge in a panic. He was still accumulating big moves, and there was no time to fight back. Not necessarily, Professor. Samael wiped his sweat, cast spells together with his left and right hands. The water dragon and water snake hit madly. His forehead was slightly raised, a thick mist appeared in his eyes, and the dome of Hogwarts Hall was covered with dark clouds and thunder shining. Professor, water conducts electricity. Samael's tone was indescribably taunt. The previous attack was not useless, although it did not flush Snape into the water, it also wet his clothes. The thunder fell wildly, and both Snape and Samael felt a tingle. Samael can summon the thunder and has a certain degree of resistance, but is not completely insulated on his behalf. Snape used the flying spell to get out of contact with the water, but he did not dodge the scattered thunder, and the whole person instantly changed his skin color. This move can be said to kill the enemy by 1000 and self-damage 800. Neither of them felt good. Snape's face was dark, and a spell flew towards Samael, who had the heart to resist, but the strong sense of paralysis made it difficult for him to move. Samael was instantly shot away, and even the wand flew into Snape's hand. This demonstration starts with the disarming spell and ends with the disarming charm, which is like a cycle. Stupid. Snape held his wand in his hand, looked at Samael condescendingly, and scolded angrily. I don't think so, Samael gasped and said hoarsely. Then his right hand instantly turned into 2 giant pythons, and with a flick of his arm, one bit Samael's wand, and the other crashed into Snape. The wand returned to his hand. This scene seems to go back to the first time the two met. Samael gasped in frustration. He was no longer able to fight, and taking back his wand was just the last of his dignity. He had no other means to perform, whether it was natural magic or black magic that he was good at. But what about this? Is this really Snape's full strength? You know, except for the last weather spell, he didn't even break Snape's defenses by the previous means. Most importantly, a wizard who is good at combat will inevitably use the apparition transfiguration into his own combat skills, which happens to be limited by Hogwarts. The crowd of melon-eating people looked at Samael, who stepped down in shock, thinking that they are all students. Why are you so strong? Embarrassed Lockhart was puzzled. This is a second grader? The mysterious man was just like that. Moreover, isn't Snape a potions professor? Do you want to exaggerate too? Cedric and the others opened their hands to help Samael, but they were all mercilessly slapped away by him. What's going on? I Samael don't want face? Snape waved his wand continuously on the stage, erasing the traces of their battle and restoring it to its original state. When he walked in front of Samael, he indifferently threw down a bottle of potion, said nothing, and walked away without looking back, and he still had to be abnormal with Dumbledore Harry Potter. Cool. Samael didn't have any worries, opened the potion and drank it, and as soon as the others tried to stop it, they heard Samael's cheerful voice. At this time, he even felt that the shriveled cells became moist, and a coolness rushed straight to his mind, turning into a torrent of magic power to moisturize his whole body. Mana recovery potion? Good thing, this is much stronger than the spiritual potion that Beverly brewed. After hearing this, Beverly, who just wanted to step forward to offer condolences, snorted coldly and turned her head and left. It was embarrassed by the crowd. Samael was at a loss. Hearing the crisp ding in his mind, Samael knew that this wave was not a loss. Bloodline fusion ceremony? Kind of interesting. Samael whispered softly in a voice no one else could hear. The system elevated his uncrowned king of Slytherin to a higher level, rewarding him with a page of potion recipes. Samael schemed roughly, and this thing added a kind of magical animal bloodline to itself in a domineering way. Just like if you fuse the Phoenix bloodline, Samael will have an extra skill to regenerate from the ashes, and if you fuse the Thunderbird bloodline, you will have an additional skill to control the weather. What kind of ability depends on what kind of potion material, it depends on how you choose. Samael collapsed on the snake bed formed by the 4 giants, enjoying their gentle massage to dispel his fatigue. This duel also allowed him to see clearly the gap between him and the top wizards, the stabbing behind the back. Samael was 10 out of 10 sure to keep Snape, but head-to-head confrontation, he was still a little lacking. Samael is not angry either, he is only in the 2nd grade, and he still has more time to grow up. In this duel, he cleared himself of suspicion. Parseltongue is not only him, plus the first to discover the crime scene is always Potter. The seeds of doubt have completely germinated in people's hearts. The next day, as expected, the wind changed completely. When people saw Samael, they no longer avoided in panic, but looked at him with awe. Samael knew the change stemmed from the strength he had shown. The Ravenclaw students no longer rejected him, and there were constant eyes in the Slytherins who were focusing on him. Fire, fear, adoration, and resentment, all kinds of eyes. Of course, until the suspicion is completely ruled out, the little wizards will not take the initiative to contact him, except for Filch, of course. Samael had received the sap ground from the mandrake last night and delivered it overnight to Professor Sprout, and the sap was just enough for a cat. This morning, Lady Loris has appeared alive in everyone's sight. The professors knew that Samael must have stock, but they did not know why to ask for it, so they could only turn a blind eye. After all, Samael was angry in his heart and they knew. If you are wronged, you have to help others regardless of previous suspicions? When Slytherin is a place where saints are born. What deserves everyone's attention is that Samael has a few more unfamiliar figures in their small group. They are Ravenclaw's newborn Luna Lovegood, Gryffindor's exploding Prince Seamus Finnegan, and Slytherin's potions goddess Beverly Crouch. They all wore the unique fire cloud robe of the Dream Realization Organization, and except for Seamus, who was more restrained, the other 2 did not feel uncomfortable. Beverly agreed to forgive Samael after being bombarded with a large amount of dragon claw orchids and the misty flower last night, both of which are rare magical plants with extremely high potion value. Cedric planted a lot in the secret room of the Dream Fulfillment Organization, and Samael grabbed it casually. After apologizing to the girl for not having flowers and asking her to forgive, Samael invited Beverly to join the organization. There are no geniuses in the potions field in this team, well, real geniuses. This crazy girl was not only brewing wolf poison potions during this time, but also improving them, which was much more terrifying, and even Snape was very fond of her potions talent. Beverly did not pretend to be reserved, jumping happily to the high, watching the little friends who entered school together progress at an exaggerated speed. How she was willing to fall. But she was self-aware, knowing that she didn't have a particularly outstanding talent in other fields, so she had to specialize in potions, and Samael's invitation was undoubtedly a recognition of her. Seamus was recommended by Percy, and it was also Samael's more intentional person. There were not many people with special talents in Gryffindor, and among Neville, who was good at herbs, and Seamus, who was good at combat magic, Samael decisively chose Seamus. Neville might become a qualified Gryffindor swordmaster in the future, but Samael didn't have the kung fu to train him specifically, and who in the field of herbal medicine could compare to Cedric, who had mastered natural magic, so it was in his interest no matter how he looked at Seamus. As for Luna, that was entirely Branson's choice, as she was the first Ravenclaw to discover Branson's werewolf identity. This little girl has a developed spiritual sense. Samael wants to cultivate her talent in prophecy in the future, and it is also good to be a mascot now. The new arrival showed no resistance, agreeing with Samael's views and eager to be part of the Dream Fulfillment Organization. Even Seamus, who was slightly uneasy, managed to integrate into the group under Percy's guidance. Now the whole Hogwarts who does not know their strength, as long as they wear that outfit, it is tantamount to taking a shortcut on the road to success. Ron Weasley was attacked. Just as they were eating gracefully, Blaise panted and ran to the long table and uttered a suspicion that shocked everyone. "Tell me more. Talk in detail. Private chat. What's going on?" Everyone glanced at Percy and said gossipy. The last voice came from Percy, who was clearly not as unorthodox as the others, and he was genuinely worried about Ron. Not that attack." Blaise obviously knew that everyone would be wrong, and quickly added, "Why did he have an accident again? And the limelight is not like this." Draco said disdainfully, "Ron, this is the limelight for you, do you want it? Don't stink, what's going on?" Samael was also puzzled, remembering that the target of the next attack should not be Ron. He was beaten by Justin and a group of Hufflepuff seniors, in a sack, old and ruthless, with a blue nose and a swollen face. Blaise didn't know if he recalled Ron's packaging, and couldn't help but laugh. "If you sell it again, you won't have to come over in the future." Samael saw him laughing alone and couldn't help but warn, and after his suspicions were lowered, the guy became active again. Justin was frightened, he didn't know if he was the next target to be attacked, and he didn't have the guts to confront Potter, so he was ready to torture Weasley to obtain information. The group of senior sisters in Hufflepuff was led by senior sister Lars, and it seems that he was taught a lesson because he ate senior sister's tofu when Weasley was dangling in the crowd yesterday. The melon-eating masses present listened with curiosity, and when they heard this explosive news, they were all thundered. Senior Lars was in 7th grade, 1 meter and 5 meters tall, weighing 118, and walked like a millstone moving horizontally, and they really admired Ron's taste. Percy and Beverly couldn't eat well and left early, one to care for condolences, and the other to spread new rumors. Hogwarts fell into an eerie calm. The wind about Harry's unfavorable blows louder and louder, and he successfully replicates Samael's previous treatment. But he was not as strong and fierce as Samael, and this period of time could be said to be difficult, and the terrified, fearful gaze deeply stung his heart. Even his little henchman Ron had a hard time. They did not dare to target Harry, but Ron was not on their fear list, so the cute little Roro was beaten in a sack from time to time, and he was almost a regular visitor to the school hospital. It's not that he didn't want to take Harry to ambush, but there were many people on the other side, some sentry, some black hands, and those responsible for cleaning up the scene, and they were quite professional. Even Percy didn't block anyone. Samael wondered, and after probing, the culprit surprised him. It turned out to be Harry and Ron's good roommate Dean Thomas. Samael has not stopped targeting him until now, occasionally giving him a stumbling curse that makes him miserable. I didn't expect this guy to have such a strong talent for coordination and layout. After being targeted, Harry didn't intercede, and he became angry. Samael didn't know, and didn't bother to pay attention anymore. Harry didn't have such a big face in him. In contrast, Samael's life was simply not too comfortable, and after having Romander collect the materials of the bloodline fusion potion, his deputy became Seamus, and if he had a keen sense of hearing, he could often hear terrifying explosions in the Forbidden Forest. Seamus's talent did not disappoint him. The first time he learned the explosive spell, the power was actually at the level of the upper 3 spells, and the furious and uncontrollable nature of magic power was shocked even Samael. Ron lost his temper after learning that Seamus had become one of them, calling him a traitor to Gryffindor, and still not talking to him, and Seamus did not take it seriously. Seamus said that Lao Tzu has new friends. Who would refuse the friendship of a school bully friend during schooling? The others had their own things to do, and Theodore and Draco, who were idle and fine, were arranged by him to raise the magic level of the new members. Luckily, the first-grade curriculum was relatively simple, and with their study notes from last year, the step-by-step study was enough to put her at the top of her grade. Seamus was exaggerated, the charms class was fine, the transfiguration class and the potions class were simply miserable, and Draco and Theodore tortured a lot of hair. Fortunately, this guy has worked hard enough on his own, and he has worked hard in potions before, and now he is getting started quickly. Samael remembered that Seamus was also a member of the potions enhancement class, that is, Harry and Ron entered through the back door of Slughorn, which shows that they are still a little talented. As for Beverly, they don't have to worry about it at all, they are better than them in terms of grades. Samael's requirements for small partners have always been implemented: 1 super strong and 1 pull. Concise summary: most of the achievements must be maintained to an excellent level, 1 far beyond ordinary people, and 1 allowed to pull across. Until Justin was petrified, Harry's situation worsened, and he almost confirmed that he was the heir. There are so many coincidences. Justin was threatened and beat up his friend, and he appeared at the crime scene for the first time. Can the answer be more obvious? Harry Potter's situation suddenly became worse. In the lounge, Samael was roasting on a warm stove, carefully reading Cedric's updated notes on natural magic, and reading with relish. Watching Malfoy with an unhappy face and 2 stiff-looking attendants walking away one after the other, Samael stared for a moment and smiled knowingly. Sit down. I can't believe that Ron Weasley is actually a pureblood. He is simply a shame for the pureblood family. Look at Percy and look at him. Except for the red hair, it is not obvious that it is a biological brother. Draco said angrily, not knowing who upset him again. On the side, Crabbe's face suddenly turned red, and he looked like he was about to punch him at any time. Draco wondered, what's wrong with you, Crabbe? Goyle on the side bumped his shoulder, and only then gritted his teeth and said that his stomach hurt. The Daily Prophet actually did not report this matter. It must have been Dumbledore's entry into this matter. My father always said that Dumbledore being the headmaster is the most unfortunate thing in this school. Draco's indignant look amused Samael, and he always remembered Draco's mantra, my dad is a school director. You talk nonsense. Beverly stared up, staring at the two. Although Hogwarts is dangerous now, after all, there are no dead people, and the Daily Prophet will not face Dumbledore directly on such a trivial matter. Samael opened his mouth to answer, which was considered to be the relief of Harry. It's funny that someone thinks that the heir to Slytherin is Brot. Samael, you are the true heir of Slytherin, and you can tolerate someone discrediting Slytherin. Draco saw Samael speak, and didn't bother to deal with the two humming two, leaned in and asked. Samael pulled him away, and the break almost sprayed saliva in his face. Slytherin's reputation is not good in the first place, let alone the heir to Slytherin. Samael said nonchalantly. So do you know who is behind the scenes? Crabbe asked anxiously. Even Draco felt that something was wrong. They never interjected when they talked, and even hid far away. As if he didn't see it, Samael said indifferently, "If I knew, how could I allow him to slander me?" Just as Goyle was about to ask something more, he saw that they gradually began to appear as they were, and the two ran away. A castrated version of the compound decoction. Samael smiled at the corners of his mouth. Just as they were about to rush out of the Slytherin common room, two ropes appeared from the solace of their feet and threw them out completely. Potter? Weasley? Beverly Jou's lips pursed lightly, and she looked at the two mockingly. "Draco, go inform Professor Snape." Looking at Draco, who was about to go up and beat up the two, Beverly quickly pushed him away. How could she, who was familiar with potions, not know the compound decoction? This is not only a violation of school rules, but also the Ministry of Magic law. Draco smiled and floated the two behind him towards the potions office. "Beverly, go and explain to the other Academy students how many school rules and Ministry of Magic laws have been broken by Potter's actions, and that his greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, has chosen to protect Potter. Brace, write to Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet, she will definitely be interested in this news." Samael was sure that Dumbledore would definitely keep Harry. He didn't mind expanding the situation, he wanted to see how he ended. "Did you see that?" Professor Snape's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "I'm not blind, how can this not be seen, and the cold breath emitted by the professor is almost freezing people to death, and I didn't see the astronomy professor on the side shivering there. What the hell is going on? Who knows?" Samael had just returned from an early workout and saw the whole hall full of discussion, and the little wizards looked at Snape with strange eyes, not knowing why the old bat was upset. Samael also saw Blaise wandering through the various academies, telling the inside story in a mysterious and deep voice, causing exclamations from time to time. Beverly glared at him distantly. The meaning was quite clear: dare to grab the life with Miss Ben? Miss Ben, the queen of gossip, was not in vain, and quickly lowered her head to share it with her little sister. "You ask me, I know. Potter and Weasley sneaked into our Slytherin common room with Granger's compound potion, intending to attack the heir of the Malfoy family, or did I catch it on the spot?" "Ha! So serious? How the school didn't expel them?" The little wizards on the side were obviously shocked by this news, gasped one by one, looked at her with adoration, and looked envious after seeing her clothes. "Why are you angry when you are a professor? Not only have people not been expelled, but they have only deducted 150 points. How can this be?" one of the little girls asked disappointedly, feeling the glorious image of Dumbledore in her mind collapse in an instant. "Why not? People are headmasters, and Gryffindor is out. It's not normal to favor Gryffindor, wasn't that the case last year?" Beverly said in a rare and strange tone, seeing them lost in thought, and then quietly drifted away. When a secret is known by more than two people, it is no secret, especially since the matter originated from the Savior who was recently at the center of the vortex. Professor Snape waved his sleeves and left. Everyone wondered about the whereabouts of Harry's trio and Dumbledore, leaving only Professor McGonagall, who also had an ugly face. She couldn't believe that there were such daring students in her house. Until the afternoon, Dumbledore reappeared, and behind him were three embarrassed little ones. Dumbledore gathered all the students of the school and issued as many as 40 rules and disciplines. It focuses on the provisions of the Ministry of Magic law and says that the school will not shield any student who violates the law of the ministry. Finally, Mrs. Pants was also required to strictly guard the Forbidden Book area, and students who entered the Forbidden Book area without a professor's approval would be expelled from school. When Dumbledore turned around, everyone felt that his back was full of exhaustion. Dumbledore couldn't help but think back to Severus' questioning of him at night. "Are you not running for the post of Minister of Magic to restrain your own ambitions? If so, with what mentality to interfere with the operation of the ministry?" 2 sentences left him speechless. Fudge wanted to use Harry's name Savior to establish power, but he was pressed down, and the Ministry of Magic wanted to take Miss Granger down by him, and he knew what would happen if the trio team did not have Hermione. Looking at the resentful eyes of Fudge, who usually promised him, and the indignant look of his respectful students, Dumbledore wondered if he was really wrong. No, he's right, Voldemort isn't dead yet. Harry is the only hope to save the wizarding world. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore figured it out, and his steps became more determined. Samael did not want to listen to Dumbledore's hypocritical speeches, nominally maintaining the authority of the Ministry of Magic, and only wanted to clear the relationship with all the students at Hogwarts except Harry and the others. The matter was so big, but after all, the punishment of Harry and the others was not mentioned, which means that in addition to the 50 points of the Academy, Harry and the others did not have substantial losses. There were many smart people at Hogwarts, and soon there were people who figured this out, and the eyes that looked at the Gryffindor students one by one were even more unkind. In the evening, the students received the latest news from the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore, the next White Lord, the man who claims to be God but interferes with the rules of the world. Minister Fudge clarifies that he is not Dumbledore's puppet to rule the wizarding world. Is Dumbledore a qualified headmaster? Dumbledore loses the chairmanship of the International Federation of Wizards. The report has been mentioned many times according to well-known sources. Samael knew that it was Blaise. This guy wrote it yesterday and specially asked him to polish, saying that the polishing is actually showing off. I have to say that this guy's writing is really good, and the conspiracy theories revealed are all placed on Dumbledore, and some key parts are even more reasonable, and there are really traces to follow after careful investigation. The Daily Prophet may be jealous of Dumbledore's status, but Rita Skeeter, the crazy woman, will definitely take risks for traffic, and her salary is also tied to sales. In fact, this issue of the newspaper is indeed selling very well. However, none of this has anything to do with Samael. He is only responsible for lighting the fire, and he does not care at all as to where and how far the wind blows. Samael lay leisurely on the edge of the forbidden forest, watching the beautiful starry sky and enjoying this rare quiet time. Of course, it would be better if there were not a few eye-catching guys around him. They are the ones who treat the school rules as nothing. Percy, aren't you the student president? How could it be so idle? Draco was a little upset with this guy. If everything needs to be done by me, the chairman, then what else should the prefect do? Percy smiled calmly, his words full of relaxation. Samael looked sideways. It was the first time he had seen him who was so lazy and strange, and at the same time he felt that he had grown a lot and had a new view of power. By the way, have you seen your sister in the past few days? Draco asked casually as if remembering something. Ginny has a bit of a cold, and I haven't seen her lately. Percy looked at Draco warily after speaking. What do you mean, plainly asking my sister for no reason? Don't look at me like that, I'm not Blaze Beast, I just feel that something is wrong with her. Draco was angry, thinking that Blaze had recently found a first-year girl, and there was a chill. What's wrong? Percy was a little anxious. He knew that Draco was usually crazy but would not be unreasonable in business. It's like a loss of vitality. I can't tell. You'd better let her go see Madame Pomfrey. Draco himself is a curse learner, and he is also good at life predation. Naturally he can see something, but there is no close contact, which is not certain. Percy hurried back to the castle. Evening. On the edge of the forbidden forest, Hagrid's cabin. Samael was busy with his studies this year and rarely came over, but he missed Hagrid's rock pie a little. Of course, as a school bully, it is of course an indispensable dogleg. Except for Monday, the people of the Dream Fulfillment Organization gathered together. The potions needed for Samael's bloodline fusion ritual have almost been collected, only the last source of magical animal magic is left. Most of the origins are gathered in the heart, but there are exceptions, just as the origin of the unicorn is on its unicorn, and the origin of the basilisk is concentrated in the eyes. And their target this time is the unicorn in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Of course, if you want to go to the Forbidden Forest, it is essential to hide from Hagrid's eyes, and with Dumbledore's clarification of the school rules, the first to be restrained is their group of unruly people. Hagrid, what's wrong with you? When Samael and they approached, the giant who was more than 3 meters tall was actually crying. Samael, it's you. Hagrid put away his handkerchief and sobbed. My good friend Aragog has disappeared, and there are still many traces of the battle on the scene. I think some passing fire dragon must have attacked him, Hagrid said as he began to cry again. Hagrid, although I don't know who Aragog is, I know that he must not want you to be so sad in heaven. Draco rarely lost his mind, and stepped forward and patted Hagrid's big hand to show comfort. Aragog is the 8-eyed giant spider I raised since I was a child. He is only in his 50s, I also found him a beautiful daughter-in-law, and he has a lot of heirs, and I didn't expect to be attacked by the damn fire dragon. Damn the horses, don't tell me about the dragon's movements. Hagrid was crying and talking, not paying the slightest attention to the embarrassed crowd. They wanted to say that the fire dragon you said should mean Theodore, but the words came back to their lips. Theodore looked around awkwardly, afraid that Hagrid would see something. Okay Hagrid, I think Aragog will miss you in the spirit of heaven. The 8-eyed giant spider in his 50s has also reached the limit of his life. He has the courage to fight against strong enemies at the last moment of his life. Even if he is dead, he must feel honored. Samael spoke calmly, his eyes were nonsense without blinking, and everyone who watched was Harry. They could all imagine the strange image of the poor old spider feeling glorious moments before the explosion. You're right about Samael, I'm going to cheer up. Hagrid wiped his tears while pouring tea for Samael, and by the way, he stuffed a few rock crust cakes into his arms, fearing to be seen. Of course, Samael will not just come to drink tea and eat a cake. This time to the Forbidden Forest is a little big. If you want to bypass Dumbledore, you must solve Hagrid. The Oblivion Curse they use is very general, and this spell also has strong sequelae, which were eliminated by them first, and the Soul Reaper Curse is not enough, and can only use the Confusion Charm, which happens to be very good at Percy. While Hagrid was not paying attention, Percy waved his wand, and Hagrid instantly became in a trance, indifferent to the departure of several people. Several people hurriedly left the hut. The dark light spots in Samael's eyes suddenly rotated, and the space distorted, and 4 huge pythons appeared in front of him. It is the big 4 of the Samael family, and during this time, the 4 giants have shed another layer of skin, and their bodies have grown to a certain extent. The 4 giants grew with the wind, turning into a 60-meter giant python, Senhan's poisonous fangs, brilliant scales, looking mighty and domineering. Even the Slytherin people who had already seen it were quite curious. Samael touched Rebecca's head affectionately, jumped up directly, and beckoned Beverly, Seamus and Luna to stand on the snakehead. Samael looked at everyone condescendingly, arrogantly. The other three have just joined in, and their means are limited, so they can only grievance the big four first. Percy naturally used the levitation charm he was best at, and the whole person stood in the void, although there was not much movement, but he was very pressed to hold his chest with his hands, so that Samael's mind flashed the figure of Magneto. Branson was more complaining, and the Heavenly Wings necklace turned into a milky white light, condensing into a pair of white wings behind him, and the wings moved slightly, giving birth to a strong wind, dragging him up, and the ghost howled for a week before stopping in front of them. Derek used a strange expansion spell to turn the electric-tailed dragon on his shoulder into the boss, and the dragon roared and lifted him behind his back. Cedric was much simpler, casually picking up a wooden plank, turning into a giant steel eagle, and lifting him up. It was not difficult to do this step with his level of transfiguration. Everyone has a row of noodles one by one. Looking at Theodore's pleading gaze, Samael had no choice but to turn into a huge bubble and wrap him in the heavenly magic technique. Draco himself rode a flying broomstick, looking pitifully at everyone. Derek, your strange expansion spell must teach me. Draco gritted his teeth and said, although the flying broom is not bad, but in comparison, the pressing is instantly gone. He is the heir of the Malfoy family, and the force thing must not be lost. Dragons. It's like who doesn't? It's a pity that it doesn't inflate the spell. Several people have their own means. The speed is not slow, the wind is fast, the creatures in the past retreat, startling many birds, and soon reach the depths of the forbidden forest. Samael, how do we convince unicorns to sacrifice their unicorns? In mid-air, Theodore asked everyone's heart. The unicorn race owes me favors, and as long as I persuade them to send the horns of the deceased unicorns, I also bring gifts. Samael did not hide it and said bluntly, gift? What gift? Everyone was a little confused. It's Cedric's wine, it's full of nature, unicorns will love it. That thing doesn't taste good either. Is unicorns' taste so unique? Branson was even more puzzled. He was the first to taste the taste of wine, except that it had degrees. It was no different from the juice squeezed by some weeds. Don't talk nonsense. What you drink is a semi-finished product, missing the juice of the dragon claw orchid and the misty god flower, but there is no time to plant it again, so I can only make do. After Cedric finished speaking, he looked at Samael indignantly. It was this guy who took his baby away. Samael touched his nose helplessly. He just wanted to apologize to Beverly. He didn't think so much. Who knew that thing would still have this use? Anyway, even the semi-finished product is enough. Unicorns are originally vegetarian. As long as friendship is established, how much will the thing be in the future? Everyone was speechless, carefully searching for the traces of unicorns. Samael, I found a trace of a unicorn. Just as Samael was scattering to search, he found that the ring on his hand began to burn, and immediately projected this line of words. Samael quickly turned around and headed in the direction of Luna's little cutie. Unicorns really prefer simple-minded human girls. When he arrived, everyone had already arrived, looking at the shivering little unicorn in Luna's arms, showing a hint of a smile. Who would refuse this cute creature? Isn't the unicorn silver? How is this golden? Draco looked at the little one's golden fluff and couldn't help but ask. Derek rolled his eyes, looked at him with idiotic eyes, and said lightly, juvenile unicorns are all golden, and this layer of fluff will only fade when they reach maturity. Several people are attracted to the cute little one, but as soon as they get closer, the little one will take a step back, even Beverly. Seeing Beverly's stiff smile, Samael guessed in her heart that she was shouting in her heart, didn't you see that the old lady is also a beautiful girl? Why put me in the same category as that group of rough men? Just as Samael stepped forward to communicate, a noisy sound of horses' hooves sounded. He gave everyone a look, and everyone retreated. I saw a 3-meter-tall unicorn walk out of the woods first, followed by more than a dozen unicorns. Derek walked out of the crowd and stood between Samael and the unicorn, his hands outstretched, and a strange ripple came out to the sides. Human wizard, why did you come to the gathering place of my clan? The voice of the unicorn leader came first. He could sense evil thoughts. He could detect that this group of people were coming with good thoughts. Samael glanced at Derek, whose eyes were closed, and couldn't imagine that this guy had such a peculiar ability. I'm Samael Gaunt, and I'm here with good intentions to make a deal with the unicorn race. Samael was quite candid. I know you have a kindness to Shonda. After the unicorn group finished speaking, one of the short unicorns couldn't stop pulling its hooves excitedly. I want to trade unicorn horns with you, the kind without curses. Samael said straight to the point, involuntary donation of unicorn blood has a terrible curse, not to mention bones, so Samael hopes that they can take the initiative to hand it over. We will not desecrate the bones of our ancestors for anyone, the unicorn leader said categorically. Unless you have to add money. Samael was disappointed at first, and when he heard the last sentence, he almost thought that he had heard it wrong, and even the partners behind him thought that he had heard it wrong, and he was very stunned. Cough cough, we have fruit wine brewed by natural wizards. Cedric stepped forward and opened the container containing the cider, and a strong smell of nature came to his face. There was a commotion in the unicorn herd, and some even drooled. Yes, but not enough, these can only be exchanged for our most magical pinch of tail hair. The unicorn leader resisted the temptation and spoke. Samael frowned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have suspected that the unicorn race in front of him was a goblin, a shit natural elf, the darling of the moon god, and as greedy as the goblin. Looking at Branson Samael, who nodded frantically, he could only nod unhappily in agreement. But the unicorn's horns did not land, which made him regret. Do you want to try it without the Reaper curse? Maybe it works. As soon as this thought arose, the unicorn suddenly began to become agitated and retreated in unison. The thick evil thoughts were almost on the face. Seeing this, Cedric could only step forward helplessly. Our patience is limited, tell me your conditions. Cedric took Samael's work, his voice gentle but majestic, and a sacred tree reflected in his pupils. We need you to drive away the dragon that invaded our territory, and as a condition I will offer 2 ancestral unicorns. Seeing this, the unicorn leader could only say his own conditions. With the strength of one of your races, you can't drive away a dragon. Although Samael suspected that there were dragons in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, he was still curious about why unicorns did not drive them away. Unicorns themselves have good magical power, and a group of unicorns, even dragons, had to retreat. It is a Ukrainian iron belly whose transformation is about to be completed, and when his transformation is completed, we will completely lose the territory to inhabit. The unicorn leader sighed and said, the dragon race is already powerful, and the dragon that is about to end its life will choose a place with abundant natural energy to transform. The successful transformation life expectancy will increase greatly, and the body size will be larger, and the failure of the transformation can only turn into a piece of Lois. 5 unicorns. Not taking advantage of the fire is not Samael's style. 4. The unicorn leader did not show weakness, it was a big deal to change territories. Deal. 3 unicorns are enough to surprise Samael, and 4 unicorns are enough to make him desperate. Led by the leader of the unicorn, everyone arrived at an island in the center of the lake, and even if they were not majoring in natural magic, they could sense the rich natural atmosphere. The huge dragon like a small mountain shocked them even more, especially the skull-like head, which brought terrifying heat between breaths. Cedric, try it together. Samael and Cedric cast spells together, and golden flowers bloomed beside them, and the flowers shattered, turned into golden dust, fluttered, and were sucked into the belly by the dragon. The faces of the 2 were overjoyed. Why not be happy to be a soldier who surrendered without a fight? But after waiting for the 2 to be happy for too long, their expressions immediately became unnatural, and the golden dust completely disappeared into their perception, presumably burned by the flames in their bodies. Samael was helpless, and it seemed that he could only drive him away by external forces. Theodore and Branson fully cooperate with me, Cedric and Percy assist, and Draco sees the opportunity to act. After assigning the task, Samael waved his wand with all his strength, and a stream of water rushed straight down. A water cover with a radius of 1 kilometer was formed, shrouding the iron belly of Ukraine, and everyone except Samael stood above the water cover. This is the second time he has used the big burst water rush. After all, this technique is too consuming. The dragon has no definite shortcomings, both defense and speed are desperate, but the main means of attack is always Longyan. Although the environment with water will not extinguish the dragon inflammation, it can also play a limiting role. The dragon woke up. He was just sleeping, not dead. How could such a big movement not alarm him? A hint of irritation flashed in the dragon's eyes, and a small human being dared to covet the great Austin. Theodore and the others were not idle, and a large amount of fierce fire was ignited above the water cover. Even if the dragon had a strong resistance to flames, it did not mean that he could be fearless of fierce fire. Branson urged the wings of the sky with all his might, and the dark clouds above the water cover gathered thunder and shone. As long as the dragon dares to take the head, he will directly slash him. The dragon opened its mouth and roared, but the environment made him choke on a large gulp. But he adjusted instantly. The juvenile of the Ukrainian iron belly makes a living from fishing, and naturally does not live without water. The huge claws cut through the current of water and attacked Samael. Cedric above the water cover waved his wand gracefully, and water plants as thick as a human waist grew rapidly from the bottom of the water, entangled the dragon's limbs. The dragon struggled, and the water grass instantly collapsed. But strangely, the broken water grass began to grow at both ends, forming a huge grass net, which did not cause substantial damage to the dragon, but delayed its attack. Humble bug, give me death. The dragon's eyes swept over Cedric, and the sharp dragon claw tore through the grass net again. Seeing that it was about to attack Samael did not move, and a strange spatial vortex instantly appeared. 2 giant pythons instantly appeared in front of the dragon's eyes, and they were not weaker than him in terms of shape. The Ukrainian iron belly may be water-based, but it may not be as cute as Samael in the water. Cole and Rebecca split up, pulling each other's attention from the dragon, their sharp fangs biting his wings from time to time. As far as venom is concerned, they are not inferior to the basilisk. you must know that their evolutionary ritual contains the stinger of the sack leopard and the sharp horn of the poisonous horned beast, and after several transformations, Samael does not know where the limit of their venom is. Wings are a dragon's weapon for paddling, and the limited wings cause his speed to decrease greatly. The dragon roared in pain. Get out of the way. Samael's eyes changed slightly, and he ordered the two snakes to shrink their bodies in a parcel-tongue and quickly dodge Long Yan's attack. Samael didn't expect that this guy's Long Yan could actually maintain such power in the water, and he was about to catch up with the power of the fire. The dragon stared at them fiercely and headed upstream, intending to break free from the shackles of the water cover. Even Cedric's golden vine summoned in the water was easily broken free by the dragon. Percy began to exert power outside, layers of invisible barriers superimposed in front of the dragon, and the sound of glass shattering was endless. Even if the two tried their best, they couldn't make the dragon stop, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Get up, look at me. Branson is like a god descending from heaven, thunder flowing on his white wings, red pupils, sharp claws, combining holy and evil. With a wave of one hand, the dark clouds were low, the wind swept through, and the divine thunder descended. A forced king aura bursts from the inside out. As soon as the dragon Austin appeared, it was attacked by the double attack of thunder and fire. It's up to me, Branson. Branson's wings retracted, and the bag stood in midair. A strange light flashed in the eyes of Beverly and Luna in the rear, and a feeling of envy rose in their hearts. Idiot! An earth-shattering cry instantly resounded in the sky, and the voice contained endless anger. Are you a pig? Don't know that water conducts electricity? Samael floated to the surface of the water in scorched black, his hands and feet twitching unconsciously. In Luna and Beverly's eyes, the influence of Branson's divine brilliance was instantly shattered. You wait for me, Samael said through gritted teeth. The 110 black mambas in their pupils that had transformed into magical creatures instantly dried up, and then turned into powder. The huge life force instantly poured into the body, and Samael turned his back to the sky and made a vomit posture. His mouth grew longer and bigger, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, a pair of white and tender hands stretched out from his mouth, and his hands stretched his mouth wider and wider, until he spit out a brand new Samael. The great snake pill stand-in stream finally came in handy. Samael murmured. He was defenseless and received Branson's strongest blow. Even the life plunder could not completely repair the broken body. He could only use this method to recover the injury. The nausea was a little disgusting, but at least the injury was all healed. Drag him and solve him completely in 5 minutes. Ignoring everyone's horrified gazes, Samael looked at Branson, who had evasive eyes, and gave the order directly. Cedric used all his strength on him to restore him, and natural magic had a miraculous effect on recovery. Dragon Austin was obviously injured in the blow just now, but thanks to his excellent magic resistance, it was not serious. But he didn't dare to rush out of the water, so he could only flee on a rampage. Percy's attack may not be strong, but whether it is a barrier or gravity can effectively prevent him from leaving. After not using his wand for a long time, he began to wave his wand, which caused a huge obstacle to Austin. Draco had never been idle since the beginning, and the dragon was always reflected in his eyes. It took half an hour to complete the magic mark. Beverly, stab me with a sword, anything but the heart. Draco used transfiguration to conjure a longsword and handed it to Beverly. What stupid thing are you talking about? Beverly didn't understand why Draco was crazy at this juncture, and was speechless. Trust me, Draco's eyes were surprisingly firm. Looking into his determined eyes, out of trust, Beverly tentatively stabbed him in the thigh. This guy, who usually yells when he is pricked with needles, is actually indifferent. Instead, a huge wound instantly appeared on the hind leg of the dragon that had been fleeing, and the blood donation stained the entire water. Seeing this scene, Beverly was instantly overjoyed, and stabbed her left and right sword towards Draco, but she was always far away from his heart. The dragon in the water can't withstand such blood loss even if it is a strong life, and it is much weaker with the naked eye. Right now. Samael stood up again and gave Derek a look. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the waters. The dragon Austin struggled in pain, and his body began to twist unnaturally. Derek's densely packed dementors dived into the water, and a terrifying chill instantly enveloped the dragon. A dragon's shadow was sucked out by the dementors and divided up by the dementors. Derek withdrew the dementor, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This ancient dragon's soul was enough to make his dementor race reproduce in large numbers again. Samael breathed a sigh of relief and emerged from the dragon's ears, and the two small snakes were none other than Ilya and Finn, who had never appeared. They had been lurking since Austin spewed dragon breath, until Draco's casting gave him complete insight into the fact that Austin in the midst of transformation could only spit dragon breath once. The two snakes lurked inside the dragon's body, waiting for Samael's orders. After eye contact, he instantly cooperated with Derek and took down the dragon in one fell swoop. In addition to the heart, the dragon's internal organs are all devoured by the two snakes, which is why the dragon Austin dies so painfully. When everyone saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Draco had wanted to ask Samael for credit, but just took 2 steps and fainted gloriously. No one would deny Draco's credit, binding the dragon with a human body. Even Samael was shocked. Branson turned into an afterimage and caught him, trying to alleviate his embarrassing situation. When Samael meets the unicorn leader again, there is a beating heart floating behind him. Even if the majestic blood chi was far away, it made them feel frightened, and they unconsciously took a step back. The 4 terrifying giant pythons behind Samael made them even more terrified. The fact that this group can eliminate Austin means that they also have the ability to surround and kill them. Compared with their uneasiness, Samael's performance was much more frank, and the joy was directly expressed on his face. Everyone behind him also looked honored, a little less proud and more calm than before. This change in mentality makes Samael happier than a successful deal with a unicorn. A group of miners who have not received a moderate education will inevitably develop arrogance when they are much stronger than their peers, not only Dracogiodo, but also Cedric and Percy. Samael saw it in his eyes and was anxious, but he didn't have much good to do, but did not want to. It was solved here. The strength of the dragon Austin, even if they fought so hard together, made them see their own shortcomings. Dragons are like this, and how terrifying is the top wizard who is more difficult than dragons. In terms of mobility, no matter how powerful fantastic beasts are, they are not comparable to wizards. The unicorns did not break their word, and after disappearing for a moment, they offered Samael 4 white and flawless horns. The long horns are sharp and spiral-shaped, exuding a vast and pure natural light at the moment when the unicorn voluntarily sacrifices. Cedric felt this power and couldn't help but take a step forward, taking these long horns under Samael's signaling eyes. It's a pleasure to work with, and hopefully we can keep this friendship alive. Samael bowed lightly and looked at them gracefully. The unicorn clan is willing to communicate with you in a friendly manner, little wizard. Samael's strength has been recognized by them, and even this pure natural elf will abide by another natural law, that is, the strong are respected, and the fittest survive. Fighting is always the main theme of the forest. After leaving the unicorn territory, Samael nervously prepared medicinal herbs in the nest of the unicorn. In addition to the sacred unicorn he had just obtained, he also had the corpse of a unicorn that had been dug up from the edge of the forbidden forest, which had been involuntarily sacrificed and was filled with creepy curses throughout. The unicorn is nature's servant, the surging divine power can amplify Cedric's natural magic, and the cursed unicorn is the most suitable for Draco's power. Besides, who better to carry the power of Dragon Austin than Theodore? This trip came out and solved the problem of 3 people at once. Outside the lair, the companions anxiously waited for Samael, only now that they knew that Samael was brewing a potion for them that could increase their magical powers. This kind of thing can be said to be unique in the wizarding world, but they have seen too many miracles in Samael to allow them not to believe it. Where is this? What happened? Draco also woke up during Cedric's recovery, and he was the next protagonist who had to adjust himself in advance. What? Bloodline fusion potion. I'm not in a hurry, I'll give it to you first. No, I have to ask my dad to catch a phoenix for me. Draco couldn't help himself from being excited when he heard the news, and couldn't help but start shouting. This thing is used well, no less than an extra life. Stop arguing, in Samael's words, what suits you best is the best, trust him. Theodore was especially calm now, constantly persuading Draco. But if you look closely, you can see that his hands are trembling slightly. Austin was known for his strength, and he endured the excitement until now when Samael said what was best for him. Out of trust in Samael, Draco finally calmed down. After Samael walked out of the cave, he couldn't help but smile when he saw the nervous and excited people. This is his wing. It worked. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but become excited. Separate Draco, Theodore, and Cedric for fear that they will influence each other. Several people stared at the mysterious potion like the starry sky, and drank it nervously. Draco forced himself to swallow it all at once. Unlike the two, his potion took on a miserable green viscous liquid that was disgusting to look at. Just as everyone was about to step forward to watch, a huge thrust instantly knocked them out. The terrifying magic fluctuations enveloped them in an instant. This is a magic riot. Percy was a little unsure. Nope. To be exact, this is the second mana riot. Samael smiled, it was all within his plan. Different visions appeared next to the 3 men. Cedric was the most normal, and golden flowers bloomed beside him, with red stamens and thorny stems, and a unicorn jumping among the flowers, smashing all the scene to pieces. The golden dust condenses into each other and gradually turns into an extremely lush oak tree that grows. The pure smell of nature comes to your face, and you can't help but get closer. On the contrary, in the distance, Draco began to grow strange red hair, which was like the tentacles of unknown creatures, constantly spreading around, and everywhere it passed, the grass either turned black and gray, or turned miserable green, and some directly turned into a pus. A pitch-black unicorn drilled out of his body, licking the long hair on his body clean. The unicorn phantom became more solid. The black hair was like satin, shimmering with bright light, and after a few jumps, it completely burrowed into Draco's body. Theodore's vision is much more unpretentious, with a dragon's nest of thorns burning with pale blue flames behind him, and a Ukrainian iron belly lying in the dragon's nest, staring at them with an indifferent look. After a shocking roar, it completely disappeared, making everyone can't help but be shocked. Samael, the dragon's soul should not still be alive. Branson's hair was seen and couldn't help but ask. Samael glanced at him and kicked him hard, not bothering to deal with him, and he now felt numb when he saw Branson. Everyone else also cast the gaze of the idiot. What kind of joke? Austin's dragon souls were all devoured by the Dementors. How could this be? This guy is obviously looking for words. It's over. Samael's gaze kept looking at the three, sensing the disappearance of the magic fluctuation, and said directly. As soon as the words fell, several people opened their eyes in unison, and the magic fluctuations were completely hidden by them. How does it feel? Percy and the others were curious and couldn't help but surround them. That's pretty good. The nature of the three was high, and when they looked at Samael, they did not hide the heat in it. Along the way, looking at the new changes of the three people, everyone was envious and thinking about the source of magic that suits them. Samael promised to provide each of them with a bloodline fusion potion. It has been determined that Branson needs the heart of a thunderbird, and he amplifies the power of the weather spell. Samael wanted to cancel his share, but couldn't stand the guy's soft grind and sign a series of unequal treaties. Seamus needs the tumor behind the horned beast, which contains explosive liquid that helps to increase the power of the exploding spell and even has the opportunity to help him control the magical nature of the berserk. Samael is going to configure Luna with an invisible beast or a cat fox, one that can see the future for a short time, and the other who can see the good and evil in the human heart. Beverly lacks a fatal attack. Samael means to match her with a surprise skill. The basilisk's eyes are a good skill, but he doesn't know how long it will take to recultivate a basilisk. For this kind of creature forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, it is estimated that there are not many on the black market. Samael himself had a plan, ready to completely heal the blood spell and then perform bloodline fusion, and he believed that this day was not far away. At the moment, only Derek and Percy have no clue now, so they can only take one step at a time. In order to prevent information leakage, Samael asked them to learn the brain occlusion technique as soon as possible, and handed over the only remaining howling rune of the Banshee to Branson, trying to get him to develop a device that could protect the brain, even if it was a castrated version. Samael summoned Kate, who reigned in the Owl Tower, to let Romanda collect the materials in the letter, and of course, did not forget to give him a complete unicorn. After all, they are a cooperative relationship, and friendship can last forever if there are contacts, right? When they returned to Hogwarts after a night of unreturned, they found that the whole of Hogwarts was in disarray. Samael grabbed a panicked student and tried to tell the truth. The Gryffindor student was about to struggle at first, but when he looked at Samael's snake pupils, he unconsciously began to trance. Say, what the hell is going on? Samael's voice was calm and seductive. Harry, no, Potter has killed Crazy, even his friend Hermione has been petrified. The Ministry of Magic has issued a notice that Hogwarts will be completely closed in a few days until the monsters in the Chamber of Secrets are eradicated. Even if he was confused, it was difficult to hide the fear in his heart, and Samael let go slightly. The few people behind him quickly scattered after hearing this. Percy was the chairman and needed to lead the overall situation, and everyone else was also concerned about the safety of their respective houses, leaving only Draco and Theodore. By the way, what about Hagrid? If the Ministry of Magic had intervened, Hagrid would have had an accident as well. Potter didn't know where he learned that Hagrid was the murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets last time, and somehow it came out, and it was later revealed that Hagrid was sent to Azkaban. Samael was furious when he heard this, and walked towards Gryffindor Tower with a cold breath. When he saw the dejected Harry, Samael did not hold back after all, directly pinched his neck and pushed him against the wall behind him. I don't know if it was too hard. Samael vaguely heard a bang. Harry, when will you fully grow your brain? Will Gryffindor's recklessness breed your stupidity? Samael asked with a gloomy look. Ron on the side saw that Harry was being bullied and prepared to strike at Samael. Samael didn't even turn his head when a side whip kicked him away. He was never polite to such a person who had no self-knowledge. Samael had drunk the blood of Riam Cow, and his strength was much greater than that of adults, and it was difficult for Ron not to faint when he shot with all his strength. Seeing this, Draco took out a green urea bag out of nowhere and put it on Ron's head. A glance passed, and several Gryffindors who were watching the excitement stepped forward and kicked wildly. Draco smiled with satisfaction. Now Hogwarts is surrounded by fear, and he can be regarded as providing a channel for everyone to vent their fears. Samael, let me go, I didn't mean to. Harry was pinched by Samael, and his face turned red. Not intentionally. How many more people are going to pay for this sentence that you didn't mean to do? After Samael finished speaking, Harry's face turned even redder, not knowing whether he was angry or ashamed. In the future, when you know what secrets you have, it's best to keep your mouth under control and don't let your big mouth hurt your friends. Although Samael did not mention Hagrid, he expressed the fact that he had heard Hagrid everywhere. Wood, who had just come out of the lounge, saw this situation and quickly waved his wand, and a flame burst out of the wand and tried to attack Samael. He was the captain of the Gryffindor team and one of the rare people at Hogwarts who trusted Harry completely. "Let go, Harry." Theodore calmly blocked in front of Samael, did not even use his wand, and took the flame with one hand. The flames danced in the palm of his hand, but they were suppressed by him, and finally swallowed directly into his abdomen, stunned a kind of melon-eating masses. When he wanted to attack again, he looked at Theodore's dark pupils, as if he saw a violent dragon roaring at him, and unconsciously took a step back. When the others wanted to step forward to help, they couldn't help but flinch when they saw Samael's cold gaze. Samael didn't want to stir up a dispute with the whole Gryffindor, so after putting Harry down, he turned around and left. After seeing Professor McGonagall at the moment of turning around, she only bowed slightly and did not say anything more. Professor McGonagall was equally awkward. She could see that Samael was angry because of Hagrid, and she couldn't deduct Samael's points for defending her friend. And from beginning to end, Samael did not use any spells, but it was her students who used them first. This score really has to be deducted. The unlucky one is still their Gryffindor. Now it's messy enough, there is no need to cut corners. After returning to the lounge, Samael couldn't help but say, "Draco, I don't know what role your dad plays here, but I don't want him involved. If he chooses to go head-to-head with Dumbledore, I'm afraid his seat on the board of directors will not be preserved." Samael didn't look back. He believed Draco could hear. He really didn't understand that a person who had only a promise to the Dark Lord dared to strike hard at the White Lord, who was afraid of the Dark Lord. Is it Dumbledore's success in whitewashing over the years, or power and money that make the so-called pureblood stupid and ignorant? It can't be that Liang Jingru gave him courage, right? And he could feel that Dumbledore was no longer the Dumbledore of the past. "Samael, Ginny is gone." While Samael was eating, Percy ran over in a panic to say the shocking news, and he rarely saw Percy gaff. "Don't worry, speak slowly." Samael dismissed the prying gaze and held up a barrier outside the two. "I've taken Ginny to the doctor since Draco found out something was wrong, and it's indeed a loss of vitality. I thought Ginny was practicing dark arts behind my back, so I didn't take it seriously, just told her to stay safe. She's been getting more and more wrong lately," Fred told me, "and Ginny wasn't in the break room at the time of the attack." "I doubt it. I suspect." Percy visibly panicked at this. "Don't worry, trust me, Ginny won't be the heir, I'll find her." Samael's voice has a reassuring magic. "Draco, Cedric, Theodore, you guys will accompany me later." Samael is impatient. Harry can't count on that waste, and he can't really let him kill Buck, but in his current state, even with the cooperation of the Phoenix, Harry has to be gone. Voldemort, who was in the 6th grade, was really not worthy of Samael's serious calculation. Several people walked to the girls' bathroom with a storm, and Cedric was familiar with the car along the way, not to mention the location of the secret room. Even the monsters in the secret room he also beaten. If Samael hadn't repeatedly stated that the heir was not him, even he would have believed that Samael was the heir to Slytherin. Parseltongue, Chamber of Secrets, Basilisk, all this is really too coincidental. "Aren't we going to take Branson?" Cedric misses the time when the two teamed up to subdue the Basilisk. He's been a bit floaty lately, blindly pursuing the power of spells, lacking refined control, and if you want to be beaten hard by your teammates when casting spells, then you and I haven't said that. Samael said expressionlessly, and some bad memories flashed through his mind again. Then forget it." Cedric couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Samael's tragic situation at that time. "Samael, where are we going?" Draco asked the doubts in the hearts of the others, and Percy's furrowed brows expressed the same doubts. "Ginny is in the Chamber of Secrets now, and he is controlled by the heir of Slytherin." Samael simply said what happened. Except for Percy, who was more worried, the rest of the people looked excited, after the blood fusion of them, no matter who wanted to weigh the heir's gin tails. "Open." Samael opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets with a Parseltongue cavity and entered the chamber first, followed by the others. The broken bones on the ground were much cleaner after Samael cleaned them. As soon as he entered, Samael saw Ginny lying down in a sleeping basilisk, above which lay a strange young man wearing a Slytherin school uniform. None of them marveled at the size of the basilisk, but instead looked at the teenager. "After all, I have seen too many big snakes in the past 2 years. Who are you?" "You are not our Slytherin student," Draco questioned. As the shadow prefect of the 2nd year, there were no Slytherin students he didn't know. Samael closed his eyes and felt Buck's state. It is worthy of Voldemort. With such a state, he can actually detect the change in Buck's contract. Samael was shocked. No wonder Buck did not heed his call, and Ziofa was actually washing away the mark that belonged to him on Buck. The group of people who were traveling with them looked at the teenager in shock. Draco and Theodore couldn't even help but tremble. Their family members naturally knew what the name Voldemort meant. "So it was you, my relatives, did you steal my pet?" Voldemort was not angry, but stared at him. If his eyes could kill, Samael would probably be shot into a sieve by him. "Join me, we're relatives, aren't we?" Ziofu enjoyed the fear of Samael's companions and beckoned to Samael. "A mongrel waste made by a psychedelic agent like you, understand the affection of a chicken feather." Samael looked at him dismissively, the mockery in his eyes undisguised. "You look for death. Ziofue's spell full of black smoke shot like Samael. Samael waved his hand lightly, and a huge palm stretched out on the ground to block the spell, and the earth and rocks flew, and Samael was unharmed. Theodore, it's up to you. Samael squeezed Theodore's shoulder and looked at him with encouraging. Out of trust in Samael, Theodore took a deep breath and gradually let go of his fear of the man. A thick flame flew out of the wand and enveloped Voldemort, and it was hard to imagine that it was just a simple flame roaring. Just you, Xiao Fu disdained, and his eyes were full of chill when he looked at Theodore. Theodore didn't know if he was irritated by this gaze. The magic on his body rolled, the raging thorn spread rapidly from his feet, the black thorn stretched the earth and rocks, the spikes grew wildly, and the flames of the orchid bloomed on it. Voldemort's eyes went from disdain to shock. Fire curse, have times changed? Second-year students actually use the fire spell. Dumbledore, you're really old. Theodore is crazy. Xiao Fu is naturally not to be outdone. Black smoke shuttles within the range of fierce fire, trying to find Theodore's figure. Theodore changes his figure back and forth, never staying in one place, just waving his wand, trying to lead the tongue of fire to comrade Xiao Fu. He could feel the ominousness contained in the black smoke. Looking at the state of Xiao Fu's continuous decline, Theodore was proud. Is this Voldemort? Even if it consumes, he consumes him to death. Taking advantage of the opportunity, and the others were not idle, Samael put his hands on Buck's head, and the Parseltongue activated to recreate the contract in its body. Only Draco looked at Voldemort with glowing eyes, and Comrade Volko's application of the dark arts inspired him greatly. Cedric and Percy quickly ran to Ginny's side, looked at the pale Ginny, and looked at Cedric for help. Don't worry, Ginny is also my sister, I will do my best to heal. He and Cedric are neighbors, the two have a good relationship, and he also likes this little girl. Saying that, a large number of golden points of light overflowed from his body, and a huge amount of life force poured into Ginny's body. The two looked pleased, thinking that it was done, but Ginny's body was like a big funnel. The replenished vitality disappeared instantly, and the whole person's physical condition looked worse than before. All curses are over. At the other end of the battlefield, Xiao Fu drank loudly, the fire was extinguished, and the whole person began to become crazy, and even the illusory body condensed a lot. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Comrade Ziofu let out a maniacal laugh, and he knew that he was a villain at a glance. Without the blessing of the fire, Theodore's thorns became shattered under a few explosion spells of Xiao Fu. Natural magic? You really surprised me. If he hadn't consumed too much mana, he would have cleaned up these little ghosts. My life and Ginny Weasley's are connected, and as long as you crawl at my feet, I don't mind the offense you just gave me. Voldemort promised everyone in a domineering tone. That's how he became the Dark Lord, by such eloquence? Draco, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but speak out, silently complaining in his heart that his old man was really blind. Hey, who says it's not? Samael was idle watching the play, and couldn't help but complain. A comrade Ziofu was like eating a few dead flies, which was particularly uncomfortable. Xiao Fu was angry, and when he looked down, he found that the broken thorns began to grow at both ends, growing extremely rapidly, and he tentatively blew off two but found that they grew even faster. Without the flame family, the thorn spell of the knot family is still extraordinary, and Theodore also refers to the rune Endless in natural magic to make it more difficult. Thorns intertwined, holding up a throne for Theodore, looking down on comrade Ziofu condescendingly. Xiao Fu gradually became crazy, and no matter how he did it, he could not stop the thorns from growing. He would have been able to use it, but he did not dare to use it. Idiot! The mocking words came out of Theodore's mouth, the first time he had spoken since the battle, and the mockery in them was self-evident. The long thorn stabbed Xiao Fu through, but instead of blood flowing out, it began to glow. You can't kill me. Comrade Xiao Fu was breathless, and the wound gradually healed with his words. It's not my job to kill you, I just want to prick you a few more times. Theodore's voice was calm and languid. Draco on the side was eager to try. Theodore, you're up, it's up to me. Draco said as he looked at Samael, and after Samael nodded, he took Theodore's place. After the bloodline fusion ceremony, their spellcasting ability has increased to the level of adult wizards, and even slightly more than in the field they are good at. You must know that they are at the peak of their magic growth, so Samael positions them at worst as peak aurors. This is his charisma, and he is really willing to hang on his companions. Comrade Xiao Fu is only in the 6th grade now, even if his level is high, at most he is only an adult wizard level, and in his current state, he and his friends are half a pound and 8 tails. This is also why Samael will be relieved to see them fighting Voldemort, and it is still necessary for masters to sharpen their casting skills. You dare to insult me like that? Avada so ordered. Comrade Xiao Fu was angry, and it is a killing move to come up. It's not fair, why is it so partial, why did I change it to a life spell as soon as I came up? Draco screamed while dodging, and the whole person was very jumpy. Xiao Fu did not respond to him, and a series of miserable green beams shot towards him. Samael stared closely, afraid that he would accidentally make a move. Soul bondage. Draco has long seen Voldemort's true state, and when it comes to the damage to the soul, there is nothing like a curse, and when it comes to the curse, everyone here is not afraid except Samael. As the mantra ended, dense red hairs appeared on the lime floor, entwining Xiao Fu, and the tiny suction cups on the red hair could not break free even in his soul state, and he was horrified to find that the little suckers were sucking his life force. Curse, curse. Xiao Fu's expression changed as he carefully sensed the magic above. That's scary? The show has officially begun. Soul decay, Draco chanted, and a terrifying and ominous aura gradually came from above the red fur. Black smoke gradually began to rise from Voldemort's soul body. Avadaso. At the last moment when Voldemort was completely corrupted, a green light hit the smug Draco. At the critical moment, the basilisk opened his eyes, Voldemort was completely petrified, black smoke billowed out, Samael pulled fiercely, and the death curse grazed his ears and shot to the rear. Draco stumbled, but instead of getting angry, he looked at Samael gratefully, and with it came fear, knowing that Samael would definitely not spare him. Theodore, go back and beat him, dare to resist and break his leg directly. Samael didn't look at him either, and if it weren't for the unicorn tail wand core in Ginny's wand resisting the death curse, Samael wouldn't even have had a chance to pull him, hoping that the lesson would make him remember. Samael looked at Voldemort, he was now petrified, not completely dead. It seemed that the diary had to be completely destroyed, but where was the diary hidden? Cedric, perceiving a magical item with an evil aura, should be a notebook. Samael is not very good at the field of search spells, and can only search with Cedric. The two held hands, and the golden points of light filled the entire secret room, carefully perceiving each point of light but finding nothing. Master, that thing should be in my belly. Buck, who had been closing his eyes, couldn't help but speak. That's great, you bear with it, I'll disembowel you. Master don't want it, Buck won't dare anymore. Samael, of course, was reluctant to disembowel Buck, but who let him just watch the joke without squeaking? Other snakes may not understand human language, but by no means include Buck, who has lived for thousands of years. Buck stood upright, his abdomen constantly pounding, and a mucus-stained diary was spit out by him. Under Samael's signal, Buck bit the diary, and with a gentle force, thick black smoke immediately came out of the Horcrux, and Comrade Ziofu, who was originally fixed, completely dissipated after howling. Before dissipating, a wave of water slapped at everyone. Samael cursed no quality and put up a barrier for everyone. Then the group left the secret room with Ginny, who was still unconscious. Samael wondered what to blackmail Dumbledore. After all, he had eradicated the monster that harmed Hogwarts, an ancient Ukrainian iron-bellied dragon. In Aurorally, Samael sways his body to the music by shaking his wine glass. After chatting with Dumbledore, enjoy the rare night. Thanks to a wide variety of alcoholic beverages, Aurora has completely made a name for herself in the British wizarding world, attracting most young wizards. Of course, some elderly drunkards prefer to go to the Hog's Head Bar or Three Broomsticks. Romanda can now make a lot of money even without a monthly auction. After all, young people's money is really easy to earn. And under Carl's operation, Hogwarts students enjoy student discounts, and Samael has seen many familiar figures in the store. This time, the members of the entire Dream Fulfillment Organization came, and with the last drunken experience, they all restrained their desires and only drank a little low-grade alcohol. Draco wrapped a bandage with his left hand and raised his glass with his right, nodding gracefully to everyone. As for why not treat? Don't ask, ask is afraid of death. At a young age, he has deeply grasped the essence of drinking mistakes. Although Beverly came for the first time, her momentum was indeed the most powerful, and after shouting that Mr. Noter paid for the whole audience tonight, she went to the corner alone to get drunk and die, leaving Theodore with a bitter face. The crowd was speechless at the madness of this crazy girl, but also allowed his indulgence. On the contrary, Luna is under their close surveillance, afraid that someone will accidentally drink alcohol, and since she has the talent of a prophet, Luna has completely confirmed her status as a group pet. I was afraid that she would accidentally make some mistakes. It has been too long since the British wizarding community has produced a true master prophecy. It is worth mentioning that tonight's individual brought his girlfriend. Percy and Penelope, Yunan Mainan, are scraping each other's tongues in the corner, and it's hard to imagine that the usual serious Percy actually has such a side. SEI White-Eye didn't know when he and Ravenclaw's autumn show were on the hook. The two didn't act excessively, just simply held hands, looking at the crazy and wanton young people around them a little restrained and a little embarrassed. Although the others did not have partners, it did not affect their drinking and entertainment. Only a muscular man with developed limbs stood next to Samael, who kept talking to him. Young master, that's a dragon. Do you know how much a complete dragon corpse costs on the market? Carl chattered in Samael's ear. As Romanda's right and left hand, he mostly knew about Samael's intelligence. It's just an ancient dragon that has not completed its transformation. There is no need to make a fuss, and no matter how precious it is not comparable to a 1,000-year basilisk. Samael replied nonchalantly. Carl was quite speechless at Samael's gesture, but helpless. I have already used the most precious dragon soul, and the nerves and dragon meat have also been given to you, just a little thick bone, and it is not a big deal to give it to the Ministry of Magic. Samael had to send the keel out in order to conceal Buck's identity and rescue Hagrid. As for the Ministry of Magic's commendation medallion, I don't know which horn to throw. A complete dragon corpse was impossible, there were too many traces of their spells left on it, and a slightly more experienced Auror could see something. Listening to Samael's words, Carl couldn't help but roll his eyes. If those things were handed over to their own bosses to operate, they could use this thing to open up foreign markets and attract a large number of foreign wizards to come. Help me watch them, don't drink too much. Samael didn't bother to say any more, and before leaving, he told Carl to take care of his companions. He didn't want to go through it again. As soon as he went upstairs, Samael saw Romanda's figure, still where he was last time, but the melancholy on his face was more serious than the last time. Haven't you made a lot of money lately? Samael sat down and spoke. Of course I'm worried about you. Roman glared at him and said angrily. Is it that the collection of materials is not smooth? It's not easy to find, even if you find it, you can't get it back. Roman pulled 2 handfuls of his already small hair and said helplessly. Smuggling is not something that your people have never done. It seems that a comfortable life and good remuneration make them less enterprising. Samael didn't dwell on the reason, but instead said something that made him look different. Samael's eyes were downcast, and just because he cooperated with Romanda didn't mean he didn't pay attention to his partner's movements. Romanda choked for a moment, though he didn't want to admit it, but it was. Put away your ridiculous benevolence. The presence of some people not only affects everyone's collective action, but also drags down the entire team, such as Quintroy. Samael didn't remind him what to do. They had all done the work of licking blood from the tip of the knife before, and naturally had their own set of rules, so he didn't have to worry about it at all. Samael is talking about the son of an experienced veteran of Romanda's team, whom Roy Sr. entrusted to Romance before he died. This guy has been drunk lately. Not only has he developed a lazy heart, but also makes some negative remarks in the team. Well, I know what to do. Romanda is a bit decadent, but his gaze is very determined. How's the material collection? Samael saw that he listened, and he didn't bother with it, and brought the topic back again. It's not easy to get. The invisible beast is ready, and the basilisk has news, but the Thunderbird has been protected by the U.S. Department of Magic, and it can't even be bought on the black market. Roman said helplessly. What about the poisonous horned beasts and civets? Samael asked about the movements of the other magical creatures he was paying more attention to. The poisonous horned beast has been captured. It is a mother and son, now in the basement. If you want to take it now, the spirit cat basically only appears in France, and the team has already found traces, no more than a week at the latest. Samael nodded, still satisfied with the progress. Samael didn't hear the news he wanted to know the most. It was about Samael's own bloodline transformation, and he couldn't afford not to pay attention to it. Dear young Master Gaunt, it's really not that I don't pay attention. It's that something I haven't heard of since the first Wizarding War. Romanda's face was bitter. Where is that thing so easy to find? Just find it. The slightest mistake, his search team will be completely destroyed. Keep looking for what you should find. Give up if you can't get it. Samael was helpless, and he didn't force him. After all, that thing was really dangerous. Time is like a married couple, getting faster and faster with the more familiar feeling of boredom. Samael and Romanda are in full swing with discussions about the follow-up capture. Mr. Gaunt, come down quickly, it's time to fight. Just as the discussion between the two was hot, Carl hurriedly ran up. Do you want me to teach you how to do such a trifle? Roman frowned, expressing displeasure at Carl's shout. How can a person like him, who walks between darkness and light, not have thugs, and a bar trouble like this can be easily handled? Carl has followed him for so long, and his ability to do things should not be so low. The clashes were caused by Hogwarts students, and the troublemakers among them were friends of Mr. Gaunt. After Carl finished speaking, he looked at Samael strangely. Which one? Samael was expressionless. The one with a bandage on his hand. After Carl finished speaking, he pulled Samael and walked down. Samael was a little speechless, but he didn't expect this kid to be so rampant after being injured. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he heard Ron yelling at Draco with a blue nose and a swollen face. You actually dare to hit me? Looking at the person behind him, Ron's voice was a little more confident. Joke, is it the first time father has hit you? Draco said as he showed off his remaining arm, his nostrils facing the sky, and said proudly, as much as he owed. Harry, Ron? Samael wondered how the two were here, followed by a group of Gryffindor Quidditch players. These two little ones must have been brought over by someone else, and I didn't see him at first, Carl said truthfully. Then how did they fight? Draco warned Samael, and it was reasonable to say that he should not dare to take the initiative to cause trouble. I know that the red-haired one is supposed to be the brother of the man you brought with you, and as soon as he entered the door, he accused him of not bringing himself to such a fun place, and shouted to write to his mother. A waiter-like attendant pointed to Percy, who had a livid face in the corner, and looked at it curiously as he spoke. It's really sick. Samael has almost reverted to the truth of the matter. Since he had identified the murderer of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets early, Harry and they lost their sense of urgency and took a rare break with the members of the Quidditch team. Samael guessed that he should still be carrying the invisibility cloak with him, otherwise, at the level of this group of people, he should not have the ability to deceive Filch. Ron should have seen Percy when he entered the door, angry, and Draco was the one who was upset. Percy, Ron, forget it, we are your dearest brother, how can you not take us? Yes, you damn capitalist, spending our hard-earned money here to drink red wine and soak women. The Weasley twins squeezed Penelope off Percy's lap, and the two of them sat on Percy's lap in a meat bench. Percy wanted to struggle, but couldn't get enough of the two, so he could only stare at the two with a black face, leaving the embarrassed Pinlo alone. Samael, you said that we told my mother about Percy's relationship, wouldn't it be better? Fred shouted at him after seeing Samael. I think Mrs. Weasley would prefer to see your brothers in harmony and watch the camera. As soon as Samael finished speaking, he used his camera to film the strange posture of the three people. Fred George was like a frightened rabbit, immediately jumping away from Percy. They did it to disgust Percy, and now they are disgusted when they are photographed. They don't want to spread the rumors of a good baby Fred and a good baby George from school. Percy gave Samael a grateful look and took Penelope's hand again, and Ron and the Quidditch player at the door were embarrassed to see Samael. Can't beat, walk, and lose face. Carl, take them to the third floor, don't participate in private grudges. Romanda has his own way of training his men, and he trains on the third floor on weekdays, which is spacious enough and strong enough. Several people in Gryffindor breathed a sigh of relief to hear that Samael was not involved. Having seen Samael and Snape fight, to be honest, they were not confident that they could win, even in a group fight. Brat, Weasley, I hope you two don't back down. Young Master Ben wants to fight with one arm. Draco taunted and went straight upstairs, and Samael saw Branson clench his fists, seemingly wanting to punch him. Percy, go help your brother, don't make the Brotherhood too stiff. Theodore, you go help Draco, his ability is not suitable for this friendly match, don't really suffer. After hearing the order, the two also followed the large army. Samael's Brotherhood naturally means the Weasley twins. As a friend, he didn't want Percy to be further and further apart from his family, and he could see that Percy really didn't want to disappoint his family. Let Percy help, one will not make the Gryffindor people lose too badly, and the other will allow Percy to protect his brother. Others rushed up to see the liveliness, and Samael was too lazy to go up, staring intently at his red wine, which seemed to contain a sea of stars, which fascinated him. In less than a quarter of an hour, the members of the two teams went downstairs in unison, one by one, gray-headed, cursing as they walked. Theodore, I really don't need your help, I blame you for ruining my brilliant moment. Draco looked resentfully at Theodore behind him, who shrugged his shoulders to indicate who had made them so dish. Theodore fired a flame thorn and directly hit the opposite side by surprise. He didn't even use fire. Wood and the others finally extinguished the flames, and were scrambled by the terrifying thorn curse. Among them, Ron and Harry were specially taken care of by him and were pricked in the butt several times. Although Percy has not undergone bloodline fusion, after all, his age is there, and the level of an adult wizard is not much worse. With his experience and spells, he is confident that he can defeat Theodore. But he couldn't stop him from taking a group of pig teammates, one by one, not only did not obey the orders, but also cast spells indiscriminately. The shield originally used to defend against Theodore's attack was broken by his teammates, making him very faceless. Fortunately, the Weasley twins were nimble, and seeing that they couldn't beat them, they threw out two large dung bombs in larger versions. Although it had no effect, it finally attacked the other party so that they would not lose too ugly. It's just that before he went downstairs, he was swept away by the two with a whirlwind to clean up. Looking at the dejected Gryffindor, the cursing Gryffindor, and the boring members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization, Samael was at peace. If even these people can't take it, then what is the point of Samael's training day and night, and the hanging for them? Time is like the only remaining hair of a middle-aged person, no matter how hard you try to keep it, it will not help. Samael sat in their seat, watching Ron and Gryffindor wielding his wand casually, dancing there like a funny red-haired monkey. Percy, you don't lack that few bucks, why don't you buy him another wand? Samael looked at Percy, and he knew that Percy still cared about his brother. Ron was actually very gifted and learned things quickly, but the wand was holding him back. Seamus saw Samael discussing his roommate and quickly said his opinion, and the reason why Ron was poor in strength was entirely because he was a 3-minute heat plus a first-level retreat player. I thought you guys didn't have a good relationship. Percy listened to the two and was extremely surprised. Our relationship is indeed not good, but this does not affect the brotherhood between you. I am me, you are you. I don't remember that the purpose of our organization also requires the complete severance of family affection. Samael rolled her eyes and looked at Percy like a fool. Percy looked at Samael gratefully and walked in the direction of Gryffindor. Seamus looked at Samael with admiration. What is the pattern? This is He didn't listen to Ron say bad things about Samael in the bedroom. Samael is not stupid, this kind of behavior of the enemy will naturally not do it. He is very sure that the relationship between Ron and him will only get worse and worse, as long as Percy is still grateful to Samael, the contradiction between Ron and him will never stop. Such a simple conversation, firstly, gained Percy's loyalty, secondly, strengthened Seamus's sense of belonging, and finally cut off the relationship between Percy and Ron. Samael, something bad happened, something happened again. Before the steak could enter his mouth, he was interrupted by the fiery Draco. "What's going on? What's wrong with you? Why are you again?" asked Samael with a frown, displeased. Samael's 3 consecutive questions directly confused Draco. "Why is there a little more trust between people? I am the heir of the Malfoy family, and it is Theodore who is in trouble this time." Draco gasped and drained the remaining lemonade from Samael's cup, then retorted unhappily. "Theodore? How could it be him? What's the situation?" Samael was surprised. Theodore had always been calm and never had to worry too much about him. "Let's go, don't talk so much." Draco pulled Samael and ran, leaving a puzzled crowd with their faces. "What? Attack the professor?" The two whispered as they ran, and Samael wondered how Theodore could do that. It's not that idiot Lockhart, who has to let Theodore play a fire dragon in the secret room during class, and cooperate with him. In order not to entangle him too much, Theodore decisively released the flame charm with all his strength, which startled Lockhart, so he was called to the office after class. I don't know if this product is crazy, actually sneaking up on Theodore behind his back, and Theodore accidentally set fire to the guy. When Samael first heard that it was Lockhart, he was slightly relieved, and then frowned. Samael hadn't taken his acting class since the last time he played against Snape, and this guy didn't bother him. He already had a guess about the cause of the matter. Hogwarts presented the Special Contribution Award to the group of people they went to the Chamber of Secrets, and it was clear that Lockhart wanted to replace one person and replace the protagonist with himself. Unfortunately, he meets Theodore, a wizard trained by Samael who has developed muscle memory. Sneak attack from behind? Can't escape Theodore's perception at all. As soon as he entered the office, Samael saw Lockhart, a half-blackened parallel cargo, and a panicked Theodore. No matter how calm Theodore is, he is only a 13-year-old wizard, and he is not attacking a notorious dark wizard, but his own professor. "It's okay Theodore, I'll level it out." Samael soothed Theodore and turned to Draco and said, "Go find Professor Snape." Draco didn't say anything, turned around and ran. Such a big thing is impossible to suppress. It is essential to find an adult who can be relied on. Soon, Snape hurried over with his bat wings, carrying Draco in his hand. "Professor." Samael nodded. Snape ignored him and instead checked Lockhart's condition. "The injury is serious, but it can be treated, but why cast the Oblivion Charm on him?" Snape observed for a moment, staring at Theodore. "It should be his spell that sneaked up on me, and my iron armor spell bounced off his body." Theodore pondered and came to this conclusion. "I thought Professor Lockhart was a squib, not such profound magic." Snape stared at Theodore deadly, and even though he was puzzled, he could tell from the look in his eyes that he was not lying. "What about that?" Draco poked his head out and looked at his professor a little worriedly. Even he knew it was complicated. Lockhart was a celebrity in the entire wizarding world, and if Theodore wasn't doing well, Hogwarts could hold him accountable. But the problem now is that Theodore did not have an incident. Lockhart was seriously injured and dying, and the most important thing was that his memory had been damaged to the point of only 10 years old. Then this matter would evolve into Hogwarts students attacking well-known teachers, plus Theodore's family component. The Ministry of Magic would definitely intervene. Let him disappear imperceptibly. Draco made a speechless suggestion, and Samael glared at him without speaking. Snape was speechless in his heart, and his students were completely off track with that daring guy. "If you don't teach you to cure him first, then use the Soul Reaper charm to control his departure. As long as you show up in the wizarding world, then in the end, it will be none of our business," Theodore said tentatively. "The Reaper of Souls curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, and once you find the green bricks of Azkaban, you will definitely have enough to stay. Of course, if you want to have a party with your family members, then I didn't say. Moreover, both Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore are extremely good wizards, and Lockhart's resignation will definitely attract their attention," Snape said seriously. Theodore looked frustrated, and Samael's eyes lit up instead. "The Soul Reaper curse will be detected, and he also has the Bisnake Sanhua pupil, which has an ability called the Demon Pupil Control Body, which can emit a strange energy from the pupil and can seize control of other people's bodies. This ability was usually used by him to control Goyle and Crabbe to lose weight, but he didn't expect to use this. Without magic fluctuations, even if they detected something wrong with Lockhart, they would not be able to detect him." The next day, when Snape looked at Lockhart, who was waving a tearful goodbye to the students in exaggerated movements, the importance he attached to Samael in his heart rose to a higher level, and he couldn't help but feel chills. As a potions professor, he knew better than anyone how badly Lockhart's brain was damaged, and to put it bluntly, by throwing him into the Muggle world, people wouldn't even notice that he was a wizard. From a professional point of view, he analyzes the exaggerated degree of brain damage even the best doctors cannot cure. He believed that if his student embarked on the path of the Dark Lord, he would definitely be much stronger than the Dark Lord who would only remain a death curse. Samael, do you say this will work? Draco looked at Lockhart's distant back with some concern. Don't worry, tomorrow you'll be able to read the news of Lockhart's retreat in the Daily Prophet. Samael's mouth smiled. It was also a small profit. Not only Lockhart's wealth and collection would fall into his hands, he himself would also become a good material in Samael's collection. No, Draco, if I ask you for something, will you refuse me? Samael's voice suddenly became hollow, staring at Draco. Don't worry, as long as I have it, anything will do. Draco boldly agreed. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he was not the strongest in this group, but he was definitely the top group. He knew very well how valuable Samael's knowledge of the dagger, bloodline transformation, and selfless dedication really contained. Dobby, Samael said firmly. That dirty house elf? Draco wondered. Don't you think that no one really knows about your father's plot against Dumbledore and the framing of Ginny Weasley? Samael's voice drifted, leaving Draco wondering exactly how much he knew. I have no intention of participating in a dispute between the two of you, nor do I want to help you comment on who is right and who is wrong. Dumbledore aside, you should have seen the attitude of the Weasleys towards this only daughter. Think about your relationship with Percy, once leaked, what impact it will have because you don't need me to explain. Samael tried his best to analyze the pros and cons for Draco, but he's just a lowly house elf, and he shouldn't betray me. Draco understood the seriousness of Samael's story, but he really couldn't understand that a house elf would betray. Dobby is different, he seeks freedom and longs for equality. As far as I know, he has connected with Harry. A new batch of bloodline fusion potion is ready, and I hope you will come with its heart when the time comes. Samael actually admired this creature who did not succumb to fate, but as Draco's friend, Samael would not allow this to happen. Draco nodded and decided to find out the truth. House elves know too many pure-blood family secrets, and the consequences of betrayal are unimaginable. There is no shortage of this house elf and their family. Forbidden forests, such as the nest of the snake. Samael concentrated on brewing potions in the cave, looking at the brightly colored potions one after another, and the sense of accomplishment in his heart was indescribable. Although he is not good at potions, he is just not good at invention and creation, and the preparation of the book will not stump him. Outside the cave are nervous members. Before the changes of Dracogiotto and Cedric, they saw in their eyes, and who could not see the power of that kind of red. Now it's finally their turn. Watching Samael throw one magic source after another into the crucible, he couldn't help but feel a pang of excitement. Branson was alone in the lost place, because he saw no trace of the wings of the Thunderbird. Several people stepped forward one by one, tightly holding the reagent in their hands, and drank it. Everyone was far away, and the movement caused by the second magic burst had already been experienced by them last time, and they didn't want to experience it again. Sure enough, after a gust of wind swept through, the territory of the runny snake became even more miserable. Samael didn't expect that it was Seamus who first caused the change. I saw that his whole body turned red, and the magic contained in his body became violent uncontrollably. The tree behind him exploded silently, wood chips flew and Mars splashed, leaving a mess. An angry rhinoceros-like creature went on a furious rampage behind him, eventually crashing into his body. Seamus opened his eyes and got up, feeling that the whole world was different from before. It is worth mentioning that after extracting the poisonous horned beast horn slime, it did not substantially harm the creature, and now it has entered Derek's box. Immediately after the change of Percy, although the house elf bloodline is not good to say, no one denies the strength of this creature. After all, it is a branch of the ancient elves. There was no vision behind him, and his body stayed in midair, and suddenly became flashing, as if it existed in a different space. With a wave of one hand, a large area of trees was uprooted by him, and his arms waved, causing a huge movement. Samael looked closely and noticed that his spatial ability and ability to control objects had improved greatly, and he even felt that this guy was able to travel through space where phantoms were forbidden. This ability perfectly explains what is called the grace of a mage. The changes in Derek and Luna take place almost simultaneously, but the scenes are diametrically opposite. One radiant and peaceful, one evil and eerie. Derek didn't know if he was crazy and actually asked Samael to integrate the entire Dementor into the potion. He wants to take the route of the royal beast master who rushes between the waves of 10,000 beasts. He has a soul talisman that can perfectly control the beast, but he does not have a strong soul power. Dementors were the best option for him. Think about how shocking it was to see that after 10,000 beasts rushed, the living beings disappeared and the souls did not exist. Derek's path is completely farther and farther on the path of the Dark Wizard. There are also no exaggerated visions behind this cargo, only a strange black hole. The black hole emitted a terrifying chill that made them shudder. There was also a terrifying suction force from above, as if to suck their souls in. Cedric on the side cast a worried gaze. Luna was much more normal than he was. Even if it was not completely dark now, everyone could see that she was covered in starlight, and her eyes became brighter. Hello everyone, this change is really amazing. Luna's eyes widened and she greeted everyone in an ethereal voice, more erratic than before. Finally done. Samael looked at the changes in everyone, wiped his sweat, and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Of course, to cast away someone's resentful gaze. Time flies, and after Samael solves the Chamber of Secrets monsters, Hogwarts students can have a wonderful Christmas break. Sitting on the Muggle plain, Samael looked at the scenery outside the field, pleasing to the green. His heart was calm, his mind was leisurely, and the natural energy lingering around him unconsciously changed with his state of mind. Of course, if only there were no cash bags around. Samael, I can't believe you didn't prepare a Christmas present for me. Samael looked back at Branson, who looked resentful, not bothering to deal with him, but instead looked at Derek. The divine thunder that fell from the sky is still fresh in his memory, and he still wants a gift. Derek, do you like the gift? Derek smiled shyly, very happy. Samael's Christmas gift was delivered to his heart. The two were idle and bored, ready to accompany Branson home for Christmas. This guy had not been home for 2 years. A month before Christmas, he received a letter from Daniel's father, saying that he was going to take Miss Claire on a romantic New Year's trip, and Samael had no intention of being the shiny light bulb, so he chose to stay at school. Derek is even worse. His father helped him research and cultivate Dementors was discovered by Old Man Newt. The old man threw his son out in a fit of anger. His father wanted to anger his son, but in the end it still hurt, so he could only choose to be out of sight and out of mind, and took his wife to his father-in-law's house for the holidays. Seeing that Branson was pitiful, the two decided to accompany him home together to see if they could get the Thunderbird. In this group of people, he is now left without bloodline fusion. As soon as he got off the plane, Samael saw the out-of-place figure in the crowd. Gray sports hoodie. I don't know how powerful power is hidden under the strong body. It is a man who combines wildness and elegance, mature and handsome, and the eyes of women will always seem to stay on him. The man ignored those eager gazes, but instead ran eagerly towards them and hugged Branson tightly. My dear nephew, I haven't seen you for a long time. How can you be willing to leave your lovely and charming uncle behind? Their relationship is so good, and it's not as irresponsible as Branson says. Derek asked, looking at the close uncle and nephew. Yes, it is indeed a good relationship. Samael pouted, and if he hadn't heard the sound of ribs breaking the moment the two hugged, he would have almost believed it. Hello, my name is Neil, I am Branson's uncle. You must be Samael. Branson often writes to mention you and thank you for taking care of him. The man let go of Branson, who was about to suffocate, shook Samael's hand warmly, and the two chatted politely for a while. In contrast, Derek was much more restrained and very shy. Samael instead thinks Neil likes Derek more, and doesn't know if Newt's genes are at work. Okay, let's go home and talk. You must be tired all the way back. Neil helped the three put their suitcases in the back seat and got into the car together. The U.S. Ministry of Magic's control over wizards is almost pathological, and the wands of foreign wizards must be closely monitored. In 1842, there was even a terrorist riot because of this incident, but all of them were suppressed by the Ministry of Magic, which also made the United States the last place for dark wizards to come. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic only monitors wands and does not restrict the use of magic, which has led to the emergence of a large number of high-level wizards without wands and intelligent creatures who do not rely much on wands. Entering the country, Samael and Derek did not bring wands at all when they came, and the two were not highly dependent on wands, so they did not take the channel of the Ministry of Magic, but entered the United States as Muggles. Fortunately, once Derek's surname is exposed, it will definitely receive a strict inspection from the Ministry of Magic. The old man was not a master who kept his own peace and security. Branson, don't you notice something is wrong? A few people sat on Neil's self-thought handsome Audi 100, but in fact very ugly, listening to the most powerful music, and racing all the way. Samael sensed that several creatures of a magical nature were approaching. No, what's the problem? Branson sniffed sideways and nose, but found nothing unusual, but he knew that Samael was not the kind of person who was untargeted. Samael frowned. He was now quite sure that there was a problem. On weekdays Branson could smell even if he had showered or not, and his ears could hear what he said even from one academy, and such an obvious problem would not be noticed. Damn, it's Sage. Neil cursed and turned the steering wheel urgently, almost throwing Branson out. Samael knew that the smoke formed after the sage burned was effective in isolating the werewolf's sense of hearing and smell. Several cars that were tracking no longer hid their tracks and crashed directly into them. Bang! A loud sound sounded. Neil dodged without hurry, and the car was directly knocked off the road. The car that followed behind crashed as if it were deadly, and soon, Samael's car instantly became fragmented. You managed to me off. Neil tore the door and transformed into a 3-meter-tall werewolf, his ice-blue pupils flashing with bloodthirsty light. The wounds on the body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Branson looked at Samael and the other's situation and followed closely. Sen Rant's killing intent rushed straight into the sky, rushing towards the people who attacked them. Snow monster, or ogre. Samael looked at the monster with black and yellow fangs. Samael acted calm. Samael used the iron armor charm on himself just before the crash, and he and Derek didn't have a mess. He always knew that Branson had a terrifying opponent, originally thought it was just a werewolf, but did not think that there were other monsters. This trip was worth it. Wow, is this the romance of men? Derek poked his head out, watching Branson and Neil bring out the flesh and blood of their enemies with every swing of their claws. The snow monsters are obviously not the opponents of the uncle and nephew, but there are just a lot of people. Bang, bang, bang. Samael snapped his fingers, and the limbs of the 3 monsters led by him were all blown off, lying on the ground and groaning in pain. Good resilience, but nowhere near Branson. Samael looked at the slowly recovering snow monster, and his tone was calm, making the others shudder. Branson, quick fix. Samael ignored the others and poured a small dose of venom into the snow monster's mouth. He then threw it into the box he was carrying. Such good experimental materials cannot be wasted. Branson's long mane appeared on his neck, which almost turned into an afterimage at a fast speed, and the necks of the snow monsters were suddenly torn where the claws passed. In contrast, Neil's attack style is much more terrifying, and his fangs and claws are his weapons. From the perspective of posture, there are still some shadows of free fighting. Samael saw with his own eyes that he tore the throat of one of the snow monsters with his fangs and chewed 2 mouthfuls into his stomach. Like a beast, no one dared to think that this was the sunny and handsome man before. Samael frowned, but said nothing. With his joining, soon the snow monsters were slaughtered by them. Several people cleaned themselves up, packed the bodies in boxes, and had to take a taxi home. Branson, don't your family want to be so exaggerated? Derek looked at the castle in front of him and felt speechless. This is what you mean by a luxurious villa. You know what, you should joke about the accumulation of more than a dozen generations. Branson pouted and said with disdain. Their family lacks everything, but there is no shortage of money. As soon as they got off the bus, they were greeted by a group of teenagers, both men and women, one by one. Samael perceives it carefully, and detects a magical source similar to Neil's, with traces of magic, but more like a curse. As soon as he entered the room, Samael wrapped the entire room in all directions with a thin curtain of water, staring firmly at Branson. I'm sorry to involve you, it's much worse than I expected. Branson's expression darkened, and he looked at the 2 guiltily. There's no need to feel guilty, we're friends, aren't we? Samael looked clear-looked, and when he first recruited Branson, he promised to help him avenge him. Things have already happened, or do you know what you know? Tell me what you know. Samael spoke calmly. American werewolves can be said to be quite widely distributed, with a total of 12 clans, and our Funeral Moon clan has at least a bad relationship with half of the ethnic group. Among them, there are no less than 4 who want to kill me, and the one who attacked us today should be sent by the Kenya clan. This group usually gathers some unscrupulous ethnic groups or killers for training. In terms of numbers alone, it should be the largest number of the 12 ethnic groups. After Branson finished speaking, Samael was stunned. In this acre of 3-point land in the United States, you are no different from the enemy of the world. Branson was embarrassed to see it. Your uncle is also from the Funeral Moon clan. How come he has nothing to do in the United States, and you were attacked as soon as you came back? Samael was puzzled. The timing was too coincidental. Don't doubt him. I don't know if you noticed the difference between the 2 of us. In addition to the difference in hair, the eyes of the pupils of the 2 of you are different. Samael thought back for a moment and said with certainty. That's right, the crimson pupils are a symbol of the Crown Prince, and it is useless for them to kill Neil, but it will make me hide far away. Then why kill you? Asked Derek as he poked his head out, scratching his head, and asked curiously. Because there are ambitious people who want to gather the bloodline of the 12 crown princes to awaken the werewolf ancestor. It was the Kenya family who did it against our family back then, and my mother fought to the death to save me. Branson's tone was solemn, and he fell into deep thought, wondering if he thought of his dead family. It's so bloody. Derek was speechless, and at the same time felt himself involved in a huge whirlpool, and his expression became even more excited. Samael gave him a blank look and continued. Do you have any plans? We alone can't help you pay. That's hundreds of werewolves. Samael really doesn't have confidence, and it's not a joke. That's the other thing I'm going to say. Each of our werewolves only have the crown prince, the priest, and the healer who can use magic through age, and the other werewolves can only improve their resistance, speed, and resilience. They will never be able to awaken magic for the rest of their lives, and they will only have to fight with people, just like my Uncle Neil. Branson said mysteriously. That is, we need to deal with no more than 10 wizards. Samael's eyes lit up, and the difficulty dropped by more than one notch. Shouted Derek, 5 or 6 wizards, pinching in hand. The threat of werewolves to wizards is nothing more than flexible positioning, extremely fast speed, strong resilience, and difficult wolf venom. But none of this is difficult for them. They have drunk the blood of the rhyme cow and are definitely not weaker than werewolves in terms of strength. A few explosion spells can definitely make them busy. If they hadn't brought a wand, a powerful fire spell would have gone down and sent them directly to God. Don't be careless, the resilience of adult werewolves is not a joke. They are much stronger than me, and besides, you are still ready to win more with less. This battle is not easy to fight. Samael's eyes shrank. He had seen Branson's terrifying resilience, no weaker than the aura level of the demolition spell visible to the naked eye. It seems that the things in the yang world are not working, and there is some yin. To play yin, Samael has not been afraid of anyone. From the first day he knew Branson, he had imagined stabbing him, and now that the two had become friends, the means they had prepared before could be used in the hands of the enemy. With Samael's heart, the moment Branson joined the organization, he thought that the solution after the betrayal was reasonable. After all, the reputation of the werewolf is really bad. What's the method? Tell me quickly. Derek leaned his head over and looked at it curiously. Even Branson was equally curious. I'll concoct a petrification potion, which slows down the werewolf's reflexes. When everyone listened, their eyes lit up. Yes, there is this thing, and it is not much worse than fixing the target. I'm also good at the Soul Reaper curse, controlling one of the high level and coming to a sacrificial explosion. I have researched that power can blow up their gathering place. He had studied Peter Pettigrew's magic at the beginning, and he found it surprisingly useful. If it really doesn't work, use a mandrake. I also brought this thing. With the perverted hearing of a werewolf, I see who doesn't die. Samael spoke freely about what he wanted to use on Branson. Branson and Derek were stunned and shuddered, worthy of being the uncrowned kings of Slytherin. You deserve that name. Derek stared at Samael's thick white hair, fantasizing about when he was bald. His grandfather once told him that there is an old Oriental proverb called not poisonous, not bald, and not poisonous. He felt it was just right for Samael.